Callie wakes up on the ground, his entire body aching after beating. His vision is blurred, and his limbs feel weak and unfamiliar. He just can't understand what's going on. In his previous life, he had everything to become a professional boxer: talent, physique, powerful punches. But after choosing the wrong path, he died in a dark alley, surrounded by gangsters. His last wish was simple: to box one more time. That wish is answered. His soul awakens in the body of a boy named Callie, a weak slave who has been beaten and bullied for years. As Callie slowly sits up, he immediately understands the problem. This body is fragile, low stamina, no strength, completely unsuited for boxing. A few days pass in this new world. Callie stands in line with the other slave trainees. In front of them, the instructor announces the final match. Whoever loses will be sent to the mines. Everyone understands what that means. The mines are a death sentence. Names are called one by one. Each weak trainee is paired against someone clearly stronger. It's obvious what they want: to get rid of the inferior ones. Then Callie's name is called. His opponent is Solid, big, muscular, one of the strongest among the trainees. Murmurs spread through the line. Some trainees protest, asking if the instructor wants them to die. Callie stays silent. He already knows the answer. The match is scheduled for 1 week later. After the announcement, the stronger group approaches him. Solid kicks Callie without warning and mocks him. More blows follow. This is nothing new. Former Callie usually breaks here, but this time, he doesn't. When Solid throws another punch, Callie clearly sees it. The fist moves slowly in his vision, and his body reacts before his mind does. He dodges, everyone freezes. Callie steps in and punches Solid in the stomach, hitting him where his guard is down. Shock flashes across Solid's face before he grabs Callie and slams him to the ground. Calling him cocky, the group walks away, warning him that he only has a week left. Callie lies there, breathing heavily. Then he realizes something important. This body may be weak, but it has excellent eye-hand coordination and fast reflexes. That's enough. Callie stands up. His eyes are steady. He is going to survive this match, and he is not going to the mines. He uses that week to train as hard as he can. Finally, the match day came, but still no one believes he can win. What are the chances of this skinny kid beating a huge, fat guy? Yeah, basically zero. The fight starts, and the big guy immediately goes on the attack. He swings hard, over and over, and Callie barely manages to dodge. The size difference is insane. Height, weight, raw power. It's all completely one-sided. So Callie keeps moving. He dodges, steps back, slips to the side. And the crowd? They hate it. People start booing, shouting at him to stop running and fight like a man. But Callie doesn't care. This is exactly what he wants. His opponent keeps throwing heavy punches, burning through stamina, hitting nothing but air. Not a single clean hit lands. From the very start, Callie's plan is simple. Let the big guy tire himself out, then end it with one clean shot to the chin. And it almost works. But then Callie makes one mistake. His opponent suddenly grabs him and slams a brutal punch straight into his ribs. You can hear the crack. Callie drops to the ground like a log. With a body this fragile, even one solid hit is almost fatal. For a second, it looks like it's over. But Callie isn't done. He forces himself back up, and then he does something crazy. He takes the next punch straight to the forehead. The fat guy isn't expecting that at all, and the moment he feels pain shoot through his fingers, he hesitates. That's all Callie needs. He rushes in, dodges one more swing, and puts everything he has into a perfect punch to the chin. At first, the big guy doesn't even realize what happened. Then his eyes roll back, his legs give out, and he collapses onto the arena floor. He doesn't get up, and Callie wins. Everyone watches with astonished expressions as the countdown happens. Finally, the referee announces Callie as the winner. Everyone is shocked to see that a skinny boy like Callie is the winner. While looking at the crowd, Callie finally smiles and raises his fist because he is alive and determined to make use of this life. After a week, the slave traders come and collect half of the slaves, most of whom are inferior, except for Callie. Now, including him, only 10 students remain at the training center. Then Nixar takes him to the august mansion, where he informs Callie that he will be free of his shackles once he returns to the training center. Callie looks around as it's his first time in the mansion. Nixar asks about his injury. Callie answers that he is okay, but asks about Azalea's purpose in summoning him. While walking ahead, Nixar explains that Azalea has taken an interest in him after the last match. Inside her room, she greets Callie and adds that they meet again. Callie, on the other hand, doesn't want anyone to suspect anything, but Azalea tells Nixar to wait outside. She asks him to sit, but he insists that he is okay. She reminds him that she won't repeat herself again. He sits and asks about her purpose for calling him. She offers him some fruit before they start talking. While he eats the fruit, she begins by saying that she wants to ask something from him, adding that he doesn't have the right to refuse her because he is a slave. He prompts her to continue. She compliments his skill in the last match, especially his one-shot victory. She further adds that her father called it luck, but she knows that isn't the case. Listening to this, he understands that she is smart, as only Solid's punch was a coincidence. He then shakes his head and explains that if someone hits the chin perfectly with their fist, the head will shake, causing the person to lose control of their body. However, this is only applicable if the impact is powerful. After listening to this, she smiles and wishes him the best of luck in becoming a professional boxer. She even coaxes him, while saying that if he becomes a champion, he can gain his freedom. After returning to the training center and being freed from his shackles, he thinks about what Azealia told him. On the other hand, during his training, Torres is also thinking about freedom, which is his ultimate goal. At 14 years old, he remembers Nixar telling him that he has the potential to become a boxer. It's the reason Nixar brought him from the farmhand. Then he encouraged him to work hard and become a champion so that he can gain his freedom. While training, he thinks about Callie, who never had any motive in his life before. But suddenly Callie changes, defeats Solid, and survives. His thoughts are interrupted by another boy, Kijo, who coaxes him to join him in teaching Callie a lesson because Solid was sent to the mines because of him. But Torres turns his back to him, while showing his indifference to the matter. He thinks that if Callie wants to change himself, he won't interfere. He was just annoyed by Callie's begging. Callie, on the other hand, has ribs that are healed, and he has gained some muscle while exercising. After a while, he faces Kijo and his gang, who claim that he won easily against Solid by luck. Callie indifferently tells them that it would be problematic if they hurt themselves. But Kijo believes that Callie will go easy on him. At that, Callie's expression darkens. Kijo starts attacking him constantly, but Callie dodges every attack. Then he finally lands a punch on Kijo's jaw while thinking about how Kijo believes that he won by pure luck. In the end, Callie thinks about how complacent they are. Kijo, nicknamed Mantis, has a tall height and overwhelming reach, which is advantageous for boxing, as it can help him land punches without the opponent being able to reach him. However, Mantis doesn't know how to take advantage of his reach because of his large movements and bent swings. This leaves him as nothing but a punching bag for our boy. Without giving him any break, Callie constantly punches him while keeping up the pressure. Seeing their companion getting beaten up, his peers fire up and attack Callie, but he dodges every one of their attacks. Mantis warns him not to get arrogant just because he landed a punch by chance. Callie retorts that he is outnumbered because Mantis's group thinks they are at a disadvantage against him. At that, all of them attack him again while Callie thinks about how these people keep bullying him just to maintain their self-esteem. Looking at them, he remembers people like them whom he encountered in his last life. His thoughts are interrupted by Torres, who challenges his peers to start over. But they think Torres is taking Callie's side. He clarifies that he isn't taking anyone's side but is annoyed by Mantis, who was beaten by Callie and is still acting arrogantly. Mantis protests that it happened because he let his guard down. Then Torres tells him to fight one-on-one with Callie, and he will be the referee. At that, Mantis asks Callie to bring it on. The next moment, our dude gets up with a darkened expression that terrifies his bully. Anyway, Mantis attacks, but Callie dodges swiftly while taunting him for having a slow punch. The next moment, he punches Mantis in the gut while provoking him further. Mantis is really provoked, but he can't do much against Callie, who finally knocks him down. During that moment, while looking at Callie, Torres thinks how he looks like a professional boxer. He assumes Callie must have learned one or two tricks from his father. When Callie asks Torres for his reason to help him, Torres arrogantly replies that he's not going to answer someone like him. After this incident, no one bothers to bully Callie anymore, and they accept him as one of the boxing apprentices. Meanwhile, in the August Mansion reception room, Gadolf informs someone to proceed with the match while Nixar enters with a panicked expression. He asks his master not to do it, as they only have apprentice boxers who are not ready for the match. At that, Gadolf tells him that they have a chance to win since Doraemon hasn't brought any proper boxers either. He then gives him two options. Either prepare the best boxers or send the weak ones to become the scapegoat. He just wants to see Doraemon lose his temper. After listening to this, Nixar understands that Gadolf is going to ruin this training center. Besides, he doesn't think the training center will have a future if an ace like Torres loses his limb. Now he has only 3 days to prepare the boxers. At the training center, Nixar gathers Torres, Kijo, and Callie and informs them about their upcoming match against Doraemon's boxers in 3 days. They are picked because everyone thinks that they are the best. Torres seriously asks whether this team has a chance of winning. With a grim expression, Nixar answers honestly that they have a very slim chance of winning. This terrifies Kijo, who thinks they are going to die. At that, he answers that as a property of Gadolf, he will ensure that they won't die. But there is a chance of broken bones. Ignoring this, our boy gets to the point that they have a chance to win if they are picked. Instead of answering, he instructs Torres to spar with 3 instructors to gain the experience he needs. Then he asks Mantis to get over his fear and strengthen his mentality. He then turns to Callie and asks him to come to him if he needs anything. Callie is chosen because of his recent good performance, but Nixar hasn't prepared anything specifically for him. He then asks his instructor to arrange a training partner for him. A while later, Torres is seen training with his instructors, who tell him not to hold back as he can make his opponent fall with a hard hit. They add that even if he is scared, he needs to act like he's an immortal human being in front of his opponent. Afterward, his instructor tells him to take a break and continue later. The next moment, Torres notices Callie and grows curious about him. Meanwhile, Callie is training with a laborer, Valkyrie. He asks Valkyrie to throw a stone at him, which confuses Valkyrie, but he throws it anyway. The next moment, Callie dodges the stone using a hit-and-miss tactic, which is one of the keys to modern boxing. While training, he thinks he knows that he can't grow his muscles in just 3 days, so he is working on his reflexes while using this tactic. It becomes a handy weapon for him. When he catches the stone in his hand, he asks Valkyrie to end the session for today. When he gets inside where everyone is, he is shocked to see some boxers quite angry at Doraemon. When asked, he is informed that some boxers from Doraemon's side came to them and beat them. Though no severe injuries are inflicted on them, Mantis is quite scared that they will be defeated. Valky exclaims again to kill Doraemon, but he is interrupted by Nixar, who comes inside and demands they shut up. He slaps Valky and asks them to become stronger instead of losing their temper over the situation. While looking at his peers, Callie realizes the bond he had formed with them. Because this time, the fight will occur to sate Gadolf's pride besides being entertainment for the citizens. In other words, it will be a fight between 2 training camps. Finally, the day of the match arrives, and everyone gathers in the August Estate arena. It seems like half of the estate's people have come to see the match. Nixar gives the boxers herbal tea to calm their nerves and strengthen them. He then asks them to raise 2 fingers high if they think they are going to lose. It would be better for them to let their pride hurt instead of being broken down. When he says this, Kijo is the first one to go. He spills his tea and gets scared. However, Nixar encourages him to go ahead. Before Kijo steps forward, Callie advises him not to let his opponent get close to him. At that, Kijo shouts back at Callie, saying that he needs to get close to them in order to hit them. A moment later, Kijo is inside the ring and absolutely terrified. He is up against a warrior who has 14 wins in his training center. The warrior taunts Kijo, saying that just having long arms and height won't make him stronger. Torres is also cursing at Kijo's stiff posture. Meanwhile, Doraemon taunts Gadolf while saying that even though Kijo is tall, he's still just a kid. This makes Gadolf think that Nixar should have sent someone who could actually win. The match starts, and Bass tries to punch Kijo, but Kijo dodges it. The crowd shouts for him to fight back, and the pressure mounts on him to respond. The next moment, Bass aims for Kijo's head, and Kijo raises his arms to shield himself from the attack. However, Bass punches him in the gut while knocking the air out of him. Bass follows up with a punch to his face, and Kijo falls to the ground. The audience is furious to see this, while his peers are worried about him. Meanwhile, the countdown has started, and Kijo ponders whether he should give up. He looks at his master's grumpy face and gets up. He knows that if he fails without even landing a single punch, he will be kicked out of the training center. His opponent taunts him, while asking if he still has the will to fight. He furiously answers that he is a fighter too. The next moment, he tries to calm himself down while thinking about what his instructor told him. Nixar asks whether he has thought about how he lost to someone like Callie. He answers that he has no idea. Nixar points out that he has a great advantage as a boxer, so he basically shouldn't lose this fight because of his height, long arms, and legs. But he lost the fight because he lost his temper and let Callie get too close. If he does it again, it will be over for him. He tells him to always stay calm and overcome his fear. He shouldn't let his opponent get close to him while he intercepts their next move. Finally, Kijo uses his long arm and lands a hard punch to his opponent's face. His peers are happy to see it. Kiyo himself is initially baffled by how his punch worked, but then his face breaks into a grin. Kiyo is quite happy to finally land a punch on his opponent. Encouraged by his first punch, he constantly lands punches on his opponent's face, which Bass tries hard to dodge. The audience is also happy with this progress. Meanwhile, our guy analyzes that Kijo is always fast and flexible because his stress is released in his muscles, which makes his attacks more threatening. Now, he has finally deserved the name of Mantis. Bass, on the other hand, is anticipating the moment when he can land a hit on Kijo, but because of his tall height, he can't do it now. Even defending himself becomes difficult. Now, he is ready again to hit Kijo, but Kijo dodges it at the last moment. Kiyo is also waiting for this moment and immediately punches Bass hard in the face, while knocking him down. He looks at the satisfied face of his instructor and exclaims that he has won. At that moment, Gadolf laughs manically as his apprentice wins, taunting Doraemon with the victory. Doraemon tries to downplay it by reminding him that there are still remaining matches. With a haughty expression, he instructs Valkyrie to tell Nixar that the loser will go to the mine. When Valkyrie delivers the message, Nixar turns to his apprentice and relays the message. He adds that the master is drunk, so he will pursue him later, but they need to surrender immediately if they sense danger. However, Torres dismisses his concern by telling him that he will definitely win. While looking at the fire in Torres's eyes, our boy thinks about Torres's opponent, Mulga, who is on the next level compared to Bass. Inside the ring, Mulga advises him to give up, but Torres is determined to continue the fight. The fight starts, and to everyone's curiosity, both of them land a hard punch on each other. Mulga tries to hit Torres, but Torres dodges it, only for Mulga to land a hit on him the next moment. Torres acts tough, taunting Mulga about how many hits he has landed on him. While looking at him, Mulga remarks that it seems like Torres is used to fighting active fighters, but he declares that it won't help him win. With that, he attacks Torres again, but this time hitting his head with his elbow. Tora's tone darkens and he reminds him that using the elbow counts as cheating. But Mulga, in a nonchalant tone, tells him that it was just an accident. He shakes his head and his expression darkening because if it turns out like this, he will also do everything. Mulga thinks about how he has defeated 18 people and become that veteran fighter, even though he can't become A-class fighter. But now he is having a hard time fighting Torres, even though Torres is only an apprentice. Torres is constantly hitting him, which makes Mulga wonder why he isn't going down. Meanwhile, the audience is fired up to see the match as they compare Torres to a wild boar. Our hero is thinking the same. Then, after hitting Mulga without giving him any break, Torres finally knocks him out. When Torres is outside the ring, he is praised by Nixar for his boxing skills, as well as his performance in satisfying the audience. When our boy is about to go back to the ring, Torres stops him and reminds him that their victory depends on his performance, which prompts him to assure Torres that he will end it well. On the other side, Burrito is the last fighter from Doraemon's side who has 11 victories. To see him, people taunt about how their own kids are bigger than Callie. Valkyrie wishes him the best of luck, which is noticed by Azealia. She asks him about his acquaintance with Callie. Valkyrie answers that he has helped him train as he throws a pebble at Callie, which Callie dodges. While looking at Callie, Doraemon remarks that this time his boxer has a chance of winning. This raises a mocking remark from Gadolf again. Meanwhile, Azealia is also looking forward to Callie's fight. Burrito apologizes to Callie that he can't let him win, and with that, he starts fighting. Analyzing his speed, Callie becomes cautious as that is something he didn't anticipate, because Burrito's speed can be dangerous. Burrito doesn't understand why Callie is able to dodge his punch. Callie, on the other hand, is thinking about an escape plan if things go south. When Callie punches Burrito, he scoffs at him because it's a weak punch. Meanwhile, the audience is provoked by how someone like Burrito, with 11 victories, isn't able to land a punch on someone like Callie, who is literally a kid. Callie also provokes him to just use his fists. Burrito understands Callie's tactic, while realizing that Callie is using the audience to get to him. He doesn't understand his motives, but he is going to crush him anyway. Afterwards, Burrito constantly tries to punch Callie, and Callie dodges each of them every time. Everyone is astonished to see this fight. While fighting with Callie, Burrito thinks that Callie can't really be an apprentice because his senses are quite sharp. Doraemon is also furious with Burrito for not hitting someone like Callie, who is an apprentice. Hearing this, Azealia thinks about how Callie is not just a random fighter. She encourages him in her heart, confident that he will show them that he is different from the other fighters. During the fight, Callie analyzes the enemy's movements. He notices that the opponent only uses his right hand while fighting. He also studies the pattern of the blows. Callie avoids the left hook and then the right uppercut, but he questions if it's okay to keep dodging. He wonders if letting the hits land would be better, as his fragile body struggles to handle the strain. But at the same time, he remembered a tip from his friend that he can't win without landing a hit. So immediately he decides that dodging is the best way to analyze the opponent's movements and observe patterns while waiting for perfect moment to hit back. He focuses on the enemy's footwork, chest, shoulders, and waist, finding it helpful to anticipate punches and prepare for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Burrito prepares another strike, searching for Callie's weak point. Callie doubts whether his fragile body can endure the blow, but his experience in boxing and aim to win give him confidence in his victory. Next moment, Callie slips under the raised fist and lands a hit on Borat. He strikes a second blow, stronger than the first. Everyone is amazed to see a child with weak strength fighting against an experienced fighter. This is only possible because he reads the patterns of his opponent. Burrito cannot believe that such a fragile-looking boy can deliver such strong blows. Callie was wishing that Burrito should now give up, while knowing that his right hand is badly injured. But suddenly he found Burrito standing back up. He glares at him with anger, while Callie ready himself to face the next attack. Burrito realizes he cannot defeat Callie in a fair fight. He grabs a handful of sand from the ring and throws it into Callie's eyes, hoping to blind him and take advantage. Azealia screams at the unfair move, but Doraemon is pleased and sees the tactic as normal, claiming that it happens when fighters fall. Callie begins to lose his strength and feels like giving up. Practically blind, he becomes vulnerable, which allows Burrito to deliver a strong blow, knocking him to the ground. However, Callie gathers his remaining strength and rises again, determined to continue. The enemy, who is filled with rage, rushes toward Callie, intending to end the fight decisively. Callie remains calm, having already finished analyzing the moves of Burrito. He concludes that the opponent always starts with his right hand. Timing his move perfectly, Callie ducks under the attack and counters with a powerful blow which knocks him out. Callie emerges as the winner of the fight. He feels pleased with pride and a sense of relief washes over him. He exclaims with joy. Azealia is amazed and does not regret coming to watch the match. The coach stands in disbelief. He was proud that his training center has claimed victory. After the fight, Baron Doraemon leaves the territory, and Gadolf treats them with 3 whole pieces of pork. 2 months later, the harvest season arrives. The students collect potatoes from the field. Kiyo dislikes the task, but Callie considers carrying the potato boxes a form of muscle training. Now Callie's body undergoes many changes, becoming larger and stronger. The peasants ask him to carry some loads with him, praising his hard work. They then question whether the students are the boxers for Duke Wesley's Harvest Festival. Kyo clarifies that they can't come, because as apprentices, they are not allowed to participate and must wait another year. They begin to wonder what they will do at the Harvest Festival. The main feature of the festival is boxing. Gadolf, who is a relative of Duke Wesley, organizes the event. The training center of Doraemon and Auguste compete under the Duke's sponsorship, but the students are excluded from participation. Callie thinks that he will have to wait a year to join the battles, but the year passes quickly. In the reception room of Gadolf, Nixar asks his master for giving him one more year to train his students. The Baron refuses while explaining that the Duke has personally requested, in a letter, that 3 famous apprentices from the training center should participate in the festival. He believes that the Duke must have heard of their victory in the last match. Duke Wesley is one of the 5 Dukes of the kingdom and cannot be refused. The Baron adds that they must arrive at the Duke's house the day after tomorrow on time, and from that moment, the 3 apprentices will be considered professional boxers. The Baron decides to give all of them to stamp with a mark which symbolizes their belonging to the school of Gadolf. Callie's mark is still sore, but it signifies his comparability to box. On the way to the Duke's palace, Azealia addresses Callie and congratulates him on becoming an official boxer. She mentions that because of him, she can now walk alongside nobles. Callie asks if she is really addressing him, and she admits it. They walk together towards the Duke's palace. She advises him to show the results of his training at the festival, as he has changed a lot. Callie's friend then whispers in his ear, admiring the lady's beauty. He describes her red hair and thick lips, to which Callie acknowledges her beauty. At that, Torres warns Kijo to not to invite trouble from their master. He then questions Callie about what is worrying him, but Torres silences him with his darkened mood. As night falls, the travelers decide to rest before continuing their journey. Callie's restless peers grow annoyed by the sticking bugs and wonders why they are traveling around the mountains. Inside the carriage, Gadolf suggests Azealia rest first, as she seems tired, while her father steps out to speak with the guards. The guards urge him to hurry, reminding him that bandits are more active during harvest season. He refuses, questioning why he pays them if they cannot handle the threat of bandits. In the bushes, the boxers hear rustling and notice movement. Callie urges the Baron to leave, but he angrily tells him to mind his own business. At that moment, a sharp object pierces the head of one of the knights guarding them. The Baron's detachment is ambushed by unknown attackers. As the rain of arrows gradually subsides, a gang of bandits leaps out from the bushes. Their numbers are large and their intentions are serious. Callie pleads with the instructor to release them so they can help protect the group because the guards are outnumbered. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Nixar quickly unlocks the boxers, instructing them to prioritize the safety of the Baron and his daughter. One of the bandits spots the boxers and attacks them. A huge sword flashes in the night, but he dodges the strike, causing the bandit to stumble aside. He sprints with all his might to find and protect Azealia and Gadolf. The guards escort the Baron to a safe place, but he shouts that Azealia is still in the carriage. Callie rushes toward the carriage but is intercepted by a strong and cunning bandit also heading for the carriage. Unable to stop him, Callie is thrown several steps back by the bandit's strength. The bandit reaches the carriage and opens the door to find Azealia trembling inside. Meanwhile, Callie was struggling to recover and desperately shouts Azealia's name from behind. Grabbing Azealia, the bandit easily runs in an unknown direction. Gadolf screams in panic while questioning what they are doing. Callie promises to bring his daughter back and quickly takes off after the bandit. The chase ends at a cliff overlooking a stormy river. He points out there is nowhere for the bandit to escape. The bandit places the lady on the ground, points his sword at him, and demands his loyalty. Callie, recalling the disasters of his past life on such a path, questions the bandit's methods and mentions the inevitable end in banditry. The bandit raises his sword, declaring it the end of the story. Observing his stance, Callie realizes the man is a trained gladiator. The bandit proudly reveals his 42 victories before launching an attack. Despite the opponent's skill, he dodges, slips under his arms, and grabs Azealia. With no other choice, he runs toward the edge and leaps into the stormy river, while holding her tightly as they plunge into the water. Reaching the other side of the river, Callie feels relief seeing Azealia breathing. She is completely drenched as she recounts what happened. They soon find a small cave for shelter. She only remembers being struck by a one-eyed bandit. Callie reflects on never imagining using military camouflage techniques in such a situation. She asks him to light a fire, but he explains the trees are too moist, and it would reveal their location. She shivers from the cold because of her soaked clothes. He explains that the only way to help her is to dry the clothes, which means taking them off. The suggestion angers Azealia, but Callie firmly explains it is better than freezing. He assures her he will turn away. She accuses him of being bold, but he insists his priority is her safety. He adds that if anything happens to her, it will cost him his life. Reluctantly, Azealia agrees and warns him not to turn back. Callie, who is confused, wonders if his head is spinning from the cold. On the other hand, she finally follows his advice, removes her outer wet clothes, and places them on a stone to dry. Callie shivers from the cold and realizes the current method won't last. He decides there are only two options: keep moving or stick their bodies together. Azealia refuses, while insisting she is fine. He begins doing exercises to warm himself, but she continues freezing. He approaches her and takes her arms looping in his, which shocks her. He explains that sticking their bodies together is necessary to stay warm, as it is a technique soldiers use to survive the winter cold. He adds that protecting her is essential for his own survival. Lacking the strength to move, they decide to sit through the night with their arms tied together for warmth. When morning comes, they feel relieved to be free from the cold. Callie asks if Azealia can walk, to which she sarcastically responds, questioning if he would carry her if she couldn't. He realizes that she is still acting tough. At that, Azealia mentions that she hasn't eaten since the night before. Afterwards, our boy catches a fish from the river, cuts it into pieces, and offers it to her. After eating, they continue walking along the riverbank. He suggests following the stream to reunite with their group. Azealia remains fearful of the bandits, but he tells her to leave it to luck, making him seem careless. Despite this, he does his best to reassure her and wishes for their safe journey. Azealia, while observing him, finds him different. She thinks how he doesn't act like a slave, nor does he seem like other ordinary boys. His mysterious nature intrigues her, and despite everything, she feels safe with him. The bandit was sitting hidden in the bushes, waiting for them. He was thinking he can ask ransom money for Azealia. He plans to end the young boxer as soon as he sees him. Rustling in the bushes, he watches as Callie and Azealia approach, discussing how they will soon meet the soldiers. The bandit sees them as an opportunity sent by fate and feels elated. Callie was unarmed, but he prepares to protect himself and Azealia with all his strength. The bandit laughs at that, while mocking him for being defenseless. He threatens to kill Callie and take the girl, suggesting he will spend time with her before selling her. Despite the threats, our boxer remains determined to defend himself and Azealia, though he knows the loss of his shackles in the stream leaves him vulnerable. The bandit points his sword at him, delivering swift and deadly blows. Callie quickly dodges the first strike, but the bandit taunts him, asking how long he can last. The long reach of the sword poses a deadly challenge as they continue like this for a while. Callie falls to the ground as Azealia screams, urging him to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, he remembers a past fight where he achieved victory. He realizes that to win barehanded against an armed opponent, he must move toward the enemy. The bandit sees Callie charging and thinks he is sealing his own fate. With unwavering determination, Callie closes the distance, while knowing that he must endure the threat of the blade to succeed. He uses the enemy's blind spots to his advantage, and he punches his gut, which infuriates the bandit who comes to him once again. However, our boy is ready as his fist connects with the bandit's jaw with crushing force. Without wasting time, he immediately hits him with his elbow that sends him flying to the ground. The sword drops from his hand as he collapses. He then sits on the ground while feeling exhausted. The bandit, clutching to life, considers another attack. Before he can act, Azealia quickly takes the sword from his reach and drives it into his chest, while considering the fact that he tried to disgrace her. Callie, observing her resolve, realizes she is far from typical lady. Exhausted and drained, he finally allows himself to rest. Then a rescue party appears, which was sent by Gadolf to find Azealia. While tending to his wound, Nixar comments how lucky Callie is that the injury didn't hit higher, as it could have blinded him. Despite the scar, he thinks it makes him look more manly. While he sits there, Gadolf arrives and thanks him for saving his daughter. Callie humbly responds that it was his duty. The Baron orders him to rest, while saying he has earned that right, unlike those unaware of the battles he has fought. Gadolf then inquires about the secret technique that allowed Callie to defeat a gladiator. He explains that appearing weak has its advantages, as it makes opponents underestimate him and waste their techniques and strength. After rescuing Azealia and proving their loyalty, the boxers are allowed to travel by carriage. They eventually reach Wesley Dukedom, where Duke Wesley warmly welcomes Gadolf and Azealia. The Duke asks about their journey and, upon seeing Azealia, comments that how strikingly she resembles her mother. In a flashback, it is shown that when everyone sets up in their camps, Azealia visits Callie's camp. She tells him one of her servants is sick and asks him to accompany her, as she finds the other men too aggressive and intimidating. She considers Callie a perfect choice, though he is thinking that he needs to train. Later, during dinner, the Duke asks Gadolf if it is true that his training center has won all recent boxing matches. He also asks about the contributions of the apprentice boxers. Gadolf confirms that the apprentices have now become official boxers. Meanwhile, Azealia was getting bored at the dinner table. She whispers something to her father, and then asks Callie to follow her outside. The two walk through the streets of the city while observing the bustling crowds. Azealia admits she feels suffocated at the dinner and never wanted to come to this place. Callie realizes that she seems unwell. She shares that her father expects her to find a suitable husband, and she wonders if it is awful to be tied down at such a young age. Callie, however, questions why his opinion would matter to her. Instead of answering him, Azealia gives him a piece of candy, while suggesting he may not have tasted anything like it before. Callie, who has only eaten fruits as sweets, takes a bite and finds it surprisingly delicious. As he savors the candy, he begins to notice Azealia's beauty, which captivates his eyes. Her charm also draws the attention of others passing by. Amid the crowd, Callie notices an old woman staring at him intently. The woman approaches them and asks Azealia to let her read her fortune. He refuses, but she insists on hearing her fortune because it sounds interesting. As they walk toward the fortune teller's tent, Azealia mentions that she will ensure they get a discount. The fortune teller begins her reading and predicts that Azelia's life will not be smooth. She finds this intriguing, reasoning that a life identical to others would lack excitement. She then asks about her marriage fortune, believing that fortune-telling often excels in such matters. The fortune teller reveals that her life partner might be someone very close to her, but this love will not be accepted by everyone. Azealia is shocked and left unsure how to respond. The fortune teller then suggests reading Callie's fortune as well. He initially refuses, but Azealia persuades him by pointing out that it is free. The old woman starts her reading for our boxer, while stating that he comes from a far and unknown place. When he questions her about the place, she admits that she has no clear understanding. Azealia grows curious and asks the fortune teller what she means. The woman describes visions of a chunk of metal in the sky, a carriage without horses, and humans inside a box. Callie is stunned, unable to comprehend how the old woman knows these things. Callie is shocked at how the fortune teller knows and sees details about his past. She adds that he possesses extraordinary energy, almost as if a guardian spirit accompanies him on his path. Azealia remarks that perhaps this is why he manages to win every time, which is ideal for a boxer. Callie dismisses this and calls it a superstitious, and tells her that believing in it makes her appear foolish. Azealia, though already aware of this, feels both angry and shocked at the way a slave speaks to her. The fortune teller, however, cannot believe Callie is a slave, thinking that someone with such energy could never be a slave. Over the next 3 days, Callie tries to ease Azelia's anger. One day, after leaving the palace, Callie returns only to find the guards refusing to let him enter. They mock his fragile physique, which puzzles him, as he tries to understand why they are provoking him. He doesn't remain silent and demands passage, asking the guards if they have ever experienced the blow of a boxer. One guard, angered, rushes toward him with a large arrow, but Duke Wesley intervenes. The Duke orders the guards to stand aside, declaring Callie to be a guest and the property of Gadolf. The Duke then begins a casual conversation with Callie, while expressing his disbelief that such a seemingly fragile young man could win a match against Doraemon's boxer. As he places a hand on Callie's shoulder, he notices the strength in his build, but insists it is insufficient to defeat a veteran boxer. This makes him suspect Callie is hiding something significant. Before departing, the Duke mentions he will be watching Callie during the next match. Callie is left shocked by the Duke's behavior. Back at the slave and boxer's quarters, Callie immediately resumes his training, while using it as a way to clear his mind. For him, training is the best solution to every problem. During a break, his friends ask about his time in the castle, and he tells them it felt suffocating. Soon, their coach gathers all the boxers and informs them that not only Doraemon but other skilled boxers are also training nearby. He advises his students to avoid the match, explaining that the number of participants may already be filled by those who register first. At that, Torres questions whether it is truly lucky to avoid the match. Nixar confirms. Torres, however, is determined and asks if Nixar intends to keep them confined to the training ground. He appears ready to fight anyone, but the instructor kicks his guts back, while warning that brash fighters like him are often eliminated quickly in the preliminary rounds. He explains that facing a boxer with 10 victories means going up against someone who has already defeated 10 others. The students gather, and Torres approaches to apologize. He explains that no matter how strong someone is, a single wrong move can lead to their downfall. Then he turns to Kijo, who tries to assure him that he is just fine. Suddenly, the sound of people murmuring about an ogre echoes through the camp. Everyone murmurs that it is Doraemon's ogre. While looking ahead, Nixar mentions that Doraemon seems to be going all out to bring the ogre there. Even Kijo begin questioning whether ogre is truly human, but their coach reminds them that he is often compared to a monster. Callie wonders if ogre is really human. To him, ogre resembles an ogre from a fantasy world who is called as the Ogre of Doraemon. This ogre, who is a formidable fighter, wins 76 matches in a year. The boxers actively discuss him, with one pondering how such a feat is possible. Callie speculates he must fight 3 to 4 times daily. Rumors circulate that the ogre can tear someone apart with his bare hands, and his name seems oddly fitting. At that, Kijo, who is apparently terrified, refuses to face him, but the coach reminds him their master believes Doraemon sees their boxers as weak, so they might not even get the chance. This ogre feels like a different species compared to them. At that, Kijo reminds Callie that his fists won't reach the ogres, which makes him speculate that attacking elsewhere seems futile. Kijo finds his reasoning strange, as he remakes, sometimes suspecting he might not be an ordinary human. After a while, everyone is gathered to check match schedule, which is displayed. Baron Doraemon meets Baron Gadolf again, predicting all will surrender before the ogre, but Gadolf trusts the match will decide. At that, Nixar agrees, while warning that provoking could cost him his boxers, and Gadolf assures him he is well aware. He believes that no one is foolish enough to face such a monster. At that, Doraemon reflects on the ogre's fame and claims he was trying to honor 3 fighters last time. Nixar is puzzled while suspecting Doraemon either killed the fighters, Gadolf hears rumors that 3 fighters had to face the ogre, which was considering it a death sentence for them. Then they turn to the schedule, in which Torres fights on the first day, while Callie and Kijo are set for the second. The ogre also fights on the first day against other opponents, who draw pity from Baron Gadolf. The first day arrives, and the Wistry Stadium is packed. The ogre stands opposite a frightened fighter, who realizes he is no match and unlikely to survive. The ogre charges like a massive rock, swift as lightning, driving him aside effortlessly. Baron Doraemon recalls instructing the ogre not to damage the pillar, but secretly rejoices while outwardly apologizing to the Duke and offering repairs. Meanwhile, Callie watches from the side, while pondering why the creature is named ogre, as it hardly resembles a human. The crowd erupts with cries for blood, demanding the fighter's death. Overwhelmed, the fighter surrenders and begs for mercy, but the ogre declares that the spectators want him dead by his hands. The audience appears heartless, and Callie, shaken, realizes he has never witnessed such a horrifying death in a fight. He likens it to a battle between a man and a beast, but notes the ogre lacks professional skill. Kyo asks if Callie still considers fighting the monster, but Callie doubts the chance will come. Kyo warns him against such thoughts and certain that he would lose. Torres adds that the ogre fights solely to kill, and the match ends with the ogre brutally slaying the fighter. The wild boar of Gadolf gathers as the competition begins. Torres competes in the first round, refusing to give up and knocking out his opponent. This becomes the highlight of the day. Callie, scheduled to fight tomorrow, reflects on his techniques. His thought is interrupted by Azealia, who questions him if he likes boys, which clearly startles him. She explains that most boys can't resist her, but he seems indifferent, so she wonders if he's nervous. She also mentions hearing of fighters dying on the first day, and jokes that he may not see her again. He clarifies that he's not famous like her, so it doesn't matter. Azealia comments on his way with words, while attributing it to being a fighter. Then she promises herself as a gift if he wins tomorrow, and Callie assures her of his victory. The day of the match arrives, and the Wistry Stadium fills with spectators. The ring stands ready for the 2 fighters. Callie is prepared, while Nixa notices significant physical improvements in his back and shoulder muscles. The fight pairs Caesar, who is a veteran from Vataman training camp with 21 victories, against Callie from Gadolf, with 1 win months ago. The crowd, unimpressed by Callie's physique, assumes he is poorly fed and from a humble background. Azealia, who is confident in Callie, is approached by a man who praises Caesar's reputation, while suggesting his victory is certain. Azealia declares her support for Callie and places a bet. She bets on Callie, and she proposes that she spends time with him if she loses. When asked what she wants if he loses, Azealia demands a ruby necklace she saw in a craft shop. The man finds the bet intriguing, convinced she will lose. As the match begins, Caesar, confident, blames Callie's master for putting him in this fight. Callie, clearly irritated, accuses Caesar of talking more than fighting and prompts the match to start. Caesar, enraged, delivers a powerful right-hand blow while sending Callie to the ground. Callie realizes Caesar's iron-like muscles and thick skin require a different strategy than aiming for his jaw. Caesar notes Callie's skill at dodging and disrupts his movements, landing a heavy punch that floors him. The man who bet with Azealia brags and questions her about the reward, but his words are interrupted when the crowd gasps as Callie is dodging each punch with efficiency. At that, the nobleman wonders if Callie is the same fighter who defeated the Doraemon man and questions the rumors of his closed-eye strikes. Meanwhile, Azealia watches the match with unwavering calm. The crowd is shocked to see Callie fighting so well. He wonders if he can knock out his opponent in one shot, or if he needs to stack up damage to break through the muscles. He also questions whether his stamina will last until the end. Overall, our boy is determined and decides to target the opponent's weak points, which are his back and liver. The opponent growls in anger and frustration, and Callie stares at him while knowing that he cannot miss this opportunity. He delivers a powerful blow to his middle with all his strength while aiming at the rib cage, which takes heavy damage. The punch lands hard, while hitting deep into the opponent's ribs and muscles. Meanwhile, Nixar notices the explosive force of the punch and the perfect weight shift. He realizes that the results of Callie's constant muscle training are now evident. After the punch, Callie reflects on how he has never delivered such a powerful strike before. This punch isn't based on the opponent's movements, but is an attack fueled by his own full strength. At that, Nixar acknowledges Callie's growth and feels he must keep pushing to secure the victory. Meanwhile, Azealia and the boy watch the match intently. Callie feels pain in his fist from the powerful blow, noting that the opponent's thick muscle armor seems to break him apart. Then he punches him again on his back. This punch is more like a sharp spear piercing through everything. Azealia is thrilled as the fight concludes with Callie landing a punch to the opponent's face. With another punch on his face, the opponent starts bleeding and collapses to the ground. The match ends with Callie's victory. He is overjoyed, a feeling that seems impossible to the boy who bet with Azealia. She humorously reminds him about the necklace from their bet. The boy feels it would be less humiliating if Callie had fought more traditionally. At the same time, Baron Gadolf proudly refers to Callie as his fighter, someone he has nurtured with care that leave Azealia surprised. Callie raises his hand in triumph, and Baron foolishly believes that Callie is dedicating his victory to him out of gratitude. Meanwhile, Callie also acknowledges that Callie has become much stronger now. Nixar praises Callie about giving a very good match, which the public enjoys immensely. Then his instructor throws a cloth at Callie and tells him that everyone must be impressed by his performance, to which Callie thanks him. At the same time, he feels intense pain in his fist, and Nixar advises him to soak it in water. The coach reminds him that he still has a long way to go. As Callie puts his hand in the water, he realizes that how much pain he has been ignoring. Torres comments that his body is still fragile but acknowledges he has done a great job. Kijo congratulates Callie and nervously states that he will also win his match. Torres stops him, while reprimanding him to stop shaking. The coach asks Kijo if he can punch with the same strength against his opponent. Kijo replies that the noise of the crowd is still ringing in his ears. At the same time, he feels suffocated and suddenly realizes he is losing control. He thinks he might be having a panic attack, which is not surprising given his weak body. Callie advises him not to overthink and simply use his long arms to strike, just as he did in his last match. He follows the advice and secures victory in the match. He feels ecstatic while Torres finds him annoying, but Callie is also happy for him. He thanks Callie for his guidance, acknowledging that it led to his win. He even declares that he must be the best because of his exceptional skills. At that, Callie thinks that he might have a special talent. Later, Azealia teases Callie about the nobleman's face turning red and hands trembling. Callie asks what she would have done if he had lost, but she confidently believed in his victory. She suggests he could now be her bodyguard, to which he replies that she has a big heart, and she thanks him. She then asks him to accompany her outside. As they step out of the room, her father spots her and approaches in a hurry. He informs Azealia that some guests are waiting for her. Confused, she learns that the guest is the second son of Count Joseph. This boy turns out to be the same one she made the bet with. He introduces himself as Willin Joseph, the second son of Count Joseph. Azealia immediately realizes that he knows she belongs to a powerless Baron family. Meanwhile, the Joseph family holds significant influence in central politics. She reflects on how her father constantly searches for potential grooms for her, finding joy in the process, which annoys her deeply. Whelan hands her the ruby necklace which he promised as the reward for their bet, fulfilling his word. The boy remarks that the ruby necklace suits Azelia's red hair, leaving her feeling embarrassed. She acknowledges that he is an honorable person who keeps his promises but admits she feels uneasy accepting it. He asks, despite losing the bet, if she would go for a walk with him. She secretly wants to leave before he finishes his words. He notices her discomfort and nervousness, but Baron Gadolf assures him that they will prepare shortly. Shocked by her father's suggestion, Azealia runs off. As she flees, her father stops her and requests she spend some time with the man, pleading for his sake. He mentions that she might discover good qualities in him and explains his wish for her to live in a better place than the Gadolf territory. While looking at the pathetic face of his father, she reluctantly agrees to go with him once, while vowing never to see him again. Meanwhile, Callie stands a few steps away, thinking of Wieland as a pathetic gentleman seeking Azelia's attention. Callie analyzes that Wieland owns a training center but lacks any real boxing knowledge, only seeking immediate gains. He recalls how Wieland once sold boxers who were assets of his estate, for profit. Wieland was confident in his earlier bet with Azealia, and suspects a scheme to humiliate him and disgraces Callie with his words. He declares that Callie will soon fall and then asks Azealia to join him, which ignites Callie's anger. The weather is good, the sun is hot, and Callie is remembering his past life. Before dozing to sleep, he wonders whether it will be safe to leave Azealia with such a creepy person. He recalls the fights in the ring he has participated in. He was ruthless and arrogant at that time, with no one able to get up after his powerful blows. However, he remembers that cruelty exists in the minds of his opponents. One of them knocks him down using cruel techniques, breaking his fist. After some time, he decides to take revenge for his broken fist. He thinks that if he could go back, he would never do so. His sleep is interrupted, and he is happy to realize it is a dream. He understands that he has a second chance because if he had truly gone back, he would have been just as arrogant. A maid comes and asks for his help. She informs him that Wieland has lost control after drinking wine, and is now demanding a reward from Azealia for spending a lot of money on the ruby necklace. His demand is insulting while asking her to repay him with her body. She then hits his guts, which knocks the air out from him. As retaliation, he strikes her, while causing her to fall to the ground. At the same time, Callie rushes towards them, but Wieland's guards stop him while refusing to let him reach their master. He warns them to step aside or it will not end well for them. One of the guards dismisses him as a low-grade martial artist who only uses his fists for fighting. Next moment, Callie delivers a huge blow to his eye while shocking the others. One of them immediately runs to call for reinforcements, while the rest try to stop him. He, however, runs to save the helpless Azealia. Upon reaching them, he sees Wieland, forcing her to repay him for the ruby necklace with her body. She questions whether he feels any shame for his actions, but he continues to hurt her while insisting that she must not resist. Callie strikes him with a powerful blow while sending him to the ground. Wieland is shocked by his strength. Callie demands to know if he realizes what he is doing. Whelan admits his actions while stating that he is only asking for compensation for the expensive necklace. The response enrages Callie, and with all his might, he lands another blow. He then drags him to a water source, repeatedly dipping his face into the water and pulling him out each time and asking whether he is sober now. The news spreads among the nobles that the second son of Count Joseph has been beaten by a slave. Whelan decides to take immediate action to prevent his family from facing ridicule and plans to execute the slave without delay. He also intends to ensure that Baron Agest's family disappears from the political scene permanently. Upon hearing this, Baron Agest becomes furious, being unable to imagine anyone daring to harm his daughter. The master informs him that Callie is being held in the guardhouse and is completely helpless. Gratitude fills him for the slave's bravery in saving his daughter, yet he knows he cannot protect him. Any attempt to do so would lead to the ruin of his own family. Nixar agrees while believing that such is the fate of a slave. Next moment, the door opens and Azelia enters. Her father urges her to rest, but she refuses while insisting that Callie deserves justice for saving her life twice. She reminds him that even a beast is rewarded for protecting its master. However, he remains firm and assures her that the matter will be handled. At that, Nixar intervenes while reminding her that their hands are tied and no choices remain. While in the Wesley guardhouse, everyone praises Callie for having the courage to beat a noble. Many consider him a hero. He asks a person nearby about the reason for his imprisonment, and the man reveals that he is a pickpocket. Callie finds it pathetic. As he sits in the guardhouse, he realizes that once again, he has lost the chance to become a boxer. However, the thought of not saving Azelia fills him with even greater regret. He knows that protecting her was the right choice, no matter the consequences. Finally, the day arrives when he is brought before the courtroom. The judge asks Callie, who was a slave of the Agus family, that whether he admits to hurting Joseph. Whelan Joseph stands nearby, along with 4 witnesses and all bearing bandages and visible marks on their faces. They are present there to testify against Callie and confirm his crime. He admits his guilt. The people in the courtroom grow restless while demanding his execution. They call for his head to be cut off and his body to be displayed before the entire city. To Callie, their words feel meaningless, like mere noise. He wonders if it was truly right for Whelan to harm Azelia without consequence. The judge delivers the verdict while sentencing him to death and asking if he has any objections. At that moment, Duke Wesley enters the courtroom and requests permission to speak. He acknowledges the gravity of Callie's crime but reminds everyone that the Harvest Festival is a time of mercy. While addressing Baron Dorman, he clarifies that he is not defending Callie's innocence, but insists that he should die like a slave. He proposes a fight between Callie and Ogre, who was a notorious executioner. Turning to Baron Dorman, he confirms that Ogre has carried out executions many times, to which the Baron agrees. The Duke then announces that the match will take place on the last day of the festival for the crowd's entertainment. His cunning words make it clear that the fight itself will be an execution, which will be pitting a fragile man against a beast. He suggests that dying in combat would be an act of mercy. The decision is made, and Callie is left in shock at the thought of facing such a monstrous opponent. He requests permission from Count Joseph, which is granted. The Duke, who is satisfied with his plan, believes it to be the perfect compromise for both sides. The Duke is well aware of Callie's artistic skills, and would have bought him if not for the current situation. The judge announces in the courtroom that the execution will be replaced with a match between Callie and Ogre. Whelan continues to threaten him with death, his taunts aimed at provoking anger. He feels delighted by the news of the fight, eager to see Callie's downfall. Despite the threats, Callie remains steadfast. He believes that if fate has brought him to this point, then it can also lead him to victory. So, confidence builds within him, as he trusts that his strength and determination will guide him through the battle. Callie is shown to the waiting room where the guard tells him he will be supporting him in the match because he has protected the lady. As he listens, people outside are asking the guards to meet him. Soon, Kijo and Torres arrive with the instructor. Kijo thanks him for his help and for hitting the man who deserved it. Torres feels happy at the moment since he hates that man. Now he realizes Callie is a good person, so he asks him not to die and to win the match. Next, Nixar offers him some food to increase his strength during the fight. He also mentions that Ogre is stronger, but believes Callie can use his skills to fight better. They all wish him good luck. Our boxer then realizes that at least there are people who would be sad if he dies, and that thought is enough for him. Later, Azelia arrives at the guardhouse where he is waiting. She knocks on the door, and he asks why she is there. She responds that she never ignores someone's help. He tells her to take care of her modesty instead of worrying about him, as she has been kidnapped by bandits and caught by the jerk, both of which were very harmful to her. She then asks him to protect her from now on if he really cares. As she steps closer and kisses him, he feels frightened by her actions, but she remains unaware and asks him to promise that he will win the match. He admits that she is making it difficult for him to die, even if he wants to. She reassures him that she will be supporting him in the match. Now it is time for the fight with Ogre. Baron Dorman asks him to be cruel and kill Callie, as this is an execution. Ogre is fully prepared with all his might to face him. On the final day of the Harvest Festival, Ogre stands against our condemned boxer. The guards bring Callie to the arena, where the crowd eagerly demands his execution. The entire public calls for his death while declaring him a convict and urging the monster to show him what he deserves. Ogre is completely ready while moving closer as Callie's restraints are removed. Standing before him, Callie finds his opponent enormous. He realizes that Ogre does not rely on skill, as his massive physique gives him a natural advantage. Despite this, Callie prepares himself to fight back. As the battle begins, he delivers a powerful blow, but Ogre is so strong that he hardly feels it. His muscles are so dense that a mere punch from his fist stirs up a sandstorm. He continues to intimidate Callie while warning him of his impending death. However, our boxer remains composed while realizing that fate is always fair. Ogre may have the advantage of size and strength, but he lacks intelligence. Callie believes that humans, with their ability to think strategically, can overcome brute force. He understands that skills and tactics can lead to victory, and he is well prepared to use his stiff bones to counter his opponent's strength. Callie arrives, looking toward Ogre, while everyone believes he has lost his mind and gone crazy. Torres and Kijo are also shocked by his approach. Baron Doraemon questions whether he intends to give up and accept his fate. As both contenders face each other, Ogre delivers a massive blow, but Callie swings to evade it. He decides to keep swinging continuously, while focusing on dodging each attack. Realizing that his earlier hesitation made him vulnerable, he resolves to be quicker and avoid any delays. Despite Ogre's enormous size, his speed surprises Callie while making the fight even more challenging. As the match continues, the Duke begins to recognize Callie's extraordinary courage and remarkable skill. He realizes that such abilities could revolutionize boxing. Both fighters engage fiercely, with Callie constantly dodging rather than delivering a final strike. He patiently gathers the courage needed to land a decisive punch while observing Ogre's movements closely. He understands that if the monster becomes too aggressive, it will make him easier to predict and avoid. The crowd watches in shock as the fight unfolds. Eventually, Callie strikes Ogre with a powerful punch, while leaving Duke Wesley thrilled at the potential transformation in boxing. Despite his strength, Ogre retaliates with full force, but Callie counters with precise attacks. He notices that while Ogre possesses immense destructive power, his moves are predictable. Clenching his fist tightly, he delivers a devastating blow that shocks Baron Doraemon and stuns the audience while shifting all expectations in Callie's favor. Kiyo and Torres feel overjoyed while witnessing his strategy in action. This time, instead of targeting the brain and neck with heavy blows, Callie focuses on accumulating damage and fatigue. As the match progresses, Ogre begins to suffer from a lack of oxygen while reducing his muscle strength. However, Callie makes a critical misjudgment while underestimating his opponent's endurance. Despite being exhausted, Ogre continues to move while surprising Callie. Although he has drained much of Ogre's stamina, the monster remains dangerous. With renewed power, Ogre strikes with force, leaving Callie breathless and collapsing to the ground. He realizes that if he had not used his hand to block the impact, it would have shattered under the force of the blow. As the fight intensifies, Ogre appears more dangerous than ever while determined to finish him off. Struggling to his feet, Callie observes that his opponent is also reaching his limits. For the first time, Ogre finds himself moving with such intensity, something he has never experienced before, as his previous battles ended swiftly. Now completely exhausted and visibly weakened, he begins to falter. Callie, understanding that strength is finite for everyone, recognizes that even the strongest can succumb to fatigue. Ogre's time is nearing its end. Callie realizes this is his final chance as Ogre appears visibly tired. Determined to risk everything, Callie delivers a massive blow to Ogre's chest. The monster feels breathless, and Callie immediately follows with another punch. However, he soon realizes his wrist is dislocated from the powerful strike he landed on Ogre's unprotected jaw. Ogre staggers, but Callie continues his relentless assault. Jumping high, he brings his fist down onto Ogre's neck. Water spills from Ogre's mouth, his eyes roll back, and his massive body collapses to the ground. The crowd is stunned and unable to believe that the powerful contender lies defeated. With Ogre now collapsed, our boy secures his victory. His friends cheer with joy and celebrate his triumph. But then, something unexpected happens. Ogre's eyes open, and the monster, despite his injuries, stands again. Our dude is shocked as Ogre regains some strength and delivers a devastating punch. Ogre initially tries to kill him, but then pushes him like a football with his paw. Callie is sent flying through the air before crashing to the ground. The sound of a crack echoes, and his companions shout in protest while claiming it is a foul. However, another reminds everyone that this is an execution match. Callie, still in shock, watches as Ogre grows more furious. He cannot comprehend how the monster moves with such speed after sustaining so many injuries. Meanwhile, Callie himself is weakened from his own injuries and his body struggling to keep up. At last, Ogre lands a final punch while sending Callie crashing to the ground. The monster stands tall, reveling in his perceived victory, while Callie screams in pain. Ogre grabs him by the neck while tightening his grip and lifting him high into the air. Callie feels breathless while realizing this is no longer a boxing match, but an act of murder. Callie hangs helplessly in the air while trapped in Ogre's grip and struggling to break free while pleading for release. Ogre grows even more furious, but suddenly Callie bites down on his ear while ripping it off. The monster lets go and Callie crashes to the ground. Blood flows from his mouth due to his barbaric act, but he is surprised to see that Ogre's blood is not green like typical Ogre. He realizes it is red, just like a human's. Ogre, while enraged beyond control, decides to kill him once and for all. Sitting in the corner of the ring, Callie quickly strikes back while delivering a powerful blow that sends sand into Ogre's eyes. He observes that although Ogre possesses immense strength, his body does not react to pain despite cracked bones and a twisted stomach. Seizing the opportunity, Callie drives his knee into Ogre's nose with force. Meanwhile, Duke Wesley watches intently while realizing this fight is no longer between a beast and a man, but between a beast and the best boxer. He hopes for Callie's victory. The crowd, now inspired by his determination, begins to support him wholeheartedly. The stadium erupts with chants of his name as everyone rallies behind him while encouraging him to win. With newfound strength, Callie lands a powerful punch on Ogre's mouth while causing blood to spill as the monster collapses to the ground. In that moment, Ogre himself realizes his defeat and remains motionless. Exhausted but victorious, Callie feels relief and pride after triumphing over such a formidable opponent. The entire stadium echoes with his name while celebrating his victory. Then Baron Doraemon stands in shock, unable to believe Ogre's defeat. As Callie prepares to leave, Count Joseph's soldiers intervene while demanding that his execution continue. Smiling, Callie understands that the battle might be over, but his fight is not. However, the crowd turns against the soldiers while throwing stones and demanding mercy for the victorious boxer. They accuse them of cowardice and insist that he be set free. Seeing the public's overwhelming support, the soldiers themselves hesitate, wanting to let him live. Count Joseph, while observing the chaos, seeks an explanation, but Duke Wesley intervenes while urging him to spare Callie's life. He explains that during the Harvest Festival, it is crucial to win the sentiments and emotions of the people. Killing Callie now would ruin the festival's purpose. After much contemplation, Count Joseph realizes that denying this request could lead to political trouble with Duke Wesley. Reluctantly, he allows Callie to go free. As he leaves, Count Joseph silently vows revenge, determined not to forgive the Agesta family and planning to destroy them in the future, his frustration growing as the boxer walks away triumphant. The doctor and Nixar discuss Callie's condition, with the doctor expressing that his survival is nothing short of a miracle. Despite having such a fragile body, he has managed to endure, which the doctor attributes to his remarkable willpower. As the conversation continues, the doctor brings up the matter of hospital bills for Callie's treatment. Nixar curses that Baron Gadolf has not yet paid for the medical expenses, which deeply disappoints him. At that moment, Azealia arrives and offers to cover the costs with her earring. She hands it to Nixar and asks if it would be enough for Callie's treatment. The doctor examines it and agrees to proceed, relieved that the payment issue is resolved. Suddenly, Callie starts coughing and blood escapes from his mouth. He looks at Azealia and weakly asks about the outcome of the fight. She reassures him that his death sentence has been overturned by the court, as the people have demanded for him to live. Azealia also tells Callie that he has earned this victory through his sheer willpower, and he feels relieved to have survived. A sense of calm washes over him as he finally begins to relax while knowing that he is still alive. A week passes, and it is a pleasant day. Callie remains covered in bandages on his hands and legs when Kijo arrives to visit him. With excitement, Kijo declares him the hero of the Harvest Festival and proudly gives him the title of Ogre Slayer. Although the name feels cheap to Callie and he finds it irritating, Kijo informs him that everyone has already embraced it. Despite his annoyance, he realizes that the title has spread far and wide. Torres also visits and remarks that Callie is lucky to have won the match, but Callie quickly asks him to stay quiet while reminding him that he was nearly dead. The doctor then informs him that his facial bones will heal quickly, and the strained ligament will recover within a few days. However, a serious concern remains, which was the shin bone that suffered a severe break due to Ogre's powerful punch while posing a significant challenge to his full recovery. Callie acknowledges that it is because of Azealia and Nixar that he was not cast out, but he still feels that he is not receiving proper treatment. He reflects on how exhausting the journey to the kingdom had been, yet the return felt much smoother. Time passes, and after 3 months, winter sets in. The once lively surroundings are now covered in snow, and the air grows colder. Baron Agest, standing by the window, mentions that he has been waiting for 3 months, but before finishing his thought, he suddenly pauses, lost in contemplation. Sensing his hesitation, Nixar steps forward and asks what has been on his mind. The Baron's expression remains thoughtful. Callie enters the room with a stick in hand, his movements slow and deliberate. Baron Agest looks at him and asks whether the misaligned bone in his leg will ever fully recover. Nixar, deep in thought, realizes that the injury has overlapped with Callie's growth period, and that the bone was shattered beyond proper healing. The Baron, while growing impatient, directly questions Callie about the truth of the matter. With a heavy heart, Callie confirms that his leg will never heal properly. Hearing this, the Baron's frustration boils over. He declares that it is over for Callie, as he can no longer work despite his fame. Outside, the snowfall continues, adding to the tension inside the room. The Baron shifts his focus to their current struggles, mentioning the shortage of firewood. Blaming Callie for their misfortunes, he accuses him of provoking the Joseph family and bringing hardship upon them. He even goes so far as to say that Callie should have died instead. Nixar, while listening to all this, grows angry and decides to intervene while arguing that Callie's extraordinary skills could make him an excellent instructor. However, Callie refuses the idea outright, much to Kijo's disbelief. He insists that it is his decision to make. Kijo, while frustrated, reminds him that becoming an instructor is the highest honor for a retired boxer, and that Nixar personally recommended him to the Baron because of his talent. Despite this, Callie remains firm, further angering Kijo, who believes Callie does not understand the healing process. In frustration, he questions whether Callie's fight with Ogre affected his mind. Callie, unfazed, tells him to focus on his own work. Shocked by his response, Kijo reminds him of his 7 victories, and Torres also expresses concern while pointing out the Baron's anger. However, Callie dismisses their worries while stating that he has always been hated, and being polite has never brought him any benefits. He reminds them that the Baron was the first to abandon him. As he reflects on the past 3 months spent bedridden, he realizes that Kijo and Torres have gained fame through multiple fights. He briefly considers becoming an instructor, but ultimately decides that if he cannot fight for himself, the position holds no meaning. Callie begins preparing firewood, and the servants thank him for his efforts. They all recognize that he has grown stronger, while allowing him to cut many trees with ease. One of the workers remarks that it would be better if his leg were not injured, but the first servant quickly silences him. Callie responds that he will recover soon, then urges everyone to go inside as it is cold outside. Despite his physical strength, his mood remains unsettled when he enters his room. He reflects on his extensive experience and knowledge of boxing, but his frustration grows as medical treatments have been unable to heal his injured leg. To his surprise, Azealia is already sitting in his room and questions why he is slamming the door so forcefully. She finds his behavior unusual, while Callie struggles to meet her gaze, remembering their previous encounter in the guardhouse waiting room. Azealia informs him that she has come to say goodbye. When he asks if they are leaving, she explains that the Agest estate has fallen into poverty, with business halted by the Joseph family. The rising costs of living and the decline in luxuries compared to basic necessities make it increasingly difficult to survive, especially with the approaching winter season. Callie contemplates the dire situation while realizing how much conditions have deteriorated to the point where staying is no longer an option. He asks what their next course of action will be, and Azealia explains that they must fend for themselves to meet their needs. Concerned, Callie inquires if the master will accompany them, but Azealia reveals that he has grown weak and is unable to travel. She explains that the master is frightened of Count Joseph and has isolated himself in his room for several days. He is deeply ashamed of the harm inflicted by the Joseph family and has come to the painful realization that power dictates everything. As Callie listens, he realizes how much she has matured and how wisely she is thinking about their situation. She expresses her frustration while explaining that if she had power, she could protect and support her family. Callie understands the gravity of their circumstances and begins to reflect on his own role in helping them overcome these challenges. Grateful for him saving her twice, Azealia insists that she wants to repay him. Realizing that a young girl is willing to take a step forward, Callie decides that he should not stand in her way. A few days later, some people approach him and ask if he is a boxer. He admits it and explains that he is there for rehabilitation training, though he questions whether logging will truly aid his recovery. He begins cutting trees with an axe, but quickly realizes that his boxing skills are of little use in this task. Determined to regain his strength, he takes up the axe and starts working. A worker notices that he is using the axe incorrectly and shows him the proper technique. He explains that raw strength alone is not enough. It is only effective for a moment, while skill matters far more. Callie is surprised by this insight while realizing the importance of technique over mere power. Adjusting his grip, he swings the axe with greater precision and efficiency, quickly chopping logs despite the pain in his back and waist. He pushes himself through the discomfort, driven by the desire to heal as soon as possible. Suddenly, a woodcutter arrives and instructs everyone to leave the area. Callie questions his urgency while noting that they still have time to finish their work. The woodcutter points to bare footprints on the ground while suggesting that a bear has been nearby in search of prey. The workers discuss among themselves while estimating from the size of the tracks that it is a small bear. Despite this, they decide to complete their work quickly and leave. The woodcutter then inquires about Callie, while noticing his injured leg. One of the workers introduces him as a newcomer and mentions that he is a boxer undergoing rehabilitation. The woodcutter, after recognizing the name, realizes that Callie is the one who fought and defeated Ogre during the Harvest Festival. He recalls that his own son witnessed the legendary match. Upon hearing this, the workers feel more at ease while believing that if Callie could defeat Ogre while handling a bear, would be no challenge for him. Callie, feeling embarrassed, asks them to stop using the strange nickname Ogre Slayer for him. In the evening, Callie sits in his room when Torres arrives to ask what is bothering him. He is surprised to learn that Torres wants him to teach his techniques, despite being known as the Boar from a jest. Torres admits that although it feels shameful, but he admires Callie's boxing techniques. As he reaches for the mug of water on the table, it suddenly slips from his hand and shatters into pieces on the ground. Callie wonders how Torres could miss it so easily. Torres acknowledges that sometimes his body does not respond to his commands, and at certain moments, his vision becomes unclear. This realization surprises him while prompting him to throw a stone toward Torres. However, Torres fails to catch it while reaching in the wrong direction. Our boy considers whether Torres' condition is due to the impact of extreme punches or a retinal detachment. As a seasoned boxer, Torres has delivered many hits but has also taken numerous blows in return. Callie explains that continuous hits to the head could eventually cripple him, to which Torres responds that this is precisely why he has come to seek guidance. He asks Callie to teach him effective boxing techniques. He first instructs him on a defensive position by keeping the body and arms closely aligned. He explains that rather than focusing solely on dodging, building a strong defense can be more beneficial in withstanding an opponent's attacks. Torres questions whether maintaining this position will make it difficult to launch his own attacks, but Callie reassures him that while it is effective in blocking straight attacks, striking from the sides requires coordinated movement of both the body and head. Callie further teaches Torres to move his upper body while blocking punches and to counterattack once the opponent's assault subsides. However, he advises him to take a break while noticing signs of strain on his eyes and brain. Torres, however, insists that his schedule is too demanding to allow any rest. He explains that there are upcoming fights, and if he rests, he might fail. Callie wonders why their instructor has imposed such an intense schedule and questions whether their master is becoming reckless. Despite their struggles, they consider leaving the training center, but this decision could bring more trouble to the estate, which is already in a dire condition. Meanwhile, the woodcutter observes the freezing weather while realizing that the Doran family has already fled, leaving the estate in further distress. The workers realize they cannot leave because they have to continue working, while the engineers can easily relocate. As the workers search for Callie, they discover that he has already left for the train, having completed his quota ahead of time. The woodcutter notes Callie's speed and efficiency, while realizing that he has finished his task earlier than expected. They consider calling him back once they complete their work. Meanwhile, Callie continues his training by punching trees while delivering powerful blows with his fists. He finds this method highly effective while believing in the Wolf's Law, which states that repeated impact on bones increases calcium levels and make them as hard as weapons. Determined to grow stronger, he punches the trees forcefully while focusing on training his waist and back to enhance his overall strength. As the workers and the woodcutter prepare to leave, they suddenly spot a bear lying on the ground with its cubs. The bear is dead, and the sight shocks everyone. Despite their initial surprise, they feel pity for the bear's death, likely caused by another wild animal. Their concern grows for the cubs while realizing that the harsh weather and lack of food will make survival difficult for them. Callie observes the scene closely as one of the cubs approaches him and clings to his leg. The workers notice this and comment that the cub seems to have taken a liking to him. Everyone asks Callie to take the cub with him because it looks desperate. He also considers taking it in. When he brings it home, Kijo finds it very cute but worries that if the instructor finds out, it could become a big problem. Callie assures them that he will feed it from his own portion. When the instructor arrives, he scolds them for adopting a wolf. Callie apologizes, but the instructor demands the cub, intending to throw it out. However, Callie pleads with him to wait, insisting that it is just a cute puppy. He also clarifies that it is a wolf and not a dog. At that, Nixar calms down and allows him to keep it while instructing him to train it properly so that it does not harm anyone. Before leaving, the instructor reminds Callie to get some rest, as he has work on the mansion construction site starting the next day. He suspects that Callie might finish his task by demolishing the mansion, but insists that the work must be done properly. Meanwhile, Baron Agest sits alone while contemplating his plans to achieve success by renewing his old alliances. Baron Agest has an amazing idea to invite the nobles and conduct a boxing match to rebuild relationships. He has professional boxers, including Torres and Ogre Slayer, and believes no one will refuse to watch a match that is free of cost. Nixar mentions that it is necessary to invite the Catalan boxing team as their opponent, but if the mansion's construction continues, it will cost a huge amount of money. The Baron suggests collecting emergency funds from the residents, but Nixar explains that it will not be accepted by the local villagers. The Baron considers it his problem and decides to solve it on his own, while asking Nixar to focus only on preparing for the match. He believes it is all for saving the territory, so everyone should be willing to sacrifice. He then instructs Nixar to go and prepare for the match. After a few days, luxurious carriages arrive outside the mansion. Noble people are present in the Agest territory for the first time, drawn by the free boxing match. It is impossible for anyone to refuse a match featuring professional boxers without any cost. In addition to the star fighters, other boxers start fighting in the ring. All the matches are interesting. The Catalan boxing team comprises talented boxers. Meanwhile, Torres and Cali watch them while realizing that they are true professionals. In the first match, the Catalan team secures victory. While observing, Cali hears someone mentioning his name. He is asked if he is the famous Cali, to which he responds that he is not famous but confirms his name. The man introducing himself is Shram from the south, a sailor. Our boy remarks that he does not look like a sailor, and Shram explains that his ship was captured and he was taken by slave traders. Once his ransom is paid, he will return home. He mentions that whenever the strongest people are discussed, his name is also brought up, although he considers such rumors to be exaggerated. He appears fragile and weak compared to Torres. Furthermore, he advises that as an apprentice, Cali should practice more and avoid judging others so easily. Concluding the conversation, he expresses that it is nice to meet him and shows a desire to have a handshake. He thinks Cali is a cripple and considers crushing his hand to get free. He believes that after pulling sails for more than 5 years, he possesses good grip strength. But something goes wrong. He understands immediately, and confusion appears on his face. He feels his bones are about to break, and Cali asks what has happened and why he looks nervous. Seeing the confusion, he lets go of his hand. Torres remarks another newcomer acting tough in front of Cali while thinking he will never be able to do so again after watching his matches in the ring. Our boy suggests paying his ransom to get free. He should watch the matches carefully. The adjust school boxers are given the task of finishing all other boxers. Kijo enters the battle while believing he is the best and strongest. He immediately uses his long arms to strike the opponent's jaw. The opponent is shocked to receive such a huge blow from a long distance. Torres is also surprised to see how much Kijo has changed. He has gained significant strength and fights powerfully. Torres realizes that he can even defeat Newell now. Cali, on the other hand, thinks it is true to close the distance if the opponent is tall, but Kijo is doing it forcefully without using any skill. He believes it would be better to wait for Kijo to tire and then strike. As the fight ends with Kijo's victory, Torres praises him for winning. It is now his turn to enter the ring, and Kijo wishes him good luck. He, known as the Boar of a Jest, steps into the ring while the crowd cheers for him to punch the opponent and knock him down. As the match begins, he starts losing focus and feels uncertain about using the techniques taught by Cali. He decides to rely on his usual style and takes a defensive position. He soon realizes that the opponent keeps advancing instead of stopping after a big hit. The opponent also recognizes Torres's resilience, making him worthy of being called the Boar of a Jest. However, the opponent looks furious and is determined to crush him. The opponent, filled with confidence, dodges Torres's blows effortlessly. Cali watches the fight while feeling concerned about his companion's victory. Suddenly, Torres misses a huge blow from the opponent and falls to the ground. The audience enjoys the unique fighting style while recognizing it as the new Whistly style they have never seen before. Cali observes closely, while trying to understand this new approach to fighting. In this style, the upper half of the body avoids the blows. Cali realizes that it is his technique Torres is using in the fight. He thinks that Torres is using the technique he has used in previous matches. This boxing technique is known as the Whistly style, which was introduced by Duke Wesley, who instructed his boxers to adopt it after the Harvest Festival. Now, all boxers can show their techniques, and it is not limited to traditional boxers. Many people think this technique was created by Duke Wesley, but those who have encountered pugilist fights know it was invented by Cali. Torres rises from the ground with difficulty. He rushes to attack again, not worrying about his feelings. His opponent asks whether he knows about the Whistly technique, but he doesn't seem to know about it. Torres is now furious, and his opponent understands that this time he is different. Ready to give a final blow, the opponent finds the technique interesting. They exchange positions, and Torres dodges the first blow. The new defensive position helps him ignore the opponent's blows, which only makes him angrier. He is frustrated to see that, no matter how hard he hits, Torres doesn't move. He also thinks that he has covered his whole body, but if he gets closer, he can surely knock him out. Only Torres's side and abdomen are exposed, and the opponent believes that, by closing the distance, he can land a powerful punch. Then the opponent realizes that he should avoid Torres's blow. Although his fist is slow, it moves with all his strength, and his leg is firmly planted on the ground while making him more stable. He decides to defend and block all of the opponent's blows, a new trick he has learned during the fight. Torres delivers a huge punch while sending his opponent to the ground. The spectators in the stands are happy with Torres' victory. Cali looks at the fighter lying on the ground and is surprised to realize that the style is almost similar to his own. He also thinks that boxing doesn't include footwork, only hand-to-hand fighting. Meanwhile, Torres has regained his strength. Cali realizes that while he has taught him the defensive position, Torres has done a lot on his own and is a very good boxer. The fight ends successfully, and Gadolf is pleased to see this. Baron Agest asks Count Joseph if he can make him fall, as all the nobles are again supporting Gadolf. People praise the Baron for holding a great match. He is very happy to see his state becoming lively again, like before. However, the guests leave, and contact with them is once again cut off. Baron tries to reach them, but he doesn't receive any response. Now he only scolds his servants because he has no other choice left. He realizes that it was just a free service, so no one paid any attention to helping him, and all relationships ended with the match. He also realizes that the spectators were present only to watch the free match, which annoys him because he reconstructed the mansion for those nobles. In a furious mood, he wants to drink alcohol and keeps asking the servants to bring it. After a few weeks, the worker was sitting in a room, and he thinks about the future of the territory. He believes that Baron Guest is not only a tyrant, but also a poor manager, which is why the territory isn't functioning properly. He finds it hard to believe that the Baron chose a knight to handle the mansion's repairs. Meanwhile, a knock is heard at the door, and Callie enters the room where the instructor sits. He informs him that he has returned from training and will now be helping them. The instructor asks him to take a break as it is a religious day, but he refuses while saying he prefers to work. Our guy is accompanied by the small wolf he adopted. The instructor notices the wolf and asks its name. He tells him it is called Rovo, who looks more like a fat dog than a wolf. He tells Callie that once his training is complete, they can go together. Callie then goes for a walk with the little wolf. Callie trains as usual in the forest while thinking about how Kijo and Torres have gained more strength. Meanwhile, Rovo focuses on the strange sounds coming from the forest. He soon realizes that it is not the wind but the bushes that are shaking. Our boy has already sensed the presence of something earlier. He is then shocked to see a large bear standing in front of him. It is unbelievable to him, as the bear appears small but radiates power. He thinks the bear looks weak, but as it approaches, he finds it impossible to escape with his injured leg. The wolf stands by his master and growls loudly. At that, our dude considers the wolf better prepared than himself and regrets not bringing his axe. The bear begins to growl loudly. He decides to trust his fists and skills. The bear attacks with primitive fury. Callie dodges the first blow and, taking advantage of the bear's distraction, lands a powerful punch on its sensitive nose, causing blood to spill. Rovo watches the bear intently, growling in response. Callie then delivers another strike to its jaw, a powerful blow that further enrages the bear. It immediately attacks him while tearing through his clothes with its claws. Our dude, on the other hand, prepares to face another powerful blow. Meanwhile, the captain sleeps peacefully in the hut. The evening is cold outside. Suddenly, a sound wakes him up, and he goes to check what is happening outside. He holds his axe and opens the door of the hut. As he steps outside, he is completely speechless to see our dude standing there with torn clothes and covered in blood. Our dude softly mentions that he was worried because the instructor had not opened the door for a long time. The instructor immediately asks about his wounds. He responds that they will be having bear stew for dinner because he has killed it in the forest. The instructor is shocked to hear this, and then his eyes fall on the bear lying on the ground. The news of Callie killing the bear spreads quickly. The workers discuss that the bear did not look like a fully grown adult, but it was not weak either. They also realize that capturing it with bare hands would have been impossible. Some consider it a lie or a rumor, but other loggers, who are familiar with Callie's strength, believe it immediately. They have seen him training in the forest during the harsh winter, while using only his fists to break many trees. As the winter season comes to an end, the Agest estate becomes full of life. The people discuss the arrival of the lady, and the gates are opened to welcome her. Carriages carrying bags full of salt and wool enter the estate. Azelia arrives and inquires about her father. A knight replies that he is in the mansion. She then realizes that after such a long time away, he has not come to meet her. While she stands there thinking, a woman and a child pass by. They are happy to see her back in town. The little boy smiles at her, and a bandage covers his nose. While looking at him, she hopes to meet our boy soon. Callie inquires about Azelia's return, to which a worker responds that she has arrived and is much more talented now. He also mentions that a party will be held at the mansion to celebrate her arrival. He thinks about having meat for dinner, which will be a welcome change from the usual bear meat. Callie then tells Rovo that it cannot accompany him to the mansion but promises to bring it some food. During dinner, they enjoy a variety of delicious dishes. As they are eating, a knight arrives and informs Callie that Azelia has called for him. Baron Agest encounters him and is pleased to see him after such a long time. Azelia asks about the condition of his leg, and he replies that he does not feel uncomfortable, although it has not healed yet. At that, she thinks that it is impossible to feel comfortable with an injured leg. She then shares her story of success. She explains how Count Joseph created hurdles for her, which angers Baron Agest. However, she did not allow him to interfere in her work and went to the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, she faced no pressure from Count Joseph and found it easier to purchase supplies. Baron Agest is pleased to hear this, knowing that the Imperial region possesses strong military power. Azelia then mentions an interesting story, which is why she has called our hero there. She talks about a famous doctor in the Imperial City who served as a family doctor and was known as the God Doctor. He is highly skilled in reattaching limbs. Baron Agest realizes that if he can perform limb amputations, he must indeed be an Imperial doctor. However, he doubts that an Imperial doctor would treat a noble from the Agest kingdom. Azelia reassures him that she knows the Imperial family, and if she asks them, they will arrange treatment. She adds that during battles, when Imperial soldiers are injured, They are welcomed by this doctor. She has therefore decided to take the boxer with her while making her father see her as a blessing. Meanwhile, our dude thinks about the treatment for his leg. He asks Azealia about it, and she replies that she will do her best to make it happen. However, since meeting the Imperial family is not possible for her, she hides the real reason behind her efforts. At the training camp, young fighters continue their training, while Callie remains preoccupied with thoughts of his leg's healing. Then Nixar approaches him and asks for his thoughts on trainees who are preparing for the match. Callie pauses while trying to grasp the question. The instructor reminds him that there will be a test for the boxers tomorrow and mentions two candidates, Takayan and Shram. They compare both fighters. Takayan possesses incredible flexibility and speed, while Shram has powerful muscles and a strong desire to win. Callie realizes that the motivation to return home is a great driving force. The coach does not understand why Callie seems upset, as he should be happy about the possibility of his leg healing soon. Later, lying in his room, Callie wonders if such an operation is truly possible. He recalls his condition after the fight with Ogre while remembering how luck, rather than medicine, had helped him recover back then. Doubts creep into his mind while making him feel that healing his leg might just be an empty dream. However, he strengthens his resolve and decides to stay optimistic while knowing how hard Azealia is working for him. Kyo notices Callie hitting the table too hard and asks why. He tells him to leave the room and focus on training. However, Kijo replies that he will be taking the pugilist test tomorrow, so he plans to take a break. Callie is surprised by his decision and struggles to understand his motivation for participating in the test. Kyo explains that it is the only thing he can do. While playing with the baby wolf and finding it cute, he asks Callie if he will be participating in the match. Our boxer does not respond and is left wondering why Kijo feels the need to do this. The next day, the pugilist test begins. After taking the test, the apprentices have the opportunity to become full-fledged pugilists if they receive satisfactory remarks from the instructor. The test is an occasion where it is determined who possesses the greatest strength. Apprentices who pass will officially become pugilists, which is a fact that many people are unaware of. Each student selects an opponent by drawing lots, and the choice falls on Kijo. He is pleased to be the first to take the test. Kijo demonstrates his exceptional footwork techniques. He swiftly jumps toward his opponent, causing the opponent to miss his blow. Callie observes him closely and realizes that he can never compare himself to Kijo and Torres in terms of strength. Both have become incredibly strong, and although his own training has been rigorous, but his injured leg prevents him from fully utilizing his skills. He is unable to perform them at all. However, he resolves to become stronger despite the pain in his leg. Next, it is Shiram's turn. He approaches Callie and asks him to fight. He insists that Callie should not avoid the fight because of his injured leg, and his words have an effect. Callie accepts the challenge and agrees to the match. Callie is fully prepared for the fight. Nixar discusses that although he could be disqualified, they also want to see if he can perform with his injured leg. They believe that he is just bluffing and stalling for time. However, our boy asks Shiram why he chose him as an opponent. He replies that since Callie defeated him last time, he now wants to take revenge and prove his strength. At that, our dude assures him that he will not avoid any attacks, then wraps a leather strap around his fist. Both contenders now stand face to face in the ring. Shiram wonders why Callie wrapped his hand with cloth. Callie asks if he has enough strength in his abdomen. Shiram remembers that Callie is known for combining techniques and skills with his powerful fists. He considers himself lucky because Callie's injured leg has weakened his abilities. Shiram throws the first punch, but Callie easily dodges it. Frustrated, Shiram attacks again, but Callie counters with a powerful punch while sending foam flying from his opponent's mouth. The spectators watch in shock. Meanwhile, Torres observes the match and wonders when Callie gained such strength in his fists. Meanwhile, he continues to land devastating blows with his wrapped fist, and the opponent collapses to the ground. At that, Nixar asks Shiram if he is alright. He admits that he feels weaker and that his ribs are broken, yet he prepares to continue fighting. Callie realizes that although his fist is wrapped in leather, he has been striking the right spots. Callie then questions whether Shiram relies more on his determination than his physical strength. He begins to understand that Callie's strength is real, and the rumors of him killing a bear are likely true. However, he remains annoyed and refuses to accept defeat against an opponent with an injured leg. Shiram takes a hit from Callie on his side, and his leg is also affected. Sarcastically, he asks him whose leg is not working properly now. Shiram, who is filled with anger and shock, is astonished by Callie's strength. At that, his peers question why he is not moving and seems stuck in one place. However, he insists that he can still move, unlike Callie. Taking a step back, Shiram prepares to attack again. He keeps pushing forward while throwing powerful blows, while Callie counters with his own. Eventually, Callie delivers a decisive punch, causing Shiram to fall to the ground. Callie tells him that choosing him as an opponent was a mistake. Shiram now realizes that Callie is truly the Ogre Slayer. Frustrated, Shiram accuses the instructors of deceiving him by saying Callie is not as strong as before. The instructors respond that no one lied to him. Callie has always relied more on technique than raw strength. However, they admit that they have never seen him display such powerful fists before. The opponent wonders how Callie managed to develop such incredible strength in just one season. He begins to think of him as an ogre, a monster in human form. Torres, while observing the fight, is equally surprised by Callie's transformation. He did not expect him to shift his focus from technique to sheer strength. The boxer declares that he has changed his fighting strategy while choosing not to dodge but to strike at any cost. Torres, while noticing that Callie's leg is not functioning properly, recognizes his strength and determination. Intrigued, Torres wants to challenge him to a fight and test their strength against each other. Callie decides to accept the challenge while determined to prove his strength once again. He knows it will be a burden to fight with an injured leg, but remains resolute. After the students finish their test, spring arrives after a brief rest. The mercenaries brought by the lady leave the territory. They make a halt, and Callie watches them. A girl in a mercenary attire notices our guy and thinks their mistress's favorite is handsome. He explains that his face does not grant him any advantage since he is a slave, but the girl doesn't mind as she simply likes his face. The girl introduces herself as Sullivan of the Sullivan mercenary group. She's the captain of these mercenaries, and according to her, they aren't bad guys. Our guy tells her his name, and Sullivan has already heard about him. She asks if he is the one who killed the bear. One of the soldiers calls the captain to help set up the tent. Callie offers to help, but Sullivan, aware of his leg problems, refuses. At this moment, Azealia approaches and asks our guy about some important matters. She mentions that everyone knows about his health issues and that he shouldn't strain himself to assist the mercenaries. Callie realizes that Azealia is also responsible for spreading information about his condition. She tells him that they can't leave his inconvenience in the past and instructs him to follow her, while warning him to be ready for what happens next. Callie widens his eyes in surprise and Azealia smiles, saying they will have dinner together. As they walk, Azealia explains that the mercenaries are very young. Most of them are teenagers, and the oldest is 20. No group of mercenaries would typically follow a young girl like Azealia. Additionally, there is a belief that having a woman as a captain brings bad luck. Callie strongly denies this notion, but myths like these persist. Azealia shows her desire to team up with young mercenaries who were similarly disregarded because of their age. Inside the tent, our guy brings food, and Azealia insists he have dinner with her. Callie feels embarrassed about the situation. Azealia asks his purpose to fighting. Callie replies that, like any other slave, he fights to gain freedom. Azealia doesn't believe him. She notes that Callie is different from other slaves, suggesting he could run away or find himself in a better situation. Callie has no response. Azealia continues, saying that she doesn't understand why Callie still wants to be a boxer. She argues that his life won't fall apart if he quits wrestling. She then asks if he had to choose between a healthy leg and freedom, which would he pick? Callie dislikes the word if and directly says so. At that, she then tells him that if he stops ignoring his injured leg, she will convince her father to set him free. Callie, however, doesn't care about freedom. He only wants to prove that he is the strongest by winning one match after another. He prefers seeing defeated boxers lying in front of him more than having gold, silver, or jewelry. So he chooses a healthy leg over freedom. Azealia ends the conversation, tired of the discussion, and leaves the tent. That night, as she goes to bed, she thinks Callie is a fool. She believes that when he falls in love someday, it will be too late because he wasted his life fighting. Later, Sullivan stops Callie and notices he looks gloomy. She assumes it's because of his leg and reassures him to be patient for a little longer. Soon, they will head to the free city of Corin. Callie has never heard of Corin, so Sullivan explains that it's a city without hereditary lords. It's a special trading area where the lord is elected by the people. Rich traders spend enormous sums on election campaigns, and activities like bribery, kidnapping, and even murder occur behind the scenes. Despite this, the city appears lively and beautiful. Upon entering Corin, Azealia undergoes security checks. The senior officer reviews her documents, which state her stay is for 7 days, but can be extended at City Hall. Callie's wolf scares the guard, who understands that it is a wolf. Callie assures him that it's a dog, likely a wolf hybrid, as wild animals are prohibited in the city. Callie instructs Rovo to bark, but it refuses. Despite this, the guard lets them pass. Sullivan laughs at that, amused that Callie can lie so convincingly and pass off a wolf as a dog. After the group moves on, the guard ensures everyone has left and informs another guard that people from the Agest family have entered the city. The Corin city is very lively, with many smiling people on the streets. At the pier, Sullivan is captivated by the smell of the sea, while our guy thinks about how much he wants sashimi and soju. Suddenly, the wind carries a poster into Callie's hands. He starts reading it, and Sullivan happily exclaims that the Corin boxing tournament is starting. In tournaments, unlike regular fights, boxers must pay an entry fee to participate. However, if a boxer wins, the prize money is significant. Sullivan, who loves watching boxing matches, eagerly tells Callie she wants to go with him. Their conversation is interrupted by loud screams as a mass fight breaks out in the square. A group of soldiers surrounds a detachment of mercenaries, including Leonardo, the chief of the Corin guards. Leonardo greets Lady Azealia, while claiming that he has received a message accusing her of transporting contraband weapons. He asks her to accompany him for just a minute. Azealia firmly denies the accusation while saying that she has already been tested and everything is in order. She refuses to go with Leonardo, but he insists that she comply if she wants to resolve things peacefully. In the reception area of the security office, Leonardo admits that the accusation is false. He believes Azealia has upset the Joseph family and reveals that he has orders to detain her trading group from Agest by any means necessary. She demands to know why Leonardo wants to speak with her alone. Leonardo smiles and hints that they understand each other. He names the amount he wants, which is 10,000 gold. The mercenaries are stunned by the size of the bribe. They protest, saying that it's impossible to raise 10,000 gold, even if they sell everything they own. Azealia knows their trading group has a tight schedule traveling across the empire. She sits in deep thought, fully aware of the situation. She only has 5,000 gold on hand. Where can she find the remaining 5,000? She realizes that the Joseph family is likely trying to sabotage her efforts. Our guy then turns to Salavan, meanwhile becomes despondent, worried that the trading group is finished and that she needs to find new employment. Callie shifts the conversation by asking for more details about the tournament. Salavan explains that participants don't need special qualifications. All they need is 100 gold and to pass the test of an active boxer. The reward is 8,000 gold. Our guy makes a decision and shares it with Azealia, but she immediately rejects the idea. The soldiers try to persuade her, reminding her that Callie defeated Ogra. If he wins the tournament, they will only need to find 2,000 more gold. Azealia, however, indignantly declares that everyone has lost their minds. She refuses to send Callie, especially with his injured leg. Salavan remarks that Azealia seems to care deeply for her slave, while joking that this feels more like a romantic novel than reality. Despite her objections, Azealia realizes that this might be their only option. If the trading group is delayed, the Joseph family will eventually arrive. Callie interrupts everyone's reasoning by slamming his fist on the table. His powerful blow silences the room. He reminds them of his promise to his coach to return in the summer and declares that this tournament will be his stepping stone. Azealia sighs heavily and reluctantly agrees. Now our guy just has to win the tournament. Azealia sternly tells him this, and Callie readily promises to succeed. Accompanied by Salavan, our guy goes to sign up for the tournament. The organizer is reluctant to accept him, as this is the first time someone with an injured leg is entering. Salavan points out a bald man, explaining that he is the tournament judge. In the ring, that man is shouting confidently, while mocking everyone around him. He yells that instead of boxers, they've sent him mama's boys who should go home and drink milk. Salavan shouts back that the bald man looks like a baby himself. Callie, wanting to avoid a scandal, tries to distance himself from Salavan, but she has already stormed off. The bald man fixes his gaze on our guy and orders him to step into the ring in a challenging way. Callie moves toward the ring. The spectators watch in amazement as he walks, unable to understand what a disabled person is doing here. This place is only for tournament participants, and they think he should disappear quickly. Callie steps up to the judge and shows his pass, proving he is a participant and has every right to be there. The judge struggles to process the news. What times are these when even boys who can barely walk want to participate in boxing matches? The bald opponent thinks to himself that he will teach Callie a lesson. Callie steps into the ring, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze filled with determination. Meanwhile, Salavan, hiding nearby, watches the scene unfold. She wonders if Callie is really an ogre slayer. Although she regrets running away earlier, she reassures herself that if this truly is the ogre killer, everything will be fine. Callie knows he just needs to win, and that's all. Within seconds, the audience, including Salavan, jumps in surprise. No one can believe what they are seeing. Callie remains standing in his spot while the bald opponent lies sprawled in the ring, unable to comprehend how someone with an injured leg defeated him. Callie calmly asks if his opponent wants to continue. Salavan bursts into laughter, celebrating Callie's victory. She realizes that this win isn't a fluke, that it's the first time she's seen such a powerful blow. However, Callie isn't as optimistic, while attributing his success to his opponent's carelessness. Salavan argues that lowering an opponent's guard is a skill in itself and calls Callie magnificent. Suddenly, she looks at Callie with her inner vision and sees his aura. She realizes it is nothing like the aura of a slave. It is bright and dazzling. Now Salavan understands why the noble lady has fallen for this guy. As Callie lays asleep that night, he reflects on the fight. He thinks his opponent was easy to defeat because his opponent relied solely on his size and strength. However, Callie worries that if future opponents exploit his lack of mobility, it will create problems. The next day after lunch, the tournament officially begins. A list of participants is posted, and strong trained fighters prepare to compete. The training room reeks of sweat, and Azealia covers her nose in disgust. Callie doesn't understand why she is following him here. Salavan, also covering her nose and mouth, accompanies them. The draw begins to determine the first matchups. Callie pulls the number 4. His opponent is number 3. Salavan explains that this tournament differs from regular fights. Callie will have to fight every day, except for the women's bouts in the semifinals. To win, he must secure 5 victories in a row. She worries about what will happen if he faces a strong opponent early on. Callie realizes that this could be a disadvantage since injuries could accumulate. The draw ensures fairness and prevents manipulation, especially with the large prize money at stake. As they talk, numbers 1 and 2 are called onto the stage. The two boxers lock eyes, their gazes filled with tension. Then, numbers 3 and 4 are told to prepare. Boxer number 3, Spyron, scans the room for his opponent. Sullivan remarks that Spyron looks like an amateur boxer. Callie and Spyron meet face to face. Spyron is taller and more powerful. Then both of them greet each other, extending their hands and wishing for a good fight. Spyron seems friendly, and the two shake hands. The spectators mock them. After Spyron walks away, Sullivan speculates that he might come from a wealthy family and is merely testing his skills by entering the tournament. Callie notices that Spyron's hand doesn't feel rough, which makes him think Spyron might indeed be an amateur. Sullivan, on the other hand, is relieved that Callie's first opponent seems easy to defeat. Sullivan, who has no love for nobles, pulls out a bag full of money and asks her soldiers if they believe in her judgment. The mercenaries assume she is about to pay their salaries and like the idea. However, Sullivan stuns them by announcing that the money, equivalent to half a year's wages for the entire squad, will be bet on Callie's victory. The soldiers protest, reminding her that Callie is no longer the fighter he once was and has significant problems with his leg. Sullivan persuades them, reminding them that she has never deceived them before. She assures them her gut tells her this is the right move. One mercenary raises his hand, agreeing with her, stating that without their captain, he wouldn't have survived as a mercenary. Gradually, more mercenaries raise their hands in agreement. Azealia watches the meeting of mercenaries from behind a wall. She is deeply curious about what they plan to do next. The tournament begins in the morning. The first stage consists of 32 rounds. The stands are filled with spectators. In the ring, a pair of huge boxers exchange furious blows. One of them takes a direct hit to the jaw. Callie watches the fights and clearly sees that the level of the tournament participants is higher than he expected. For instance, one fighter currently in the ring plans to block his opponent's view, and as soon as he succeeds, he hits the blind spot. In modern boxing from Callie's past life, this tactic is basic knowledge for all boxers. But here, this kind of fighting seems unusual. He concludes that this boxer must be very experienced. In the ring, events unfold exactly as Callie predicts. The boxer gets hit in the face and falls. The judge announces contestant number 2 as the winner. In the stands, the spectators are divided in their opinions. Some cheer for the winner, while others are angry because they lost the money they bet on the defeated opponent. The noise from the crowd distracts Callie. Before he has much time to think, his number, which is 4, is called into the ring. Callie limps toward the ring. His appearance is not at all intimidating. The audience murmurs, wondering if this guy might die before the fight even begins. They can't understand that how he decided to fight with such injuries. Spyron promises not to look down on him, even if Callie is not fully okay. Callie thinks gloomily that if Spyron is truly a noble, hitting him hard might cause trouble. He decides to defeat his opponent carefully, with a precise blow to the chin. Callie takes a fighting stance, but before he can attack, Spyron quickly closes the distance and delivers a direct blow to Callie's face. The punch lands squarely, and Callie doesn't have time to dodge. Spyron follows up with a series of blows and quickly retreats. Callie realizes that he needs to defend himself first. He raises a block, but Spyron's fist easily penetrates his defense. Callie takes another hit, and Spyron once again jumps back. Callie attempts a counterattack, but Spyron easily dodges it, laughing mockingly as he retreats. Spyron taunts that Callie's fists are very scary and strong. Callie recognizes Spyron's style because it feels familiar. Spyron confirms that he has been to the Duke of Fists' estate and studied this fighting style. This revelation strikes a chord with Callie. The style Spyron is using is one Callie is using himself. Callie realizes that Spyron took advantage of him underestimating him. Now Callie becomes more serious. He dodges Spyron's attack, gets under his arm, and strikes him in the side. Callie remembers seeing Torres fight before and becomes certain that the fistery style lacks perfect footwork. The way the foot transfers force to the fist isn't optimal. Without proper grounding, a punch lacks strength, and muscles alone cannot deliver a powerful blow. Callie launches a counterattack, pushing Spyron back. However, the blow isn't strong enough to cause serious damage. Deciding it's time to corner Spyron, Callie prepares for his next move. He leans on his injured leg, his face contorting in pain. He knows he must end this with one decisive strike. Closing the distance instantly, Callie finds himself beside Spyron, who cannot believe his eyes. Callie delivers a powerful blow to Spyron's body, knocking the air out of him. Spyron's leg gives way, the bone cracking under the strain, and he collapses in pain. Rage and confusion flash across Spyron's face as he fails to understand how Callie, despite his condition, managed to defeat him. Callie steps forward, planting his weight on his bad leg, and sends his fist flying toward Spyron's chin. Spyron has no way to evade the blow. The fight is over. The other boxers watch in surprise. It is a revelation to them that this lame kid is a capable fighter. He has just defeated someone skilled in the Whistly style. As Callie walks back to his place, a sudden scream makes him turn around. Spyron bursts into the room and shouts that it is dishonorable to win in this manner. The other boxers listen to the outburst with interest. One of them grows indignant and declares that a noble son has no right to speak to a boxer in such a tone. He reminds Spyron that the ring is a place for fighting, and there's no point in complaining about someone stepping on someone else's foot. He says such behavior won't surprise anyone here. Spyron doesn't have an answer to this. Callie thinks that he has experienced much worse in his life. His eyes were filled with sand, his arm was nearly torn off, and his leg was crippled. If a fighter isn't experienced enough, they'll think it's cheating. Our guy places his hand on Spyron's shoulder and suggests they talk in the courtyard. Spyron asks why Callie has brought him out and wonders if he really wants to fight again. Callie tells him that if they fought on the street, Spyron would already be dead. Spyron responds manfully, saying that the boxer Vist recognizes Callie's skills. Callie replies that he recognizes Spyron's skills too, but he studied them incorrectly. Spyron freezes in confusion, asking what Callie means by wrong. Callie explains that moving quickly doesn't mean moving correctly. The way Spyron moves shows that he'll tire out first. Our guy demonstrates the correct stance and tells him to use his leg strength when striking. Spyron adjusts his feet into the proper position and delivers a quick blow, which turns out much stronger and faster than before. Callie tells him to keep practicing, emphasizing that it's hard to make a strong punch using only upper body strength. Spyron thanks him warmly, realizing Callie is actually a great guy. They part on a friendly note, with Spyron wishing Callie victory. As Spyron walks away, he suddenly remembers hearing Callie's name before but can't recall where. 2 days later, Azealia and Salavin watch as Callie leaves the ring. Azealia is speechless. Callie's opponent in this match wasn't weak at all, and Callie looks very worn out, but he still wins. Callie feels relieved that everyone is tired from the previous battle. Azealia thinks bitterly about how much Callie has suffered again. Nearby, they overhear 2 spectators complaining that they could have won if it weren't for the lame kid. Azealia and Salavin tell Callie not to listen to angry, losing people. His main focus now should be on his next opponent, Jureka, who is a boxer who is a slave from the Western Desert and is famous for smashing his rivals. Callie and the girls watch Jureka's fight from the stands. Salavin explains to Azealia that Jureka can become a free citizen if he continues drawing large crowds as a boxer. Azealia is surprised and asks why he doesn't just become free instead of continuing to fight. Salavin explains that Jureka enjoys beating people up. At that moment, Jureka is in the ring, enjoying the fight and taunting his opponent. His brazen behavior throws his opponent off balance. Despite taking a direct hit to the head, Jureka laughs even as blood pours from his mouth. He retaliates with a counterattack, dealing heavy damage to his opponent. Both fighters exchange brutal blows at close range. Finally, Jureka's opponent jumps back, realizing that, despite hitting Jureka several times, he hasn't even fazed him. Jureka stands firm, ready to keep fighting, as if he's made of iron and immortal. The boxer decides to give up but doesn't get the chance to finish his sentence. Jureka's fist slams into his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Jureka brings his face closer to his opponent's, making it clear that he won't let him leave the ring so easily. The referee shouts that the opponent is giving up, but Jureka ignores him and continues to strike. After the opponent is knocked out cold, Jureka claims he simply didn't hear anything. The judge announces Jureka, contestant number 8, as the winner. The other boxer is carried out on a stretcher. Our guy watches the entire scene carefully. The girls anxiously ask if he can win against Jureka. Callie doesn't think he will lose, but something about Jureka gives him pause. Callie concludes that Jureka lacks technical skills but is extremely strong physically. Jureka reminds Callie of Ogre, not in ability, but in the unsettling aura that makes Callie uneasy. 2 days later, the 4th round of the tournament is underway. The stands cheer loudly for Jureka, eagerly waiting for the fight to begin. They shout for him to push forward and finish his opponent. The mercenaries sit silently with Azealia and Salavin. Azealia feels upset that everyone is supporting Jureka, thinking it might give him an advantage. Salavin reassures her that our guy isn't the type to be affected by such an atmosphere. Salavin bets everything they have on Callie and eagerly looks forward to his victory. Our guy hears the enthusiastic screams of the spectators, but that isn't what worries him. He knows Jureka doesn't strike randomly. Instead, he targets vital points. The judge announces the start of the much-anticipated semi-final. Jureka and Callie walk to the middle of the ring, locking eyes. Jureka looks at Callie with arrogance, mocking him and laughing loudly. He doubles over with laughter, but Callie silently watches his enemy's antics. Suddenly, Jureka strikes with lightning speed at Callie's head, but Callie quickly dodges, and the blow doesn't connect. Jureka breaks the rules, starting the fight before the referee gives the command. Jureka acknowledges the enemy's speed, while the referee issues him a warning for the violation, threatening disqualification if it happens again. Jureka ignores the judge, confident that if the audience doesn't notice, everything will be fine. Our guy prepares for battle, certain that an aggressive boxer like Jureka will attack first. Jureka strikes, but Callie dodges, slips under his arm, hits him in the stomach, and then lands a crushing blow to Jureka's face. Blood gushes from Jureka's mouth as he doubles over in pain and crashes to the ring floor. Callie remains standing over his opponent's body, delivering his strongest blow yet. The crowd erupts into screams. Some cheer Callie for fighting like a real boxer, while others scold Eureka for losing to such an unimpressive-looking guy. The judge asks Eureka, who is lying motionless, if he is still conscious. To everyone's amazement, Eureka opens his eyes and claims that he just felt discomfort for a moment, but is now ready to fight again. Callie is shocked, convinced his blow should have kept Eureka down. He takes a fighting stance and warns Eureka to dodge better because he won't be able to get up after the next blow. Eureka curses and taunts, claiming that the punch he missed felt like nothing more than a tickle. The fighters begin circling the ring. Callie notes that Eureka's fighting style hasn't changed. He moves the same way. Callie realizes that if he hits Eureka in the stomach again, he will fall from shock. However, Callie didn't want to kill anyone with his fists before, but he decides to proceed carefully. Callie deliberately exposes himself, allowing Eureka to think he has an opening. Eureka raises his fist, and Callie blocks the attack. The enemy's blow is so strong that Callie barely manages to dodge in time. He slips under Eureka's arm again but doesn't get the chance to land his stomach blow, forcing him to jump back and create distance. Then Callie dodges another powerful blow and slams his fist into Eureka's stomach. He feels Eureka's ribs crack under the impact, but instead of screaming in pain, Eureka laughs. He doesn't even feel the damage and approaches Callie. This time Callie cannot do anything, and the opponent's blow hits him in the face. Our guy is sure that Eureka has broken ribs, but nevertheless, he remains very dangerous. Eureka hits Callie again and advises him to just die. Callie puts a block out with his hands. Eureka breaks his block, and the blows rain down one after another. He goes into a rage and shouts that he is invincible. He notices that the enemy opens up and immediately launches a counterpunch to the stomach. Eureka spits blood from his mouth into Callie's eyes. At that, our guy is temporarily blind. He cannot see the enemy's fist rushing toward his face. Neither block nor dodge properly can kill Callie. He can only tilt his head. He flies to the far end of the ring. Eureka is triumphant. The spectators cheer for the boxer and shout for him to finally finish off his opponent. Sullivan and Azealia sit in intense silence. Sullivan tries to cheer herself up, but she is having trouble doing it. Our guy lies motionless in the ring. He continues to analyze the fight and sees that his opponent finishes by punching the opponent in the chin, just like last time. Fortunately, Callie bows his head and dodges. At this time, Eureka is raging in the ring and yelling that he has an immortal body, and that he is different from those whose bodies are crippled. Our guy rises to his feet and says, while wiping the blood from his eyes, that Eureka's body is already broken in several places, and he doesn't have any immortal body. Callie adds that he will prove it when he finishes him off. Our guy abandons all planned strategies for this fight. He stands in front of his opponent and clenches his fists tightly. Leaning on his leg, he decides to simply hit Eureka with all his might. He needs to keep his leg from cramping. He raises his fist. His opponent is sure that no tactic will work against him. Callie carries out a blow and grabs the opponent's hand, which is against the rules. Thus, he prevents him from counterattacking. Eureka doesn't understand what happens at first. This little brat takes him by the hand and does it so quickly that the spectators do not notice anything. Callie strikes another blow to the enemy, who dodges. Callie's leg gives distress signals, but the guy does not pay attention to it. He only leans harder on her. Another blow distorts Callie's face when he performs this technique. Eureka fires a monstrous blow into the stomach. Blood pours out of Callie's mouth again. Callie jumps back to a safe distance and looks at his opponent. Eureka grins through his bloody mouth. He understands the boxer's weak point, which is his leg. This is how he needs to act. He clenches his fist to the loud roar of the spectators in the stands and walks toward his opponent, continuing to laugh. At that, our guy waits for the attack. His face is inscrutable, but his leg pain is already unbearable. Still laughing, Eureka approaches our guy. He does not take a fighting stance and does not block. The judge sees something strange in the boxer's behavior. Our guy pushes Eureka in the chest with his palm, and he lies down in the ring without resistance. There is a bloody smile on his face. The scene then shifts back to 7 years ago. In the western desert, 15-year-old Eureka is working in a quarry. A large stone falls down where he is working, and the boy is hit by this stone. 3 days later, he opens his eyes and feels as if he has received God's blessing. He becomes stronger than anyone else, and his body no longer feels pain. He beats up the overseers and leaves the western desert, then comes to Corin. Now he is the strongest, invincible, chosen one of the gods. The said strongest chosen one of the gods lies in the ring, and the judge feels his pulse. After a few seconds, he announces that Eureka cannot continue the fight. The winner is Callie. Although our guy always says his name correctly, everyone calls him Callie. He is tired of correcting everyone, so he simply raises his hand up. This fight is hard for him. The stands erupt in cheers, and everyone repeats the name of the winner. Azealia, on the other hand, cannot hold back her tears, although she assures everyone that she is happy. Sullivan tactfully pretends not to see the lady crying. Spyron also watches the battle. Suddenly he remembers where he heard the name Callie. This is the ogre killer which stuns the guy. The next day, at the place where he is settled, Callie and a group of mercenaries shout. Callie is resting after the battle and cannot understand who is yelling like that. A crowd of people comes to greet the famous ogre killer. People admire the boxer. Callie really doesn't want to be recognized. Now everyone knows who he is. Meanwhile, somewhere in the back alleys of Corin, Volton, a pugilist participant in boxing matches, does not believe that the lame man is the ogre's killer. His comrades say that Volton himself saw how the guy defeated Jureka. The guy can't be ignored. Besides, Volton himself will not be able to stand up to G, so how will Volton hold up against the one who defeated Jureka? Out of anger, Volton pulls out a knife and puts it to the man's throat. He immediately apologizes profusely. Volton orders him to find a couple of efficient guys. If he wants to win, he needs to come up with the perfect plan. For example, cutting off a scoundrel's leg. I advise the same thing to Callie, the doctor to whom Sullivan takes him. The bandit and the doctor have the same thoughts. Callie really doesn't like the treatment method. The doctor says that it is impossible to heal the knee. The broken bones are digging into the flesh. Just cut it off. The good doctor arms himself with a cleaver and promises that it will only hurt a little and not for long. Sullivan and Callie roar viciously at him because tomorrow Callie has a boxing match. The doctor is surprised to learn that his patient is a boxer. He beats people but ignores medicine. He takes the guy's injured leg and splints it, but still does not give up the thought of cutting it off. In addition, he gives a strong medicine that could help Callie feel no pain and last the entire fight. As they are leaving, the doctor calls Sullivan. He says that he offered to cut off the guy's leg for a reason. He is a good surgeon. He has cured a lot of people and knows what to do. Our guy says that nobody can cure his leg. Sullivan asks if he knows about the Imperial God. The doctor replies that he has often heard about him, and even knows his name but now has forgotten his name. Sullivan taunts him, asking if he has dementia. Calitois. The next day, before the tournament final, our guy sits waiting for the fight. His leg feels much better. The guards are calm because there is only one person sitting in the waiting room, and there is no need to ensure that the boxers do not fight each other ahead of time, so they decide to leave their place and go eat. Our guy has the visitors as Sullivan and his wolf cub, Rovo, come to meet him. The puppy is so fond of Callie. They have not seen each other for a long time, so Sullivan doubts whether Rovo is really a wolf. Their meeting is interrupted by fans who come to see the ogre killer. They ask if Callie will allow them to shake his hand. They admire him so much that they want just one handshake before a fight. Rovo listens carefully to the conversation. Suddenly, he shows his teeth and growls menacingly. Sullivan watches in amazement as the cute puppy turns into a formidable predator. She immediately rushes to Callie, pushes him away screaming and puts her hand forward. The knife clutched in the hands of the men who arrived cuts Sullivan's hand. The faces of the attackers are distorted with frustration and anger. Sullivan kicks the guy in front of her in the chest. He flies into the corner, but the second one clutches a knife in his hand and pounces on Callie and the girl. Our boy them has no time to think. He only manages to deviate from the trajectory of the blade. The attack is thwarted by Rovo, who jumps on the bandit with a threatening look. The bandit is frightened by the bared mouth and begins to randomly wave the knife. One of the blows is able to reach Rovo. The wolf squeals and jumps. Rovo lands between the bandits and his master, showing with all his appearance that he will tear the bastards to pieces. All they have to do is run away, which they do. Our guy asks if Sullivan is seriously injured. She replies that it is not dangerous. Her thoughts are occupied with who carried out this attack. Most likely it's Volton. If so, then everything falls into place. She didn't expect this and scolds herself for making a mistake. Callie and the girl look at Rovo. He is lying on the floor. Our guy is very worried, but Sullivan looks at the wound and says that it is just a scratch. She advises Callie to focus on the fight. After all, she bet all her money on him. Not only this, but also her retirement. Callie knows this very well and promises that he will return victorious. He is ready to fight in the finals. Later, inside the ring, Volton's eyes widen when he sees our guy alive and unharmed. His plan didn't work, and this bastard is completely fine. This unsettles Volton. When the boxers come to the center of the ring and make eye contact, Callie notices Volton's reaction to his appearance. He immediately realizes that everything that happened was his doing. Callie is very angry. Then the referee gives the command to start the fight, and the boxers take fighting stances. Meanwhile, Volton assesses his opponent. He is shorter than he thought. In addition, he noticeably limps on one leg. Volton throws a left hand, and Callie doesn't have time to dodge. His defense weakens, which doesn't escape the attention of his opponent. Volton sees weak points in our guy, and now is sure that he will win. He throws a straight right to the head of Callie, but Callie blocks it and interrupts the enemy's attack, blocking Volton's hand. Callie addresses him by name, and his tone does not bode well. On the other hand, Volton has no intention of engaging in conversation. He jumps back and tries again with a straight right punch. Callie blocks it with his hand again. All of Volton's attempts to attack seem to be unsuccessful. Callie leans on the stone wall. Volton loses his calm and becomes agitated. His attacks become erratic. He puts all his strength into the blow and tries to hit his opponent. Our guy immobilizes the enemy's hand with an instant blow and slams his fist right into Volton's open mouth in surprise. Then Callie unclenches his fist. Volton cannot move from the pain, and Callie tears out all of Volton's teeth. The teeth fly into the ring. Volton covers his face with his hands and staggers to the corner of the ring. Callie promises him that Volton will never be able to eat meat again. As Callie unclenches his fist, he rips out all of Volton's teeth. Blood pours from Volton's mouth as he becomes demoralized and tries to surrender. But Callie, who is fueled by fury, ignores his pleas and continues his relentless assault. Volton struggles to defend himself, but his injured hand fails him. Blow after blow, Callie's powerful fists strike with unrelenting force. Finally, with one last mighty punch, he tossed Volton out of the ring. For a moment, the crowd falls silent while staring in shock at the scene before them. But soon, horror spreads across their faces as they take in the brutal match. Volton lies motionless on the ground and completely defeated. The judge, while seeing Volton unable to continue, raises his hand and declares our boy the winner. He stands tall in the ring, being victorious. Just then, a sharp pain shoots through his injured leg, and frustration fills him. The timing couldn't be worse, and despite his triumph, the pain reminds him of his limits. The next day, at the closing ceremony, everyone congratulates Callie on his victory. The mayor warmly invites him to visit Corin whenever he has free time while assuring him of a warm welcome. Azealia receives a prize on Callie's behalf, which was a heavy bag filled with money. The soldiers express their gratitude while thanking him for not letting them down and for helping them earn wealth through his success. They insist that he deserves proper treatment. Callie laughs when Guard is recalling how, after being knocked down by Jureka, he once thought of returning to a jest and becoming a professional woodcutter. Suddenly, the door opens, and the Captain Guard steps in. His presence catches the attention of Callie and Sullivan, who both stare at him curiously. Azealia steps forward, greeting him politely while mentioning that she has been expecting him for some time. She admits that she initially doubted Callie's chances of winning the match. The captain glances at Callie and asks if he is really a pugilist, but Azealia avoids diving into the topic. Instead, she places a bag filled with 10,000 guild on the table. The captain lowers his eyes while sensing there is more to the offer. He questions why she is being so straightforward, while realizing that simply taking the money would not be a profitable deal for him. He reflects on how he had bet on Jureka while believing him to be the strongest, unaware that Callie, who was known as the Ogre Slayer, would be his opponent. Had he known, he would have placed his bets differently. Callie listens while finding the conversation absurd. Azealia, without hesitation, raises a finger and signals Sullivan to bring another bag. With both bags placed before him, a total of 20,000 guild now sits on the table. The captain stares at the wealth in disbelief. In a flashback, it is shown that Azealia, being determined and fearless, had bet all the merchant money on Callie's victory. The Lady Knight was standing beside her, hesitates and questions if she is afraid Callie might lose due to his injured leg. However, Azealia confidently interrupts while stating that Callie will never lose. She remembers how he has always triumphed, even when his body was covered in injuries. Sullivan watches in awe while finding Azelia's boldness unsettling. In present, she then looks at the captain and asks with a smirk if this offer is still not enough to satisfy him. As Azealia asks if the money is enough, the Captain Guard hesitates before admitting that it is indeed a huge amount. He picks up a few coins from the bag and says it will suffice. She is surprised by his response. Just then, a knock echoes at the door. Another person requests entry, and a familiar voice greets Callie. It is none other than Spyron. Our boy is shocked to see him and asks about his well-being. Spyron, while turning to the Captain Guard, remarks that he will no longer overlook his schemes. As the Chief Guard of Corin, he is expected to support only Spyron, yet he wonders what will happen if his uncle hears about this situation. The Captain Guard grows visibly nervous. Sullivan, while observing the interaction, realizes that Spyron is of noble descent. Spyron, with a smirk, comments that he is being too neat to be a boxer. He expresses his curiosity about how a boxer with an injured leg, who had been inactive for so long, is now competing again. He then reveals that he used an alias to participate in the tournament. Introducing himself by his real name, Lorvin Karina, he explains that his uncle is the head of Corin. The knights are taken aback by this revelation while realizing that Lorvin belongs to the prestigious Karina family, one of the founding families of Corin. The Captain Guard, while sensing trouble, decides to take his leave. Before departing, he tells Lorvin about his plans to bet on Callie next time. But Callie, who was still irritated, shows no interest in his words. Lorvin then listens as the entire situation with Count Joseph is explained to him. Understanding the challenges faced by a jest, he decides to offer his support. However, he warns Azealia that the Joseph family might retaliate by raising the prices of their goods. Despite this, he chooses not to interfere directly in their business affairs. Azealia, grateful for his assistance, expresses her appreciation. She realizes that with Corin's support, Count Joseph will no longer be able to harm a jest. Callie stands outside the room when Lorvin calls him over. Curious, he steps inside and asks the reason. He assures him that he can speak freely and acknowledges his strength and worth. He admits that he has watched all of Callie's matches and knows he is a true boxer. Callie, with a hint of amusement, reassures him that he has no intention of hitting him. Lorvin then reveals that he tried to buy him from Azealia, but she refused. Callie is surprised to hear this and questions his intentions. Lorvin clarifies that he doesn't see Callie as a mere commodity, but believes his skills are being wasted in servitude. He wants to set him free. However, Callie responds calmly while saying he is content with his status as a slave. He understands the risks involved, but to him, his life holds meaning only through fighting. Lorvin is taken aback while struggling to comprehend why Callie values battle over freedom. Our dude explains that, in his eyes, it is better to die fighting than to live with failure. Lorvin watches him in silence while realizing the depth of his resolve. This time, Callie's guards are twice as many as before, thanks to Corrin's support. Azealia realizes that entering the Imperial territory brings them many advantages. A worker mentions that they will soon reach the Empire's capital city. She keeps watching the road ahead, eager to arrive. The weather is pleasant when they finally reach the grand city of Macedon. Sullivan observes the surroundings and remarks that all the roads are paved like those of an ancient city. Suddenly, Imperial troops appear, and the gates open for them. The Lady Knight is amazed by their presence. Callie notices her expression and asks if she has seen them before. She nods and shares her experience. She explains that before Azealia hires her, she encounters bandits. At that time, the Imperial troops are returning from a campaign, and she is fortunate to cross paths with the prince, which ultimately saves her life. Callie is surprised to hear about the prince's involvement. The troops clear their path while allowing them to proceed. Azealia hands a letter to a soldier and instructs him to deliver it to Iskandar, who is the third prince. She then turns to Callie and asks him to meet her in her room once they arrive. Upon reaching their destination, Callie goes to her room, where the lady and her knights are present. She dismisses them, leaving only Callie behind. Concerned, he suggests she rest, but she refuses. Instead, she informs him that Prince Iskandar will be coming to meet them soon. It becomes clear to Callie that Iskandar is the prince she mentioned earlier. Azealia reminds him that they have come all this way for his leg treatment. She instructs him to follow the prince's orders without question. Finally, she warns him that if anything happens to her, he must remain still and silent, no matter what. Callie feels disturbed by Azelia's words. He can't stop wondering about the cost of his treatment and asks her directly. He knows that it's impossible for the prince to offer help without expecting something in return. However, she remains silent and simply informs him that Prince Iskandar has already arrived. When Callie asks her to wait, she finds his behavior disrespectful. She feels that it's pointless to have come all this way for his treatment if he's going to act this way. Frustrated, she reminds him that his only purpose is to fight and survive while urging him to focus on that alone. Without another word, she leaves the room, leaving Callie surprised by her reaction. Moments later, Prince Iskandar enters, and Azealia greets him warmly. The prince expresses his delight at seeing her while mentioning that he has come as soon as he heard of her arrival. He tells her that he has never forgotten her, even though they met long ago. At that, our boy observes the prince and finds that he looks more like a pugilist than an aristocrat. The prince, noticing his expression, jokingly asks if he needs to use the toilet, thinking Callie looks uneasy and foolish. Azealia then introduces Callie to the prince, who immediately recognizes him as the renowned ogre slayer and an accomplished boxer. Turning to his soldiers, the prince announces his plans to host a grand welcome party for his guests at the palace. He declares that he can't allow Azealia, whom he refers to as his future woman, to stay in such a filthy place. Our dude is totally horrified by the prince's words and keeps wondering what he means by future woman. As they travel to the palace in a luxurious carriage, the Lady Knight finally reveals the truth to Callie. She explains that this is the agreement she has made with the prince in exchange for his treatment. Azealia tells everyone that during her first meeting with the prince, he had been completely overwhelmed and had fallen for her instantly. The mercenary curiously asks if the beloved lady will now become the prince's lover. Sullivan wonders if she has discussed this with anyone beforehand, but Azealia admits that she has kept it a secret. She explains that if she had told them earlier, they would never have agreed to the treatment. Callie can't stop blaming himself while feeling that everything is happening because of his injured leg. He silently accuses his weakness of bringing this situation upon them. Meanwhile, one of the prince's soldiers approaches him, while asking if he's ready to meet the ladies from the barony. He dismisses the question, saying he will think about it later. Right now, the prince's focus is entirely on Azealia, the woman he has loved at first sight. He admires her beauty and talent but can't hide his growing dislike for our boxer. Despite his irritation, the prince has to keep his promise to the lady. He orders his men to bring the renowned god doctor. Soon he learns that the doctor is currently in the western workshop with the first prince. The welcome party at the palace soon begins, with a lavish dinner served to all the guests. Callie is now dressed properly and looks impressive. Sullivan remarks that his treatment is complete, and he is once again a warrior. However, Callie's mood darkens when he sees Azealia sitting with the prince. Fury builds inside him as he watches them together. Unable to bear it any longer, Callie decides to leave, but the lady mercenary stops him and urges him to stay calm. She reminds him that it's the lady's choice, and hints that he has lost his chance to be with her. Callie finds it unsettling and questions if she has personal experience with such matters. She explains that she has been observing the situation for the past 2 months. However, Callie argues that things have changed, and the Adjust estate is now thriving. Meanwhile, the prince, enjoying the festivities, suddenly recalls Azealia mentioning Callie as an experienced pugilist. Though she has praised him as a famous boxer, she has also informed the prince about his injury. Curious and amused, the prince calls Callie forward and asks him to liven up the party. Confused, Callie questions what he means, to which the prince suggests a demonstration of his bare-handed fighting skills. Azealia immediately objects, reminding the prince that Callie is injured and not fit for combat. The prince, however, insists that since Callie's hands are fine, he will order the participants not to use their legs. Azealia grows anxious, and Callie feels a deep sadness settling within him. To the prince, it's all entertainment for his guests. He even warns his soldier that if he loses to Callie, he will be dismissed. Then, turning to Callie, he commands him to showcase his skills. Despite his anger and frustration, Callie realizes that the only way to protect Azealia is to fight and win. Callie stands ready for the fight, his stance firm and unwavering. His opponent, sizing him up, notes how young and disciplined he appears. Confidence flickers in the opponent's eyes as he remarks that if Callie collapses, the match will be over. The tension in the air thickens as both fighters prepare themselves. Our boy clenches his powerful fists, determination burning in his gaze. His opponent believes he can provoke him into making a reckless move. The prince, watching from his seat, suddenly throws his wineglass to the floor and signals the start of the fight. The opponent launches a powerful punch, but our dude effortlessly dodges it. Responding swiftly, he strikes back, his opponent raising his arms in defense. However, with the next opening, Callie delivers a devastating blow to his chest, his fist landing with crushing force. Pain shoots through the opponent's ribs as he staggers and collapses to the ground, unable to continue. The crowd falls silent for a moment before erupting into murmurs. Our dude stands victorious, but his expression remains unchanged. He isn't here to celebrate, he only wants to prove his strength. The prince observes him closely, while expecting triumph in his demeanor, yet realizing that Callie's power is something beyond ordinary. He has not understood until now why our boy is called the Ogre Slayer. A thoughtful expression crosses his face before he announces the end of the entertainment. He thanks everyone for their participation. Rising from his seat, he places a hand on Azealia's shoulder and walks away with her by his side. As night settles over the palace, silence fills the halls. Suddenly, Prince Iskandar appears outside Azealia's room, his steps unsteady and his eyes clouded with drink. Frustration lingers in his expression as he realizes that Azealia doesn't seem fond of him. Knocking on her door, he waits until she opens it, meeting him with cautious eyes. She notices he is drunk, and though she has much on her mind to tell him, concern for Callie's treatment weighs heavier. She can't allow anything to happen before Callie receives proper care and leaves the palace. The prince suggests they share a drink, and after a moment's hesitation, Azealia agrees. Seated together, she brings up the topic of the god doctor. Prince Iskandar praises the doctor, describing him as an extraordinary man in every way. He mentions that the doctor is not only his father's trusted friend, but also the guardian of the first prince. Azealia nods while acknowledging his greatness. With hope in her eyes, she asks if the doctor's expertise will make Callie's treatment easier. At this, the prince's expression darkens. Annoyance flares in his voice as he questions whether she is truly worried about her slave. Azealia meets his gaze calmly, explaining that her concern for our boy is due to important reasons. However, her words only fuel the prince's frustration. Without warning, he lashes out in anger, his fist crashing against the wall. The prince strikes the wall with such force that the entire room seems to tremble. A moment of silence follows before he takes a deep breath and apologizes for losing control. His voice softens as he assures Azealia that she has nothing to fear from him. With a confident smile, he tells her that from now on, she will think of him and no one else for the rest of her life. Azealia stands frozen, shocked by his words. The thought of being bound to the prince unsettles her deeply. Desperation creeps into her mind as she considers calling for Callie's help. As the prince moves closer, his presence overwhelming, she suddenly shouts Callie's name. Within moments, our dude bursts into the room, his expression fierce. Without hesitation, he grabs a nearby chair and hurls it toward the prince, forcing him to step back. Callie's voice is firm and unwavering as he demands that the prince stay away from Azealia. In a flashback, it is shown that our boy is very annoyed by the third prince when he spits in front of Azealia's room. At first, he wants to ignore it and turns to the other side. But then, suddenly he hears Azealia calling for him. He immediately rushes inside her room, and what he sees boils his blood. Callie's anger burns fiercely as he clashes with the prince. When he strikes him with the chair, both of them crash to the ground. The prince, stunned by Callie's sudden attack, demands to know what he is doing. Ignoring him, Callie seizes a broken chair leg and strikes him with it. Their eyes lock, both consumed by rage. Callie's voice is sharp as he questions how the prince dares to threaten the lady. However, the prince dismisses his words, finding them meaningless. His gaze shifts to Azealia, who sits quietly, watching the confrontation unfold without a word. Without hesitation, the prince grabs a broken piece of the chair himself. He no longer cares about appearances. He is ready to fight. Eyeing Callie's stance, he aims for his thighs and strikes with force. But before he can react further, our boy lands a powerful blow to his head, sending blood spilling from his mouth. Despite the impact, the prince remains standing, retaliating with a powerful push that sends out dude crashing into the wall. As he falls to the floor, Callie realizes the prince's strength is greater than he had expected. The prince smirks, his voice filled with newfound understanding. He claims that Callie's actions have revealed everything he needs to know. Then, with unwavering confidence, he declares that from this moment on, Azealia belongs to him. Determined to put an end to the fight, our boy focuses on his next move. His eyes lock onto the prince's jaw, which is his target. Without hesitation, he charges forward and delivers a devastating punch straight to the prince's face. The impact sends shockwaves through him, but instead of falling, the prince grabs Callie's hands, gripping them tightly and refusing to let go. Both men stand their ground, their determination unshaken, ready to see the fight through to the end. The prince demands that our guy follow his rules and, without warning, locks his arms in a crushing grip. His hold is so tight that Callie struggles to break free. Pain radiates through every joint in his left arm. He feels the strain intensifying, realizing that if the lock continues any longer, his arm might break. Just as desperation sets in, the prince suddenly releases his grip, staggering back in pain. Blood trickles down his forehead as Azealia strikes him with a lamp, her expression tense and determined. Before they can react further, the sound of armored footsteps echoes through the hall. The knights rush in, their eyes scanning the scene before surrounding Callie. The prince, his face dark with rage and humiliation, clutches his bleeding head. The soldiers close in, ordering Callie to surrender. Prince Iskandar and Azealia stand in the grand hall before the first prince, Philippos. With a stern expression, Philippos asks his brother how it all happened. Iskandar, feeling that his brother has arrived at the worst possible moment, hesitates. However, Philippos demands the full story, warning that if he doesn't speak the truth, he will ask Azealia and punish him just like in their childhood. Reluctantly, Iskandar confesses everything, that how he made a deal with Azealia to treat Callie in exchange for her companionship. She is stunned to hear him admit the truth so openly. She expects him to lie, but he reveals the entire situation without hesitation. Despite her concern over Callie's actions, she remains hopeful that he can avoid the death penalty. Philippos, furious with his brother's behavior, decides to teach him a lesson. He takes up a stick and begins beating him, ignoring Iskandar's pleas to stop. He scolds him harshly, while reminding him that a prince should never act so irresponsibly. He questions how Iskandar could enter a woman's room at night, especially in a drunken state, pointing out how any woman would naturally be terrified. Iskandar endures the punishment in silence as his brother continues to reprimand him. Once Philippos finishes disciplining him, he announces that a trial will be held on behalf of the emperor. He orders Callie to be brought before him. When Callie stands in front of the prince, Philippos examines him closely and asks if he is a pugilist. Callie nods in response. Philippos notes that Callie is taller than he expects. Iskandar, still reeling from the scolding, tries to downplay the situation by calling himself incompetent and claiming that Callie defeated him effortlessly. But Philippos silences him with a sharp look. Turning to Iskandar, he demands to know how he could exploit the services of the god doctor by making such an inappropriate demand from Azealia. Philippos continues scolding his brother, telling him that his actions are shameful, including sneaking into a woman's room in the middle of the night, which is beyond disgraceful. Meanwhile, Azealia, who has come from her kingdom and entered into a covenant with the third prince without truly accepting it in her heart, has also committed a serious offense. As Philippos raises his hand toward Azealia, Callie's anger flares, and he clenches his fists in frustration. Azealia, while realizing the gravity of the situation, admits that everything is ultimately her fault. Philippos then turns to our boy, his expression stern, and reminds him that the crime of attacking the third prince is severe. Prince Philippos wonders how much courage Callie possesses to fight his brother despite his injured leg. He acknowledges that while Callie has acted impulsively, Third Prince has every right to claim himself as Azealia's future husband. However, the prince emphasizes that the matter ultimately concerns the lady and the third prince. Turning to Callie, he urges Callie to understand that if he truly considers himself a warrior, he must stand by his responsibilities until the very end. He asks our boy about his final wish. However, Callie firmly states that he has no regrets, as it is his duty to protect the lady. To everyone's surprise, Philippos uses his sword to cut the ropes binding Callie. He praises the boxer's courage and loyalty while commending him for his brave actions. With a stern yet approving look, he instructs our boy to always protect the lady, while acknowledging his worth as her guardian. Prince Philippos then declares that, according to royal law, there will be a match, and the one who loses will have to accept defeat. Both Callie and Prince Iskandar want to claim Azealia as the prince orders the match to take place. It is decided that the fight will be held in 1 week. Afterwards, the mercenary tells Callie that Prince Philippos is known for being merciless, but his decision surprises her. He agrees and is also surprised that the third prince has not fled from the challenge. The knight admits that she felt uneasy that night and secretly sent some people to check on Azealia's room. She jokingly tells Callie that if she had been in his place, she would have knocked down the prince and escaped. Suddenly, a group of soldiers arrives and asks if Callie is the man who has beaten Prince Iskandar. They praise his bravery and encourage him to defeat him again. Our boy finds the situation strange, as the guards are loudly calling out the third prince's name so casually. The soldiers then instruct Callie to follow them. When he asks why, they reply that they are taking him to meet the god doctor. Excitement fills him as he realizes they are finally moving toward the true purpose of their journey. He feels eager and hopeful while anticipating the long-awaited healing of his injured leg. The scene shifts to the sage's abode, which is in a high tower. The guard knocks on the door and announces that a boxer has arrived. The man sitting at the table says that he is interested in meeting the troublemaker that Philippos has told him about. The doctor looks at Callie and asks if he is having fun with Iskander. Upon examining the leg, it becomes clear that bone fragments are stuck in the muscles. The fracture is displaced, which puts pressure on the muscles and nerves. Our guy grimaces in pain. The doctor says that he is surprised how the boxer is holding on all this time with such injuries. Even walking hurts. He asks when the injury happened, and the guy replies that it happened last fall. The doctor thinks for a long time. His silence drags on, and Callie begins to worry that the doctor might not be able to cure him. So he asks if there is really no hope for recovery. The doctor decisively answers that there is hope. He is just surprised that the leg is in unusually good condition. Now he is thinking about how to temporarily improve the condition of Callie's leg, because in a few days, Callie has a fight with Iskander. The doctor says that everyone calls him Sage, but he doesn't like that name. So our boy can just call him John. John is American. Least of all, Callie expects the doctor to be American. In surprise, he falls from his chair and can't say a word for a while. He just looks at the doctor in amazement. John realizes that something strange is happening and orders the guards to leave. Turning his back to our guy, he reveals that he has been looking for a man like him for a long time, but couldn't find him. In the end, they meet. Apparently, this is fate. Callie asks John if he also belongs to Earth. John answers affirmatively and tells our guy that his real name is John Bradley Clark. He came here 40 years earlier. Callie talks with John for a long time. John was a U.S. Army major who died during the Korean War in 1950. He was a military doctor and performed surgical operations. He helped the emperor with his knowledge and began to be compared to a deity. Not only this, John is interested in events on Earth because 60 years have passed since his death. Callie is surprised that 40 years here is really equal to 60 on Earth. John isn't sure. He wants to compare everything with other data. He explains further that there are cases in the books of people to whom the same thing happened. Every one of them lose consciousness, and when they wake up, they find themselves in a different body. Many succeed in their new lives. As Callie has already explained that before his death, he regretted not practicing boxing. John had similar regrets about medicine. Perhaps they are brought here by melancholy that surpasses the fear of death. But now, the main thing is the leg. John picks up a scalpel which shocks our guy that he is just about to start a surgery. He is going to remove a piece of bone stuck between the calf muscle. This is the only way to reduce the pain. The doctor begins the operation. Of course, there is no anesthesia at this time, and Callie hisses in pain. The doctor complains that he is already old and cannot quickly and deftly wield a scalpel. The operation comes to an end. The doctor stitches up the wound, and Callie feels that the discomfort in his leg is gone. If the pain is this weak, he can handle the fight. John explains that would ban the fight altogether from a doctor's point of view, but he cannot give Philippos orders. Instead, he gives Callie healing ointment. Callie catches the ointment and assures John that there's no need to worry about the fight. Then the guard asks the sage if he knows the boxer. John replies that they are fellow countrymen. A few days later, our guy is walking through the castle when Philippos calls him to talk. The castle walls have ears, so Philippos calls Callie to follow him. He asks how the visit to the sage went, and Callie replies that the sage treated his leg. Philippos says that he was born only thanks to the sage's skill. Otherwise, both mother and child would have died during childbirth. Although they have been communicating for 30 years, Philippos doesn't know much about the sage. He has knowledge and inventions of unknown origin. He explains further that how the emperor doesn't care, but Philippos can't turn a blind eye to it. Now Philippos heard that Callie comes from the same place as the sage. At that, he deadpans that over the past 20 years, the sage has never left the empire, and Callie is only 20 years old. Philippos commands him to reveal who actually this person Callie is. A few days before this conversation, John hears the question from Callie that, why doesn't Prince Philippos kill Callie on the spot? Even though he hit the prince, and the punishment for this crime is execution. According to John, Prince Philippos can raise local civilization to several levels. He is the ideal ruler that John has been training all his life. But the problem is that Philippos strives for a republic, not one-man rule. But if he ascends the throne, bloodshed will engulf the empire. There is no guarantee that a hero from the battlefield will become an excellent leader. Therefore, Philippos needs someone who won't compromise on principles. Callie is that talented, someone who challenges authority. He concludes that Philippos will not harm our boy. In the present, the prince's conversation with our boxer continues. Philippos is sure that Callie is hiding something. He won't force Callie to tell him everything, but if Callie decides, he can come to him anytime. Callie replies that he knows nothing, but if he finds out, he will tell the prince. Philippos suddenly bursts out laughing. He recognizes the courage and bravery of his interlocutor. He gives Callie a book to strengthen his spirit. It is a collection of imperial fighting techniques and tells him that Iskander is a master in this area. Callie doesn't understand. Is Philippos waiting for his brother to lose? Prince explains that Iskander is Bus' beloved younger brother. The prince will be glad if Iskander wins, but if Callie wins, the boxer will be in Philippos' debt. Both options benefit him. After a while, inside his room, Callie notes that Philippos is very smart and much scarier than John thinks. He tries to read the book the prince gives him. It includes real fighting techniques based on different situations. In particular, there are many ground fighting techniques. If Iskander had not been drunk, he would have been defeated that night. This is very bad. Suddenly he realizes that there is one problem, that Callie does not know the local written language, so he cannot read it. All he understands are his name and some frequently occurring words. The letters resemble English ones. He turns to Sullivan, but she also doesn't know how to read texts written for the upper classes. John doesn't have time. The mercenary advises Callie to ask Azealia for help. He hasn't seen her for several days. After a while, he knocks on her door, while assuring himself that he is only here because of the book. Azealia opens the door with a scared look on her face. She half thinks that Callie has gotten into something again. The first thing she asks is how his leg is, and Callie says it feels much better. Azealia fills with joy, and our dude also blushes with shyness. He asks Azealia to read the book to him. She is surprised that Philippos treats Callie so well, even giving him such valuable instructions. He asks her to read the important parts of the book to him, since he cannot understand everything from the pictures. At that, Azealia was worried that Callie blames her for everything that has happened, but Callie doesn't blame her. Then they begin parsing the text and comparing it with the illustrations. One part explains how to start a fight when the fighters are facing each other. It suggests a dirty method, spitting in the enemy's eyes. Our guy decides he will not spit in Iskander's eye. After that, the book suggests quickly knocking the enemy down with a grab. It says if the enemy hits at high speed, it can be fatal, but if he is distracted, he won't have time to react to the boxer's movements. Azealia reads the entire book aloud. Our guy realizes that everything written in the book must be tested in practice. Otherwise, the book is useless. After a while, Azealia finishes reading and asks how our guy plans to win because he is a boxer, and the fight isn't designed for that. Callie promises that everything will be fine. He gets ready to leave and says goodbye. Azealia realizes that if Callie loses, she will have to live with Iskander, and she won't be able to change anything. She grabs Callie by the hand and begs him not to leave. She really asks him. Both of them throw themselves into each other's arms and kiss passionately. The next day, Sullivan meets our guy with a mischievous smile. Our guy, who is preparing for a fight, can't understand what's so funny about it. The mercenary can't stop smiling. She teasingly says to Callie that yesterday he spent so long in the ladies' chambers. He blushes and doesn't even understand how Sullivan found out everything. Boxer Callie enters the ring. Behind him, his comrade shouts wishes for victory. The troops of the Empire line up in the square, and the soldiers slam their swords against their shields, creating a deafening roar. Prince Philippos sits on the throne as the soldiers shout the name of Prince Iskander as descendant of Mars and call him to the ring. Under the enthusiastic cries of the army, the prince walks to the battlefield. The prince says, while anticipating victory, that it is good weather today to give someone a beating. Callie comes out from the other side and walks to the place of the fight. Philippos stands and proclaims the terms of the battle, that the winner will get everything, and the loser will lose everything. Iskander takes off his shirt as he thinks that this isn't just about Azealia anymore, because our boy is the only one who can resist him, and now it's time for payback. Callie understands perfectly well that this isn't boxing but wrestling, but he always overcomes obstacles and will do it again. The soldiers stand in a circle, outlining the combat zone. He and Iskander stand in the center. Our boy immediately attacks the prince with a direct blow to the face and quickly jumps back, breaking the distance. Iskander notices that the Callie's leg is better now. He throws a right hand, but Callie manages to dodge. Callie also dodges a series of blows thrown by the prince, and at the same time he never stops counterattacking. The force of Callie's blows shakes the air near Iskander. Iskander realizes he is unlucky to face such an opponent. He accidentally opens himself up, but Callie hesitates. He becomes indecisive and afraid of losing because now he has something to lose. After last night with Azealia, Iskander, not thinking about his feelings, strikes the frozen Callie. He flies to the edge where the soldiers stand and even breaks through the fence. Iskander yells for him to surrender, while claiming he hasn't even punched him properly yet. However, Iskander, being an experienced fighter, notes that Callie managed to close up when struck, a quick reaction for a boy like him. Our guy returns to the ring, cursing himself for thinking about someone else during the fight. Without hesitation, he rushes to attack. Iskander runs toward him. Callie clenches his fist with all his might as Iskander deals a powerful blow. Our guy dodges, leaning on his bad leg. The doctor's treatment has helped him a lot, and his leg doesn't hurt much anymore. He takes a step forward and responds with a terrible counterblow. Iskander screams in pain. It's hard for him to believe that a lame kid can hit like that. He reaches out, trying to grab Kali and use a wrestling technique. Our guy knows he can't fall for these tricks. If Iskandar catches him, Kali will lose. Our guy's fist slams into his opponent's body, and his second blow hits Iskandar in the jaw. Kali tries not to give the prince even one chance to grab him, and launches one series of blows after another. Meanwhile, Philippos always thought boxing wasn't a good enough skill, but Kali lasts a very long time. Still, it will not be easy to defeat Iskandar with just blows. Philippos believes Iskandar will do whatever it takes to win, and has no doubt about who the victor will be. Basically, all the princes of this empire undergo brutal training with warriors. No one is recognized as a prince if he is physically weak. The emperor and members of the imperial family must always come first. Members of the imperial family are seen by warriors as loyal comrades in arms, fighting alongside them. The Prince Philippos is thinking that how Iskandar is a born warrior. When he meets a strong opponent, he isn't afraid, but tries to defeat them. Now he meets his equal in Kali. Our guy sees that Iskandar is looking for the best opportunity to strike. He doesn't leave Kali any choice. Kali rises to his feet and staggers. Iskandar realizes that his enemy's legs have reached their limit of endurance and rushes at him. Prince Philippos clearly sees that it's a trap and regrets that his brother is such an idiot. The prince charges at Kali like a bulldozer. Kali stands motionless, waiting for the attack. He knows that if his timing is off, he's finished. Calculating everything down to the second, Kali throws a right hand at Iskandar's head. The blow is strong and accurate. Iskandar staggers, blood spraying from his mouth. His eyes light up with red fire. Instead of falling, he grabs Kali and knocks him to the ground. After such a blow, Iskandar shouldn't be able to get up, but it's not Iskandar lying on the ground, it's Kali. The prince raises his fist over Kali, intending to finish him off. Blows rain down endlessly on the fallen Kali. Iskandar manages this because of his rigorous training. He unknowingly uses a technique designed to knock down and immobilize the enemy, mercilessly destroying them. Our guy urgently needs to free himself. He tries but can't, as Iskandar grabs his arm in a painful hold. Our boy feels like his arm is about to break. Lying on the ground, unable to do anything, he notices a fresh wound on Iskandar's shoulder, which is the one Kali inflicted that fateful night. Bending over, Kali hits the prince in the wound. Iskandar's face contorts in pain. He growls and unclenches his hands, allowing Kali to free himself. Before Iskandar can react, Kali punches him in the jaw from below. Iskandar jumps back, and Kali manages to get back on his feet. Our guy feels the ligaments in his arm are stretched, but he keeps going. Iskandar is also in bad shape, staggering. Kali shouts, mocking him, asking how it feels to be in his position. Iskandar notes that Kali is surprisingly persistent. Philippos observes the fight and notices that Iskandar looks pleased. He's never seen a member of the imperial family put so much effort into a fight. He hopes that Kali's skill matches his courage. At this moment, Azelia arrives to watch the fight. She sits next to Philippos and apologizes for being late. When she sees the beaten Kali, she can't contain her feelings and becomes overwhelmed. Philippos, seeing her reaction, unexpectedly asks her to sell Kali to him for any price. Azelia is so stunned to listen to this that she can't find anything to say. The prince insists that Kali will be better off with him. Azelia sarcastically replies, showing that His Highness has a very nice way of joking. She adds that Kali is too good for her and that their relationship goes beyond master and slave. The prince taunts her while asking if they are going to get married, then remarks that she was the one who switched to Iskandar's side at one point. Azelia responds firmly, saying that she will do everything Kali wants, whether it's freedom, struggle, or even marriage. She promises to repay Kali for everything he has done for her, no matter how hard it is. Meanwhile, the prince admits to himself that his opponent is stronger than he expected. He resolves to survive at all costs. With his injured hand, he knows he can only strike once. On the other hand, Kali's leg too has reached its limit, sending him distress signals. Despite this, he is determined that his victory over Iskandar in such a state will be spectacular. He will defeat the enemy here and stand triumphant, showing everyone his true strength. Kali rushes to attack. Meanwhile, he can proudly say now that his life in his own body cannot be compared to the life he had in Park Gang's body. Kali's life is far more valuable. He channels all his years of struggle and rage into this one decisive blow, knowing this is his moment to shine. Iskandar attempts to apply a grappling move again, but he ducks under his hands, leaving Iskandar grabbing at the air. At the same moment, our guy knees Iskandar in the stomach. Iskandar staggers and exposes himself, giving Kali the chance to strike with his left hand. Even though Iskandar is battered, he remains standing and raises his fist, ready to finish our guy. But he strikes first, while delivering a crushing blow with his injured right hand to the prince's chin. However, Iskandar lowers his head just in time and blocks the punch. Immediately, Iskandar counters by headbutting Kali, while showing his fierce determination. Our guy is thrown back by the force of the blow. As he crashes to the ground, Iskandar declares himself a descendant of the god of war and the most handsome man in the empire. Under these triumphant shouts, Iskandar throws him far back with a deafening roar. Kali lies on the ground, stunned by how far he was thrown. He then catches sight of Azealia, who looks at him sadly and pleads silently for him to bring her victory. With great difficulty, our guy gets up and returns to the ring. Iskandar too looks exhausted and unsteady, but he does not fall. Mockingly, he asks Callie if he knows why he's still standing. Our guy retorts that it's because the prince's head is only good for eating, as it has already taken so many blows. If there were brains in it, Iskandar would have had a concussion by now. Iskandar corrects him, claiming it's because he's a descendant of the god of war and protected by a sacred radiance. Iskandar rushes to attack, but Callie feels confident that he will win. This is because now Azealia is by his side. Azealia stands at the edge of the ring, watching with hope. Callie recalls the words from the book about how to start a fight when facing an opponent, by spitting in their face. Our guy realizes that Iskandar will do anything to win, and his suspicion proves correct. The prince prepares to spit at him. Callie is ready for this move and dodges the spit. Pressing his hand against Iskandar's surprised face, Callie delivers a powerful uppercut to the prince's chin. Then Iskandar begins to fall and screams. At that, Callie, smugly, replies that he heard the voice of Lady Luck. Iskandar collapses to the ground, and Callie remains standing over him. Next moment, Philippos rises from his throne, declaring that everyone, including him and the proud imperial soldiers, witnessed this victory. Boxer Callie is victorious. Azealia cries with happiness and joy as she hears these words. Unable to hold back her tears of pride, the prince confirms the victory in the name of the Empire and the god of war, declaring Callie the winner. Our guy is found lying on the bed in an injured state. The doctor examines him and explains that his leg is severely hurt. He mentions that how both our guy and his opponent are incredibly resilient compared to ordinary people. The doctor remarks that while most individuals would need over a month to recover from such an injury, Callie managed to wake up in just 3 days. Feeling confused, our guy asks about Iskandar. Then the doctor responds by explaining that Iskandar has been through numerous illnesses since he was an infant, which made him much stronger over time. He also notes how Iskandar is now eating everything without restraint. The doctor expresses surprise that our guy, whose injury is far worse, is worried about Iskandar. Our guy then asks how long it will take for his leg to heal. The doctor observes that his muscles are unusually strong and elastic, which may explain his fast recovery in the past. The doctor advises him to think carefully about what he said before leaving the room. As Callie sighs and leans back on the bed, the door suddenly slams open, and Iskandar storms in. Furious, Iskandar grabs him by the collar and demands an explanation, accusing him of studying a technique textbook. Iskandar cannot believe that our guy managed to defeat him without some unfair advantage. He, still confused, explains that he received the book from the prince. Hearing this, Iskandar grows even angrier and declares that whether the prince is his brother or not, he will make him pay for such betrayal. At that moment, the prince enters the room, amused by Iskandar's anger. The prince calmly mocks him, while questioning whether Iskandar truly plans to confront him. Iskandar demands to know why his ringer technique textbook was given away. The prince responds that it would be unfair for someone to face a ringer without a chance to prepare. He suggests that Iskandar should feel satisfied now that the fight was more balanced. The prince turns to our guy and congratulates him, adding that he heard about his leg injury. He mentions that the treatment will take at least a year. This frustrates him, who begins thinking of alternative ways to heal faster. The prince acknowledges his determination but points out that there is a significant problem as his status as a foreigner. He explains that foreigners like our guy and Azealia are not allowed to stay in the empire for more than 3 months unless they hold diplomatic positions. Iskandar challenges the prince, arguing that there are many foreign guests in the palace who stay longer. The prince ignores his comment and instead clarifies to our guy that there is indeed a way to remain in the empire for treatment, as he must become a free man. The suggestion shocks our guy, who questions whether he should pursue his freedom. The prince explains that skilled foreigners often gain important positions that allow them to stay. He mentions that, with his skills, our guy could become a martial arts instructor. However, as a slave, it would be impossible to grant him such a position. Our dude hesitates and wonders whether Azealia, who has invested so much effort into his recovery, would be willing to let him go. The prince taunts him, while questioning his relationship with her mistress. He adds that Azealia might give him more than freedom if he asks. The prince advises him to speak to her directly and persuades him that pursuing freedom is the best path forward. Determined, Callie decides to confront Azealia. Using a walking aid, he makes his way to her. Observing his approach, some people nearby tease him and quickly step aside. Azealia senses something unusual and asks about his condition. He explains that he cannot move freely yet, but reassures her that he is managing. After an awkward pause, she asks if something is troubling him. Struggling to find the right words, he explains the prince's suggestion about gaining freedom to stay in the empire for treatment. Hearing this, Azealia feels a mix of confusion and sadness, but eventually agrees to prepare the necessary documents. Our guy promises her that once he is fully healed, he will return to defeat the champions of both the kingdom and the empire. Azealia finds his determination amusing but supports his decision. She jokes that he does not need to return, as the prince can offer him more than she can. However, our guy makes it clear that it is not about what the prince offers. He emphasizes that he will live life on his own terms, free of restrictions, and vows to return someday. A few days later, our guy gains his freedom, though he feels surprisingly indifferent about it. Salavin bids him farewell, mentioning her plans to open a store in Korea. She asks him to visit her someday, and they part on friendly terms. Azealia also comes to see him, showing concern for his condition. Our guy reassures her to stay safe and jokes about her not getting kidnapped by bandits again. Azealia humorously replies that she will call him if she ends up having children with bandit leaders. Before leaving, our guy entrusts Rovo to Azelia's care, explaining that he will not be able to look after him during his treatment. He instructs Rovo to watch over her, confident that the animal will understand his words. Although he initially expected his stay in the Empire to be short, it extends to 2 years. By the time he leaves, Philippos VII has taken the throne, and our guy's presence becomes a forgotten part of the Empire's history. The former emperor of the Empire steps down from the throne following the end of the Northern Conquest when his strength diminishes. The first prince, Philippos, takes the throne as emperor. He ruthlessly eliminates any opposition, even from his own bloodline. During his reign, 4 of the 7 princes lose their lives. The second prince, Oreides, who stirs rebellion within the royal family out of dissatisfaction with the empire, is killed by Calli under Philippos's orders. However, rumors circulate that barbarians are the ones responsible for his death. Now, 2 years later, our guy questions Philippos if he plans to use that as an excuse to keep him, reminding him that it was supposed to be only for 1 year, but now he is being stubborn. Philippos admits that he sometimes misses the innocent Calli from 2 years ago. Our guy responds that he is tired of being deceived. Philippos expresses regret, saying he wishes Calli could stay with him, but our guy brushes it off, advising Philippos to find a girl and get married. Later, in Dr. John's office, John asks Calli if he is merely a martial arts instructor, expressing doubt about how our guy manages to execute Philippos's mission so flawlessly. John remarks that it feels like just yesterday when he treated Calli's leg. Our guy replies that it was an awful experience, and vows never to go through it again, making John sigh. He then tells John that Philippos is curious about his abilities and true identity, but John shakes his head, explaining that the time to reveal it hasn't come yet. Calli asks if he's right in thinking that Philippos would be thrilled rather than afraid to discover the truth, and John agrees. Our guy's disciples are part of a special unit serving directly under Philippos's shadow guard. They are loyal to each other, bound by shared life and death experiences. Our guy grows attached to them, making his impending departure bittersweet. One of his disciples gives him a sword, urging him to take it as a gift and to take care of himself. Surprised, Calli remarks that they know he doesn't use swords and adds that it looks far too costly. His disciple explains that it cost 3 months' salary for the 3 of them, shocking him even more. He tells them that if he ever has a child, he will pass the sword down as a family heirloom. When the time comes for him to leave, Philippos and John bid him farewell, and his disciples wish him a safe journey back home. Calli recalls Iskandar and explains that he can't say goodbye to him because Iskandar is still busy conquering the West. With that, he says his final farewell and sets off. Later, he arrives at the western frontier city of Arzan and recalls its reputation for fine jewelry, deciding it would make a great gift for Azealia. He asks an old man where the best gemstone shop in Arzan is located. The old man replies that all stores in Arzan sell top-quality gemstones, but Calli clarifies that he's looking for something truly special. The old man suggests Calli go to the auction house, as most shops only deal in lower-quality gemstones. Calli heads to the auction, but a guard stops him, demanding an entry fee of at least 2,000 guilds. Calli pulls out a bag of guilds and asks if he can enter now. The guard, surprised, lets him in. Once everyone gathers, the host unveils a ruby crafted by Mr. Quers, explaining it's of the highest grade due to its vivid red color. The bidding starts at 5,000 guilds. The bids rise quickly: 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and finally 25,000 guilds. Only one bidder remains, and the host asks for higher offers. Calli raises his hand and bids 30,000 guilds, surprising the host. Other bidders accuse him of bluffing, but then another bidder offers 33,000 guilds. The host reveals this bidder as Count Boralmarl, the kingdom's wealthiest noble. The host announces Boralmarl's 33,000 guild bid as Calli and Boralmarl lock eyes. Calli raises the bid to 40,000 guilds, but Boralmarl counters with 45,000 guild, mocking Calli and claiming the ruby is for his wife. Furious, Calli storms out, frustrated that the ruby would have been the perfect gift for Azealia. As he walks away, he notices nobles lurking nearby and realizes trouble is coming. A nobleman accuses Calli of theft, prompting Calli to show his bag of guilds. The nobleman, accompanied by large guards, presses the accusation, making Calli wonder if he's being followed. He taunts the nobleman, throwing down his bag and sword, challenging them to attack. The nobleman orders his men to teach Calli a lesson, but when one guard is knocked out with a single punch, the others freeze in fear. Calli apologetically explains that he struggles to control his strength and hopes they understand. Calli quickly takes down all of the nobleman's guards and appears behind him, shocking the nobleman. When the nobleman asks if Calli knows who he is, Calli slaps and kicks him. dismissing his noble status as meaningless. The nobleman begs for mercy, and Callie questions whether he's from the kingdom. The nobleman nervously admits that he is, and he demands everything he knows about Count Boralmarl. The nobleman reveals that Boralmarl is just a rich man without ambition or skills, unlike his father, the kingdom's treasurer. He adds that Boralmarl's family fortune won't last. Callie dismisses the details about Boralmarl's travels as useless and presses for more, finally learning that Boralmarl enjoys pugilism. He seizes the opportunity, realizing this could be his way to gain an advantage. In a lodging in Arzen, Boralmarl admires the red gemstone he bought, grumbling about spending more than he intended, blaming Callie for his impulse. Despite his annoyance, he decides to let it go since the gem is now his. Suddenly, his men are heard questioning someone outside, and a voice announces they have business with Boralmarl. Opening the door, Boralmarl is taken aback when he sees Callie, recognizing him from the auction. Our boy smiles, commenting that he didn't expect Boralmarl to remember him, and politely asks to speak. Boralmarl dismisses him, saying he's not in the mood, but Callie piques Boralmarl's interest by asking if he enjoys pugilism, which leads to Boralmarl admitting he does. Callie reveals that he's a pugilist, not just a mercenary, and that while he didn't come because of the auction, he does want the gemstone. He explains that it's for a woman who would look stunning with it. Boralmarl smirks, noting that Callie only had 40,000 guilds at the auction and offers to sell the gemstone for 50,000 guilds. He asks how Callie plans to pay. Callie proposes fighting in pugilism matches under Boralmarl's name, earning 10,000 guilds per win. If he loses even once, he promises to hand over all the money and give up on the gemstone. Despite the risks, Callie is confident in his skills. Boralmarl finds the offer interesting and agrees. He says it could be fun and asks for Callie's name. With pride, Callie introduces himself. 2 days later, at the arena, another count asks Boralmarl if Callie is truly fighting under his name. Boralmarl replies casually that it's just to pass the time. The count warns that Callie's opponent is very strong, but Boralmarl shrugs, saying that Callie can return home if he loses. In the ring, Callie smiles, feeling excited. It has been a long time since his last fight. He studies his opponent, who is shorter than Kijo but has long arms and legs. His muscles are well balanced, and his scars show that he is experienced. When the match begins, Callie's opponent attacks immediately. Callie dodges easily and notices the man is very fast. The man's intense gaze makes Callie feel like he's being closely watched, which is unsettling. Suddenly, the man throws a punch, and Callie dodges again but gets a small scratch on his face. Ignoring it, Callie focuses on finding an opening. Callie realizes that his opponent's long arms and legs give him an advantage at a distance. Covering his face, Callie notes the man's power and understands why he is called the strongest fighter in Arzen. When the man throws another punch, Callie quickly dodges and strikes the man's side, making him cry out in pain. The crowd, including Boralmarl, gasps in surprise. Our guy then closes the gap and tells his opponent that he won't let him take control of the fight. With a powerful punch to the chest, Callie forces his opponent to his knees, leaving him gasping for air. Feeling victorious, Callie pounds his chest and raises his fist, shouting praises for Boralmarl. The nobles in the audience cheer loudly, and Boralmarl stands proudly, calling Callie's performance amazing. As Boralmarl smiles at him, Callie smiles back. He feels confident that he has earned Boralmarl's trust and approval, which is exactly what he wanted. When the fight ends, they return to Boralmarl's mansion, both drunk. He laughs and tells Callie he should have seen everyone's shocked and amazed faces, adding how delighted he feels. Callie replies that he's glad that he is satisfied. Boralmarl then says he'd love to make Callie his personal pugilist, but since our guy is heading back to his hometown, he asks where he has been and what he's been up to all this time. A little later, when Boralmarl is asleep from drinking, Callie quietly leaves the room. As he walks out, he reflects that he is quite a nice person, though a bit dim. As our guy moves through the mansion, someone calls his name. Turning around, he sees the chief guard. Wondering why he's being summoned, he smiles and tells the guard they'll be seeing each other often for a while, so there's no need to be so formal. However, the chief guard silently turns and walks away, leaving Callie feeling slightly awkward. The next day, Boralmarl departs from Arzen to prepare for the upcoming fistfight match. As the sun sets, the chief guard approaches him to report that they will camp there for the night. Callie looks around and suggests they move to a more open area. He explains that the forest surrounds them on all sides, and an open space would provide some moonlight. Plus, they still have time before sundown. The chief guard, annoyed, snaps at Callie to mind his own business. He insists that whether they move or not, it's all forest and better to stay put until morning. Our guy reluctantly agrees and sits under a tree, wondering if he has somehow offended the guard. Deciding not to dwell on it, he lays down to sleep. Hours later, Callie is sleeping peacefully when he hears Boralmarl shouting for someone to be careful. The noise wakes him up and he wonders what's happening. He then hears him yelling at someone, his voice shaky and stuttering. As Callie looks around, he sees a man standing behind him. The man calmly says he holds no personal grudge against Callie and asks him to consider it bad luck. Before the man can strike with his sword, Callie jumps up, grabs his blanket, and throws it over the man. He follows with a punch to the man's face, knocking him to the ground. Confused, Callie looks at the fallen guard, trying to make sense of what just happened. Meanwhile, Boralmarl, holding a sword with trembling hands, shouts at the attackers, asking why they want to kill him. He wonders if it's because of the jewel and offers to give them as many as they want. The chief guard calls him a foolish count and says he'll explain the reason as a gift for the afterlife. He reveals that it's because Boralmarl's nephew is old enough to inherit his fortune, shocking Boralmarl. Horrified, Boralmarl asks how the boy he raised could betray him. The chief guard says he'll start by taking the red gemstone. Boralmarl, realizing he might die at the hands of those he trusted, begins to despair. Just then, someone hits the chief guard on the head with a rock. It's Callie, dragging the unconscious guard from earlier. He tells the others they're in trouble if they try to take the jewel because it's already reserved for him. Noticing there are 10 heavily armed guards, Callie realizes he can't fight them barehanded. He quickly grabs gloves and a sword from the unconscious guard, although he admits to himself that he's not confident with swords. The chief guard orders his men to attack. One swings at Callie, but he blocks with the sword. Seeing an opening, Callie punches the attacker's face while still holding the sword, breaking the man's bones and knocking out a few teeth. Turning to the man, Callie asks if he wants to live. Trembling, the man nods, hoping Callie can protect him. Callie picks up some stones and throws them at the guards blocking Boralmarl's path. He yells at Boralmarl, telling him to break through and run toward him if he wants to live. Boralmarl stutters that he can't do it. Realizing he needs help, Callie knows he must deal with the guards himself. He shouts at him again, urging him to move if he still wants to survive. Boralmarl, sweating and shaking with fear, stands frozen. Count Boralmarl's life is like a neatly packaged road, smooth, tranquil, and devoid of any obstacles. Living comfortably in a world shaped by his ancestors, he has never achieved anything through his own efforts. Callie's words pierce his heart, shaking him from his complacency. With newfound determination, Boralmarl swings his sword repeatedly while running past the guards. The chief guard yells at the others, calling them stupid jerks and demanding to know why they aren't stopping him. He manages to catch Boralmarl and raises his sword to kill him, slashing one of his arms. Shocked and in pain, he drops his sword but keeps running toward our guy, tears streaming down his face. Our guy rushes to meet Boralmarl, who begs him to save him. He grabs him, compliments his spirit, and carries him on his shoulder. They run as fast as they can, knowing that if they're too late, Boralmarl will bleed to death. The chief guard shouts at his men not to let them escape and orders them to shoot. A guard fires an arrow, but Callie notices it and tells him to hold on. As the arrow nears, Callie punches it in half and deflects others with his hand. The chief guard and his men are stunned. Our guy is exhausted and lifts Boralmarl again and runs at top speed. 3 days later, they arrive at the western desert. He curses, unable to believe how the terrain has changed overnight. They have entered the desert to avoid being tracked. Our guy plans to enter the kingdom through the desert, but it's more mysterious than he expects. Leaning against a cave wall, Boralmarl complains and offers our guy the jewelry. He is annoyed and tells him to use his energy to walk instead of whining and warns him that he'll leave him behind if he keeps talking. Suddenly, they hear horses approaching. Looking back, Callie sees desert tribesmen riding toward them. He tells Boralmarl they need to go the other way, but Boralmarl points behind them. Our guy turns and sees another group of tribesmen approaching. They are completely surrounded. The tribesmen capture them but give them plenty of food. One of the tribesmen gestures toward a table full of food while speaking in a different language. Our guy asks if they want them to eat. Boralmarl, fearful, wonders aloud if they're being fattened up to be eaten later, recalling rumors that desert tribes are cannibals. Ignoring him, Callie starts eating and tells Boralmarl to do the same. While eating, Boralmarl notices a huge statue and asks Callie about it. Callie replies that it looks like a wooden sculpture and admires their craftsmanship. One of the tribesmen says, "Khan." Callie asks if it's Khan, and the man repeats, "Khan." Our guy doesn't understand the meaning but guesses they worship something called Khan, noticing its symbols all over the village. A few days later, the tribesmen bring more food. Callie jokes that his stomach will explode if they keep eating. Boralmarl, fearful, says he can't live like this anymore and is sick of it. Callie tells him to endure it, reminding him that many people live without both arms. He replies that not everyone is as strong as Callie. Callie tells him that no one is born strong. Strength is developed. Suddenly, the tribesmen burst into their room, speaking in a different language. They drag them outside, and Boralmarl, stuttering, shouts that he knew they were going to eat them. One of the tribesmen hits our guy on the nape with a stick, making him collapse. Boralmarl worriedly calls out Callie's name as the tribesmen drag them to a cliff. At the cliff, they see a huge pillar with a horn. Boralmarl wonders where they are being taken. The tribesmen tie them to the pillars and chant Dakan in front of a cave. After that, they run away, leaving them behind. Boralmarl panics and asks what's happening. He hears a deep growling sound coming from inside the cave. Trembling, he tries to wake our guy and tells him about the strange sound, but Callie doesn't respond. Boralmarl begins to cry in fear. Despite his terror, he tries to gather himself, realizing it's now up to him. It is almost dawn when Callie wakes up. Boralmarl explains how they are dragged there when he faints. He further adds that there must be some monsters inside the cave. Our guy also hears a growling voice and concludes that it must be Dakan and that they are presented there as a sacrifice. But they don't understand why the monster doesn't eat them yet. Boromarl explains that it must be warming them up with the daylight. Suddenly, our boy notices Count's bleeding lips. Count explains that how he had cut Callie's ropes with his teeth last night, and with that now he can escape. Seeing that, he immediately thanks Boromarl and gets free from the ropes. But the next moment, a huge gorilla appears before them. When Boromarl shouts at him to run away, Callie takes a fighting stance because it is just a monkey. Boromarl tries to reason that there is a huge power difference. At that, Callie understands that it is the same situation as him and the ogre. But no matter how huge the monster before them is, it is just a monkey. The next moment, both of them clash, which makes Callie realize that the monkey's range is longer than he expects. Then he throws sand into the gorilla's eyes and punches it hard in the face. The gorilla is furious at but it only gets a nosebleed from his punch. It then throws our boy far away. He, on the other hand, thinks about how little chance he has to win. As the bones pierce his body, he realizes that at this rate, he could die from bleeding. Then he gets up and decides to attack again. While looking at it, he understands that the monkey is quite intelligent, as it observes the bone in his hand as a weapon and halts its movement. He rushes toward it, while knowing that he doesn't have time to delay the battle. This time he pierces the bone into its thick skin. In retaliation, the gorilla tries to pry it away, but he comes back and pierces the bone completely into its stomach, while making it growl in pain. Boromarl, who is witnessing this scene, is astonished to see Callie battling someone stronger than him. Our dude once again punches the Monkey King and dodges its attack immediately. He then takes the ropes and rushes toward it with blurry eyes. He makes a loop with the ropes around the gorilla's neck and tightens it while sitting on its back. Now, the gorilla is having difficulty breathing. It tries to loosen the rope, but Callie's grip is firm. But our boy is also struggling to keep strangling the gorilla because of its power, so he takes out the bone knife and attacks its eyes. Finally, after some struggle, the gorilla collapses on the floor, and our boy comes out of the cave, victorious. Boromarl immediately asks about his well-being, to which he replies with sarcasm. Anyway, he unties Boromarl, who expresses his disbelief at Callie defeating the monster. But the next moment, our dude dozes off from exhaustion. Boromarl then scoops Callie onto his back and steps ahead. After a while, he finds a large group of people coming toward them. He guesses whether they are assassins or the desert tribe, but they are too many to be an assassin group. Suddenly, he recognizes the flag of the army and tries to turn his back on them. But one of them spots him and demands that he identify himself. He introduces himself, and the soldiers immediately notice his missing arm, which makes some of them chuckle. Then, someone asks about the beast that the barbarian there is worshipping. This person turns out to be none other than Iskander, who is the leader of the Western Conquest Army of the Empire. As he gets down from the horse, he is shocked to recognize Callie on the count back. After that, he is even more shocked to learn that Callie is the one who defeated the monster he intended to defeat. He kicks Callie from the bed and shakes him vigorously, which panics the army physician, who tries to reason with him that Callie is injured. But he nonchalantly replies that our boy is a monster himself, so he wouldn't die from a stomach wound. The next moment, Callie wakes up and punches Iskander hard. In return, he kicks him out of the tent, while reminding him that he is the one who treated him. Callie then asks his reason for being there. Iskander explains that he comes here to conquer this region. He also reminds him that Callie left the Empire without even saying goodbye to him, which makes him grumpy. Seeing Callie's casual behavior with Iskander, Boromarl is quite shocked. Later, inside Callie camp, he tells Boromarl to get back as soon as possible. The Count expresses that at first, he is scared by the fact that his nephew tries to assassinate him, but now he really wants to listen to him face to face. Callie also agrees with him on that. Back at Boromarl Castle, the Count's nephew Began is sleeping peacefully. Next moment, he wakes up when our boy calls his name and confronts him, while calling him ungrateful for trying to kill his own uncle. As soon as Began understands the situation, he tries to call for help, but our dude shuts him up and asks whether he should finish him off quickly. After a while, Callie stands in front of the guards, holding Began hostage. Began orders his guards to step aside. Our boy also tells them to follow their master's order as they head toward the castle gate. When they reach the castle gate, our boy orders the same thing to the gate's guards. Began warns him that they are surrounded by guards and even tries to lure him with a large sum of money. But Callie is not interested in money and instead commands the guards to open the gate. When guards don't budge, he then asks whether Began wants his left or right arm, which Began doesn't understand. He then breaks his right arm and warns him that if he wants his other arm intact, he should order his guards to open the door. Began complies immediately. The gate opens, and Boromarl stands in front of it. He orders his guards to lower their weapons, warning that they will be executed otherwise. The guards are shocked to see that Count Boromarl, with this new personality, who was once a timid person, has become daring. At that, Began tries to claim the Count title, but Count Bormarl furiously challenges him to a duel for the title. Began protests that the duel is unfair because of his broken arm. In response, Bormarl shows him his own ripped right arm. At first, Began picks up the sword with a smirk, but when he sees the fiery expression on his uncle's face, fear overtakes him. He then drops the sword and apologizes to his uncle. Count Bormarl, on the other hand, orders his guards to take his nephew to the prison. Afterwards, he reclaims his rightful position as count and executes the traitor. A few days later, our boy is ready to depart from the count, who remembers that he is none other than the ogre slayer, which embarrasses Callie. He then shows him the necklace he has prepared hastily but wholeheartedly. This necklace is made with the same ruby our boy wanted. While taking the necklace, our boy reminds the count that it's better he doesn't regret not to be paid for it with matches, but the count assures him that he has paid him enough. With that, they bid farewell to each other. Meanwhile, in a jest mansion, a servant informs Azelia about the arrival of Lord Jethro, who is the merchant group leader. She lets him in and he praises her beauty. After that, they sit down, and Lord Jethro conveys that he has checked the barony, which is in poor condition while the farmers are struggling. Meanwhile, she thinks about how Lord Jethro, despite coming from a common background, has become a powerful merchant. He is famous for making other people miserable. She asks about his purpose for being here. He then demands that she pay back his 30,000 guild, which he needs immediately because he is short on money. He even adds that with interest, the amount has become 40,000 guild, but he has given her a discount of 5,000, so it is now 35,000. She is infuriated to learn that the interest amount has increased so much within half a year. 2 years ago, when Azelia returned from the Empire, Gadolf was sick due to his drinking habit, leaving her in huge debt that couldn't even be paid off through merchant trips. She is still unable to repay the debt she took from different merchants. She asks him to wait until autumn, but he declines her plea, instead suggesting that she sell her fighters. She immediately refuses because they are her only source of money. He is infuriated by her response, as she needs to take action for the sake of her people. She then hears someone approaching and asks not to let anyone in, as she is having an important conversation. But the approaching person tells her that he was going to wait, but he could not wait any longer after seeing the situation outside. Azelia is shocked to see that this person is none other than Callie. Jethro also protests against his interruption while reminding him his status as slave, but Callie ignores him and asks about the amount of her debt. She tries to remind him to mind his own business, but Jethro answers that it is 35,000 guild. Our boy then throws a bag of 40,000 guild in his face, with an extra 5,000 for his treatment. The greedy merchant is quite happy to get the extra 5,000 and assures them that he will use it wisely. Both our hero and heroine are quite annoyed by his behavior. He then thanks Azelia and gives her a receipt, which she tears up. Before leaving, he comments that he has heard Callie's name somewhere. Callie haughtily tells him to remember the name, as it belongs to the next champion of the tournament, which makes the merchant scoff at his arrogance. When the merchant leaves, both of them settle down for tea. Azelia assures him that she will repay his money, which he tries to shrug off. She expresses her disbelief at his return, but he reminds her that, despite being late, he never breaks his promises. He then looks at her beauty and blushes. She then explains her situation after her father's death and asks about his 2 years in the Empire. He answers that he was working for Philippus. She asks whether he came here to fulfill his promise. He answers affirmatively, as he doesn't have anything in this place. After listening to this, she asks whether he is going to continue fist fighting. When he answers affirmatively, she asks him to leave his place. This infuriates him, but she coldly tells him to leave. He asks whether she is seeing another man, but she denies his claim. Then he understands that she must not want to involve herself with a slave, which she confirms, while stating that she can't involve him with her if he can't offer anything to her territory. Disheartened, he asks about her confession 2 years ago. She answers that it was the naivety of her young age. However, she offers him to take a rest and meet his friends while he stays there. When he leaves, she is broken, while thinking that she can't hold him with her family. Callie goes to the bar where he drinks himself while looking at the ruby necklace. He is addressed by Jethro and his companions. He tells them that he has no money left, so they shouldn't bother him now. While looking at his drunken state, Jethro quickly quips that he must have been rejected by Azelia. He then turns the conversation to our boy's title of Ogre Slayer, but Callie immediately knocks him down, which infuriates his companions. At first, Jethro is angry at his outburst, but then he controls his emotions and even asks the bartender that he will pay Callie's bill. Our boy then reprimands himself for venting his anger and even apologizes to Jethro, who brushes it off. Meanwhile, Jethro is thinking about monopolizing Callie's fame because people are eager to see him fight after 2 years of his disappearance. Then Callie asks about Azelia and her 2 years while he was away. Jethro tells him that she is not in good condition, as other families severed ties with her Baron family due to pressure from the Joseph family. Since her only situation to better her circumstances is to marry into a prominent family, but she has rejected potential proposals. Now every young lord has turned their back on her. Callie then inquires about the Joseph family. Jethro informs him that they have lost interest in the Adjust family because of their dire financial situation and debt complexities, which cannot be solved by money alone. Our dude comments how he didn't expect her to face such hardship, which prompts a comment from the merchant that it was because of her father that she had to hide from society. After he gets outside, he reflects on the information he got from Jethro and concludes that Azealia must be hiding something from him. Inside the training center, everyone is very happy to see Callie back. He then turns to Nixar, who welcomes him warmly while expressing his envy over not being able to be as active as Callie because of his leg and old age. Callie observes him, noticing how he has lost his muscles and gained white hairs. Callie then asks about his companions, and Nixar answers that Kijo is at the lodging and Torres is away. Torres, who will soon become a free man after winning 67 matches, has going to paid off his debt. Callie asks whether Torres will leave the territory. Nixar assumes that he is a loyal person, so he might stay. Their conversation is interrupted by Kijo, who greets Callie warmly. When Callie turns to him, he is startled to see that Kijo has lost one eye. Kijo explains that how he gave the biggest loss to his opponent, who attacked his eye. While reminiscing about Kijo's fighting style, he confirms that Kijo must be at a disadvantage in fighting. Both of them are happy to see each other after so long. Then he asks about Rovo. Kijo answers that when Rovo grew up, it went to the forest, which brings tears to Kijo's eyes. He then turns the conversation to Azealia and asks whether she comes often to the training ground. Kyo explains that because of the contagious illness of the Baron, she didn't come outside or meet anything besides some close servant. He then bids them goodbye and goes to the western forest to see Rovo. Arriving there, he shouts Rovo's name. After a while, he sees a big wolf coming to him. Then Rovo ushers him somewhere, and he follows the wolf. He sees 3 wolf cubs and immediately understands that Rovo has a family now, which is why he didn't return to the camp. He is about to say something when suddenly he realizes something and rushes back. After a while, he is in front of Azealia's mansion, but the guards aren't letting him in. He requests them to let him in, but they remind him of his limit as a slave fighter. He then leaves with no choice but to fight the guards and goes inside. Meanwhile, he is thinking about why she is hiding inside for half of the year. He looks here and there for her, and finally finds her inside a nursery. To see him here, she comments on his intelligence. He is baffled to find Azealia with a baby in her lap. He hesitantly goes ahead and takes a finger of the blonde baby in her lap while thinking about how this moment is life-changing for him. He remembers the time they were together and understands that this kid must be his. He asks about the baby's gender. She replies that it is a boy, and she named him Soren after her grandfather. He asks about her reasoning for hiding him from him. She argues back that it was better this way, as she didn't think he might take responsibility. When he protests, she asks him to quit fighting and take over the estate. He pleads with her not to ask something like this. She tells him to leave, as she is not going to tell her child that his father was killed during a fight. They argue for a while, with Callie insisting that he always wins. But Azealia is persistent that he always pushes himself to his limit, and she can't take the risk. She offers him to become a baron by marriage, but he is still hesitant. Later, he reflects on everything. How Azealia hid her pregnancy because she wanted him to pursue his dream. Besides, she is also dealing with bad year, debts, and uproar from citizens. His thoughts are interrupted by the fist of Kijo. While observing his fist fighting, he concludes that Kijo has a different sense of distance. He thinks about how he suggested to Nixar that Kijo should stop fist fighting because of his eyes. But Nixar explains that he has offered him to be an instructor, but Kijo wants to do some more fights. He then asks his friend to quit fighting, but Kijo protests, while saying that he didn't stop when he injured his leg. When Callie reminds him that his situation was different from Kijo's, he hears colorful accusations from him. But when he calmly asks Kijo his reason for wanting to be a free man, he calms down. Later, they settle down on a bench, and he informs her about seeing a cookwoman at the training center. But the problem is that he can't marry her because of his status as a slave. Callie dryly remarks that he also has a woman problem, but then he asks about his most important thing, and Kijo confidently replies that it is her. Something snaps in our boy. While listening to this, he remembers Kijo, who didn't have such determination before. He comments on how Kijo wants to be with someone now. After a while, Azealia finds Callie in front of her. She tries to dismiss him, but he catches her attention by declaring that he is ready to be a baron while gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Azealia thinks about how she never wanted his feet to unable to move forward. She always hoped he wouldn't come back. But now, she throws herself into his arms because now, when he returns, it's proof that she is really important to him, more than his dream of becoming a champion. Afterwards, their marriage news spreads like wildfire. Some support it, while others scoff at it, as it is seen as a kind of rebellion against aristocratic society. Count Joseph also hears the news. A few days later, Callie finally joins his duty as a baron and receives the list of participants in a friendly match. He asks about Torres, but Nixar informs him that he won't be able to make it until the match. Callie comments that the situation is not good because they don't have any veteran fighters except Kijo. Nixar agrees with him, while adding that friendship won't make them money. Callie answers that they have to make it work, as they are in a worse situation. Besides, there are also people who don't like him becoming a lord. This is his chance to prove himself as a lord to them, so they need to win this. He doesn't want history to repeat itself because they have a match with Doraemon within 7 days. He then asks Nixar to put Kijo's name on the list and asks him to pay fully for this match. Nixar reminds him that their condition doesn't allow them to free him right now, no matter how close he is to Kijo. Then Nixar thinks about how Callie can join the match, but rejects this idea because he left the boxing behind. Nixar then leaves the place, while thinking that although there is no history of nobles participating in slave fighting, but citizens mostly want to see Callie. After Nixar leaves, Callie sees the necklace he didn't give Azealia because of the fear that she might sell it to repay some debt. Besides, there are debt complexities he can't handle carelessly. He concludes that he needs a competent treasurer. While thinking, he goes on the road. People whisper while looking at him, saying how Gadolf is better than him. Listening to them, he confirms that he is more like Iskander than Philippos, but he wants someone like said emperor on his side. He finds that person in the bar, who turns out to be none other than Jethro. He asks him to help him. Jethro immediately tells him that he doesn't have money to lend him. When he is about to leave, Callie immediately stops him angrily, which scares him down, and he agrees to discuss business with our boy. He then asks Jethro to roll money under him, which leaves him totally baffled. More annoyed is Azealia, who doesn't like that person. Callie reasons that he doesn't have knowledge of economics, so he wants Jethro's cunning. They both don't like him, but he can do some nefarious work for him. So now, he can make him understand the situation closely, and then Callie can do something about it. He thinks about how he never liked the ugly and dirty way Philippos managed politics, which many times extended to assassinating dangerous individuals. That's why he immediately left that empire, but now, he himself has to do it. Azealia then hands over everything to him. Usually it's rare for the power to be given to someone noble by marriage, but in Azelia's case, it is only debt and burden. After the following days, she sees Callie doing everything in his power to handle the situation, which he always does. Now looking at the fighters, Callie doesn't seem happy. 4 days later, after taking a shower, he thinks about how he has been living for only his boxing career for the last 3 years. But looking at the mirror and reminding himself of his past self, he realizes that he hasn't done anything related to boxing since he becomes a baron. Now he doesn't understand the purpose of his second life. After a while, he welcomes Count Doraemon, who expresses his disbelief that Callie has really become the baron. Then both of them greet each other while Doraemon is still in disbelief, shaking hands with a slave. During the tea, he informs Doraemon about his hand-picked pugilist while intentionally mentioning the ogre, which irritates Doraemon. He then informs him about the broken mental state of the ogre after getting into a fight with Callie. Callie then tells him that the arena will be ready until 3 days before the match date. While looking at him, Doraemon assumes that he might be fighting as well and asks whether he is participating. While looking at Azealia, he declines, which brings relief to Doraemon. He is quite happy that they have only blind Kijo and rookies, so he can easily destroy them. On the day of the match, Jethro is distributing bread to everyone while asking them to maintain discipline. Jethro is quite angry that the bread, which is bought with his money, is being given to everyone. He asks our guy whether he is really going to give him money. Callie answers that he can't deceive a cunning man like him, which Jethro takes as a compliment. However, he is still doubtful about Callie's acquaintance with Borlmarl. In the audience, everyone has different opinions regarding Callie as a new lord. Some have good ones while others have bad. The match starts with Shiram being the first one to go. While looking at the ring, Callie understands the urgency to win this match as it helps people relieve their anger before the harvest season. He also realizes that the fighting style of the boxers has transformed into modern boxing with a Whistly style and centering around precision technique. He confirms that this development happens because of his transfer to this world. Meanwhile, Shiram's opponent punches him hard, but Shiram immediately pinches his arm, which distracts him, and the next moment, he punches him so hard. His enemy concludes that his punch was so fast that the audience can't even notice. But Shiram continues punching, which is defended by his opponent. Other participants are happy to see the match, while our boy is tense, wondering when Shiram will be done. He will be exhausted, only to get beaten. It really happens that Shiram gets exhausted, which is taken advantage of by his opponent, who punches him hard. Shiram still tries to punch back, but his opponent dodges it immediately and punches him back, knocking him out. Regardless, Shiram can't attack back. He keeps hitting him. Callie concludes that it must be because Doraemon really wants to crush them. The opponent asks Sharam to just die because of giving such a lame match. Doraemon laughs while apologizing for his fighters being rough. Callie comments that it can happen during a match, which prompts a remark from Doraemon that he understands this thing because of his prior experience as a boxer. He looks at his fighters and concludes that there is a huge power difference between them and Doraemon's. He doesn't have anyone besides Kijo. Sharam is good, but he just isn't prepared to win within a week. His other fighter is also afraid to fight and gets beaten by Doraemon's fighter. Seeing that, everyone is shouting about how they can lose a match when their Baron is himself a famous boxer. They loudly curse Callie's fighters. Doraemon is quite satisfied to see it because he has already won 2 matches. He asks whether Kijo is his last contestant, which Callie confirms. While looking at Callie, Azealia is shocked to see his darkened mood. Then she tries to calm him down. Unbeknownst to him, Doraemon keeps informing him about his next fighter, who is his top boxer, whom he has trained diligently over the years. His name is Charon. When he enters the ring, everyone is cheering for Kijo and asks him to win this match. Callie knows that they have already lost the match, but they need to win this round to save face in front of their audience. Before the match, Kijo recalls our guy telling the pugilists not to be intimidated by their opponent's strength, reminding him that every blow hurts both sides equally. He advises the boxers to block with all their might, to which one pugilist replies with a firm, yes. Our guy then turns to Sharam, encouraging him by saying that he has both perseverance and skill, urging him to fight calmly and not let his emotions take over. Sharam, although stutters that he understands. Kyo then looks at his own fist, confiding in our guy that he doesn't want to become as strong as him. All he desires is to escape the life of a slave fighter and live a normal life like everyone else. Kyo knows that to achieve that freedom, he needs to win. As the match begins, the crowd erupts in cheers. Our guy carefully observes Kijo, aware of the difficulty of gauging distance with only one eye, but Kijo is determined to give his all. Kyo initiates the attack, throwing punches from a distance with his long arm, but Charon blocks them effortlessly, mocking Kijo for being a one-eyed pugilist. Kijo notices Charon's feet inching forward, and our guy panics, knowing that if he gets too close, the fight will devolve into a slugfest. Kijo swiftly steps back to maintain distance, but to his shock, he closes the gap with incredible speed. Kijo launches another punch, realizing that Charon is trying to exploit his blind spot. Charon, now serious, steps back, dodging his punch, leaving him in disbelief. Our guy observes that Charon is reading Kijo's movements. Charon dashes forward, frustratedly declaring that only a challenge like Ogre Slayer is worth his time. Kijo, shouting that he is enough of a challenge, tries to punch Charon, but Charon ducks under it and closes in even more, making Kijo realize that keeping his distance is futile. Even if he creates space, Charon will close it instantly. With no other options, Kijo charges forward to meet Charon head-on, launching his fist. Charon lands a punch to Kijo's face, but he retaliates, striking Charon in the side. Callie stands up worried, knowing that if Kijo engages in a slugfest with Charon, he will surely lose. If only Kijo had both eyes, he could win. As they exchange blows, Charon teases Kijo, asking if he should take out his remaining eye. Kijo, desperate to protect himself, distances himself from Charon, but he quickly follows up with a hard punch to Kijo's stomach, then another to his side, hitting his head. Callie watches in rage, while struggling to restrain himself. Charon continues his relentless assault, while knocking off Kijo's eye patch, but he doesn't stop. He sneers that he has heard enough about the Ogre Slayer over the past 2 years to be sick of it. Lifting Kijo's long arm, Charon declares his intent to defeat our guy and claim his reputation if they ever cross paths. However, he adds with disappointment that since our guy has become a noble, he will never return to the sand arena. Charon suddenly feels a sharp pain in his side, and in response, Charon snaps his finger, calling him an arrogant bastard, causing Kijo to scream in pain. The citizens angrily question why they are subjected to such a poor fight, accusing our guy of neglecting his duties since becoming a noble. Amidst the chaos, Doraemon is laughing victoriously while the citizens blame our guy in anger. He sees Kijo writhing in pain, clutching his hand, which triggers memories of his own brutal past. He recalls the time when he, as Park Kang-tae, was beaten to death, and how he later triumphed as the slave Callie. These memories make him snap, but he is brought back to the present by thoughts of his son, Soren. In his rage, he crushes the chair handle with just a grip, shocking Doraemon into fear. Azealia calls out to him in concern, but our guy only apologizes, which shocks her. He admits that he doesn't think he can be a good father. Ignoring Azalea's pleas to wait, he stands up and calls out to Doraemon, removing his suit while suggesting another round, which horrifies Doraemon. Our guy then leaps off the stage despite Doraemon's attempts to stop him and heads to the ring. Once inside, the citizens begin to cheer for him, calling him the Ogre Slayer. Charon teases our guy, saying that he can't believe he is making an appearance with his noble body, asking sarcastically what brought this on. Callie advises Charon to rest until the cheers subside, but Charon stretches and insists there is no need. He then dashes toward our guy at incredible speed. Charon thinks that he can end the fight before our guy warms up, and when he tries to punch him, he dodges and lands a blow on Callie's stomach. However, he remains unfazed. Charon taunts him, claiming that the Ogre Slayer's reputation is exaggerated and that there is nothing special about him. But then, to Charon's shock, our guy suddenly appears in front of him at blinding speed, asking if Charon plans to fight with just his mouth. At that, Callie strikes Charon's arm shield, sending him flying backward. As Charon stares in disbelief at his shaking arms, our guy coldly remarks that he despises the title of Ogre Slayer, and that he will carefully choose his next title. Charon unleashes a flurry of punches, but Callie blocks them all. Noting Charon's impressive speed, he considers that Charon might be one of the fastest opponents he has ever faced, though not so fast that he can't dodge. Positioning his foot, he skillfully evades Charon's next punch. He tries his best to land a hit, can't fathom how his opponent dodges so easily. Then, in a flash, our guy dashes to his opponent's side and lands a solid punch to his face, leaving Charon in disbelief at how easily he counters and avoids his attacks. Determined, Charon attempts another punch, but our dude sidesteps once more. Charon sees the intensity in Callie's eyes and, summoning all his speed, launches a fist aimed at his head, managing to land a blow that draws blood. As blood drips to the ground, our guy mutters that he must have gotten rusty, though he is fortunate it's only a slash to the forehead. He knows he has to act quickly. With his vision blurring and the bleeding showing no signs of stopping, he drops his guard and steps back slightly, intending to lure Charon in. Charon notices the lowered guard and, curious about what Callie is planning, dashes forward, while wondering if he is about to give up. His punch connects with Callie's face, causing the crowd to erupt in anger, questioning why he is suddenly acting hesitant after being so confident. Their shouts only fuel his fury, he just wants to fight. With a burst of rage, our guy punches him in the stomach, making him cough up blood and scream in pain. He desperately throws more punches, but they are blocked effortlessly. At that, our dude retaliates, while refusing to throw away everything he has achieved thus far, landing another punch on his face. Yet Charon doesn't back down and throws multiple punches in anger. But Callie takes them without flinching and responds with another blow to Charon's face. Charon curses under his breath, knowing he has hit harder than before, but Callie is still standing. As he approaches, Charon can't understand how he hasn't fallen. Our guy then remembers his past fight against someone who seemed impervious to pain, who was an enemy who wouldn't go down no matter how hard he hit. But he realizes that in the past, the opponent had only been bluffing, pretending not to feel pain. Callie launches a punch filled with anger, sending Charon staggering back. The citizens cheer wildly, urging him to crush Charon. Charon tries to punch again, but our guy dodges and strikes him in the side, delivering another devastating blow. Charon feels intense pain as our guy strikes the spot where Kijo had hit him earlier. Our guy then throws another punch at Charon, taunting him about leaving his jaw exposed. The punch connects with Charon's jaw, and he hears the sickening crack of bone breaking before he collapses to the ground. But our guy doesn't stop there. He grabs Charon's hand and breaks one of his fingers, telling him it's for Kijo and that he should never forget it. Turning to Dorman, our guy comments that the condition of his remaining two pugilists doesn't seem too bad either. He asks Dorman if they should continue, causing Dorman to question whether he has lost all sense, even after becoming a noble. Doraemon angrily declares that the ridiculous fight is over. Feigning exhaustion, he shouts that he is very tired now and asks his pugilists when they plan to earn a spectacular title if not now. This comment boosts the pugilists' confidence, and they begin to argue over who will fight him first. He chuckles, telling them to stop talking nonsense and just come at him simultaneously, as it would make things more interesting. As the two pugilists rush toward him, he glances at Azalea with an apologetic expression. Noticing her worried look, he knows that he can't discuss his life without mentioning pugilism. Right now, he realizes that quitting the sport is an impossible promise. Bracing himself, he watches as the two pugilists enter the ring. He feels the blood on his head clotting as the bleeding finally stops. Assessing his opponents, he determines they are below Charon's level. When one of the pugilists throws a punch at him, he ducks down to avoid it and counters with a blow to the pugilist's stomach, defeating him easily. The other pugilist then appears at his side and tries to land a punch. But he understands that what people need right now isn't bread or material things. They need help. He dashes forward, landing a punch on the pugilist who had stepped back to cover his face. Unfortunately for him, he isn't fast enough and takes the punch squarely in the face, collapsing in defeat. Raising his fist in victory, he hears the citizens cheer for him. He knows they need someone to trust, someone who can carry their hopes for the future. He then shouts to them that, just like them, he has experienced hunger and has once laid his face down, enduring the stench of the nobles. Doraemon turns pale as a ghost in shock. Our guy then addresses the citizens, telling them that he has come this far with his fists, and it will remain the same in the future. He reminds them that he has never lost a fight, and that if they find it hard to believe in him, they should at least believe in his fists. A moment later, the friendly match is over and everyone starts leaving the venue while Callie rests in the clinic, catching his breath in exhaustion. Kiyo approaches him, commenting that, in the end, he just couldn't stay away from the match. He asks if Kijo has heard about it, to which Kijo replies that it's impossible not to, and everyone is shouting about it. He curses under his breath and admits that he promised never to do pugilism again, but Kijo reminds him that he is different, and pugilism is his life's purpose. Our guy is surprised and tells Kijo that he has quite a subtle insight, and Kijo asks, how can he not know that? Kijo then remarks that, in his current state, he will have to delay his dream of becoming a free man. But he replies that after that match, he will be a free man. Kiyo is shocked and tells him not to joke about such things because he doesn't have that kind of luxury. He explains that it is on the condition that he serves as a pugilism instructor for 2 years, and after that, he can finally settle down, start a family, and live as a free man. With his experience, he believes he can definitely do that. Overcome with emotion, Kijo rushes to him and hugs him tightly, crying and thanking him repeatedly. He tells Kijo to hold on, but Kijo's grip only tightens, prompting him to punch Kijo, making him scream in pain. Later, back at the mansion, Azalea treats our guy's wounds. Worried, he asks whether she is angry that he broke his promise. She simply tells him to forget about it, adding that she knew he couldn't keep that promise anyway, which makes him realize that she is truly upset. He then apologizes seriously, telling her that she and their son are precious to him, but he can't give up pugilism because living the rest of his life feeling empty is not an option. Azalea then asks what will happen if he ends up dying because of it, and what she should tell Soren when he asks where his father is. He admits that he isn't sure but imagines Soren asking why he quit pugilism. If he replies that he stopped because he couldn't do it because of Soren and his mother, it would sound so lame. He then explains that, at the very least, he wants to become the kingdom's champion. That way, he can tell his son that he quit because there was nowhere higher to go, while preserving his dignity as a father. Azalea sighs and hugs him, while wondering aloud how she fell for such a crazy guy. He wraps his arms around her, apologizing again and promising her that he will try not to die. Her eyes fill with tears as she begs him not to die. He knows that Park Kang-tae's life is over, and the only connection he has to a life beyond death is pugilism. If he loses the chance to be a pugilist, he feels as though he would truly die. A few days later, Torres and the instructors return after finishing the match. While they were away, many changes have taken place in the Agesti barony, the most significant being that Callie has become Baron Agest. Torres approaches his office, hesitating before knocking as he wonders how to be respectful. Eventually, he manages to knock, reassuring himself that treating Callie with respect won't kill him. Callie invites him in, and upon seeing Torres, he is surprised at how much bigger Torres has become, though he still maintains his balance and composure. Torres enters and then asks if he's been with Azalea since the caravan merchant's trip 2 years ago, to which he stutters and agrees. Without warning, Torres punches him hard on the nose, causing him to yelp in pain. Suddenly, he remembers Kijo mentioning that Torres admires Azalea. He shouts at Torres, reminding him that he is now a baron and, on top of that, injured, showing his bandages as proof. But Torres just tells him to shut up, insisting that Callie is still the same to him. Torres then sits down in front of him, cursing under his breath, and admitting that he has suspected something was off ever since the caravan trip 2 years ago. After a moment, Torres smiles and says the past is the past, making Callie sigh in relief. Callie then congratulates Torres on earning his freedom, noting that he is the first pugilist from Agest to do so in nearly 5 years. Torres apologizes for making him bleed, explaining that seeing his annoying face after so long just irritated him. Callie calmly sips his tea and suggests that maybe it's because he is now a noble and his face isn't soaked with sweat anymore. Torres scoffs, telling him to shove his nobility, and teasingly mentions that he heard Callie recently stormed into the arena in a fit of anger, sarcastically calling him a grand lord. Callie notices that Torres doesn't seem genuinely angry, which makes sense since Torres rarely speaks to people he isn't close to. He then tells Torres to feel free to curse him all he wants, adding that, in truth, he should be the one bowing to Torres. After all, a free pugilist isn't obligated to sign a contract with the training camp they were affiliated with before. He knows that Torres, the wild boar of Agest, has become one of the kingdom's most famous pugilists, but despite his fame, Torres is a loyal man. Torres suddenly slams his cup of tea on the table and asks if Callie plans to continue being a pugilist now that he has become a noble. Callie replies that if he were going to quit just because of a change in status, he would have done it when his leg was broken. Torres then tells him that he won't be affiliated with Agest anymore, making Callie stare at him seriously. Torres tells not to make such sarcastic faces, while explaining that he had originally planned to stay with Agest. Callie asks if it's because of him or because he married Azalea, which makes Torres angry. He shouts that, yes, he did line Azalea, He would not leave over such a trivial relationship issue. Torres then confesses that he had planned to stop pugilism once he gained his freedom, training hard to earn wealth and honor. However, after seeing Callie, he changes his mind and pugilism has become more than just a means to an end for him, which surprises Callie. Torres adds that he thinks it would be satisfying to knock someone like Callie out with his own hands. Callie smiles and asks if Torres wants to see who will get beaten up. Torres then tells him that he'll be competing in the Kingdom tournament with a different training camp. He explains that it's forbidden for more than one participant from the same camp to enter, making Callie realize why Torres won't be affiliated with Agest anymore. Before leaving, Torres tells Callie that he still considers him a friend, and that during the fight against the ogre, he had desperately hoped Callie wouldn't die, genuinely cheering for him. But Torres reminds Callie that they are both walking the same path, and only one person can enter the narrow threshold of success. He then tells Callie that he doesn't like him enough to give up that narrow threshold. To that, Callie replies that the feeling is mutual. They say their goodbyes. A few days later, Baron Doraemon leaves Agest, and Torres is among his party who was once known as the Boar of Agest. Count Doraemon asks Torres if he really wants to join him, while thinking that the trainers at the training center must have been giving Torres a hard time. However, Torres insists that he does not care since the training center is the closest one available. He also tells Doraemon that he has changed a lot. Doraemon wonders that he cannot believe the most coveted pugilist has come to him on his own. Determined not to miss the opportunity, Doraemon asks Torres if he would like to rest after their arrival, as his territory is just over the hill, or if he would rather meet the other slave fighters. Torres takes a moment and says he wants to meet Ogre. This shocks Doraemon, but he agrees and takes him to meet Ogre, who is seen holding huge wooden sticks. Torres feels as though Ogre might be crazy. Doraemon informs Torres that Ogre is no longer able to compete in matches and has completely lost his fighting spirit. He explains that it has been a while since he last saw him, so he got curious. Doraemon further shares that a year ago, he was confused about what to do with Ogre because he was not participating in matches, while wasting food and resources, and when he went on a rampage, no one could control him. But eventually he got better and started helping with work. Doraemon asks Ogre about his work, and Ogre replies that it is fine. Doraemon reminds him to stay aware of his surroundings while working, and not to crush anyone like before. Torres then wonders loudly if Callie can knock down a monster like Ogre. Hearing Callie's name, Ogre becomes furious and starts shouting. Everyone realizes that Ogre has lost control and begins running. Meanwhile, Torres is still wondering what exactly happened. Doraemon explains that it still haunts him since he lost to Callie 3 years ago. He says that whenever Ogre hears Callie's name or the word pugilist, he loses control like this. Torres now understands that Callie destroyed not only Ogre's body but also his spirit. He decides that he must face Callie someday. Meanwhile, the harvest season arrives after the friendly match between the kingdoms of Agest and Doraemon. Agest is struggling to get through the winter. However, with the skills of the current treasurer Jethro, they manage to buy grain from various places to meet their needs. Nevertheless, the debt continues to pile up, and the wedding of Callie and Azealia is fast approaching. Jethro furiously confronts Callie and asks if he has any idea how much he owes. Our guy apologizes and says he will contact Count Borelmarl soon, but he insists that they must prioritize finding citizens first as people are more important than money. Jethro coldly responds that nothing is more important than money in this world. He explains that for a few bucks people sell children or even kill their parents. He says that Callie, of all people, should understand this better, being from a slave root. He adds that money can even buy humans and that it is the only thing he trusts. Despite his words, Jethro agrees to cover the cost of the wedding for now. Our guy thanks him, while acknowledging Jethro's competence, but worries that if he cannot repay him, Jethro might exploit the estate. He considers that in the worst case, he could ask the Emperor for help, but he can guess what that sneaky fellow might demand in return. Lost in these thoughts, Callie is interrupted by Azealia, who asks if he can hear her. She shows him a dress and asks him to try it on for the wedding. She brings several dresses and explains that they have to dress formally, because there will be many nobles attending. Callie questions why, as it is just the wedding of a local baron's family. Azealia insists that he is still her partner, and this is about ensuring they treat a baron of humble origins favorably. As our guy tries on the outfit, Azealia remarks that it looks good on him and tells him to wear it. Callie, however, feels too preoccupied to focus on such matters. The wedding date is set, and letters are sent to various nobles. On the wedding day, nobles arrive at Agest's territory, each with their own agenda. People discuss Callie's character, some calling him great, while others remember his past as a slave fighter. Count Joseph, who dislikes our guy, arrives and greets Azealia. He says it has been a while and asks if he can call her a baroness now. Azealia, who is now frustrated, questions his presence, but he insists that they share a bond. But she is now keeping her composure, says that she hopes he enjoys his time here, all the while thinking that if she kicks him out, bad rumors will spread. Meanwhile, Joseph, harboring ill intentions, thinks that the woman who insulted him and the slave is having a wedding, so he could not possibly miss it. Joseph begins greeting the guests while Lorvin Karena stands at a distance, calling the others pathetic fools for groveling to the man who was beaten for attempting something terrible to Azelia. He wonders if a particular feels no shame to acquaintance with Joseph, even in front of his daughter. Just then, the same noble approaches Lorvin to introduce him to his daughter. Lorvin excuses himself and leaves. He heads to Callie's room and knocks the door. Inside, Callie is struggling with his dress, complaining that the collar feels too tight. Lorvin enters, and Callie greets him, first taking his false name but then greeting him as Lorvin from Corin. They greet each other warmly. Lorvin remarks that he predicted Callie would not remain a slave, but admits he did not expect him to become a noble. He informs Callie that his name is currently the most talked about among the nobles. Callie responds that it explains why his ears have been itching. Lorvin continues, saying that while some of the talk is good, most of it is negative. He explains that Count Joseph has laid significant groundwork in central politics, gaining many followers. He adds that Joseph's daughter recently became a princess, giving their family the royal family's backing. This could pose a challenge for Callie. Hearing this, Callie asks if he should now be careful with the people around him. Lorvin, smiling, says that he has taken enough of the groom's time and leaves. Lorvin reflects on how pugilism is now a popular form of entertainment, comparable to the heyday of gladiatorial combat. Step by step, Callie has risen from a slave to a noble, gaining influence over the public's mind. This makes Lorvin feel that Callie has nothing to worry about. The wedding ceremony proceeds. The priest asks if the groom swears to care for the bride forever. Callie answers that he swears, still in disbelief that he is really getting married. Lady Azelia looks happy and beautiful. The priest continues, saying that he will send a part of both their souls to the goddess, uniting them forever. Music plays as the ceremony concludes, and everyone congratulates the Baron and Baroness. A lady teases Callie, while saying that many young men must be heartbroken to see him with such a beautiful wife. At that, Joseph approaches Callie to congratulate him sarcastically, commenting that he must have good financial resources to host such an extravagant wedding. Callie retorts, asking if Joseph cares so much about finances. Joseph replies that he does and shows Callie an agreement, explaining that a jest owes his family a significant debt. He admits it was rude to come without an invitation, but says he urgently needs 100,000 guild from Callie. This angers Callie, but before he can respond, Count Borelmarl arrives and asks if the wedding is already over. The guests whisper about Borelmarl, wondering how he lost one of his hands and what his connection to the kingdom is. Borelmarl remarks to Callie that it is his wedding, but feels more like a funeral due to the gloomy atmosphere. Callie welcomes him, but Borelmarl notices Joseph and recognizes him. Joseph is shocked, wondering why one of the kingdom's wealthiest nobles is here. Borelmarl's reputation precedes him, as even after losing his arm, he has built an empire through trade and has the wealth to attract many followers if he enters politics. Borelmarl notices the agreement in Joseph's hands and asks about it, saying it does not look like a wedding gift. Joseph, sweating, explains that he urgently needs to collect money from a jest. Borelmarl remarks on Joseph's lack of manners, saying a wedding should be a time of celebration, not debt collection. Joseph angrily insists that he must receive the money immediately and warns Borelmarl to be careful with his words. Borelmarl asks how much is owed, and Joseph names the amount. He assumes Borelmarl would not part with such a large sum easily. To everyone's surprise, Borelmarl places a box full of guilds in front of Callie, explaining that he thought Callie urgently needed funds and brought 500,000 guilds. Joseph is left in shock at the terrifying wealth of the Borelmarl family. Callie, equally shocked, wonders why Borelmarl brought so much when he only asked for 200,000 guilds. Callie assures Joseph that he will prepare the payment by tomorrow and suggests they discuss it further then. Joseph, disbelieving and frustrated, leaves. Callie later asks Borelmarl about the 500,000 guilds, and Borelmarl brushes it off, saying it is no big deal if it is for Callie. Borelmarl then meets Azelia, who asks Callie how they know each other and scolds him for not telling her earlier. Callie says that it is a long story. Borelmarl laughs and tells Callie that it is his story to tell and asks where he plans to begin. Borelmarl tells the crowd that he cut the rope with his teeth while exhausted, and Callie handled the monster. When people ask about the monster, Callie wonders how anyone would believe the story, especially after seeing the monstrous monkey in person. He continues, recounting how severe his injuries were and how he thought it might be the end for him. Callie interrupts, telling him that he is drunk. Borelmarl realizes that he has said too much and refrains from talking about the Empire further. Callie notes that even being close to Count Borelmarl attracts nobles, and any involvement with the Empire would only complicate matters. Later, our guy gives Azelia a ruby necklace, while saying he had been trying to give it to her, but could not find the right moment. She loves the gift and learns it was crafted by Arzen's master artisan Quill. Azalea already knows about Quill, the most famous artisan, and tells Callie she sold all her jewelry except for his mother's belongings. She thanks him for the thoughtful gift. The next day, Joseph leaves Agest after drinking all night. As he departs, Callie feels relieved, thinking that he no longer has to worry about Joseph. Jothero approaches Callie and asks if he slept well. Bowing respectfully, Jothero declares his loyalty to the Baron. Callie stops him, saying that it feels burdensome, but Jothero insists. Our guy realizes Jothero's loyalty is not truly towards him, but towards the 400,000 guilds he received. However, our honors his promise to give Jothero a large amount of money. Joseph had carefully budgeted enough to survive the winter, but despite the massive sum of 400,000 guilds, they could only partially pay off their debt. Agest, with its mountainous and barren lands, relies heavily on its pugilism training academy for income rather than serfs and manors. However, a significant number of ace pugilists had left. Callie concludes that if they paid off all their debt with the 400,000 guilds, they would be unable to bear the financial burden. Meanwhile, Jethro, walking through the mountains, gets the idea to make a raspberry drink can make them rich. Back at the estate, Callie watches his baby and finds the child fascinating every time he sees them. Azalea shows Callie a letter from the kingdom, announcing a pugilism competition in celebration of the Crown Prince's wedding and his 17th naming day. The news leaves Callie confused. Azalea clasps her hands and tells him that she would prefer he rests for another year or two, but she knows he will go anyway. Callie confirms her assumption, while saying that he will leave after winter. After that, our guy begins training for the competition. While running, Kijo taunts him about trying to move faster, but apologizes when he realizes it is Callie. During practice, Callie punches a wooden post, and Nixar stops him, while warning that they are already short on supplies and cannot afford to smash anything. Nixar appoints Kijo as an instructor, who admits that he did not realize instructing would be so difficult. Nixar replies that work is never easy, remarking on Callie's remarkable journey from a limping slave to a noble, and from the least trusted one to an instructor. He feels grateful that Callie came back alive. Our guy continues his rigorous training, honing his body. By the time spring arrives, his physique has undergone a complete transformation, tempered and perfected like a sharp blade. Finally, he prepares to leave for the competition on horseback. Azalea asks if he is sure he does not need guards. Callie replies that he will go alone. She sighs, saying he always keeps her worried to the very end. Calling his name, she adds that he understands her feelings without her having to say them aloud. Callie smiles and departs for the competition. 2 days after leaving Agest, our guy hears a voice calling for help. He notices a man who is tied with ropes, surrounded by others holding swords. Looking at our guy, one of them steps forward and speaks of sparing his life if he hands over everything he has. Our guy hesitates, his face showing nervousness. He observes their tattered armor, makeshift weapons, and farming tools modified for combat. They appear to be struggling serfs, likely runaways who are facing financial hardships. The leader repeats his demand and makes it clear he isn't joking. Slowly, our guy draws his weapon and questions the man, asking what would happen if he refused. Another one in the group remarks confidently that there is nothing to fear since it's only one man against them. Instead of attacking, our guy plants his sword into the ground, causing confusion among the group. The leader questions his actions, only to receive a sudden punch to the face. This enrages the others, and they shout about killing him. They attack in unison, but their strikes miss as our guy swiftly dodges and counters with punches. Within moments, all 4 attackers are on the ground, groaning in pain. Turning his attention to the tied man, our guy asks if he is all right. As he takes a closer look, he recognizes him as Baron Callie of Agest. Curious, our guy asks if they have met before. The tied man acknowledges that he had expected to be forgotten and introduces himself as Began Borelmarl. This name sparks a memory in our guy as he recalls Began as the nephew who had once tried to kill Count Borelmarl. Without hesitation, our guy points his sword at Began's throat and questions him about his presence, asking if he is seeking revenge. Began denies this, while explaining that he is there under the Count's orders to deliver a letter, but was ambushed by bandits. Our guy examines the letter, which begins warmly from the Count and mentions Began. The letter explains that Began had been imprisoned in the past, but was being given a second chance. The Count requested that Callie use Began as a squire and work him hard, but if he proved useless, Callie was free to kill him. The letter further stated that if Began improved and straightened himself out, he should be sent back. However, the Count warned that if Began was returned, Callie would owe 500,000 guild. The word squire surprises our guy, as he prefers working alone. Still, he tells Began that he will keep an eye on him due to the Count's request, and warns of breaking his limb and leaving him behind if he misbehaves. Began accepts this and asks to have his ropes loosened. Later that night, Began prepares the meal for our guy, while he observes his politeness. He notes that Began is more useful than expected, particularly impressed with his cooking skills. Began explains that this was why his uncle never expected betrayal from him. This prompts our guy to remark on how unworthy it is to boast about such things. Began, in a moment of reflection, shares that he once asked his uncle to punish him by cutting off his arm, but the Count chose to treat him instead. This act of mercy made him reflect on his life. The honesty in Began's confession puzzles our guy, who wonders how much people can truly change. Despite these thoughts, Began proves to be a diligent squire, even setting up a place for Callie to sleep. During their journey to Drago's gates, Callie decides to teach him pugilism to pass the time. As the lessons continue, the two grow closer, and when they arrive at the gates, Began points out the beautiful streets of Wings of the Dragon. He mentions that most nobles live there and suggests heading to a nearby mansion once used by our guy's predecessors. Their progress is interrupted when a tomato is thrown, splattering onto Began's head. A man from a nearby group shouts at Began, questioning how he dares to return to the area. The group mocks Began, calling him a disgrace and demanding he leave the district. The crowd recognizes Callie and addresses him, confirming his identity as Baron Callie of Agest. They complain about Began's presence, calling it an insult to their district. Callie remarks that the treatment seems harsh, given that the Count has already forgiven Began. He speaks of being entrusted with Began's reform, adding that if anyone wishes to question Began's crimes, they would need to go through him. Began is stunned by this defense, and the man warns our guy that associating with Began will bring him trouble. At the mansion, Began advises our guy not to involve himself in such matters, suggesting that siding with someone like him would only create unnecessary enemies. He dismisses this, stating that he is not there to win the noble's favor, but to compete in the tournament. Reflecting on his own past, our guy thinks about the second chance he had received. He considers that if Began is truly remorseful, he might be the one to guide him toward a better path. Began, overcome with emotion, begins to cry. Meanwhile, the butler arrives and is instructed to provide the best room for the two travelers, marking a shift in their journey. He looks at the pile of invitations spread across the table and asks about them. Began explains that these are invitations to various banquets and balls. He glances through them and admits that he does not recognize most of the names. Began reassures him that many nobles are favorable toward him, and declining their invitations could be taken as a serious insult. Our guy is frustrated that all he wants is to participate in the tournament, yet these nobles continue to bother him. Began suggests that they should at least consider attending some events since there is still a month left before the tournament. He immediately dismisses the idea, saying that it is impossible to attend them all unless he has several bodies. Began then advises him to choose the most powerful family. Thinking for a moment, our guy decides that visiting one of the great duchies of the kingdom might be the best option. Began mentions that they have also received an invitation from Duke Wistry, but he disagrees, explaining that the most influential family in the capital is the Ealdrin family. Curious, Callie asks how a mere Marquis family holds such influence. Began elaborates that the head of the family, Angelson Ealdrin, led the royal guards and suppressed the gladiator rebellion over 20 years ago. Though he only holds an honorary title and lacks actual territory, his warrior family wields absolute power. There are even rumors that he controls the royal guards and essentially uses them as his personal army. Listening to this, he compares it to a division commander treating his drivers as personal servants and asks what else is unique about the family. Blushing slightly, Began mentions that the daughter of Marquise is incredibly beautiful. Without hesitation, our guy punches Began, reminding him that he is already married. Began groans on the floor with his swollen head. Upon arriving at the Ealdrin mansion, he pauses to observe the architecture and comments that it looks imperial. The subordinate confirms his keen eye, explaining that an engineer from the Empire was hired for its construction. As they proceed inside, they are welcomed by the Marquis himself, who expresses his honor that he accepted the invitation. The Marquis then proudly announces that he has arranged for the royal head chef to prepare their meal. Confused, our guy wonders if the Marquis is boasting about such matters to display his influence. Meanwhile, the Marquis himself is taken aback by Began's presence, internally questioning why a dirty man like him was allowed into the mansion. If he were not Baron Agest's companion, he would not have tolerated it. The meal is served and he enjoys it, while sincerely telling the Marquis that it tastes excellent. The Marquis then requests a light conversation and states that he has a question for him. He finds it amusing how nobles always have something to ask. The Marquis explains that, unlike most nobles, he admires him because he is a warrior who understands power. Coming from a warrior family himself, he has faced discrimination among nobles who merely inherit their titles, but lack the strength to protect themselves. He admits that dealing with such nobles has always been troublesome. Our boy responds that if such nobles were the first to go to war, it would be quite a problem. The Marquis chuckles and says he is starting to like him even more, while adding that if he were not already married, he would have considered marrying him to his daughter. Marquis is curious and asks about his reason for coming to the capital. At that, Callie excitedly responds that a fighter like him would naturally come for the tournament. The Marquis pauses for a moment before stating that he has never heard of a noble personally competing in a tournament, as nobles usually send sponsored fighters to represent their honor. Without hesitation, our guy clarifies that he was a pugilist before becoming a noble, so it is more than just a competition for him. The Marquis bursts into laughter, remarking that while most nobles would have taken such a statement as an insult, he finds it refreshing. He then instructs his servants to guide him to the banquet hall, where he will introduce him to his family and associates. As they enter the hall, he observes the guests and realizes that many of them are officers of the royal guards, confirming Begin's earlier claim that the Marquis treats them as his private soldiers. Begin whispers the same thought into his ear. Soon after, the Marquis introduces his daughter, Nasha Aldrin, who is as beautiful as rumored. However, he immediately notices that she looks emaciated. Her face is pale. When he inquires about it, he is told that she has been sick since childhood. Looking into her eyes, he feels a strange sense of dissonance. They exchange introductions, and Nasha acknowledges his reputation as a pugilist. She then notices the scar on his nose and asks if it was from a sword. He replies that life as a slave is unpredictable and full of dangers. She further questions whether he fought his opponents with bare hands back then, to which he admits that he nearly died. Impressed, she turns to the others and announces that Baron Agest once defeated a sword-wielding opponent while unarmed, asking if they would like to hear the story. He finds himself confused as several noblewomen suddenly surround him, eager to hear the tale. Annoyed by their interest, he explains that the noble he saved back then is now his wife. Women find it incredibly romantic while saying that she also desires a love story like that. Feeling slightly embarrassed, our guy tries to shift the conversation when a noble steps forward. The same man who had thrown a tomato at Begin's head earlier. The noble acknowledges his story but insists that something about it remains unclear. Instinctively, he wonders if the man is seeking revenge and offers to clarify any confusion. The noble shakes his head and says that words are not enough. Since he has spent his life handling weapons, he finds it hard to believe that someone could defeat a swordsman while unarmed. He simply states that it is the truth. The noble then proposes a reenactment, offering to use a dull practice sword for safety. He sighs but ultimately agrees, stating that it is easier for him to explain with his fists than with words. Nasha attempts to stop them, but the Marquis intervenes, saying that this is a good opportunity. He too wants to witness firsthand what kind of pugilist Baron Agest truly is. The man warns him that, despite it being a practice sword, a single mistake could still break his bones. Callie remains unfazed, stating that any fractures he suffers will be his own responsibility, and that his opponent should go all out. The noblewomen watching are stunned, their eyes fixed on him. A crowd quickly gathers, eager to witness the fight, as he has only participated in a handful of official matches despite his fame. Our guy raises his hands in a defensive stance. His opponent observes him closely, contemplating whether to use his full strength. Before he can decide, he calls him impatient. Without warning, our guy charges forward. The noble attempts to react, but a swift kick lands on his side, sending him stumbling back in pain. He protests, questioning why he used his feet, and calls our guy a coward, and our guy taunts him in return, pointing out the irony of a swordsman calling an unarmed man dishonorable. Frustrated, the noble mutters that perhaps it would only be fair if he used his fists as well. The Marquis watches with amusement, musing that Callie must have gained real combat experience outside of official matches. His confidence is too refined to be purely theoretical, and he might even stir the stagnant waters of noble society. Determined to take the match seriously, the noble gathers himself and launches an attack. He dodges effortlessly. The noble tries again with a precise stab but misses once more. Every move is evaded with ease. Frustration builds as exhaustion takes over. Finally, breathless and defeated, he admits his mistake. The Marquis is impressed, while Nasha watches in awe, seeing him as a man brimming with raw vitality. After that day, the Marquis frequently invites our guy while he remains in the capital. One evening, he asks if he has any formal training in swordsmanship. He replies that he never had the luxury to learn it. Laughing, the Marquis declares that noble martial arts must now acknowledge pugilism, as pugilists fight for honor rather than survival. The conversation shifts to politics. The Marquis asks if Callie has met the king yet. He replies that he has not. The Marquis smirks, explaining that the king is nothing more than a puppet. True power lies with the great lords, and the military strength is under his control. However, he admits that the king is wise enough to disperse power to maintain balance. Marquis continues that the real issue is the crown prince, who is young, arrogant, and naturally cruel. He is bound to be a disaster for the kingdom. He asks if the prince will become a tyrant. The Marquis admits that he would prefer to see the second prince on the throne, but the boy is only 5. A succession crisis will lead to civil war, with nobles fighting over bloodlines and regency rights. He warns him about an impending invitation from the crown prince and advises caution, as the prince is unpredictable. Our guy remarks sarcastically that his bad luck will somehow keep him alive. The Marquis chuckles, observing him closely. He compares him to a mercenary who lives with death always by his side, stating that he carries the scent of death. The words unsettle him, and he leaves deep in thought. As he walks through the halls, he wonders why he felt something strange when he first saw Nasha. Just before he reaches the door, Nasha stops our guy and asks if he is leaving. He confirms. She grabs his arm, questioning why he is being so formal with her and telling him to call her Nasha, not Miss Nasha. Her request horrifies Callie, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Nasha insists that he call her by name instead of addressing her formally. He pulls away with an irritated expression, telling her to let go. She asks about the upcoming tournament qualifiers and promises to cheer for him, adding that she will bring along more pretty girls. He welcomes her but firmly tells her not to bring them. Laughing, she jokes about bringing handsome men instead, pretending not to know his preference. Without hesitation, he makes it clear that whatever her intentions may be, he has already vowed himself to a woman and has no interest in entertaining such jokes. He warns that this will be the last time he tolerates it. Nasha, now angered, reminds him that she is the only daughter of the Marquis, and that there is just one reason she is holding back from striking him. Before she can finish, his expression darkens, and he cuts her off. It is not because of her noble status that he refrains, but because she is a woman. With nothing left to say, he turns and leaves, slamming the door behind him. At first, Nasha is stunned by his words. But then, she bursts into laughter, calling him the most confident and spirited man she has ever met. She orders Blair to write something about him next. Next morning, at Boralmarl Mansion, he shows Began the training equipment for the morning session, which is a log. After some training, Began, while bowing in regret, exclaims that learning pugilism was a mistake. But our boy firmly tells him that this will be his daily routine now. Began protests, claiming he might die from the intensity, but he dismisses his complaints, insisting that foundational strength is necessary. A blade can be refined by a skilled blacksmith, but there is no substitute for training when it comes to strengthening the body. He acknowledges that Began has done well so far, and Began finally understands. His mind drifts to his encounter with Nasha the previous day. He wonders if he was too harsh, but reminds himself that she had started bringing up Azealia, making it necessary to stop her. Shaking off the thought, he refocuses on the upcoming tournament. He informs Began that he will be stepping out and tells him to clean up in the meantime. When asked where he is going, he simply replies that he needs to buy leather straps and ointment. Upon arriving at the marketplace, he notices a tent that feels strangely familiar. It takes a moment before he recognizes it as a gypsy tent, the same kind where he once had his fortune told alongside Azealia in Wistry. Deciding to give it another try, he steps inside. The fortune teller welcomes him, stating that she has been expecting him and calling him a warrior. The title confuses him, but she quickly clarifies that she only speaks as she sees things. If he finds it unpleasant, she offers to change her words. He tells her it is fine and asks if this place is truly meant for fortune-telling. He recalls an old woman reading his fortune in a tent just like this before. The woman confirms that their kind does not offer readings to just anyone. The old woman must have seen something in him, just as she does now. Taking his hand, she begins to speak of visions. Flying hunks of metal, a human inside a box, a wagon moving without a horse. She admits that she has never seen such things before. His body tenses as he recognizes the words. These are the same visions he once heard from the old woman. He starts to wonder if gypsies truly possess divine powers. But then he remembers that he himself is a supernatural being, reincarnated as a slave in another world. The existence of mysterious abilities should not surprise him. The woman continues, sensing an unusual guardian behind him, which is a sign that his fate is significant. He disagrees, stating that he was not saved by any guardian but by his own fists. She smiles and tells him that this is precisely why she called him a warrior. Life is a constant battle, and he too fights against hardship and adversity. She already knows that he will be joining the pugilism tournament. Surprised, he asks how she knows about that. She simply says that news reaches her. Before he leaves, she warns him to be careful, as there will be many disruptors in the tournament. As he steps out of the tent, he recalls Began's words, that the capital is the most corrupt place in the kingdom. He wonders if this means someone could bribe the referees. Shrugging off the thought, he reminds himself not to put too much faith in fortune-telling. Time passes, and the tournament qualifiers begin. A fierce match unfolds between Torres and his opponent. Torres dominates, attacking relentlessly until his opponent collapses unconscious. The referee announces Torres as the winner, securing his place in the main round. On the second day of the qualification tournament, Callie steps into the arena. Behind him, participants are already fighting, even though the match has yet to begin. He observes the commotion, wondering why they are so impatient. Nasha arrives to watch the match, waiting for his turn. Blair accompanies her. Nasha instructs Blair to use dark magic to eliminate him, and she acknowledges the order. However, Deep inside, Blair mocks her, thinking that she is foolish for believing in something like dark magic. To her, death is right in front of Nasha, but she remains unaware. Blair's true intention is to take as much money from her as possible. Once she no longer has a use for her, he plans to get rid of her without hesitation. Meanwhile, our guy quickly realizes that there are no rules or ropes in this round. The qualifying match is a chaotic brawl with 20 participants fighting at once, and only the last 3 standing will advance to the final. He has heard that competitors often gang up on famous pugilists. As the drum signals the start of the fight, our guy chooses to wait, expecting an immediate attack. However, instead of targeting him, the others begin fighting amongst themselves. His patience wears thin, frustrated that no one is coming for him. When he questions them, one of the fighters responds that no one is foolish enough to attack a noble. Annoyed, our guy demands they attack him. Another man warns that if he stays quiet now, he will only be ambushed later. His frustration reaches its peak, and he lunges forward, attacking both of them. They call him insane for not taking advantage of an easy path to the next round, but he refuses to sit still. He challenges them once more, but one opponent hesitates, suspecting that he will take revenge later if they attack him. He dismisses the thought, calling it petty. To remove all hesitation, our guy loudly declares that he will reward 10,000 guilds to anyone who defeats him. The arena erupts with excitement as the fighters rush toward him, eager for the prize. One initiates an attack, but he is ready. Before the opponent can strike, he counters with overwhelming strength, stunning the entire crowd. As more challengers rush in, Callie taunts them, asking what they will do now that he is being petty. He counters their attacks effortlessly, dodging and striking with precision. Demonstrating his skills, he tells them to watch and learn how battles are fought in the Empire. His opponents dismiss it as bluffing, claiming they have never seen such a technique before. He simply states that it is the truth. The audience murmurs among themselves. Some believe he has lost his mind, while others acknowledge his remarkable performance, realizing that the rumors about him were not exaggerated. Seeing that none of them are able to take the reward, he provokes them again. Enraged, an opponent attacks, but he resists effortlessly, countering with a powerful punch that sends the man crashing to the ground. Just then, our guy notices Nasha and Blair watching him. Nasha asks Blair for her opinion. Blair outwardly praises his life force, claiming she has never seen anyone like him before, but deep inside, she is already scheming. To make it appear as though dark magic worked, she plans to kill him. However, after witnessing his strength, she realizes that it is impossible. Poison becomes her only option. The fight ends with his victory, securing his place in the main round. At Ealdrin Mansion, the Marquis tells Callie that he enjoyed watching the qualification tournament. However, he appears to be thinking something. Our guy asks him about it, and he informs him that the Crown Prince watched his match, referred to him as the dark horse of the tournament, and expressed his desire to meet him. Apologizing, he acknowledges that his earlier words have come true. He dismisses it, saying that this was bound to happen. Marquis assures him that if any issues arise, he will do his best to prevent them, but advises him to remain cautious. Later that night at the palace of Crown Prince Creon Laregis, Callie arrives with Began. The prince welcomes him, while expressing gratitude for accepting the invitation. Praising his performance, he commends him for taking down filthy scoundrels. Finding his words unusually rude for a crown prince, he wonders if Creon truly holds such a position, thinking that even Iskandar seemed more dignified in comparison. The crown prince explains that the tournament is part of his wedding celebration, and that he would be offended if a lowly man won. With that, he unsheathes his sword and swings it, stating that a noble as excellent as him should win. Observing his arrogance, our guy recalls the Marquis's words and concludes that Creon is both foolish and lacking as a person. Creon demands a response, and he simply states that he is determined to win. Laughing, the prince shifts his attention to Began, asking about him. He introduces Began Borelmarl as his servant. Without warning, the prince slaps Began, calling him an unruly brat and ordering him to leave, saying that this is no place for someone like him. In response, our boy also announces that he is leaving, mentioning that he has dinner plans with the Marquis. Creon acknowledges it but warns him not to bring Began along next time. His patience snaps. Began attempts to hold him back, but without hesitation, he reveals that he was once a slave fighter with a vulgar and utterly despicable bloodline. Creon is visibly shocked and, in a fury, declares that he hopes they never meet again. Without another word, he leaves. Back at the mansion, our guy discusses the encounter with the Marquis, who explains that Creon is destined to be the future king, as the current ruler is unlikely to survive the year due to illness. He reveals that he once served as Creon's martial arts instructor and attempted to correct his temper, but a person's nature cannot be changed. Additionally, the Joseph family, backed by the nobility, might try to keep him in check since Count Joseph's daughter recently became the crown princess. Curious, he asks why Joseph would marry his daughter to Creon despite knowing his character. The Marquis explains that nobles often betray their own blood for their family's survival, but he refuses to do the same. His daughter is not suited for such a harsh environment, and he cannot send her into it. Later, Callie orders Began to prepare the wagon. As he turns, he spots Nasha. Annoyed, he mutters that he had hoped never to see her again. She approaches and apologizes for her past mistake. Dismissing it, he states that he is leaving. She grabs his arm, asking why he is being so cold, and requests a moment of his time. Remembering how aggressive he had been last time, he hesitates. Nasha hands him a talisman, wishing him luck in the tournament. She shares that she has been weak since childhood and tried many remedies, but her natural constitution never improved. Despite that, she believes she is still alive because of her faith in superstitions. He questions whether the talisman is part of that superstition, stating that he does not believe in such things. She insists that it holds meaning for her and asks him to accept it as her apology, promising not to bother him again. Accepting it reluctantly, he wears the talisman, thinking that this will be the last time he interacts with her. She apologizes once more, but inside she is pleased. The next morning, Began informs Callie that the schedule for the main tournament has been released. His match is set for the following day. Hearing his opponent's name, Garrett, he asks if he is a well-known fist fighter, as he has never heard of him. Began inquires about him from the butler, who reveals that Garrett is a former mercenary who recently switched to pugilism. Began concludes that he is likely motivated by money. Aware that Garrett reached the main round, he acknowledges that he must have some skill. Just then, an unsettling feeling washes over our guy. He mentions to Began that his chest is itching. When asked about the necklace, he casually states that Lady Nasha gave it to him and that he intends to throw it away. Began asks for it instead, inspecting the talisman and wondering why someone with such wealth would carry something like this. At the opening ceremony of the pugilism tournament's main event, the king arrives to give a speech. However, his words are barely audible, leading the audience to whisper about his frail condition. Observing him, Callie assumes that he won't live much longer. The speech concludes, and next, Crown Prince Creon steps forward, accompanied by the princess. Arrogantly, he declares the tournament open. The audience chants, "Long live the Crown Prince." Suddenly, an unexpected announcement is made. A prisoner execution tournament will take place before the actual matches. This causes confusion among the spectators. The fist-fighting participants are ordered to return to the waiting room immediately. Callie, puzzled, asks about this event. Someone explains that the Crown Prince made the decision impulsively the previous day, stating that blood needed to be spilled to heighten the atmosphere. It is dangerous, so Callie is advised to go to the waiting room quickly. As the cages open, 3 lions are released. The prisoners, terrified and pleading for their lives, are brutally attacked. Blood spills onto the ground as the Crown Prince and the audience revel in the spectacle. Watching this, the Marquis mutters in disgust, calling Creon a scoundrel. Callie observes the scene with distaste, while realizing that in this world, death is treated casually. While he doesn't wish to impose Earth's moral standards, he finds this cruelty beyond comprehension. He concludes that only insane people live here. Meanwhile, Nasha and Blair are in the audience. Blair asks if she really saw Callie wearing the necklace, to which Nasha confirms. Blair reassures her, explaining that it doesn't matter if he took it off. The moment it was around his neck, a fine needle pricked him, injecting poison. Even if he later feels discomfort and removes it, it is already too late. Without an antidote, his body will gradually weaken, leading to death within a few days, just like being cursed. As the next match is announced, Callie steps into the ring with a smile. Seeing him, Nasha notices that he has removed the necklace. Meanwhile, Blair remains unfazed. Callie's opponent, Garrot, greets him, saying that he has heard a lot about him and does not need to use honorifics. Callie immediately points out that Garrot is not originally a pugilist. Garrot confirms this, saying that as a mercenary, he does whatever is required for money, whether it be wielding a sword or throwing punches. As they prepare to fight, our guy advises Garrot to surrender if he values his life or doesn't want to end up disabled. However, he notices that Garrot has taken a relaxed stance like he is hiding something. Realizing this, Callie remains cautious. Our guy initiates an attack, but Garrot dodges effortlessly. Smirking, he comments that pugilists are indeed different. Callie taunts him, asking if that means he is a fake pugilist. However, he soon realizes that Garrot is deliberately avoiding direct combat. While he may not be well versed in pugilism, his skill is undeniable. Garrot reveals that while he has only been practicing pugilism for 2 months, he has been a mercenary for 20 years. This revelation shocks Callie. He understands that both mercenaries and fist fighters have short careers, and only the extremely skilled or lucky survive for decades. In this case, Garrot is clearly among the skilled. Physically, our guy is superior in fist fighting techniques. However, Garrot holds decades of combat experience, which allows him to read his opponent's movements and predict attacks with remarkable foresight. Garrot makes the first move while throwing a punch. Callie attempts to dodge but fails and takes a hit. He quickly realizes that the punch came from an awkward angle, making it difficult to avoid. He retaliates with a punch of his own, but Garrote effortlessly evades. Impressed, Callie remarks that Garrote is highly intelligent in battle. While Callie has fought countless powerful opponents, his edge has always come from his previous life's boxing experience and strategic thinking. However, this time, he faces a mercenary whose psychological edge and adaptability surpass even his own. This is the first time that Callie feels his mental superiority being challenged. Determined to end the fight quickly, Callie plans to land a single decisive hit. However, Garrote sees through his intentions and warns him not to be overconfident before throwing another punch. Our guy notices something strange, that Garrote's attacks don't follow a normal rhythm. His left and right punches feel completely unpredictable. Basically, orthodox and southpaw are the primary techniques in fighting. In the orthodox stance, the right hand stays at the back while the left hand leads. In contrast, the southpaw stance places the right hand forward and the left at the back. Orthodox is a natural choice for most right-handed boxers, as it provides an advantage when facing left-handed opponents. However, the footwork in both stances often creates challenges with timing and defense. Right-handed boxers frequently encounter southpaw fighters while making the experience unique and demanding. The ability to switch seamlessly between both stances is a valuable skill. Garrote and Callie face off while both ready to compete. Callie quickly grasps his opponent's style while realizing he can utilize both hands with ease. Garrote, on the other hand, also notices Callie's awareness but wonders how much of an edge that knowledge gives him. After all, adapting to a completely different boxing style in such a short time is nearly impossible, even for a trained fighter. Our boy realizes that with his sharp perception, he can easily evade the punches coming his way. Deep inside, he knows he has faced easier opponents before, and he now has the courage to take on this challenge as well. Garrote is stunned to see Callie standing still, a stark contrast to his usual constant movement. It almost feels unnatural, as if some unseen force has rooted him in place. Garrote begins to suspect that something has changed. He recalls how, when Callie first arrived in this world, he fought as an evasive boxer, relying on agility to avoid hits. But over time, as he adapted to the fist-fighting style here, Callie transformed into a fighter who sacrificed movement for raw power. Now, it's clear that he has shifted once again while evolving into a relentless swarmer. This swarmer style allows Callie to unleash hard hits and aggressive forward punches while overwhelming his opponent. Garrote can't help but be impressed by how much Callie has changed. Fully embracing his new style, Callie fights with unyielding aggression while embodying the very essence of a swarmer. In his mind, Callie knows he has unraveled every trick and strategy his opponent relies on. Confident and determined, he pushes forward, ready to prove his dominance. The opponent looks furious, and his frustration evident in his every move. Suddenly, Callie delivers a massive punch while forcing Garrote to realize the full extent of his power. But just as quickly as Callie advances, he halts in the middle of the fight, throwing his opponent off guard. In that moment of stillness, Callie unleashes a devastating punch that lands squarely on Garrote's jaw. The impact is undeniable, and Garrote feels the shift in Callie's approach. He senses this isn't the same fighter he faced before, and Callie's unpredictability is becoming his greatest weapon. Garrote knows that if he loses focus for even a second, Callie's evolving patterns will guarantee his defeat. As the fight intensifies, Garrote's mind races while trying to predict Callie's next move. He wonders what distance Callie will strike from and how he can counter such a versatile opponent. The crowd watches in awe while captivated by the fierce energy and strategy unfolding before them. Even the Marquis, seated high above, is enthralled by the sheer brilliance of his ever-changing style. The guards quickly realize that Callie is positioning himself at mid-range while preparing to spin around them and dismantle their defenses. They can sense his intent to break through with speed and precision while knowing their barriers won't hold for long. Garrote, meanwhile, begins to doubt that Callie can secure victory with ordinary fists. He believes that Callie will need to adapt his style to win. Without hesitation, Garrote delivers a massive punch, following it with a flurry of relentless blows, each one fueled by his sheer strength. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the arena. Garrote's hand falters, and Callie steps back with a smirk while asking if he has heard the unmistakable sound of bone cracking. Garrote's expression shifts, but before Callie can deliver another punishing strike, he shocks everyone by surrendering. Callie stands frozen for a moment while stunned by his opponent's unexpected submission. Opponent confesses while his voice trembling that he felt his life was at stake and could not endure further punishment. The crowd erupts in protest while shouting for the fight to continue until the very end. The air buzzes with tension as Callie glances toward the roaring audience, his victory tinged with disbelief and defiance. The crowd clamors for Callie to finish his opponent and their voices demanding blood. Callie, however, calmly tells his opponent that the fight cannot end here, not with the people and even the crown prince wanting a decisive conclusion. He gestures toward the prince's cold, expectant demeanor, while making it clear that surrender alone will not satisfy anyone. The opponent had initially viewed pugilism as little more than a sport, but Callie's words shake him. He explains that to appease the restless audience, he must make the defeat dramatic. He instructs his opponent to scream while claiming his hand is broken, and he dislocates his shoulder instead. The plan unfolds quickly, and with a calculated move, Callie dislocates his opponent's shoulder. The crowd erupts in cheers, thrilled by the spectacle. The defeated man collapses to the ground, writhing in pain, before being carried off on a stretcher. Callie remains standing in the ring, victorious, soaking in the roaring approval of the audience. Garut, however, lies in silence, his mind fixated on the fight and the humiliation of defeat. He vows silently to repay this loss one day, while determined to face Baron Jest again. Elsewhere, a noblewoman turns to Blair while questioning whether Callie is really cursed, for he fights with an almost otherworldly brilliance. Meanwhile, the doctor observes the scene, his thoughts clouded with guilt. He knows he had poisoned Callie before the match, yet Callie performed with extraordinary vitality and skill, defying the odds. The doctor resolves to start using stronger drugs, wondering how long he can deceive Callie with painkillers before the truth becomes evident. The lady remains clueless about the growing conspiracy. Began, on the other hand, notices a collection of gifts and grows curious about their intended recipient. When he questions the butler, the man nods silently. Moments later, Began discovers a letter among the items and wonders if it might be from Count Joseph. Later, Callie asks about the letter from Baron Joseph, to which Began replies that the Baron wishes to reconcile and put an end to their misunderstandings. However, our dude remains unmoved, unwilling to accept such a resolution. Sensing his hesitation, Began mentions that Baron Joseph shares a strong connection with Marquis Eldrin. He further explains that Joseph will treat Callie with respect, not out of kindness, but because making an enemy of the Marquis would be unwise. Still, Callie remains skeptical. When our boy instructs Began to accompany him, Began refuses while stating that Count Joseph will not welcome him. Callie simply shrugs while remarking that if Joseph truly disliked them, he should not have requested reconciliation in the first place. If things go poorly, they will simply be thrown out of the palace. But it was not Callie who sought this meeting in the first place. The next day, in front of the Borelmal estate, Warren Joseph waits impatiently. He stands near the carriage, clearly irritated at having to pick up a mere slave fighter. Just as his frustration peaks, Callie finally appears and casually asks if he is late. Without waiting for a response, he offers a brief apology while explaining that he had been busy elsewhere. Warren barely hides his disgust, but simply gestures for Callie to enter the carriage. Before stepping inside, Callie states that Began will be accompanying him. Warren's expression shifts to surprise, but before he can object, Callie firmly repeats himself, "Began is coming." With a smirk, he adds that in this world, not only traitors but also those who harm women can walk around with confidence. The remark strikes a nerve. Annoyed, Warren slams the carriage door shut with unnecessary force, while his irritation evident in the sharp echo that follows. Began quickly realizes that Warren's frustration has only worsened, but Callie remains indifferent. With a smirk, he remarks that he cannot be kind to someone who brings back bad memories. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Callie's head while making him wince. Began notices immediately and asks if he's all right. Callie dismisses his concern while calling it just a migraine. But when Began offers to call a physician, Callie hesitates before admitting that the pain is worsening. He worries it might affect him in the second round of the tournament, yet he refuses to show any sign of weakness now. The carriage soon arrives at the palace, and they step out to be greeted by Count Joseph. With a polite but measured tone, the Count invites them inside for dinner. As they take their seats at the grand dining table, Callie decides to stir trouble. Began watches in shock as Callie eats in the most improper manner possible, devouring his food like a starving man, his table manners non-existent. His actions are deliberate while testing Count Joseph's patience. Meanwhile, Joseph observes him carefully, wondering if Callie would dare display such behavior in front of Marquis Eldrin as well. Warren, unable to tolerate the disrespect, suddenly stands from his chair while demanding that Callie compose himself and show proper etiquette. Feigning innocence, Callie apologizes while claiming that he is merely a man of humble origins. Before Warren can press further, Count Joseph intervenes while instructing his son not to be rude and to treat their guest with respect. Turning to Callie, the Count Joseph finally addresses the reason for their meeting. With a composed voice, he states that they need to resolve their misunderstandings. Hearing this, Callie's expression darkens. Fury flashes in his eyes as he processes the word misunderstandings. The Count presses on while suggesting they settle their resentment and even offering compensation if Callie desires something in return. At that, our guy scoffs. With an icy tone, he replies that his wife once told him never to accept gifts from strangers. Count Joseph's patience begins to wane. Irritation creeps into his expression, and his voice sharpens as he declares Callie's behavior intolerable. But before he can say more, his anger reaching its peak, suddenly hurls his glass of wine across the table. The room falls into stunned silence. Warren Joseph's face twists with rage. But before he can act, Callie coldly reminds Count Joseph of everything he has done. With a voice filled with contempt, Callie declares that he barely survived because of the Count's first son. Callie's voice drips with anger as he speaks. He reminds Count Joseph that he was sentenced to death simply for helping someone who had been humiliated by his eldest son. That so-called misunderstanding had cost him everything. He was thrown into a fight against a monstrous ogre and forced to survive with his legs barely functional from severe injuries. The mere memory of it fuels his rage. Fixing his cold gaze on the Count Joseph, Callie demands to know what right he has to speak of misunderstandings. He is no fool, and he refuses to pretend otherwise. Sensing the tension rising, Began steps in while urging Callie to calm down. Count Joseph, while maintaining his composed demeanor, attempts once more to ease the situation. He suggests that they continue on good terms while stating that it would be beneficial for the Agest family. With measured patience, the Count Joseph gives Callie one final chance. He asks whether he truly desires a relationship without any reconciliation. Reminding him that he too is a noble of the Empire, he insists that Callie should act accordingly. At that moment, something shifts in Callie's mind. He realizes that, whether he likes it or not, reconciliation may be necessary. But that doesn't mean he will make it easy. With a smirk, he turns to Warren Joseph and calmly demands his leg in return. Silence falls over the room. Warren's face pales while his expression frozen in shock. Warren Joseph is left speechless while his face draining of color as Callie demands his leg. Panic sets in as Callie grabs a heavy hammer and slowly steps toward him. Desperate, Warren pleads for mercy, his voice shaking as he begs his father for help. But there is no escape. He is already tied up while lying helpless on the ground. Count Joseph, while watching with a cold expression, tells his son to accept his fate for the sake of their family. He reminds Warren that this sacrifice will strengthen their ties with the Marquis and the Crown Princess. If enduring this pain means securing their family's future, then so be it. Callie smirks while playing along with the act. He lifts the hammer high above his head while letting the tension build. Warren flinches while his breath hitching as Callie warns him to brace himself. With a swift motion, Callie swings the hammer down with full force. A deafening crack echoes through the hall. Warren screams while convinced his leg has been shattered. But as the dust settles, he realizes something strange, that his leg is untouched. Instead, the floor beneath him is cracked and broken. He stares in disbelief. His body trembles as Callie looks down at him with cold amusement. Then, turning to Count Joseph, Callie asks if he was truly willing to go through with this punishment. With a deep sigh, Count Joseph nods. He takes this as a sign that they should put their past conflicts behind them. Finally, Callie agrees, and with that, the long-standing feud is settled. Count Joseph thanks him, though the atmosphere remains tense. Callie then crouches beside Warren and warns him never to appear before him again, because next time he won't hold back. Warren's body stiffens with fear and his terror evident in his wide eyes. With their business concluded, Callie and Began leave the palace. As they walk away, Began glances at him, while still shaken. He admits that for a moment, he truly believed Callie would break Warren's leg. Callie simply shrugs while replying that it wasn't worth the trouble. There was no real gain in crippling him, so he didn't bother. Back at the palace, Count Joseph orders his servants to stay quiet and see them off without a word. By the next day, rumors spread like wildfire, which was the news of the reconciliation between the Joseph and Agest families reaches every corner of the city. At the Eldrin mansion, Blair approaches the princess while inquiring about her condition. She responds that she is feeling better but still a bit unwell. Hearing this, the spellcaster exhales in relief while assuming that the strong painkillers she took are working. At least for now, she seems to be recovering. Meanwhile, her thoughts drift elsewhere toward Callie. She wonders if he truly is just a fist fighter or something more. Sensing her concern, Blair beside her smiles while attributing her recovery to her own strong spirit. She is grateful for the words and admits that before meeting him, she was always in pain. But now, things have changed, and her condition has improved significantly. At that, he thanks her while insisting that her support made all the difference. Yet, as he watches her, his mind drifts to a different thought. Had Callie and the princess been left alone, he is certain they would have killed each other by now. He smirks at the idea while amused by their fiery tempers. But more importantly, he envisions the fortune awaiting him once this matter is finally resolved. With a deep breath, he realizes that this long, tiresome ordeal is finally coming to an end. A few days later, at the Borelmal mansion, Began Borelmal searches for Callie while suggesting they resume training. It has been days since their last session, and he insists they can't afford to slack off. He knocks on the door, but there is no response. Growing concerned, he peeks through the window, and what he sees shocks him. Callie is sprawled on the floor while his body drenched in sweat. His breathing is heavy and his muscles tense with exhaustion. Alarmed, Began immediately calls for a doctor. When the doctor arrives and examines him, his expression turns grim. He reveals that Callie's body is covered in wounds, the clear toll of a life spent as a pugilist. He explains that the intense strain on his body is the cause of his condition. To ease his suffering, the doctor prescribes painkillers. But as Callie listens, his mind races with unease. He knows the painkillers of this world carry severe side effects. Memories surface of 3 years ago. A doctor had once given him a similar medication. At the time, he had been warned to take only one at a time. When he had asked if it would make him drowsy, the doctor had simply told him it would bring relief, but might also cause hallucinations. Now, staring at the new prescription in his hands, Callie's frustration deepens. Callie realizes that, despite his strength, he lacks the medical knowledge of trained doctors. There's little he can do about his condition except endure it. Began, however, is more concerned. He reminds Callie that the second round of the tournament is tomorrow and asks what their plan is now. But Callie remains unfazed. His fists are still strong, that's all that matters. The next day arrives and the ground is packed with spectators. The energy in the air is electric as the second round begins. Callie sits in quiet contemplation. He knows he must fight. But if things take a serious turn while returning to the Empire will be impossible. The journey is too far, and the only divine doctor which is not a solution for now. He clenches his fists while pushing the thought aside. A loud call echoes through the arena while summoning Callie Adjust to the ring. He steps forward, his mind made up. A prolonged battle would be dangerous in his current state. There's only one solution, that he must end this fight immediately. Among the crowd, Blair watches Callie closely. He marvels at how someone with such a battered body still has the will to fight. But in his mind, he doubts Callie will last long. The match begins, and Callie's opponent confidently steps forward. He boasts about his mastery of the Wistry style while declaring that he won't be defeated today. Callie sighs. The man talks too much. The drum sounds while signaling the start of the battle. Both fighters face each other and their gazes locked. At first, the opponent underestimates Callie's movements. He assumes his punches are slow until, in a flash, Callie lands a devastating blow straight to his mouth. Blood sprays from the opponent's lips as he stumbles back in shock. Callie smirks. He explains that making unnecessary noise during movement only makes it easier for the enemy to track his actions. Unlike his opponent, Callie moves in silence. Before the man can react, our dude delivers another powerful strike. The force knocks him straight to the ground. The crowd erupts in cheers. A single hit and the fight is over. Spectators stare in astonishment while struggling to believe what they've just witnessed. Even Blair, who was the one who doubted Callie's endurance, is left totally stupefied. The crowd erupts while chanting Callie's name, their voices filling the arena. Among them, Blair watches in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the strength Callie displays. With such a fragile body, participating in the match itself seems impossible. Yet securing victory makes the situation even more suspicious. Uncertainty clouds his mind as he questions his next move. Meanwhile, Nasha's condition worsens, dizziness taking hold of her. Observing her state, the man assures himself that he will cast another spell soon. However, a sinking realization settles within him that only one chance remains. On the other side, our boy's condition continues to deteriorate after the fight. Lying motionless in his bed, his breathing is slow and heavy. Began and the others gather around, their expressions grim. The doctors have exhausted all possible treatments, leaving them helpless. Next moment, the door creaks open, and a servant enters, addressing Lord Began with urgency. A woman has arrived and is requesting to meet Callie. Moments later, she steps forward, her presence commanding attention. She introduces herself as a gypsy, instantly raising Began's suspicions. He questions whether she intends to use magic for healing. His skepticism deepens as he demands to know how she has learned of Callie's condition. She reveals that she has seen it with her own eyes. Her knowledge confirms what she fears. A curse has been placed upon the Baron. The weight of her words settles over the room as she explains that if the spell remains unbroken, Callie has only 3 days left to live. Therefore, she needs to meet him immediately. Began hesitates, uncertain of her true intentions. Yet with no alternatives left, he allows her inside. As she steps closer, she introduces herself as Snorin. Began decides to test the woman's abilities, asking her to locate Callie without guidance. Without hesitation, she moves to the door and pushes it open, revealing the Baron lying unconscious on the bed. A wave of shock and suspicion washes over Began as he questions whether she is using magic to navigate so effortlessly. As she steps closer to Callie, she suddenly pulls out a knife which left Began's alarmed, unsure of her intentions. Before he can react, she assures him that she means no harm. Her only intention is to examine Callie's blood as she makes a small incision on Callie's hand. As soon as she touches Callie's blood, the blood evaporates into thin air. She explains that her suspicion is correct. This is the same poison gypsies use for self-defense when facing danger. Began stands frozen, absorbing the revelation. She explains that due to Callie's numerous wounds, determining the exact point of injection is nearly impossible. There is even the possibility that the poison has been ingested rather than injected. At that, Began demands a solution. The gypsy calmly states that an antidote can be prepared, though it will take time to take effect. Without hesitation, she instructs him to gather the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, Callie drifts into a dream where he finds himself suspended in the air, unable to summon any energy in his body. A dizzying sensation overtakes him as memories from his past life flash before his eyes. He remembers the torment he endured, the beating he received in a fight, and the moment he perished. His previous life unravels, and he realizes it was merely a dream. He recalls that despite his strength back then, his mentality had been non-existent. Now, in this moment, it feels like the end of his life. The dream continues, and once again, people are attacking him in anger. His body, while fragile and weak, cannot defend itself. He remembers how others despised him while hitting him and wishing for his death. Despite it all, he held on to the desire to become stronger, understanding that even the discarded have their value. With a sudden realization, Callie understands what must be done. He is now Baron Callie August, the strongest in the world. He comprehends that he is not dead and still has a long journey ahead. Callie wakes from the dream and anxiety clouding his thoughts. Began and the gypsy are present while holding the antidote ingredients. In a flurry of emotion, Began embraces him tightly, tears streaming as he confesses that he feared Callie was gone. Callie, though disturbed by Began's distress, gently urges him to release him. He then turns to the gypsy while seeking answers. The gypsy advises him to rest while promising to explain later. At that moment, Blair appears while gripping the gypsy by the arm with a knife. He commands Callie and Began to stay still. The gypsy, alarmed, watches the knife in his hand, her worry palpable. The man curses Callie while his words laced with venom. As Blair orders Began and Callie to remain still, the antidote slips from their hands and falls to the ground. Began demands to know who the man is and how he managed to infiltrate the mansion. Blair reveals that all the guards are now asleep, and he believes the others should be unconscious by now. He begins to wonder if the gypsy has tricked them. The gypsy questions the man while asking if he is the one who poisoned our boxer. The man silences her, and she shifts into her magical mode. She sees a girl with dark brown hair and a pale face in her vision. Began recognizes the girl and asks if it is Nasha Aldrin. The man grows impatient and orders the gypsy to be quiet. Callie, while deep in thought, connects the dots. Since wearing the necklace, he has been plagued by a persistent headache. He confronts the man while asking if Nasha is working with him. The man dismisses it while stating that it no longer matters, as Callie's life is near its end. Callie warns the man that he will beat him to death, and then take him to Nasha. The man, however, finds Callie's threat laughable. Here is a poisoned man, barely clinging to life, who is threatening him. The Blair watches Callie's fragile body and pale face and was unable to take the threat seriously. He wonders why the gypsy hasn't administered the antidote yet. Suspicion creeps in as he observes Callie's confident eyes while wondering if this person on the brink of death truly poses any threat. Callie and Began both land punches on the man's face. He considers using magic to make them sleep, but the punches keep coming. Suddenly, he releases the gypsy and collapses to the ground. Callie, while impressed by Began's strength in fist-fighting, praises him. Later, he then drinks the antidote and turns to the gypsy while asking why she is here. She explains that she had another vision, in which she saw his lifeline nearing its end. Grateful, Callie thanks her and asks why the man tried to kill him. She reveals that she saw a voodoo doll in her reading, along with Nasha, who appeared very weak. She further explains that the man tricked Nasha Aldrin into using dark magic to exchange her life for Callie's. She suspects this may not be the first time he's done such a thing. Callie then instructs Began to ready the carriage because they are going to see Nasha. They head to the Marquis's kingdom, where the guards stop them while questioning why they have arrived so early. Callie shows them the necklace, and they allow him and his companions to enter. Inside, Marquis Aldrin is present and surprised to see our guy. He asks that if it's true that his daughter has dabbled in dark magic and killed someone. Callie suggests that the Marquis ask his daughter for the truth himself. The Marquis enters Nasha's room while asking if she is awake, but his guard informs him that she is tired and requested not to be disturbed. Furious, Callie kicks open the door. They find the room in disarray, and Nasha has already left the palace. Enraged, the Marquis punches Blair while demanding to know where she is. The man remains silent. The Marquis, his anger rising, accuses him of tricking his innocent daughter. He draws his sword and warns the man to speak within 3 counts. As the Marquis continues, Callie intervenes while urging him to stop and examine the contents of the room. Though unsure, Callie suspects these items may be signs that Nasha has been involved in dark magic. After confirming with the nanny, it was confirmed that the blood writing in the letter belonged to Nasha. The Marquis asks Callie if it's true that his daughter used black magic. Callie explains that she was deceived by the man, which led her to use the dark magic. Also, the man ordered her to kill him and he was poisoned. The Marquis confirms if the poison was in the necklace Callie had shown him, and he was revealed that it was Nasha's mother's necklace. The Marquis is shocked and unable to believe that his daughter used her mother's last possession as a weapon to kill someone. He thought she should never have used it. He then turns to our boy while knowing what the request will be. He, while understanding the situation, stays calm and remembers the kindness he had previously shown him. Suddenly, a guard runs into the room while informing the Marquis that Blair has escaped. The Marquis is shocked by the news and shouts at the guard. The guard explains that Blair disguised himself as a maid. He also mentions that the soldiers are searching for him. The Marquis orders the guard to keep a close watch and find Blair. Callie, upon hearing this, becomes even angrier. 2 days later, Callie sits in a room with Snoren. His body is recovering, and the gypsy instructs him to mix silver powder with boiled water and drink it twice a day. Our guy asks how long Snoren plans to stay in the mansion. She explains that, since his condition is improving, she seeks permission to stay and monitor his progress. He agrees while offering her a room on the first floor. Snoren reflects on Callie's strength while noting how he has survived the poisons and overcome the ogre monster despite a leg injury. She also observes how he won the battle with the monsters. She wonders whether his survival is due to his incredible luck, his strong mentality, or his physical strength. As she contemplates this, Callie asks her about her deep thoughts. She tells him to call if he needs anything. Then, Callie wonders if Blair gave Nasha painkillers, which might have caused her to suffer from hallucinations. He also thinks about what the Marquis said while deciding that he too will search for her. Once Callie has fully recovered, he heads towards the slums to find Blair and Nasha. As he arrives, he realizes that it won't be easy to locate her there. He sees a little girl selling flowers and recalls that it's the time his second child is about to be born. He gives her money to buy some flowers. The little girl is surprised by the amount, but Callie tells her to give him just one and keep the change. She thanks him. He finds it fitting, as he's now an adult man. He also notices the area feels different from the city. Suddenly, people begin running and a gang appears. Our boy inquires about them from the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper explains that it's the Dyad gang, which is here to collect protection taxes, that is essentially robbery. He asks the shopkeeper to call the guards, but the shopkeeper refuses as everyone bribes the gang. He warns our guy not to get involved, as the gang can kill without hesitation and bury the bodies underground. Callie feels frustrated but knows he can't ignore the situation. As he watches, one of the gang members kicks the flower-selling girl. Our guy is shocked. The gang members take the silver coin from the girl while wondering where she got it. They then approach the fruit shopkeeper while demanding a bribe for protection. Without hesitation, Callie punches one gang member in the mouth. The rest of the gang members question why he's fighting with them. They prepare to fight with him. At that, he tells them that he knows exactly who they are. 2 gang members discuss whether Callie is the one their brother spoke of, with one of them recognizing the scar on his nose and his blonde hair. The gang taunts him, while saying that he's now in the right hands. He challenges them to come at him. As they charge, he kicks one in the mouth and begins punching the others. Meanwhile, the remaining gang members watch in frustration as Callie continues to challenge them. In the underground waterway, Blair anxiously plans his escape. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Turning around, he sees Nasha Eldrin standing there. Confused, he wonders how she got there. She reminds him that he had already instructed her to come to this place if he failed to arrive. Realization dawns. He had given her those instructions in case he failed to kill Callie. His mind races as he contemplates his next move. Nasha questions him about the spell. He admits that it failed, as Callie's life force was too strong to be consumed by the curse. She laughs at his words, though pain lingers in her expression. While gripping her head, she accuses him of lying. She recalls how he had confidently walked away while claiming he would cast another spell, yet something about his actions felt suspicious. The dizziness she experienced was the clear symptom of a painkiller overdose, which only confirms her doubts. She demands to know if he truly believed she wouldn't notice. Her voice sharpens as she declares that his spell never worked on the boxer. Blair's expression darkens. He assumes that she has lost her mind and, with a sneer, tells her to blame herself for being naive. Grabbing a wooden plank, he raises it while ready to strike her down. But before he can act, a sudden blow lands on his back. He collapses and stunned, as royal guards emerge from the shadows. Lying on the ground, he hears Nasha's voice, filled with disappointment. She tells him to feel ashamed. Despite everything, she had wanted to trust him until the very end. But his deceit has shattered that trust beyond repair. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Callie continues to face the Dyad gang. More gang members emerge and their numbers growing as the fight escalates. Callie wanted to end the fight quickly, but the gang members refused to back down. Swords flashed as some attacked while others called for reinforcements. More fighters flooded the area and their sole aim was to kill him. Dodging the first strike, Callie moved with precision while evading every attack. One of the gang members lunged at him with a knife, but before the blade could reach him, Callie seized his arm in an iron grip and dislocated it with a sharp twist. A scream of agony echoed as the opponent collapsed while writhing in pain. Without hesitation, Callie delivered a brutal punch while knocking him unconscious. Another attacker rushed forward with blade in hand, but before he could strike, more gang members arrived. The entire dyad gang had assembled and their sheer numbers overwhelming. One of the opponents sneered while declaring that Callie wouldn't leave alive. Frustrated by his arrogance, Callie cut him off mid-sentence with a devastating punch to the face. The man staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth, while the others seethed with fury. The gang surged toward him, weapons raised and their rage fueling their every move. From a distance, the gang leader observed the chaos unfold. Yet, despite their numbers, hesitation crept in. No one wanted to be the first to challenge the man who had already crushed so many of their own. Fingers pointed in every direction as they urged each other to move forward, but fear lingered beneath their bravado. Callie delivers a strong blow to an opponent's face, then follows up with powerful punches and relentless strikes. His kicks land with lethal force while taking down gang members one by one. The fight shifts into a narrow alley while limiting how many can attack him at once. They come at him in pairs or alone, which works in his favor. He secures his position while striking them down as they approach. One of them hurls a knife his way, but he swiftly dodges. In response, he grabs a wooden piece and hurls it while embedding it straight into an opponent's eye. The gang leader, while seething with rage, orders his men to charge all at once while threatening death to any who hesitate. Callie doesn't slow down. Without a second thought, he surges forward while closing the distance in a flash. His fist crashes into the opponent with devastating force. Callie keeps on beating the gang members. Then, he takes out the knife lodged in his shoulder and throws it aside. The people in the market are shocked to see him fight alone and defeat all of them. Meanwhile, the gang leader remains furious. Frustrated by the loss of his entire gang, he turns to Nasha, considering a way to eliminate Callie. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he orders the people to step aside while preparing to kill Callie himself. However, our boxer intervenes while tackling him to the ground and dislocating his arm. The crowd erupts in joy while celebrating his defeat. As the gang leader lies there, he believes that once our guy is gone, the people will be doomed. Callie, unwavering, refuses to abandon them. His opponent continues to make noise while prompting Callie to silence him with a strong punch. Without hesitation, he signals the fruit seller to call the guards. The shopkeeper informs Callie that the gang has already bribed the guards. However, Callie insists on calling them, knowing they will still come for him. When the guards arrive, they take the gang leader into custody. He arrogantly declares himself as the head of the dyad gang, but the guards quickly silence him while warning that harming a noble will not earn him any protection. Callie reassures the people that they will no longer have to face the gang's threats. The shopkeeper, grateful and astonished, realizes that Callie is a noble. Among those thanking him is a flower girl as well. The next morning, while having breakfast, Began questions his whereabouts the previous day. Curious about the inquiry, Callie listens as Began explains that rumors have spread about him single-handedly wiping out an entire gang. Callie explains that he did not find those men trustworthy. At the same time, he has also been searching for Blair and Nasha. Before Began can say much, the sudden ringing of the kingdom's bell interrupts him. Confused by the sound, Callie remains uncertain about its significance until Began informs him that the bell tolls only in the event of a death. With this, he realizes that the tournament might be put on hold due to the passing of the king. Soon, crowds gather for the funeral. At the ceremony, Callie meets Marquis. When asked about his well-being, he admits to searching for his daughter. Meanwhile, Callie reflects on the consequences of the king's death, realizing that a child will now take the throne. His attention is then drawn to Creon, whose demeanor stands out completely devoid of sorrow. He wears a smile, eager for his ascension. Rumors circulate that the tournament will resume alongside the coronation, with the matches taking place during the enthronement. This makes Callie wonder whether victory in the arena could determine the next ruler. Amid these thoughts, the Marquis inquires about the letter he had sent. Wanting to know whether it has been shown to the Baron, he turns to Began. Apologetically, Began explains that he intended to deliver the message but was interrupted by the news of the king's death. The conversation takes a grim turn when Marquis informs Callie of Blair's death. Shocked by the revelation, Callie struggles to process it. He further explains that the body was severely damaged, with torn clothing making identification difficult. Blair had been discovered in the underground sewers. Upon hearing this, Callie rushes out in a hurry while realizing something. He heads straight to the guardhouse where the head of the Dyad gang is imprisoned. Inside, the gang leader pleads for his life, claiming ignorance of Callie's noble status. Nasha stands nearby as disappointed that an entire gang failed to eliminate a single person. She sees no reason to spare him. Knowing that he is now useless and aware of her intentions, she decides to silence him permanently. Without hesitation, She kills him just as easily as she had disposed of the guards at the door. Blood spills onto the floor, and he dies instantly. Turning to her own guard, she acknowledges that the royal guard has informed her of her father's search for her with Callie. Realizing that they are now aware of her involvement with Blair, she reflects on how everything has spiraled out of control ever since crossing paths with Callie. A grim understanding settles over her. The time is running out due to her illness. Yet despite this, she remains confident. With a loyal team at her command, she knows Callie will not walk away unchallenged. Our guy remembers the gang leader regretting taking the money and seeming to follow someone's orders. His reaction suggests someone was trying to kill him. Callie wonders who could have a grudge against him. Entering the guardhouse, he sees bodies scattered across the ground. Everyone is dead. He searches for the guards and finds the head of the Dyad gang lying among them. When he asks what happened, the man weakly responds that Nasha killed him and has lost her mind. Frustration builds within him. The Dyad gang incident soon concludes as the corrupt guards involved in bribery and murder are caught. In the slums, people discuss the thugs and what has transpired. Meanwhile, King Bargain's funeral takes place. Also, Marquis and Kaylee continue pursuing Nasha, while the gypsy mobilizes her underground network to track her down. He warns her to be careful while knowing these people kill without hesitation. Doubt lingers that Nasha alone couldn't have done this. He must find her quickly. Suddenly a man approaches while informing him of a guest. His next tournament opponent has arrived. Shock washes over him as he faces Bogdu, who greets him with respect. They sit for tea. The fighter, nearly matching him in height, has muscles far surpassing previous opponents. Bogdu then expresses gratitude while recalling how Callie's fight with Ogre changed his life. Once bullied, he found strength in that battle while pushing himself forward and becoming a successful boxer. Respect fills the air, but determination remains. Bogdu sees no need to thank him, because he simply states that respect will be shown through victory. At that, our dude also recognizes him as a formidable contender. 3 days later, the tournament begins. Applause erupts for the king as he takes his seat while preparing to address the crowd. Criminals, including the late king's doctor and servants, are brought forth. Holding them responsible for negligence, he declares they must pay with blood. Cries for mercy ring out, but the doctor admits his failure while pleading for the others' lives. The king, unmoved, decides to spare 86 and execute 14. Disbelief flickers in the doctor's eyes as he calls him a fool. The accusation earns him immediate death at a guard's hand. The others follow. Callie arrives while watching the scene unfold. He concludes that madness fills this city, including Nasha and Creon, even its ruler. Then determination hardens within him. He must fight harder, win, and rise above this chaos. As he steps forward, the crowd's cheers seem louder than ever, which really confuses him. The king grows frustrated with the applause favoring Callie. Turning to his servant, he demands an explanation for the crowd's energetic cheers. He is informed that Callie's defeat of the market thugs has greatly enhanced his reputation among the people. Displeased by this, he watches as the excitement continues to build. Meanwhile, Callie's opponent observes the scene while acknowledging that Callie is drawing all the crowd's admiration, just as expected. Stepping into the arena, Callie immediately senses the opponent's imposing presence. Bogdu, known for his strength and honor, stands before him, making the challenge even greater. Callie remarks that the fight will likely be an easy victory for his opponent. However, Bogdu dismisses the idea while stating that if he truly wishes to show respect, he must surpass our boy in battle, which is something that would make him even prouder. With absolute confidence in his own victory, Bogdu strikes first while delivering a powerful punch. Callie, however, reacts swiftly while managing to defend himself just in time. Our guy moves toward his opponent with incredible speed. In response, Bogdu adopts a peekaboo guard while leaving our boy wondering where he learned such a technique. Closely analyzing each movement, he watches for an opening before charging forward. Recognizing Callie's destructive power, Bogdu quickly decides to close the distance and restrict his attacks by tying up his fists. Sensing his opponent's approach, Callie counters with full force while delivering a powerful blow to his face. Blood drips from Bogdu's nose, but he immediately retaliates with a punch to Callie's side. A sharp pain surges through his body as he absorbs the hit, while realizing just how exceptional his opponent's techniques truly are. The opponent realizes that Callie is trying to buy time to recover, so he refuses to give him the chance. Pressing forward aggressively, he delivers a powerful punch with spitting the blood into Callie's eyes while creating an advantage for him. Despite the situation, our boy remains impressed by the precision of his opponent's movements. Determined to finish the match quickly, the opponent increases his pace, but something tells him that the fight cannot end just yet. Meanwhile, Callie grows frustrated with the peekaboo guard, while recognizing the level of training required to master such a technique. Curious, he questions his opponent about where he learned it. In response, he explains that he once fought a boxer, suffered a defeat, and later adopted the technique from him. Our boy immediately suspects that the boxer must have been Torres, who is the only one to whom he ever taught this skill. However, he also realizes that his opponent does not possess complete knowledge of the technique. Callie moves quickly from side to side while making it difficult for his opponent to catch him. Frustration grows as Callie lands a punch, but the opponent's defensive technique allows him to evade it. He soon realizes that Callie is targeting his sides. Aware of Bogdu's training, he also recognizes the opponent's strength. Bogdu continues using the peekaboo guard, which Callie notices is strong for front defense but weak against side attacks. The limited coverage of the fingerless gloves makes these attacks even more effective. Seeing this flaw, he strikes, while landing a punch to the opponent's face. Then, he demonstrates his swaying technique, which proves impossible for Bogdu to block. Frustrated, his opponent throws a punch, but Callie swiftly ducks while avoiding the straight attack. Moving with speed, he dodges effortlessly while shocking the crowd. With a final powerful punch to the chest, his opponent crashes to the ground. Callie acknowledges his skill and the crowd erupts in applause. Both fighters are seen as strong competitors, but the chants for Callie fill the air. The prince watches in anger, displeased that his name is overshadowed by another. However, the king grows angry as the crowd continues to praise Callie, especially on the day of his coronation. Frustrated, he orders the execution of the defeated fighter. His servant hesitates while pointing out that both have shown great skill, but the king steps forward himself while repeating the command. Shock spreads through the crowd at his reaction. Bogdu stands ready to accept his fate, but Callie refuses to accept the decision. He steps forward while urging the king to spare him. The king, growing more impatient, demands the execution to proceed immediately. For Callie, this is unacceptable, as Bogdu has given his all in battle. He warns that killing him would invoke the wrath of the war god. At this, the king finally orders him to be spared. The crowd, moved by Callie's words, joins in, pleading for mercy until the decision is final. Meanwhile, Count Joseph is shocked to see that the audience is moved by his words, just like it happened 4 years ago. The chant for mercy is continued while King is totally shocked with the turn of event. All the people cry for mercy while defying the royal command. Meanwhile, our boy stands in the middle of the ground as a victor. Infuriated by the turn of events, the king orders a guard to bring a bow while deciding to kill the man himself. As he moves forward, Marquis Eldrin steps in to stop him, but he refuses to forgive. He ignores his teacher's words. The Marquis urges him to stop, while warning that it will cost his dignity. He then pleads for true composure, while reminding him of the image a king must uphold. The king finally smiles and declares the fight excellent. The crowd erupts in praise, celebrating his mercy, but Callie a jest lingers in his mind. He silently vows to kill him one day. Meanwhile, Marquis thinks that how right Callie was that in the arena, Victor is a king who is now our boy. Later, in the boxer's waiting room, Began tells Callie the fight was reckless. Callie remains confident they will not kill him, but Began still sees it as reckless. He remembers the fight with Ogre, where spectators demanded mercy and changed the ruling. He urges Callie to withdraw from the tournament and return. Callie silences him while stating he knows the king is just a kid who throws tantrums. Callie asks Began to increase security around the manor. Confident in his victory, he prepares to become the tournament champion. Began stands beside him, baffled but offering support. At the royal annex, the king grows frustrated with the slave. Thoughts of Callie fill his mind while fueling his anger. Suddenly, Nasha appears and questions his frustration. He feels pleased to see her. She asks about the match while calling Callie an arrogant slave. She also mentions her father's support for him influenced by the late king's passing. He agrees, calling Marquis Eldrin a scoundrel. She admits this is why she left home. The king reassures her while saying no one knows about her, and offers guards for protection if she wishes. She feels satisfied while knowing he will follow her requests. The medicine she gave him keeps him unstable. She then asks him to send a secret message to Duke Rudefolling. A few days later, Callie finds a letter from the Duke. Began informs him that Rudefolling belongs to one of the 5 great ducal houses, while commanding 500 armed soldiers. Seeing the opportunity, Callie decides to visit now that the king's funeral is over. Began tells Callie the Duke might be seeking profit under King Creon's rule. At that, our boy remains unconcerned while trusting Marquis Eldrin to handle it. Began then mentions the Duke wants a private meeting while noticing the letter lacks Rudefalling's seal. Our boy realizes he wants to deny involvement if things won't turn out in his favor. Basically, the aristocratic factions of the kingdom revolve around the 5 dukes and Marquis Eldrin. Marquis holds the title and commands the royal guard and army, while the 5 dukes control their own territories and hold more power than a marquis. However, their influence remains confined to their regions. Now, Duke Rudefolling has used the king's funeral as an excuse to act. Callie wonders if the Duke seeks profit under Creon, but also recognizes he will have to face Eldrin. Doubt lingers over whether he aims to defeat the Marquis and take control of Creon. Thoughts race about who might be supporting the king from the shadows. He also considers how both Rudefolling and Eldrin work to bring more influential nobles into the city. Before, their intentions toward him were unclear, but now the letter confirms his value. Frustration grows at being pulled into political schemes again. He thinks of following Begin's advice and returning to his land but refuses to leave without victory. After thinking for a while, he decides that he has been done to become a pawn of the nobles. Resolute, he decides to go out and asks Begin to bring his coat. Later, the Duke thanks Callie for coming, not expecting it since he supports Marquess Ealdrin. Callie finds it fair to meet both sides. He notices the Duke's both subordinates are armed. Before the Duke can speak, Callie questions why private soldiers have been brought to the capital because it seems quite suspicious for a Duke to do so. The Duke asks if this doubt comes from the Marquess. Our boy realizes that Ealdrin holds no land but has the authority to command soldiers. The Duke explains that money comes from the royal treasury while allowing Ealdrin to control the royal family and secure his power. He acknowledges the Marquess's efforts to protect the kingdom, but Callie knows Ealdrin will not allow its ruin. The Duke responds at that he also does not wish for its downfall and seeks to reverse unjust changes made by the Marquess. To our boy, the Duke's justification feels suspicious. Callie asks about his own value in the Duke's eyes. He questions whether he intends to seize power with Creon's support. The Duke admits that Callie, who is now favored by the people, would be a great asset. If Ealdrin is to be removed, Callie must take his side. Needing Callie's support, he presents a choice, whether to be an enemy or a friend. Callie chooses to be an enemy, and dryly comments the age gap too large for any friendship. Then the Duke asks if he does not fear for his life, to which he responds that a pugilist boxer's life is always at risk. The Duke tells him to leave but warns that he will be killed soon. It is an unfortunate turn for Callie. Before he can go, the Duke stops him with one last question that why he favors Ealdrin over the Duke. Callie replies that whether it is Marquess Ealdrin or Duke Rudafalling, the kingdom will function on its own. However, he dislikes his attitude while unwilling to befriend someone who refuses to accept a loss. Insulted, he grows frustrated. Thoughts of killing Callie in public cross his mind, and he begins searching into Callie's past. A guard questions whether Callie was once a gladiator, but the Duke silences him. Callie returns, and Begin is relieved to see him while admitting his concern. When asked about the Duke, Callie dismisses him as a snake, while having no intention of siding with him. On their way, they stop at Marquess Ealdrin's mansion and report the incident. Callie decides to support Ealdrin while finding his intentions clear. Begin sees it as a wise choice. Knowing support for the Duke would only make Callie a puppet. Later, Callie prepares for a bath, his mind drifting to an event in the western desert a year ago. He reflects on the snake that will not last long. Nearby, Iskander hesitates before speaking. He asks if Callie killed his second brother, Orestes. Aware of the conflict between the elder and second brothers, he reveals their desire to invade the kingdom and spark civil war. Callie advises him to maintain good relations with them, because he is having no interest in the throne. Callie tells him that since Filippo is his brother, he does not want a major fight with him, while he is simply showing trust and follow him. He adds that Philippos and Iskander see him as a hero for preventing civil war, and realizes that staying in the palace would have made him Philippos' puppet. He has no regrets about leaving the empire and embracing a second chance. While taking a bath, the door suddenly bursts open with a harsh sound. Bogdu stands there, catching Callie by surprise. He questions why he is there and if he has come for a fight. Bogdu explains that he wants to thank him for the last match, but Callie only wants to finish bathing. Bogdu, not done talking, expresses deep gratitude for saving his life. He declares his loyalty and vows to dedicate everything to him. Callie, still wanting to bathe, grows impatient. Bogdu refuses to leave without a satisfactory answer. At that, our boy tells him to stay in the manor as a guest and then forces him out of the bathroom. Stepping outside, he notices a group of girls nearby, watching and whispering about him. They seem to be enjoying the scene. Annoyed, he orders them to leave and they quickly run away. A week remains before the fourth round of the tournament. In Boromar Manor, located in Wings District, our guy is still recovering from the fight with Bogdu. Though not fully healed, he is in much better condition than other boxers while feeling lucky to have suffered fewer injuries. Bogdu asks if his technique will work. Callie points out that his balance is unstable due to his oversized upper body compared to his lower body. He explains that an imbalance in the body causes instability in weight and a loss of power. Bogdu finds his knowledge of techniques far greater than expected. Our guy questions what kind of image he was supposed to have. When he answers the fiery one, then he gets a kick from our boy. Changing the subject, Callie asks about his match with Torres. Bogdu recalls fighting him a year ago in Wistry, where Torres demonstrated an exceptional Wistry-style technique. When asked about the reason for his loss, he admits he was completely crushed. He explains that he tried to break Torres's guard but was knocked down in a single blow. Curious, he asks Baron about his familiarity with the style. Baron reveals that he was the one who taught Torres Wistry-style boxing. Bogdu is shocked to learn he was Torres's mentor, but our boy clarifies that they were fellow boxers and he had simply passed on the technique. Callie adds that Torres has achieved 200 official wins in 4 years, proving his exceptional skill. As they continue talking, Snoren arrives. Our dude asks if she brings any news, but she first greets Bogdu, who is new to her. He introduces himself as Callie's subordinate. The gypsy decides to leave them to their training and speak with Callie afterward. He agrees to meet her later. Bogdu teases Callie about Snoren, but Callie dismisses it while stating he is married, and she is a gypsy residing in the manor. He finds such talk disgusting. Meanwhile, at the Royal Palace Council, Marquis Eldrin is shocked to learn the king's decision to replace the lacking royal guards with Duke Rudafalling's private troops. The king justifies this by claiming that illegal smuggling has increased during the tournament, while making it necessary to maintain order in the capital without using royal guards. Marquis sees the decision as foolish while believing appointing the Duke as treasurer was already excessive. He argues that Rudafalling's troops are infamous for their brutality and unsuitable for maintaining order. The Duke, however, promises they will not harm civilians. Marquis worries that if the two factions clash, civil war will erupt, leading to the kingdom's destruction. He still has not found Nasha, and the king is slipping further out of control. He also suspects a third party influencing Creon's newfound boldness. Listening from behind the room, Nasha notices her father trembling. She knows she has no future and believes everyone will go down with her. Later, Snoren informs Callie that her magical investigation confirms Nasha's presence in the capital, specifically in the royal palace. He asks if she can determine who Nasha is connected with. It is the 4th round of the tournament. Thoughts of finding Nasha distract Callie, but he decides to focus on it later. He and his opponent stand in the ring, facing each other. He observes his opponent's balanced stance and anticipates a good match. The drums sound while signaling the start of the fight. The opponent rushes forward, throwing a powerful punch, but Callie swiftly dodges. Realizing his opponent's impressive skill, he sharpens his focus. As he continues evading the attacks, he suddenly delivers a forceful punch to his opponent's face. Blood drips from the opponent's nose, yet he remains ready to fight. Callie wonders why his opponent hesitates to attack. He expects a fierce battle while knowing that boxers must risk their lives to win and survive. Defeat means no future. Instead of finishing his opponent, Callie spares him, making a silent protest against the king's unjust laws. The crowd erupts in applause. From his seat, the Duke watches while recognizing Callie's growing popularity. He realizes that our dude holds the support of both young nobles and commoners, which allows him to remain as too dangerous. Turning to a servant, the Duke demands confirmation of the order for Callie's elimination. The servant reassures him that everything is in place. Still unsatisfied, the Duke commands him to ensure Callie is silenced forever. Our boy asks his opponent why he refuses to attack. The opponent wonders if Callie is mocking him by holding back, but he remembers the bribe that if he defeats Callie, he will receive enough money to secure his family's future for generations. Determined to win, he decides to fight with full force. He lunges forward, throwing a strike. Callie dodges, but a sharp pain shoots through his hand as a shallow cut appears. He immediately realizes his opponent is concealing a hidden weapon, something the crowd cannot see. The referee should have noticed, yet he deliberately ignores it. Frustration builds as Callie understands the referee and the opponent are working together. He wonders whether Creon or the Duke is behind this. The crowd begins to notice the growing wounds on Callie's body, suspecting the opponent's leather straps. Annoyance turns to anger as Callie assesses the situation. The opponent believes Callie is losing while anticipating his reward. Seizing the moment, he moves in for another punch, but Callie counters. The impact sends the referee sprawling to the ground. With no official to interfere, Callie shifts his stance while moving swiftly to avoid the opponent's next attack. Then he grabs his opponent's mouth while telling him this is not the end. He has given him a chance to prove his skills because if he falls too easily, the king will have him killed. The opponent pleads for mercy, but Callie has already spared him enough. Without hesitation, he slams him down and stands victorious. Frustration burns inside him as he glares at the Duke, who has been scheming to make him lose. The Duke turns to his servant while demanding answers, but there are none. Despite bribing both the opponent and the referee, he realizes Callie is too skilled to be defeated so easily. The crowd buzzes with excitement, many believing Callie Adjust will be the next champion. Others argue that Torres, with 200 victories, is an equally strong contender. However, Callie's growing popularity has overshadowed even the best boxers, including Torres. Regardless of the rumors, Torres remains focused. He steps forward while preparing for his match. Callie watches closely, recalling Bogdu's words about Torres using a close guard technique a year ago. He wonders if Torres has changed his style or if he still relies on the same methods. He also questions how fighters here improve since there are no specialized trainers. Callie wonders if abandoning a familiar fighting style is a gamble for his old friend. Meanwhile, Torres' opponent lands a powerful punch and the crowd erupts in applause. But Callie refuses to accept it. He finds it hard to believe that someone with Torres' size and skill could struggle against an opponent with poor targeting. He studies Torres closely while questioning whether he stretches his body before impact to reduce force, steps back to dodge, or twists to dissipate the shock. Then he realizes Torres is neutralizing the opponent's attacks, which is a backup plan when guarding completely fails. It is a technique similar to practical precognition, used only as a last resort. Suddenly, Torres delivers a devastating punch to his opponent's ribs, securing victory. Callie watches in shock, recognizing movements that resemble Chinese martial arts. Despite his surprise, he finds the match entertaining. With the semifinals set, the tournament now comes down to Torres and Callie. After his recent victory, Torres' thoughts drift to his upcoming match with our boy. He already studies the latest matches of Callie and notices that, unlike before, when our boy relied mainly on sharpness, now he perfects his technique, stamina, and mental strength. It feels like he becomes a completely different person, someone who returns from the miracle of losing his boxing career and rising again. Torres now wonders whether he can truly defeat him. He never has the chance before because Callie leaves too early, but now he finally gets a chance to fight the only boxer who can rival him. Defeating him means he can prove that he is the strongest boxer ever. For this purpose, he is determined to win. A few days later, after the 4th round, our dude trains with Bogdu. He already observes Torres' style and wants to experiment with it. Bogdu is a little hesitant to hit him, but when he insists, Bogdu's expression turns serious. Then he charges at Callie. Callie dodges and mimics Torres' style. However, he ends up with an injured face from Bogdu's fist. Now he observes Torres' fighting style again, trying to apply it to his match. He understands that he can mimic it for a while, but doing it for the whole match, while detecting the opponent's movements, dodging their attacks, and maintaining precision, is too demanding for him. He concludes that Torres gains such superior technique through 200 matches of experience, something he can't catch up to with mere training. Getting up, he decides it is useless to pursue this technique any further and gives up on it. Bogdu, however, becomes concerned about his love life as he asks how he ends up with Azalea. Callie's embarrassed expression shows that the whole time he is only saving her from danger. Bogdu thinks for a moment. Knowing her wandering lifestyle, our boy tells Bogdu to forget about Snoren, since she is a gypsy and can't stay in one place. Bogdu declares he will follow her everywhere. He even brags about how Snoren reads his fortune and concludes that he is rigid and stubborn. Callie thinks anyone can figure that out without fortune-telling skill. Bogdu continues proudly, assuming she must like him because she once said he can make any woman happy. Vegan arrives just in time to save Callie from the awkward conversation about love. He informs him about a banquet invitation from the royal palace. Callie doubts Creon would ever invite him. Vegan explains that the banquet is a celebration for the tournament, since it has now reached the semi-finals, so Callie must attend. He also warns that Rudafalling soldiers are moving around with hostility, as if a war between them and Eldrin soldiers could break out at any moment. Then he instructs his subordinates not to go outside unnecessarily after the banquet, because he suspects Rudafalling soldiers might try to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Rudafalling is receiving a report about our boy from his subordinate. The subordinate repeats Callie's history up until he earns the title of Ogre Slayer. However, he doesn't know much about Callie's 2 years in the Empire after his leg injury. To uncover that period, he needs more time. Rudafalling grows frustrated because he gains nothing substantial from this investigation. His mind keeps spiraling toward conflict with Eldrin. Callie's failure in the tournament seems like the best option for him. Eliminating Eldrin is his last option while winning public opinion. He already prepares for it by bribing palace guards and readying his troops. Not to mention, Creon backing him up helps him too. Now, in the royal palace banquet hall, everyone gathers to celebrate. However, the scene turns embarrassing for Torres when he declines a noble lady's offer and receives a sharp slap from her. She threatens him with her family's influence. Poor Torres knows that with his upcoming match, messing with nobles is not right for him. Having no choice, he tells her to hit him again if it satisfies her. The lady takes his words as an insult. She grabs a butter knife, ready to kill Torres, but before she can do much, Callie steps in to rescue his friend. He charms the lady and sends her away. Then he turns to Torres and teases him about how grateful he should be. Torres teases him back. They settle in a quiet corner where they discuss their old comrades. First Nixer, who becomes thin but still fit. Then Callie reveals how Kicho not only gets married but also becomes an instructor to boxers and an apprentice brewer. Torres instantly comments on how Kicho is still just an apprentice. Then he asks about Azalea. Callie tells him about their second child and hopes it will be a girl. Torres remarks that Callie is unfit to become a parent. At that moment, Callie's expression softens. This is the first real conversation he has after so long. Talking to nobles feels like wearing a mask. But with Torres, he doesn't need to pretend. His thoughts are interrupted when Doraemon arrives to fetch Torres but greets Callie out of courtesy. Torres, however, is not interested in entertaining nobles, but Doraemon persistently drags him away. At that moment, an announcement is made. Creon appears with his fiancée. He raises his glass for the champions who make it to the semi-finals. Then he dedicates half of the victory to his late father and half to his fiancée and his people. While everyone cheers for him, he doesn't feel like being there at all, already feeling sick. His mention of semi-final celebration also makes Callie remember that he is going to face Torres in the match. Everyone sees him as some boxing genius, but in reality, it is Torres who has carried the Adjesti's boxing weight on his shoulders for so long. However, he is determined to defeat his friend and become the strongest. After the banquet ends, he is seen training with his faithful subordinates. Bogdu is already tired, so he continues with Vegan. Meanwhile, Vegan truly improves as he remains determined to keep training alongside Callie to suppress the other boxers. At the same time, the conspiracy of royals and nobles keeps unfolding behind the match. During that time, the day of the semi-finals finally arrives. At last, Torres and Callie stand facing each other inside the ring. Meanwhile, before the match, the conspiracy to win public opinion continues. Rude Foling spends a generous amount of money to distribute bread to the audience gathering for the match. Seeing the crowd having bread, Aldrin worries because this is not something he can afford. Creon's involvement also keeps diminishing his influence with the nobles. All he can rely on now is Callie's victory. After that, he needs to keep their champion in the capital. He knows that if Callie wins, his influence over the nobles, and the only thing keeping him standing against his opponent, depends entirely on that victory. The only thing troubling him is Callie's declaration not to return to his hometown until he will find Nasha. Now in the ring, our boy assesses his opponent. He knows that unlike him, someone who comes from another world with the knowledge and technique of modern boxing, Torres grows purely through instinct. That alone makes Torres a truly formidable enemy. Still, our boy is determined to win. Torres, on the other hand, shares the same determination. Listening to Torres declaring that Callie is the best player, he questions his confidence in his strength. Torres confirms it because he has seen Callie's mental fortitude, skill, and stamina throughout all of his matches. He knows Callie is the best opponent he is going to defeat today. Seeing Torres' burning determination, our boy is also fueled. Both of them disappear from their places and charge at each other. Torres attacks and Callie dodges. Bogdu, watching the match keenly, understands that at the peak of their stamina, it is unlikely either of them will land a clean hit. Both boxers keep trying to strike. Suddenly, our boy's eyes catch an opening in Torres' stomach. His eyes flash as he prepares to hit, but Torres catches his intention and defends his weak point. Callie grits his teeth at the sight. Torres is already preparing his fist again. Callie blocks the punch, but the force of the attack sends him stepping backward. His mind spins, trying to understand how Torres tracked his fist so precisely with just his eyes. He realizes that Torres gained this ability by observing all of his previous matches, which helped him develop this quality of active defense. Torres has already observed that he holds the upper hand over our boy. He understands from his previous matches that superior technique alone doesn't decide a boxing match. That is why he has never fallen behind anyone. Now, when Callie raises his fist against him, Torres knows he can finally win against his old rival as well. Our boy manages to land a hit at last, but he immediately realizes something is wrong. He feels no impact at all. Torres has slipped away from the blow at last moment. With dread, he understands that the counterattack coming in response will be terrifying. He is right as a hard punch is about to slam into his stomach, but his reflexes save him, allowing him to block the attack just in time. Looking at his opponent, he finally considers the possibility of losing. He recalls every match he has fought against stronger opponents, battles that pushed him to the edge, forcing him to grow and counter their strengths in order to win. He understands that he has to apply the same strategy with Torres. Because Torres is another insurmountable wall, he must give his absolute best. He tries again to punch his opponent, but he already knows that Torres' active defense is his real enemy. With determination, he comes up with a plan to disrupt the rhythm of his opponent's defense. When Callie suddenly stops attacking, Torres is taken aback. He immediately realizes Callie is planning something. Torres then lands a punch to Callie's side, and this time Callie doesn't even bother to dodge. Ordinary technique won't work against Torres, so by taking the hit he creates an opening. He gets that opening when his fist finally lands on Torres' cheek, drawing a slight bleed. Torres' punch lands on his face at the same time. Now the match turns into a close-range barrage. Callie grows frustrated as Torres' superior technique keeps clashing with his attack points, preventing him from landing a decisive blow. He needs to find a way to break through. Torres, on the other hand, finds his opening. He calls out to our boy darkly. He raises his fist, and as soon as Callie defends with his arms, Torres opens his hand, slips through Callie's guard, and forms a fist again. In the next moment, he lands a decisive hit on Callie's chin. The impact is brutal, and pure pain flashes across our boy's expression. Callie suppresses the pain in the next moment and gets ready to fight again. This time, his punch lands perfectly on Torres' temple. Torres recovers from the attack, though he is blinded for a moment, giving Callie an opening. Now Torres plans to disable our boy's fist. Callie, on the other hand, grows frustrated as it becomes harder for him to defeat his opponent in a close-range fight. Again, both of them prepare to strike each other. Callie understands that Torres isn't afraid of being beaten up, but is waiting for him to come in low. As expected, he finally hits Torres in the face, a blow strong enough to possibly crack his jaw. Torres falls and collapses on our boy, leaving the audience confused about what just happened. Both of them regain awareness as the referee rushes toward them. Their respective supporters in the audience shout encouragement for both fighters. Meanwhile, Callie looks at his opponent carefully. For a moment he thinks he has lost. Not to mention his ribs are broken in 3 places, and the ligaments in his left wrist are stretched. He understands that another hit to his jaw will cost him his teeth. On the other hand, Torres is also not unscathed. There is definitely a broken bone. Torres looks at Callie's face and comments on how deadly he looks. They tease each other, but deep down Torres is occupied with the thought of always being behind our boy in every aspect of life. This time, he intends to surpass him in boxing to protect his pride. With that resolve, he attacks again, and Callie manages to save himself by stepping back. Callie's next attack is an upper hook aimed directly at the chin, confident that Torres won't dodge it. He strikes, but the next moment Torres is already there, stepping forward with his fist ready. He finally finds the opening and punches our boy in the gut so hard that his bones break. Callie falls away, clutching his side. The referee immediately rushes to him, asking if he can stand. With trembling fingers, he tries again. Torres hopes Callie won't get up, but he does. Injured, staggering, but determined. Torres can't believe it. Callie says he can't apologize for it. Besides, that punch was Torres's finishing blow. Torres curses his big-mouthed. The next moment, he charges at him at full speed. Callie tries to keep focus with his one working eye, but still the punch lands squarely on his face. He understands his body is in terrible shape and hurting like hell. There's even a chance he might die. The audience grows worried as the match turns into the worst kind of gladiatorial death match. Vegan understands that they keep pushing because they value victory more than their lives. The spectators, however, are absolutely captivated. It feels like watching primal human instinct, 2 men fighting for nothing but strength itself. Even though they gain nothing from this, even though there is no logic behind this urge, they keep going while blood splatters across the ground. Torres punches him hard again. Callie barely stops himself from falling and gets ready once more, because for him, feeling strong feels like justice itself. He punches Torres again. Torres tries to punch back, but ends up taking another hit instead. Their fists keep colliding. Callie grits his teeth as he suddenly realizes something. He punches Torres in the face with all his strength, sending him to the ground. Looking at his fallen comrade, Callie finally voices what he has realized that Torres can't see. Torres, however, admits defeat, saying Callie has always been stronger than him. He asks him not to make any excuses on his behalf. He smiles, happy that his last match is with his friend. The next moment, the announcement echoes through the arena that Callie is the champion of the semi-final. Callie is declared the winner, but Aldrin is not happy. He understands that Callie is injured. Even though there is a chance the public will remember him, even if he won't win the final match, Aldrin knows he wanted Callie victorious for his own cause, because the winner matters. Public only remembers winner every time. Rude Foaling, taking advantage of the situation, comments that it's impossible for Callie to recover before the next match. In this condition, he will either fail or die. He is quite pleased with Callie's state. Later, after tending to his injuries, our boy complains about the meal, which contains no meat. Vegan reminds him that he had thrown up the meat. He emphasizes that he needs to focus on recovery first. In his thoughts, he realizes that both he and Torres would have struggled to survive in this condition. At that moment, he remembers his friend and admits that Torres is the best boxer. Unlike the monstrous fighters he has faced until now, Torres can be called a pure boxer, one who has reached the highest level through his own efforts. He is satisfied with his match against Torres, knowing that even in death, he wouldn't regret it. However, his thoughts drift to his wife, who would surely scold him for thinking about such things. Vegan asks him about the final match, even though the doctor advised against it. Callie, however, doesn't care about the final match. The semi-final was worth it because Torres was the best. This time, he is determined to end the final in a single blow. 2 weeks pass after the semi-final. Next month, the final of the tournament will take place. Until then, Creon decides to hold a banquet every day leading up to the final. However, Creon makes a fatal mistake. After one banquet, he burns with rage and jealousy because instead of him as king, everyone sings Callie's praises. In the peak of his madness, he kills his fiancée on her bed. A week after the incident, the news reaches our boy while he is resting. Vegan adds that every noble already knows about the murder. The king calls it an accident, but there are clear hand marks on her neck. Callie immediately feels remorse for such a death, even though the victim comes from an enemy family. He asks about Count Joseph. He replies that he fainted from shock because it was the murder of his youngest daughter after all. Callie wonders whether the tournament will continue, but the incident has already been orchestrated as an accident. Besides, Creon will likely continue the tournament to give the public something to distract them from the murder. Callie wants to see Snorin, as a bad feeling lingers from the incident. Vegan has promised to look for her. Frustrated by the situation, he decides to get some fresh air. As soon as he steps outside, he regrets it, because it feels like his bones might fall apart from overexertion. His attention is suddenly caught by a voice calling Creon a tyrant for his latest crime against his sister. The person is none other than Warren Joseph. He even highlights the hand marks on her neck. Callie senses the irony in the words. Like Creon, He had tried to assault Azalea, and now he feels the pain when the same thing happens to his own sister. Warren keeps provoking the audience, constantly reminding them of Creon's crime. The next moment, the royal guards arrive and warn him to stop babbling profanities against the royal family. He is even threatened with death. Meanwhile, Creon's sympathizer is also there, claiming that his sister dies after falling from a railing. Then he even reminds Warren of his own offense against women in the past. With that, a large crowd turns against Warren. When the soldier is arresting him, Warren's eyes spot Callie in the crowd. With a collision of shame, he bows his head. Callie, on the other hand, remembers his threat against Warren. He assesses the situation because now the soldiers are rude and the instigators are on the move. Despite this, there are people who clearly distrust Creon. Even though Rudefoling tries to suppress it, the Warren incident spreads the rumor about the king instantly. Despite everything, the month has passed, and now it is finally the time for the final match. Meanwhile, people in the audience come not only to see the final, but also to see Creon's face. There are murmurs about him murdering his fiancée. Not to mention that the tournament is held in the first place to celebrate the marriage. They are right to say that Creon is quite insane. After hearing the people's accusations, he assumes that distributing bread can erase the blame and earn praise. When it does not work, he accuses the bread distribution manager of theft and declares that he will behead him. Seeing this madness, Rudefoling is frustrated by his king's madness. The next moment, Creon decides to display a prisoner execution with the fiercest beast. His subordinate assures him that the lion is the most vicious among its kind. From behind the bars, our boy understands that there will be madness during a public execution of prisoners. Suddenly his eyes widen as he recognizes one of the prisoners who is none other than Snoren. Snoren is caught when she disguises herself as a maid to track Nasha inside the palace. Now she is held as a prisoner and is about to be executed. She predicts her future and sees a skull. This is the sign that she will meet her death. She accepts her fate with tears because she knows this is her punishment for involving herself in the secular world instead of wandering like her destiny intends. The lion roars ready for his feast. The prisoners run, terrified out of their minds. Meanwhile, Snoren stays frozen, accepting her fate. She closes her eyes, but before the lion can reach her, the wind shifts in front of her. When she opens her eyes, she sees Bogdu standing in front of her in a protective stance. Everyone in the audience cannot believe that Bogdu shields someone. Creon is also curious about the situation. His subordinate informs him that Bogdu must have recognized one of the prisoners and rushed there to help her. Creon, in his cruelty, does not care if all of them become lion food. Bogdu himself is worried because he has jumped in front of Snoren purely on instinct. Now he does not understand how to handle the situation or how to face the lion barehanded. He is shivering, but when the lion attacks, he still steps aside to dodge it. Even then, he ends up getting clawed. Bleeding furiously, he realizes with dread that he cannot win. However, he is still determined to save the one he is interested in saving. The next moment he shouts and steps aside again, dodging the lion's claws. Then he punches the lion's face so hard that one of its eyes is injured. But now his hand is inside its mouth, and the lion tries to crush it. Before it can snap his wrist apart, Bogdu manages to pull his hand free. Snoren is worried too. Bogdu, with both hands bleeding, understands that he cannot face such a vicious beast with his bare hands alone. Meanwhile, our guy is worried for both of his allies. He understands that Snoren must have been investigating about Nasha, which means she is in this situation because of him. He understands that she will be killed by the lion. With that, he decides to help them. Everyone in the audience is baffled to see Callie opening the bars even though the match has not started yet. Creon looks up at our boy, furious because it is supposed to be the time for execution. Meanwhile, Rudefoling is secretly happy about the situation, because if Callie dies, his worries will vanish. Eldrin, however, is worried about him. At that moment, a soldier arrives with a message from Callie. He whispers in Eldrin's ear that Callie has found Nasha, but he wants Eldrin to take responsibility for whatever happens afterward. Eldrin immediately understands that in exchange for revealing information about Nasha, Callie is asking for protection. That is why Callie needs to stay alive and free. Callie addresses the audience and declares that they are going to witness something never seen before in history, referring to his upcoming battle against the lion. Everyone cheers for him. Callie's expression is solemn as he grips his weapon. He knows that the execution itself is the true problem. Killing the lion will not be enough. The next moment, everyone is petrified as they see him break his own weapon. It means he is going to face the lion barehanded. Snoren immediately checks her fortune again. This time, she sees the sun, which is a clear sign that she is going to live. She cannot believe how her fate changes from death to life within mere moments. She stands frozen, unable to comprehend what has just happened. Fate is not something that can be altered by the random actions of another person, but Callie has so much power that he not only changes his own fate, he changes hers as well. She knows at that moment that this itself is a miracle. Our boy is truly a warrior. He is destined to die at an early age, yet even after being revived, Callie keeps facing death at every step of his life, and every time he changes his fate by surviving. Still, he burns with determination as he faces the lion. He declares loudly that he will shatter all of the lion's teeth. Bogdu is meanwhile worried that Callie is endangering his life because of him. Snoren asks him to stay still as she tries to stop his bleeding. Bogdu keeps worrying about Callie, knowing he can't take on the lion in this condition. She tightens the bandage on his arm while consoling him, saying they are destined to live today. The lion stalks toward our boy. Callie, however, knows his health is in terrible shape. As per the doctor's recommendation, he should take at least a 6-month to 1-year break from fighting, thanks to his last match against Torres. But now he stands here, facing the most vicious beast on the planet. Knowing the condition of his internal organs, he realizes his ribs can be shattered by a single blow. He knows all of this, yet he is still ready to fight the lion. He steps back to dodge the lion's claws. The beast circles him and then leaps. Callie is already on his guard. He aims his punch at the lion's snout and nose. The lion is injured. The next moment, it opens its mouth wide, ready to attack him with all 4 paws. Observing its attack, Callie knows he cannot dodge it even if he steps back. Then he takes a risk so extreme that the audience questions his sanity. He rushes straight toward the lion's head and charges at it. The next moment, he is behind the beast, clutching its mane. The lion roars furiously, but Callie persistently keeps his grip. The lion thrashes violently, the blows taking a brutal toll on his ribs. Callie desperately wants it to stop, so he punches the lion's head so hard that it bleeds. Everyone is in shock at the sight. The lion tries to throw him off, but he tightens his grip on its mane. There is a crack in his bones, and Callie himself is severely injured. Finally, the lion manages to push him back. The audience grows anxious for their warrior. Determined, Callie grabs the lion's tail. He forces himself to stand and pulls the beast, managing to control it somehow. Encouraged by this strange victory, he climbs onto the lion. He keeps going, elbowing the beast repeatedly. The lion thrashes again, making Callie lose his grip for a moment, but he regains his balance and falls onto the lion's back. Gripping its mane, he collapses in a way that makes it look like he is already dead. Creon is quite pleased at the thought that Callie might be dead. But the next moment, everyone sees the lion stumble. Then a loud roar echoes through the arena. Our boy is alive, gripping the lion with all his strength. The beast shrieks in pure pain. Meanwhile, Vagan also learns about the latest update regarding his master. His expression turns into pure nerves as he realizes his master is facing the lion. Meanwhile, the said lion is finally defeated. Everyone wears a shocked expression, but they are also worried about Callie, who is buried beneath the lion's body. Our boy finally crawls out and raises his fist. It is a sign that a human has killed a lion with his bare hands. At this historical moment, even the execution can be damned by the audience. He immediately asks about Nasha's current whereabouts. Snoren informs him that she is staying directly in the king's quarters, which is why no one has found her until now. He solemnly instructs both of them to take refuge under Eldrin. He tells them to mention his name to the guards, and they will help them. Snoren feels grateful to him. When she expresses her gratitude to Bogdu as well, his face brightens. Then they are pushed back by the guards along with the other prisoners. Creon, meanwhile, is furious at the outcome of the execution. Callie looks at his expression and instantly understands that he must be demanding Callie's execution again. Not giving him a chance to act, Callie makes his move. He demands that the final match start immediately. Both nobles are shocked to hear this declaration. He orders the guards to bring his opponent. The guards hesitate, unsure what to do. After the execution, the finale is supposed to begin, but there has been no execution at all. Another guard worries about our boy's health condition and whether he can continue like this. Creon, however, is livid and furiously demands that Callie be killed. He even orders Rudefoling to execute him with his forces. Rudefoling now knows he cannot simply kill Callie here. Championship title aside, there will be a massive public uproar if they attempt something like this. Leaving no choice, he makes an excuse on Creon's behalf, saying that Creon is tired and needs rest. The guards drag him to his quarter despite his protests. The next moment, the bar is lifted from the other side and Hector, the other finalist, steps out. This finalist is no longer confident about the match. Before facing our boy, he was certain of his victory. But now, after seeing Callie defeat a lion with his bare hands, he doesn't want to continue the fight. Still, public pressure forces him to stay. Callie challenges him to start the match anyway before he collapses from exhaustion. He is also relieved that Creon is nowhere in the audience, so all he has to do is stay standing in the arena. At that moment, Hector thinks about his strategy. He already senses that Callie's bones are damaged and that he is utterly exhausted, so all Hector needs to do is defeat him without getting too close. As the match begins, he spends his time dodging Callie's slow punches. Callie, on the other hand, easily senses his opponent's strategy. He understands that Hector didn't reach the finals by pure luck. He needs to finish this quickly before he falls from exhaustion. Hector, at that moment, shows respect to Callie as a fellow boxer. He admits that Callie would have definitely been the champion if he hadn't foolishly fought a lion. Callie darkly reminds him that it's his decision whether it's foolish or not. Angered, Hector rushes forward and lands a punch on his face. Seeing Callie still standing, Hector doubts the power of his own punch. Then he reassures himself and punches Callie's jaw again, making him spit blood. Hector declares that this is the end. He strikes him again, assuming Callie has lost consciousness. Now certain of his victory, he steps back. But the next moment, even unconscious, our boy stops himself from falling and punches Hector back with full force. Hector is completely baffled by what just happened. In reality, years of fighting dangerous opponents, humans and beasts alike, have pushed Callie's body into a boxer's autopilot. His body knows how to move even when his mind shuts down. The punch hits so hard that Hector coughs blood and collapses. Callie remembers his match with Iskandar when something similar happened before. The next moment, the announcement echoes through the arena that Callie is the tournament champion. Callie falls to his knees. All of his previous life flashes through his mind. With that, a smile curves on his lips. He has finally made it this far. Now the match is over. The health team is taking Callie away on a stretcher. Vegan immediately rushes to him. Concerned for his master, he reminds him not to lose consciousness. Understanding that there is no time for comfort or condolences, Callie tells him to deliver a token engraved with an eagle and a letter he left behind. He orders Vegan to take these items to the Imperial Embassy. Vegan hesitates at first, then understands the seriousness of the situation and sprints toward his horse. While riding, he wonders whether Callie is preparing for something. Whatever it is, he prays for his master to hold on. Inside the king's palace, Creon is furious about today's events. He vents his rage on the furniture. Finally exhausted, he sits down. His thoughts drift toward madness as he realizes that despite being king, he cannot control a single man in his own kingdom. He declares that his loyal soldiers obey him, yet he instantly remembers that those troops actually belong to Eldrin. Not to mention that now even Rudfolling is no longer listening to him. As he spirals further into frustration, Nasha quietly observes him. She is pleased with her handiwork as she has pushed him so far into rage that he even killed his own fiancée. Ever since that incident, he has been losing his mind more and more. With a charming smile, she approaches him and pretends to inquire about his troubles. He desperately explains his situation, admitting that even though he is king, Rudfolling no longer considers him one. She consoles him, insisting that neither Eldrin nor Rudfolling can take his authority away. He keeps shivering, unconvinced. His hatred toward Callie burns him from the inside. She consoles him again, this time hinting sweetly that she can arrange Callie's death. After all, the capital is destined to become a battlefield between two powerful nobles soon. The death of one noble in the middle of all that chaos will hardly be surprising. Nasha adds that she knows some mercenaries who can assassinate Callie. Creon doesn't believe she can do it. She insists that he go to Rudfolling and manipulate him by threatening to support Eldrin. This will make the old man desperate, and he will do anything. Then Creon can demand that Eldrin be removed. She darkly states that once that happens, she will finish Callie. Hearing this, Creon finally calms down, believing Nasha is the only one who can stand by him. In reality, Nasha, who is dying soon, has no real backup plan. She doesn't care about the results at all. 2 days later, our boy finally wakes up. The doctor asks him to rest, but he is concerned about Bogdu and Snorin. The doctor informs him that they are under Eldrin's protection. When he is asked to meet them, he declines for their safety. Then he is served a meal. He can sense the terrible condition of his own health. The next moment, Eldrin enters the room as soon as he hears that Callie has woken up. Eldrin knows this is not the right time, but he still asks about Nasha's location. When he is informed that she is under Creon's protection, he feels dizzy with disbelief. Callie insists that they will find her soon. Eldrin is also thinking about Creon's plan to ally with Rudfolling, something that should be impossible considering how stupid Creon is. He wonders whether Nasha is behind it. Then he turns to Callie and warns him to stay away from Creon as the closing ceremony approaches. He even suggests that Callie return to his hometown quietly, because after what happened during the match, the political tide has shifted in his favor. Once the closing ceremony is over, Rudfolling will be expelled. Callie understands that Eldrin is trying to send him away before his daughter is found, so he firmly states that he won't return without completing his business. There is also a real chance of civil war before Rudfolling's elimination. Eldrin points out that Rudfolling won't dare attempt anything right now. Callie reminds him that his daughter can pull strings to make anything possible. Eldrin, however, doesn't believe it. Callie gives him a harsh reality check about Nasha. She contaminated her mother's keepsake. Even if she can present herself as a victim, in reality, she has committed countless crimes. Callie declares that Nasha doesn't care about the future of the kingdom because she herself is dying. It's better to kill such an unstable person. Eldrin firmly tells him to do as he wishes if he finds Nasha first. Otherwise, he will handle the matter himself. He decides to confine his daughter after the closing ceremony. Meanwhile, Callie doesn't believe Eldrin will take action against his own daughter, so he decides he will take care of her himself. After a while, the closing ceremony is underway. A Royal Guard military parade marches from the royal castle and now heads toward the arena. However, the champion is nowhere to be seen because of his injuries. The crowd is busy discussing his journey, from slave to champion. The audience in the arena cheers loudly for our boy. Creon, as usual, is not happy to see them cheering for Callie instead of him. Eldrin reminds him that he needs to show the composure of a ruler in front of his people. Meanwhile, Eldrin's mind is occupied with the noble votes that have turned the tide in his favor. All he needs to do is expel his rival after this closing ceremony. On the other hand, Creon is planning Eldrin's doom. With a smirk, he hints at how well he has trained his royal guard. This catches Eldrin off guard. Creon continues speaking about the three major military forces of the capital: the Royal Guard, the Capital Standing Army, and the Capital Security Force. The last one is an independent section. He comments on how Eldrin has monopolized the remaining Capital Standing Army and the Royal Guard. Now Eldrin wants to know his point. Creon finally reveals his scheme that he has already replaced the Standing Army with rude falling soldiers, and the remaining Royal Guards are currently here for the parade. The next moment, the Royal Guards tense up, sensing the presence of another armed force. Then Creon orders Eldrin's expulsion, because today he declares he is going to recreate the kingdom with himself as its central figure. As soon as the guards rush toward him, he is ready with his sword. One by one, he kills both guards. One of the nobles shouts for protection for Eldrin, but the enemy guards have already locked the royal guards behind the bars. Meanwhile, Eldrin looks at the king and tries to reason with him one last time, but the guards charge at him. With no choice left, he runs from there. A commotion erupts everywhere as civil war breaks out and pulls everyone into it. Now he understands that this is no longer about which noble wins in the end. The kingdom is going to be doomed. This becomes painfully clear. His companion directs him to a safe place. Eldrin declares that this is Rudefalling's doing. The civil war quickly engulfs Dragos, and the city falls into chaos. Meanwhile, the independent guards are divided, each choosing their respective noble side. Death becomes common on the streets of Dragos. At the same time, the Zado's mercenary group hired by Nasha is also on the move to eliminate our boy. Now the leader is moving through the civil war, something Nasha has already predicted to him. His companions think looting nobles will be more profitable, but he reminds them that Nasha is extremely generous with payment. She paid them well even last time, after they disposed of the guards. Meanwhile, the lower mercenaries pray to God, because their opponent is none other than our boy. When they reach Callie's place, they find trembling servants trying to protect him. The leader threatens them to move aside, calling them nothing but servants. Despite their fear, they stand their ground because they want to repay their debt to Callie. At that moment, our boy enters, declaring that if they are after him, they should leave innocent people out of the battle. His mind, however, is occupied with Nasha. He knows she is after him, yet he cannot understand her reason for starting a civil war. The low-ranking mercenaries are shocked to see him recovered. Another whispers that he must be the incarnation of a war god. The leader is certain of Callie's bad health condition. Besides, he knows Callie isn't particularly skilled with a sword, so he politely asks him to surrender his life on his own. Callie declares that he is already wasting away his energy in bed. Then, unsheathing his sword, he announces the start of their war. On the other hand, Callie no longer has any regrets in his life. He has already achieved his goal. Yet, for a brief moment, his mind drifts to his family. He also knows that death is inevitable. That doesn't mean he will sit idly and wait for it. That's why he rushes toward his enemies to defend himself. But before he can even clash with them, a hooded figure appears between him and his foes. Callie is shocked as he recognizes the person. It is none other than Garrote. Garrote declares that he is going to repay his debt by protecting him. The mercenaries also recognize Garrote and hesitate to fight. The leader comments on how foolish it is for Garrote to risk his life for an acquaintance. Garrote, however, declares that Callie is a tough nut to kill, as anyone can see from the incident when he fought the lion and survived. They can feel that he is protected by some invisible force. Normally, Garrote works for money, but today he fights for his belief. He challenges the mercenaries, daring those who want to kill him to come forward. Zado remains adamant and orders his men to kill both of them. However, half of his men side with Callie, believing he is protected by the god of war. The remaining half are ready to kill everyone on Callie's side. Meanwhile, Eldrin's subordinate informs him that the standing army is fully assembled. However, there is not a single commander to lead them. The kingdom is in total chaos. Prisoners and slaves are revolting, taking advantage of the situation. He does not have enough armed force to win. His first priority is to secure manpower. For this purpose, he turns to his guards and commands the mission to rescue the royal guards. But the next moment, his companion brings bad news. Rudefalling's soldiers are burning the royal guards alive inside the arena. This reminds him of the time he faced death of his soldiers in a previous battle. He grits his teeth with fury. With no choice left, he prepares to attack to reclaim the royal palace and confront King Creon. At that moment, some nobles flee the capital, oblivious to who started the war, Rudefalling or Eldrin. Some care only about their own safety. Along the way, they confront hooded figures moving toward the capital. Among them is Vegan, looking terrified out of his mind. He wonders what kind of deeds our boy committed in his past to bring Imperial soldiers for his aid. The fight breaks off. Zado mocks Garrote for his twin blade technique as shallow while trying to attack him, while Garrote taunts him back while their weapons clash. He wonders how many of his allies still stand when a mercenary suddenly drops from the upper floor and draws every eye. Among the chaos, he spots our guy standing tall. Enemies drift toward Callie, shocked. They wonder whether he is really the war god's incarnation. Another consoles that someone unworthy of such a name because of his inability to handle a sword. Their attitude shifts the moment one of them trades swords with him facing his strength. Callie drives a punch into the man's face, then slams his sword on his face, and follows with rapid strikes that force him backward. Another opponent rushes in with his weapon high, but Callie blocks the swing and kicks him aside. A crack splits across Callie's sword. Two of them notice the weakened blade and step forward, convinced the fight is reaching its end. Callie readies himself as two enemies close in at once. An order halts everything. An officer marches in with soldiers at his back, demanding to know which one is Baron Callie Adjest. Relief washes through Callie at the sight of the arrival Imperial army, and he internally shows gratitude toward Vagan. Zato understands they are the Baron's reinforcements and forces his men forward, urging them to finish Callie before they leave. Imperial soldiers rush ahead. Two of them lock arms to form a platform, launching a third soldier toward Callie. Before the attacker reaches him, one of the hooded figures cuts the man down and greets Callie as an instructor, remarking on the time since their last meeting. The man simply assures him that protection will follow from this point onward. The battlefield shifts instantly. The mercenaries are tied and Zato throws his weapon down without resistance. Callie offers thanks to Garot and promises a safe welcome to any of their men in Adjesta territory. He responds that he is only returning what he once owed. Vegan rushes to Callie's side, checking for injuries, and Callie assures him the timing of their arrival prevented the worst. Our boy then lowers his voice, noting how bringing the Imperial army helped, but the three hooded individuals do not act like common Imperial soldiers. He wonders how our boy managed to notice. Vegan describes what occurred at the embassy. After handing over the token, news of the Civil War stirred everyone into urgent preparation. Someone of high importance soon appeared, insisted on assigning these three specific people to aid them, and left the entire embassy tense and obedient. From that reaction, Vegan realized the person held power far beyond ordinary officials. Callie tries to guess the identity and rank of the one who sent them. The Imperial army soldier approaches and urges him to leave quickly, whispering that Imperial involvement in the kingdom's conflict must remain hidden. Callie explains his intention to head toward the royal capital instead. He objects immediately. With the civil war raging, the capital holds more danger than safety, and they should withdraw at once. Callie asks whether they can protect him or not. The figure clarifies that they are not his personal guards. Callie then makes it clear he is ready to continue alone. However, then he remembers their superior's strict order to guard Callie even if it leads to revealing who they are. He declares they will accompany him. Callie requests 5 soldiers to escort Vegan and the servants to safety. Vegan calls out to him, filled with worry. Callie tells him he served with loyalty and skill, that life in the capital had stayed comfortable thanks to him. He mentions he already sent a letter to Count Bormar, so Vegan only needs to return home. Vegan's eyes fill, but when he tries to resist, Callie places a hand on his shoulder. Callie reminds him that he once lived under the weight of being labeled a slave, and now Vegan must face the burden of being judged an unfilial son. If he wishes to change the perspective of people, he must reshape that image through action. Callie walks away after giving him one announcement that Vegan earned his respect through his own efforts. Meanwhile, fighting continues around the capital's walls as Eldrin hides behind a wall. One of his subordinates reports that Rudfoling's trained soldiers are wearing down their forces, and the front line can no longer push through the gate. He recommends pulling back to reorganize. He declines that long battle would give other lords time to interfere, and Rudfoling still has supplies coming in from his own territory. He decides the fight must be concluded before night. He calls the remaining commanders together and informs them that he will be leading the next advance himself. His decision surprises those around him. The officer announces to the troops that he will be at the front to remove Rudolfoling and recover the king. Eldrin gives the order to move. Soldiers advance. Archers from King's side also release their arrows at them. Voices rise from the enemy ranks, claiming that Eldrin has already entered the castle and urging their side to eliminate the traitors. He responds that they are the ones who have betrayed the crown. In the clash that follows, he is knocked down by an opponent's kick, and the soldier raises his weapon to finish him. Before the strike lands, someone steps in and delivers a punch that sends the attacker back. The other soldier appears behind the attacker. He looks at them in shock. These are the members of Callie's unit, fighters trained in Imperial close combat arts who serve as the royal family's hidden guard. Callie walks onto the field and orders his group to clear the way. The 3 hooded soldiers move forward together, opening a path deeper into the battle. Rudfoling forces his troops to defend the gate while panic pushes through his mind. Creon's warning echoes that he had been ordered to remove Eldrin or face ruin later. If he failed now, his entire house would collapse. Leaving with no choice, he writes a letter to Eldrin asking for support for rebuilding the capital and sending his 2nd and 3rd sons as hostages. He prepares to call for a messenger by sending the letter. Just then, a blade answers first. Nasha attacks him from behind and remarks how troublesome his retreat would be. He crashes to the floor. Nasha stands over him, thanking him for completing his role. He trembles, unable to understand how she bypassed his guards. She explains that men always lower their guard around harmless-looking women and leave the dead bodies outside as proof. She intends to end him in one stroke, raising her weapon. Meanwhile, Callie's disciples continue tearing through Rudefalling's elite troops. Eldrin watches their coordinated movements and tries to understand who these fighters are. He knows Callie has no private army, yet these three handle the battlefield as if trained for royal emergencies. Eldrin realizes Callie's arrival at the capital could only be because of Nasha's. He remembers ordering her to leave after the ceremony and cannot understand why she stayed. Callie hints that the answer should already be clear. Aldrin warns him not to push too far alone, but Callie trusts the people behind him. Eldrin calls again, asking him to spare Nasha if possible. Callie accepts responsibility himself. He knows once news of her crime spreads, nothing can be repaired, so Eldrin must think ahead. Callie mentions that he intends to be gone before nightfall. He understands what he has to do, and it is not out of personal anger. Nasha has taken lives, misled the king, and allowed her own fears and beliefs to drive her actions. If he still has any strength left, he feels obligated to stop her. His knees suddenly give out, and one of the soldiers catches him. The Imperial soldier urges him to get away while he can, but Callie refuses. He asks the man for his rank. When the soldier confirms that he is a centurion, Callie tells him he will recommend him for advancement if their mission succeeds. The centurion snaps back in disbelief, and Callie calmly says he will bring the request directly to the Emperor if necessary. The soldiers nearby exchange quiet, puzzled comments at this. Elsewhere in the castle, guards rush down corridors, shouting for people to clear the way. The confusion quickly spreads through the rest of the troops. Callie grabs a guard and demands the king's location. Recognition flashes in the guard's eyes as he points toward a staircase. Callie rushes on, ignoring those already running for their lives. Another soldier stops him and asks to shake hands for luck. Callie questions the request. His companion can't believe that many believe he embodies the war god's incarnation. The soldier explains that with Rudefalling dead, they need all the luck they can get. The mention of the Duke's death makes Callie freeze. He asks again and the soldiers confirm it. A sense of dread rises inside him, and he orders everyone to move faster. In the annex, the weakened King Creon lies in bed while Nasha assures him off victory. Relief shows on his face that battle will soon end. She watches him like someone studying a fading candle and feels a quiet satisfaction. Suddenly, a pain seizes her body. She collapses. Creon tries to rise, worried, while she struggles internally. She blames her curse, her rotting organs, her years of unanswered prayers, and the fraud who deceived her. If life demands this suffering, she intends to do as she wants until the end. She only needs confirmation of Callie's death. The door bursts open. Light pierces the room. Our boy announces they found her. Callie steps forward and she stares in disbelief that someone she counted as dead still breathes. Creon trembles and asks why he came. Just then, a gas spreads through the room. A soldier identifies it as poison similar to hallucinogenic mushrooms and warns Callie not to inhale it. Callie seizes Nasha by the neck and demands an explanation about what she gave Creon. She insists Creon was already unstable, so his end is inevitable. Angrily, he pushes her aside in frustration. She grumbles about her hired fighters failing to handle a man who was barely standing. Callie interrupts, saying he had expected a real conversation after all these years, yet she still shields herself with falsehoods. He picks up a sword, points it at her, and tells her to offer her life. He accuses her of exploiting people's vulnerabilities and calls her a witch for it. She responds that her only fault was being born to die and that anyone else in her place would have acted the same way. Callie dismisses this entirely. To him, desperation does not excuse the crimes she has done. Even gladiators enter the arena knowing death is part of the deal, but she took lives without ever risking her own. He admits his own life was flawed, yet he was given a chance, and he wanted others to have that same chance, just not her. Nasha refuses to accept his judgment and insists there must be a real witch somewhere who can rescue her. Then she abruptly cries out for her father. Callie remarks that she finally remembered him. Eldrin enters the room at that moment. Our boy gestures toward Nasha, showing him her true nature. Nasha stiffens completely the instant she sees him. A little while ago, when a soldier informed Callie about Duke Rudefalling's death, unease rose in him immediately, pushing him to move faster. At that moment, Eldrin appeared then, calling out to him, determined to witness with his own eyes what his daughter had done. Our boy made it clear that his presence would not change the outcome. He dropped his weapon in front of him in full submission and pleaded for the permission to follow without interfering. In the present, he is before Nasha and confirms whether she provoked the civil war, ruined Creon's rule, and sent assassins after our guy. Her silence, shaped by terror, gives him every answer he needs. Creon breaks into the moment, shouting at the soldiers to protect Nasha. The Imperial soldiers remain still. His disbelief turns to outrage as he tries to command obedience by throwing his royal status at them, as if the title alone should bend their will. Nasha trembles violently when Callie levels his blade at her. She backs away, convinced a demon stands in front of her, begging for her life. The Imperial Guard watches the scene with growing disgust, disappointed at such pathetic people holding the kingdom. Creon reaches for a weapon near his bed and screams at the soldiers again, ordering them to kill everyone. Callie steps ahead of his disciples and calls Creon a puppet. Creon charges at him, clinging to the belief that his bloodline makes him untouchable. Callie stops his arm mid-swing. The pressure he applies forces Creon to his knees, tearing a cry from him. Callie regards him and Nasha as the same kind, people who believed others existed only for their fun. If the throne protects those who avoid justice, then he intends to deliver that justice himself. Eldrin calls out to Callie, asking him to stop. He criticizes Creon's stupidity, but reminds our boy that the coronation has already been completed and that killing him now would send the entire kingdom into destruction. He steps forward as if to interfere, but Callie stops him, urging him to look clearly at the situation. He points out them causing repeated tragedies, with countless lives lost because of their careless actions, yet they continued to claim the right to rule. He refuses to allow more harm by letting them continue unchecked. Nasha manages to stand, trembling. She begs her father to protect her and insists that Callie is nothing more than a low-born man attacking her out of spite. Eldrin finds himself torn. He weighs the responsibility he has carried toward the kingdom against his loyalty to his daughter. The conflict resolves suddenly and painfully. He rushes forward, grabs a fallen sword, and moves toward Nasha. Callie calls after him, asking if this is the path he has chosen. Just then, Eldrin strikes Nasha down. The room falls silent. Nasha looks stunned, unable to comprehend why the father she depended on chose duty over her. He quietly tells her they will meet again in the hell. She falls, and Creon reacts in horror at the sight. Callie is stunned by what Eldrin has done. Eldrin's hands shake as he asks Callie to leave Creon in his care. To him, protecting the royal line now means securing the kingdom's stability, not shielding Creon as an individual. He looks at Creon and tells him to appreciate that Eldrin is still choosing to carry him forward. Creon remains devastated by Nasha's death. By dawn, the rebellion is over. Eldrin takes Creon away, broken and unresponsive. The royal forces suppress both Rudfalling's soldiers and the unrest in the city. The House of Rudfalling is branded as traitorous, and every surviving male member becomes a political hostage. Over the next 6 months, Dragos undergoes rapid rebuilding under Marquis Eldrin's direction as construction spreads across the capital. During this time, our dude works tirelessly to restore order until the newly reformed Royal Guard is able to operate independently. Once the Guard is stable, he prepares to return to his own lands. Before he departs, he meets with Eldrin, who acknowledges the weight Callie carried through the crisis. Callie mentions the exaggerations Eldrin allowed to circulate, titles like Civil War Ender, Ogre Slayer, Lion Tamer, Champion, War God's Avatar. He considers all of them absurd. Eldrin explains that the kingdom needed a figure who could unify scattered morale and reassure a frightened populace, and Callie became the most practical symbol for that purpose. Their interactions over those 6 months remain complicated. They work together, but neither addresses the events of that night directly. Before Callie leaves, Eldrin asks a final question about the soldiers from that night. He dismisses the idea that they were simple mercenaries and hints at unusual activity surrounding the Imperial Embassy. He notes he can always investigate personally if needed. Callie realizes Eldrin has already reached the correct conclusion. Then he explains his connection to the Emperor and the events that took place behind the scenes. Eldrin comments that if this information had been public earlier, no one would have dared to confront Callie. He clarifies that the power involved belongs solely to the Imperial family, and is not something he has the right to display or rely on. Then, he prepares to return home. After that, many think he is abandoning easy wealth and influence by going back to his small territory. His decisions rarely match what nobles expect, and that unpredictability is part of what keeps his name remembered. He returns to Azalea and his children. However, his reputation continued to spread throughout the kingdom long after. Azalea wakes Callie the next day, pulling him out of a deep sleep. He assumes it's early morning, but the sun is already high. Ever since he returned to Agest, the rest of the world has been changing at breakneck speed. Soon after he left the capital, Creon was killed at a banquet by Wyron Joseph, who claimed to avenge his sister. With the king dead, the 6-year-old second prince was crowned immediately, triggering another civil war. Powerful nobles fought viciously over the regency, while the kingdom fell apart. Farms were abandoned, families starved, and countless nobles escaped to the empire to avoid the chaos. The empire finally stepped in, claiming they were restoring order. Within a month, every competing faction was swept aside, and the kingdom was reduced to a subordinate territory. Agest, being far from the political center, escaped the harshest changes. Wistry never tried to draft men there, and the major lords chose not to involve themselves with Callie at all. His name alone kept disputes away. The unexpected result was growth. Travelers starts passing through in large numbers. Every inn filled to the roof, and Agest's raspberry wine became so sought after that the supply never quite caught up with demand. While Callie prepares for the day, Azalea reminds him about errands at the training center. He agrees, hoping to finish quickly. The place looks nothing like before. It has shifted entirely to boxing classes. Quano's old martial art is no longer taught. The boxer's freedom hadn't come instantly either. Callie had placed them under a contract that lessened his debt after each fight. Azealia mentions that a couple has arrived to meet him. When the man steps in, our boy immediately recognizes Bogdu. Bogdu enters with his usual thunderous energy, loud enough that both Callie and Azalea reflexively cover their ears. He bows more times than necessary, introduces Snoren as his wife, and insists on expressing his gratitude properly. Azalea leans toward Callie, whispering for an explanation. Callie rubs his ears, asking Bogdu to speak at a human volume. Bogdu shifts into a stiff, overly formal manner as he apologizes. He reports that his injured arm works normally again, though the scars remain. Callie turns to Snoren, surprised that she chose Bogdu. Snoren simply explains that no one else would have risked everything for her the way he did. Callie congratulates them sincerely. Bogdu mentions he will be leaving soon to compete in another tournament. They part with goodwill. 1 year passes. Under imperial administration, the kingdom becomes hollow. Nobles can no longer live comfortably by collecting taxes. Some open shops. Others take low-ranking government positions to survive. Callie reviews a pile of official papers, noticing how far-reaching the new policies have become. A colleague remarks that a jest will be fine. They never relied on tax money anyway. Their wine and constant travelers are enough to keep them thriving. A subordinate suddenly rushes in, announcing an unexpected visitor. The moment he hears the name Philip, his expressions change. Philip enters with the same composed authority he has always carried. He asks everyone but Callie to leave. He starts with a light remark, teasing Callie for abandoning the empire to live quietly in the countryside. Callie tells him to save the mockery if he plans on staying long. Philip comments on a jest as raspberry wine, and the two sample a few. Then Callie notices someone waiting behind him, the colonel who once supported him. Callie expresses his gratitude, but the man waves it off, explaining that he is now the chief colonel, and still can't believe the emperor himself visited him. Philip sends the numb outside. When the room is quiet, he shares difficult news that Mr. Shinui passed away peacefully in his sleep. Callie stops breathing for a moment. He had known the old man was aging, yet the news still cuts unexpectedly deep. Philip apologizes for failing to keep an old promise and for allowing the kingdom to fall under imperial control. Once the Second Civil War spun out of control, he had no other choice. Our boy sighs, remembering how the collapse began the moment he accidentally killed Philip's brother, breaking the treaty between them. Philip moves past that history. His reason for coming is different. He wants the entire truth about Callie and Shinui's connection. Callie asks if it needed a personal visit, and Philip says he wouldn't come otherwise. So Callie tells him. Halfway through the explanation, Philip drops the glass he had been holding. The idea of another world leaves him speechless. Callie clarifies that both he and Shinui died once, and only their souls crossed over, arriving in this world with everything they remembered. Philip asks if that makes Callie divine. Callie quickly denies that they were never gods, only pawns caught in powers beyond their grasp. Philip reflects on all the strange things about Shinui, the knowledge, the unusual skills, the effortless understanding of alien concepts. Suddenly it all makes sense. Had the truth surfaced sooner, society would have shattered. Shinui bore that burden alone. Callie explains their original world wasn't much different. Same physics, same flow of time. Shinui believed Philip could lead this world forward. Callie wonders if Philip feels like a tool shaped by another's design. Philip stands and firmly rejects the notion. Regardless of its origin, the knowledge is his, and he will build his nation on his terms. Our boy tells him to follow that path. Philip then offers one last thing, Callie by his side, with honor, power, and security. He gazes out the window at his peaceful family, smiles softly, and declines. His second life was for himself. Now he wants to give what remains to those outside. Philip calls him soft, confessing that's why he avoids marriage. Callie quietly agrees that after the tournament, his fire for boxing faded, replaced by a longing for quiet days watching his children grow. Philip accepts and leaves. Later, a subordinate asks about the visitor, guessing he was someone important. Callie casually says it was the emperor. The subordinate laughs, thinking it a joke, and presses for the truth. After that, seasons change, winter melts, autumn returns, and our dude warm afternoons picnicking with family. Each moment confirms the simple life is enough. 2 decades pass under imperial rule. The old feudal order crumbles. Elder nobles cling to fading traditions, while youth chase new chances. Many head west, fallen nobles seeking redemption, commoners chasing fortune, ambitious men starting anew. Few grasp the desert's harshness. Finally, Callie collapses in that same western desert, calling out desperately for his daughter. The scene flashes back to the time when everything was normal. On a normal day, Branda shakes her father awake, telling him morning has passed. His armor and swords lie nearby. Under 2 decades of empire, he raised 2 children, Soren and Branda Ageste. During that time, whenever he feels pain in his knee, sensing rain, Branda offers his cane. Humid days make old injuries ache, especially the leg the ogre once broke. Pushing himself in youth left a permanent toll. Callie lifts a family picture, noting how much Branda resembles her mother. Azalea died 5 years ago, leaving their home hollow. Branda sets Callie's meal down, but he immediately complains about the tiny portion. She tells him he's become obese despite his bad leg, and warns that ignoring his health will end badly. like how Kicho collapsed. Since Azealia died, Callie's body has weakened. His comrades have passed away too. He stopped exercising and started drinking heavily. He lost the will to recover. Callie reluctantly agrees to stop nagging. She can't help but think how different he once was, a fierce boxer known across the land. Now he acts more like a stubborn child than the warrior he used to be. He mutters about raising children who only fuss over his meals and asks about Soren, puzzled by his restless energy. Soren has made a name for himself out west. After Azalea's funeral, he struck out to build a new life, founding the settlement of Agistina. His influence grew quickly, and he's now a leading candidate for mayor. Callie admires the boy's success but feels the tangled weight of its consequences. He admits to himself that he was more companion than father. Azalia was the true matriarch, raising not 2 but 3 children with unmatched strength. A messenger arrives, handing Callie a letter. As he reads, Branda's face lights up. It's from Soren, inviting them to visit the West. The promise of milder winters and warmer air excites her, and she insists they must go. Callie's mind flickers with worry that rumors say native tribes still roam those lands. Branda brushes off his fears, assuring him Soren has guards along the borders. She jests that he's grown cautious with age. At 46, Callie prefers the familiar comfort of a jest, but Branda warns that hesitation could cost him the chance to see Soren again. He refuses to accept that fate. She ends the debate, commanding preparations to begin. A week later, they arrived. A man spots them and hurries over. Branda watches silently from the carriage while Callie comments on the comfort of official hospitality with a chance to rest. Branda teases him, suggesting he must have been quite the figure in his youth. Callie recalls how crowds once hung on his every word. They move from town to town, journeying toward the western border. There, a man approaches and asks if he is Baron Callie. Introducing himself as Jacob, sent by Soren, he unfolds a map and explains the route ahead. A direct path to Agistina once took 3 days, but safer carriage routes stretched the trip to a week. Callie admits ignorance of the way and defers to Jacob's guidance. Jacob speaks highly of Soren's importance in the pioneer city of Delphia. Agistina flourishes, supported by the rich northern forests. When Callie asks if Soren will become mayor, Jacob confirms it, explaining the position lasts for life unless one steps down. He adds that the land once belonged to native peoples before settlers drove them out. Branda's unease grows at this. Jacob dismisses her concerns, labeling the natives uncivilized and insisting they should be grateful for the settlers' improvements. A chill runs through Callie, a haunting echo of history's brutal patterns of his ordinal world, but something about this stirs discomfort deep within him. That night, as camp settles, Callie spots a small lizard nearby. He remembers how Branda once reacted, different now. She draws her dagger and strikes the creature down in one swift motion. Impressed, Callie asks if she's been training. She admits to having dislocated Soren's arm years ago while practicing martial arts from a manual. Callie recalls Soren's story about a fall down the stairs. Branda confesses she tested the moves on Soren when he was just 10. Suddenly, voices echo nearby. Callie tenses, glancing toward the darkness. 2 figures approach, casting long shadows. The moment pulls him back to a grim memory involving Count Bormar. One voice calls out, asking if Callie is awake. Jacob steps forward, weapon drawn, and Branda stiffens. He warns them not to panic, that they're hostages, not targets. They are bound and shoved into a carriage. Branda asks about the servants. Callie urges silence and tries to understand Jacob's motives. Jacob shrugs, claiming ignorance, and commands Callie to behave. Days blur as they drift through the desert. Heat saps Callie's strength. Branda stays close. Jacob lashes out at a companion for killing their guide, who apparently resisted capture. Without the guide, their plans unravel, leaving them directionless. Supplies dwindle, exhaustion takes hold. Someone notes the last camel pulling their carriage. Jacob decides to kill it at night and collect its blood to survive. He turns to Callie, who Branda struggles to keep upright. Jacob states bluntly that Callie is near death and warns both man and beast will soon lose their heads. They should say their goodbyes. Branda calls them mad, reminding Jacob of their worth. Jacob coldly replies that losing limbs won't diminish their usefulness and threatens her silence under pain of crippling injury. Clinging to her father, Branda refuses to accept his resignation. Later, Callie remembers that he's lived long enough, apologizing with a defeated air. She recalls their mother's words, Ogdu, that Branda shares his spirit, but more importantly, inherited an unyielding will. She questions if her mother ever misjudged him. Callie notices Branda has broken her thumb to slip free and is already working to free him. He urges her to run while the camel blocks their captors. The kidnappers notice the struggle. Callie breaks free, races to the camel, and flees into the wilderness. His mind races that dying now, hiding behind protection, would be easy. To truly protect Branda, he must survive. Later, near a river, the camel collapses. A lizard creeps forward. Our guy catches it, eyes locked on the creature. He vows to succeed where he failed 2 decades ago. With nothing but his fists, he will rise again. He raises the lizard to his mouth while determines to slow climb back from nothing. A long dormant fire stirs inside. He survived not because he was strong, he became strong because he survived. Silently, he sends a wordless promise to Branda to wait for him. In the Cerezo village of Western Desert, the Arimo Gladiator Corps buzzes with activity as Callie exercises, drawing the attention of two onlookers who note his significant weight loss. One observer remarks that it makes sense given the intensity of the training, but they find it baffling to see him without being a fighter pushes himself so far. This relentless drive stems from the moment slave hunters found our boy collapsed alone in the desert. The hunters commented on the irony of stumbling upon a target in such a vast wasteland, though meeting slavers hardly constitutes good luck for the victim. Upon his transport to the slave market, potential buyers inspect him, but one points out his age and limp, doubting anyone would want such damaged goods. When the merchant inquires about his skills, Callie mentions his background in boxing, which causes everyone to laugh. Arimo, the commander of the Gladiator Corps, purchases him cheaply to handle menial tasks like washing the fighters' clothes. Callie attempts to explain his true identity as a noble to negotiate a transfer to Agest for a reward, but Arimo responds with a slap. The commander points to the slave brand on Callie's shoulder as proof of his low status and dismisses the claims, calling him a delusional fool. Weeks pass, and the physical labor combined with training transforms Callie's body, prompting his fellow slave, Jester, to advise him to rest. Jester feels indebted because Callie's boxing instruction helped him survive a recent death match, so he offers to assist with the water. Callie refuses to slow down because the security measures and his injured leg make escape impossible, meaning he must pay his ransom legally. He calculates that manual labor pays too slowly for the urgent ransom he needs, leaving him no choice but to enter the ring as a prize fighter despite the lethal nature of Western boxing. He resolves to get stronger to show his captors his true worth. Meanwhile, Jacob grows anxious outside his tent because a week has passed without finding Callie's corpse. His subordinate reassures him that survival in the desert without supplies is impossible and reminds him that they still hold the ultimate leverage in Branda. Branda previously sacrificed herself by breaking her own hand and surrendering to ensure Callie could escape on their only camel. Recognizing that Soren has a soft corner for his family, Jacob orders his team to keep Branda unharmed to use her as bait, mentioning her strength. He then orders them to leave. Back in the gladiator camp, Callie approaches Arimo and requests a match. Arimo laughs at the idea and doubts that a laborer could offer anything other than humiliation in the ring. Callie points out that he trained Jester, who recently survived and even won a return fight. Arimo questions Jester, and Jester confirms it. Even so, Arimo doubts that Callie's age and condition suit him for the role of a fighter rather than a trainer. Callie's thoughts reveal his urgency. Working as a trainer would take too long to gather enough money for his ransom. He needs to fight directly. He asks for 2 weeks to prepare and proposes a test match against Hua Ren, their strongest fighter. Hua Ren reacts with visible shock. Arimo hesitates because losing a laborer would be a financial waste. Callie suggests using kingdom-style leather gloves to reduce the chance of death. Hua Ren interprets the request as a reckless challenge. Arimo eventually agrees to the match and grants them 2 weeks. During training, Jester questions his decision, and Callie redirects concern back toward Jester. Another slave comments that Callie is simply choosing his own method of early death. Callie keeps his focus and accepts his physical limitations while committing to improve whatever he can in the time available. The 2 weeks pass quickly. When the match begins, Callie immediately strikes Hua Ren in the face. The unexpected attack forces Hua Ren to raise both arms in defense, surprising the crowd. Callie follows with 2 more quick blows. Hua Ren becomes frustrated, and Arimo watches with growing interest. The punches are not overwhelmingly strong, yet Hua Ren continues to be pushed backward. Hua Ren lands several hits of his own, but only he loses ground. When he attempts another strike, Callie dodges cleanly. Callie analyzes their difference in fighting styles. Western boxing relies on murder gloves, which kill easily and prevent any real development in technique. Fighters here depend on straightforward brutality, which limits the sport to bloodshed rather than skill. Leather gloves, however, force fighters to fight at close range, so Callie steps inside the moment an opponent begins a punch. When he strikes, opponents instinctively retreat, a habit he learned from Torres. His dodging is imperfect and his stamina no longer matches his younger years, but his experience and scale remain advantages. Hua Ren prepares for the next hit. Callie feints, making Hua Ren commit to the wrong direction, and then delivers a solid strike to his face. The audience reacts as Hua Ren drops to his knees and collapses. On the ground, Hua Ren struggles to understand his defeat. Callie stands over him and clarifies that sharing the same name for their combat style does not make their systems equal. He also rejects being seen as an old man. Callie tries to steady his breathing, but his body shakes. He becomes aware of how much his stamina and lung capacity have declined over the years. Even in this weakened state, he insists that Arimo schedule his match immediately. Arimo refuses and reminds him that he never promised anything firmly and only mentioned the possibility. He remains unconvinced that his boxing can work in the Western arena and wants certainty before taking any risk. The reply ignites Callie's frustration, and he steps forward in anger, but soldiers move instantly and block him with raised weapons. Arimo instructs him to stay patient and assures him gives him a hope of freedom. Our dude stands there boiling with anger. The guards chain Callie again. He realizes Arimo never planned to let him fight. He intends to keep him permanently as a coach, not as a gladiator. His thoughts stop when he overhears nearby voices. They mention the arrival of Khan, a dangerous monster who has been captured. The news snaps Callie's attention immediately. Later, Arimo gathers all the slaves and fighters. He informs that 3 Khans have targeted Cerezo village recently, and they now have a chance to fight one. The rewards include 4 times the usual pay for gladiators and 8 times for boxers. Even with such high payment, no one raises a hand when he asks for volunteers. Arimo's eyes settle on Hua Ren, hinting that someone close to gaining freedom might participate. Hua Ren reacts in fear, realizing that Arimo is twisting his earlier promise. Callie speaks up loudly and asks if the Khan matches the description of a giant monkey. Another slave confirms it and adds that barbarians worship such creatures as gods. The memory brings Callie back 20 years, to the moment he fought one of these monsters in a battle that nearly killed him. He survived only because of Iskandar's help. The situation becomes clear to him now that Arimo never intended to free any of them. Escape remains the only path. When night arrives, Callie attempts his escape. Soldiers chase him through the dark until one strikes his head with a weapon. He instantly turns and uses his handcuffs to hit the attacker. Another soldier swings his sword, but Callie avoids the blade and headbutts him with enough force to drop him. Before he can continue fleeing, a large net is thrown over him, trapping him completely. Arimo handles the punishment himself. He beats Callie for his attempt to escape, questioning the discipline in camp. After tying Callie against wooden posts, he whips his back with rope. He comments that he considered cutting off Callie's ankle but decided against wasting someone with useful abilities. The other slaves watch in fear as Callie's back is torn open by the repeated strikes. Later, the camp doctor treats the wounds and applies medicine while asking why Callie would make such a reckless attempt. He answers simply that his daughter is waiting for him. The beating leaves him unable to move well for days. Even so, Jester visits to check on him. During recovery, Callie still guides the enslaved fighters, teaching them skills they rely on for survival. Over time, they begin to support him in return. Arimo eventually comes to check the healing wounds. He explains that he needed to make an example but offers rewards if Callie cooperates: meat, a personal tent, or any reasonable request. Callie accepts the offer and chooses meat because he has gone too long without it. Many slaves react with disappointment. One remarks that even Callie has submitted, while another defends him by pointing out that he nearly died trying to escape and has no real options left. Some grow distant from him, especially after seeing him behave politely toward Arimo. But inside, Callie works with a clear plan. He acts compliant only because he needs better food to regain physical strength. News spreads through the camp that the Khan has arrived. Standing beside Jester, Callie watches the massive, monkey-like creature locked inside a cage. Its eyes follow them closely. Callie can hardly believe he once fought such a monster without any weapon. Jester comments that even desert natives were captured, meaning their situation could be worse. Callie disagrees, believing that captivity is equally terrible regardless of where it comes from. That night, guards lead him into his new tent and bring a woman with them. They describe her as a barbarian and a gift from Arimo. She trembles in fear. Callie feels disgust rise inside him and questions who the real barbarians are in this situation. When she begins to remove her shirt, he stops her immediately and motions for her to keep her clothing on. He explains as best as he can that he has a daughter her age and hands her food instead. She eats quickly. Callie shows her his handcuffs to explain that he is also a captive and that feeding her is the only help he can provide. She thanks him and reveals that she understands their language perfectly. Callie is surprised and mentions she could have received better treatment if she had spoken earlier. She answers that she refuses to act submissive for privilege. Guards return and collect her. As she is taken away, she silently hopes that the kindness he offered returns to him someday. Later, the desert wind sweeps across the sand where a group of barbarian warriors stands. Callie hears noises outside and moves toward the tent opening to see what is happening. Barbarian warriors rush through the camp, cutting down anyone who tries to resist. By the next morning, the attack is over. All surviving slaves stand in chains, and even Arimo trembles helplessly in captivity. Callie is also among the captured ones. Those who fought back died on the spot. Those who surrendered were chained and dragged away. Even the raiders who once captured their own people now face the worst punishment. They are fed to the Khan. The barbarians force the captives westward, pushing them through the desert for several exhausting days. When they finally reach native territory, Callie studies the surroundings and recognizes the land. The barbarians argue among themselves in their own language. Huaren watches their anger with fear, while Callie understands the reason that their people must have suffered greatly at the hands of settlers. One of the natives addresses the chained captives and warns that they will face the exact punishment their group once inflicted on others. Warriors shout orders for the slaves to stay in line and avoid certain areas. As tension rises, some of the captives lift their weapons defensively. The barbarians react immediately with violent hostility. A man beside Callie suddenly loses control, raises his weapon and kills one of the natives. Blood splashes across Callie's face. Instantly, Callie turns and strikes the attacker down himself. The truth becomes clear that this situation is engineered. The barbarians want armed slaves to turn on each other. Before the fighting escalates into total slaughter, the natives step in and force everyone apart. A prisoner locked inside a nearby cage explains the rule of this place. Survival depends on killing or being killed. Panic spreads through the group as they realize the barbarians view them as murderers who picked up weapons. Anyone who survives the fight becomes food for the Khan, and the natives insist on crushing windpipes completely, so no one remains alive during the feeding. The slaves understand then that their lives now exist solely for entertainment and eventual death. Our boy reflects that his situation under Arimo may have been less terrifying than this fate. By the morning, our dude sits inside the cage when he notices the woman he met on the night of the raid, the same woman brought to his tent. She recognizes him instantly and orders the guards to pull him out. They obey and release him into her custody. He questions their hatred towards them, and she justifies it as calling them invaders. When he asks where she is taking him, she explains only that the tribal council awaits and refuses further questions. Callie remembers her name as Yen in their first meeting. Her position becomes clear through how the other warriors treat her. Throughout their march, she had been the only person providing him water and food. Whether he likes it or not, she remains the only person he can rely on. Yen brings him before a circle of tribal leaders. A chief with one eye covered examines Callie with sharp focus, triggering a faint recognition in Callie's mind, though he cannot place it. Yen instructs him to bow quietly while she speaks for him. She recounts the events of the raid in her own language. The council reacts with anger, but when she explains how Callie refused to harm her and offered food instead, their expressions soften. She leans closer and whispers that their opinion is shifting. They now view him as a slave caught between forces, not a settler who invaded their land. One member suggests taking a vote. Yen translates while the council members raise their hands one by one in support of letting him go. She begins to tell him to hold still while she unties him, but the one-eyed chief rises suddenly. He demands everyone's attention and announces that he recognizes Callie. Our dude insists that he has never seen him before, but he declares our boy as Khan Kusajad. The revelation shocks everyone, including Yen. She asks if he means the man who killed the Khan years ago. The chief confirms it with certainty and recalls the moment 20 years earlier when he helped capture Callie as a sacrifice. Instead of dying, Callie fought his way out. The council erupts in fury at the name Khan Kusajad. Yen tries to defend him again, but the chief ends the debate by declaring that Callie death. That night, Callie faces the captured warrior in forced combat. The man admits he holds no personal hatred, but must fight to survive. As he steps forward, Callie reacts instantly. He breaks the man's weapon and drives one broken shard through the warrior's shoulder. He slams him to the ground and delivers fast, crushing blows before the man can recover. The warrior dies within moments. Callie kneels beside the body with regret, whispering an apology in his thoughts. He still has responsibilities left in the world, and he cannot allow himself to die yet. Each morning the barbarians pull Callie from his cage and throw him into another trial. The opponents change constantly, sometimes a lone fighter, sometimes a circle of men, and at times 3 attackers rushing him at once. No matter the setup, he survives every round and returns breathing. During one of these days, Jester and a few slaves push through a tight crowd while carrying Huaren's body. They drop him on the hard ground, revealing a chest wound torn open again. Jester calls out for help, begging the natives for cloth or medicine, but the crowd stays silent. Our dude moves closer and asks if any tools for stitching remain. A slave lifts a small box that once belonged to the doctor. Callie takes it and scolds them for bringing it only now. When he opens it, he finds almost nothing left, just a few basic items. The supplies cannot fully close the wound, and the thread barely covers half of what is needed. If infection spreads, Huaren will die. Someone suggests letting him pass peacefully instead of forcing him to suffer through a hopeless procedure. Callie admits that option would be easier but refuses to give up. He tells Huaren to breathe slowly so the wound stays stable. When he finishes wrapping the bandage, the watching slaves exchange puzzled looks. Arimo, with bitterness gathering in his eyes, claims Huaren is dying because of Callie, and he hurls blame for everything that happened. Our boy accepts part of the guilt while standing soaked in sweat from the trials. Elsewhere, the chief reviews the past week of fights. He has never seen anyone move or strike like Callie. The thought that this same man once killed their Khan tightens something inside him. As he stands before a statue of the Khan, he questions whether that figure ever held true divinity. Memories surface from 20 years earlier when the Empire captured him and forced him into their army. Since then, he has learned how differently each land shapes its gods. Soon he walks toward Callie's cage along with a few companions. Callie watches their approach while the chief introduces an elderly man, his tribe's shaman. The shaman gives his name as Shaken. Callie studies him, reminded of old gypsies he met long ago. After offering his own name, he asks if the man truly holds divine abilities. The chief reaches for his weapon, offended by the question, but Shaken stops him calmly and leads Callie inside. During this, the chief explains the meaning of Khan Kusajad, the title forced on anyone who kills a Khan. With it comes a curse. He mentions the strange movements witnesses described from Callie's earlier battle. Then he asks why Callie chose to face the Khan at all instead of escaping. Callie, with bound hands, explains that his friend Boromar had spent the entire night chewing through rope to free him. Leaving a friend behind felt impossible. The chief finally shares the real reason for bringing him here. He wants to know why the shaman insists on honoring a man who is supposed to leave the tribe dead. The story shifts to a conversation held earlier between the chief and Shaken. Shaken had pointed out how the existence of Khan Kusajad shook the chief's belief system. He explained that those who were captured by the Empire returned changed, unsure of which values still stand. He reminded the chief that the Khan acts only as a representative of God, not God itself. According to him, God chose to spare Callie's life during the old battle. The chief struggled with the idea of divine mercy towards someone viewed as an invader. Shaken asked whether Callie could truly be called an invader when he showed mercy to Yen, a rare act no settler had ever displayed. The chief accepted that but still held to his duty toward the tribe, especially since their Khan died by Callie's hand. Shaken informed him then that he would meet Callie himself. Now back in the present, Shaken considers Callie a walking curse and insists that only divine judgment can decide his fate. He explains that surviving the Khan 20 years ago meant God allowed his life to continue. They cannot block divine choice. But 2 decades have passed, and they do not know if that protection still reaches him. If it has ended, then death waits for him now. Our boy asks how they plan to settle this. Shaken answers that they will request God's decision by making him face the Khan once more, just like before. Callie's confusion appears for a moment before guards escort him away. He knows exactly what this test means. He must prepare for the strongest fighter they possess. One-Eyed rushes to Shaken and confronts him angrily, warning that forcing another Khan battle may destroy everything if their Khan somehow falls. After watching Callie fight all week, One-Eyed recognizes the danger. Shaken argues that if divine protection carried Callie through the first encounter and ended with their Khan's death, they cannot oppose the path God set. His certainty leaves One-Eyed speechless. Back at the cages, Jester and the slaves react in shock when they hear about the upcoming fight. Callie tries to calm them, reminding them he already defeated a Khan once. Jester suddenly understands the natives' hatred. Arimo steps forward with spite and claims everyone would be safer if Callie simply died. He blames Callie for everything and wishes this moment had come earlier. Callie walks straight to him and drives a punch into his chest, dropping him instantly. Arimo cries out in disbelief. Callie hits him again, forcing him to stop spiraling into panic. He tells Arimo to accept the reality that he holds no authority here anymore. Arimo screams that all the slaves belong to him and that their lives fall under his ownership. Callie grabs his hair and lowers him, stating that nobody agrees with his claim. If he wants to live, he must stop dragging others into danger and wait quietly. At that moment, Yen approaches. She apologizes for the way events turned. He brushes it aside, pointing out that both of them simply acted as circumstances allowed. She hands him the strap he asked for. Callie wraps it firmly around his arm and hand, securing it for what comes next. Inside the arena, Callie examines the strap wrapped tightly around his arm, thinking about how the constant trials and combat have stripped away much of his body weight. He wonders if the change helps or hinders his performance. Guards drag Arimo and the other slaves to the sidelines to watch. One of them questions if winning truly guarantees Callie's freedom. He assures him that victory over the Khan will earn his release, but the slave's mind dismisses the outcome as irrelevant to their own fate. Hwarin pleads desperately, asking Callie to send help for the captives if he survives. Callie swears on his name to do so. Hwarin taunts the legitimacy of Callie Adjesta's identity. Our boy insists the name is real, leaving everyone watching surprised. Stepping forward, Callie faces the roar of the barbarian crowd. He does not understand their words, but the anger in their tone is understandable. The Khan enters, its massive size dwarfing everything in the arena. Our boy forces himself to stay calm, refusing to be intimidated by the creature's sheer bulk. The chief taunts him, mocking Callie and ordering him to stop struggling and simply die. Drums thunder across the arena, signaling the start. Khan locks eyes with Callie. Callie meets its gaze without flinching. The creature roars violently, and he notices something strange. His leg pain is gone, and his body feels light. A hint of madness brushes his thoughts. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and drives a punch into the Khan's stomach. Nothing happens. Khan swings back with a forceful blow that Callie barely evades, immediately creating distance. The watching slaves gasp at his boldness and narrow escape. Callie curses under his breath, realizing the creature's hide is nearly impenetrable. Khan attacks with a flurry of massive strikes, and Callie weaves through them, moving faster than the eye can follow. He responds with rapid punches of his own, displaying boxing skill and precision that mesmerizes the audience. Callie calculates each move carefully. Wide, powerful motions look impressive, but small, weak punches would have no effect on the Khan. He knows the creature's durability demands force. Khan suddenly slams both fists into the ground, shaking the arena. Callie realizes too late that his positioning leaves him vulnerable. A kick catches him despite his leap to dodge, sending him flying into the spectator area. He He scrambles upright, narrowly avoiding broken bones. The chief watches and recognizes Callie's skill. He throws his body backward at the last moment, absorbing the impact in a way that seems impossible for any ordinary fighter. Our guy charges at Khan again, aiming for a decisive strike. The creature swings a fist which Callie dodges instantly. He reaches to grab the arm but withdraws immediately. The risk is too great. Instead, he unwraps his strap, drawing sharp attention from the chief. With careful timing, he loops it around the Khan's massive neck, sliding behind the beast and bracing himself. He tightens the strap with all his strength, using it like a garrote. Khan groans and struggles, and Callie leans further into the effort, pulling harder. The barbarian spectators grow uneasy, but Callie forces himself to hold on, mentally urging the creature to succumb. His arms shake under the strain. The strap begins to fray under the enormous tension. He considers other options, but before he can adjust, the strap snaps completely. Then Khan collapses forward onto the ground. Callie wastes no time, driving an elbow into its head and following with a series of devastating strikes. The crowd falls silent, unable to process what they witness. His mind focuses entirely on the task that he is committed to ending this, willing to risk his body completely, determined to bring Khan down no matter the cost. Just then, Khan's fist smashes into Callie and hurls him backward. Blood bursts from Callie's mouth as his body twists from the shock. Anger coils inside because that beast has caught him unprepared. Khan plants himself in front of him. Confusion rushes through our dude because he has landed far more hits, yet his body suffers worse damage than Khan's. But one edge still remains. The strap rests in his grip. His fingers tighten around the leather while doubt creeps in. Khan has already witnessed its effect, so the same method will fail. His mind races for a single decisive way to bring the beast down. Khan's roar tears the air. He charges with terrifying speed and launches a strike that Callie narrowly avoids. Another blow follows instantly, forcing more desperate dodge. While twisting away, Callie studies Khan's body, searching for a weak point. His focus lands on the ankle. He flings the strap toward Khan's ankle. The leather coils around the ankle, and he pulls with everything he possesses. Khan collapses. Callie drags him across the dirt, hauling him closer, then drops the strap and grips the leg with both hands. Khan thrashes violently. Then the creature explodes upward, swinging the captured leg and sending Callie flying. He crashes hard, pain tearing through his ribs. Relief soon follows, but his ribs remain bruised, not broken. He forces himself up. Jester's voice rises with hope, wondering if Callie might truly win. Armon reminds them that even victory here changes nothing about their doomed future. Jester hopes against it. The creature fixes him with eyes filled with violence. They rush forward at the same moment, hands extending, but Callie suddenly lifts the strap again. Khan freezes with brief confusion. The strap hurtles toward his throat. A shout erupts from Callie's team as Khan's hands shoot up to block it. Another voice notes that the creature now recognizes the leather as a threat and refuses the same trap. His hands stay glued to his throat. This creates exactly what Callie needs. With both hands high, Khan's torso lies exposed. Callie abandons the strap mid-charge and drives a brutal strike into his body. Khan releases a pained roar. The spectators shift uncomfortably, shocked by the violence before them. Khan suddenly grabs Callie's shirt with monstrous strength, lifts him effortlessly, and slams him far away. Callie's body shudders on impact. Next moment, Khan drops to all fours, shaking from accumulated damage. Callie rises faster, fueled by desperation. He rushes forward and smashes his fist into Khan's mouth, sending the creature tumbling. Callie leaps after him, grabs him from behind, and his thoughts narrow into one truth: that survival outweighs honor. He forces Khan's head upward and unleashes blow after blow onto the creature's skull. Each strike lands with sickening weight until Khan finally goes limp beneath him. Silence spreads through the onlookers as shock replaces noise. Callie slowly rises beside Khan's unconscious form, chest rising sharply with each breath. Then the shaman approaches and announces the god's verdict. 2 more prisoners gain freedom alongside Callie. The 3 men flee the village at once, unwilling to risk the tribe's changing mood. They hide behind a cave formation to recover. One prisoner studies Callie with deep gratitude because he has saved him. Concern soon replaces it. The wounds covering Callie hint at death drawing near. Callie turns to Jester and instructs him that if death arrives, he must inform Soren about his death, leaving him concerned. The other suddenly stiffens when he notices someone approaching. He curses, convinced the tribe never intended to let them go. Callie remains calm and explains that he recognizes the figure. Yan arrives on one camel while pulling 2 more. She informs them that she has brought 2 camels along with food and water, and selling the animals will fund their journey. Callie attempts to reject such generosity, insisting he has not earned it. She dismisses his refusal and expresses that his actions brought her peace. Both accept that they will likely never meet again. She leaves on her own camel. Back at the tribe, the shaman confronts One Eye with rising anger. He questions whether One Eye has lost all reason because Khan Kusajid, as he calls him, now walks free under the god's ruling. Yet One Eye forms a pursuit party. One Eye continues cleaning his sword and admits he wants the man regardless of divine judgment. The shaman reminds him that he cannot defy the gods. One Eye erupts with contempt, claiming the judgment was worthless because the gods never truly chose. Kali defeated him and disgraced their deity. Since that god suffered defeat, One Eye intends to deliver punishment himself. The shaman warns that this path leads to exile. One Eye accepts without hesitation. The desert itself serves as his home, and no punishment can turn him from the pursuit he has chosen. Meanwhile, Jester reaches Agostina's gate, but the guards stop him instantly and demand identification. He keeps his face covered while asking if Soren Agest leads the town. He uncovers his face and explains he brings information about Kali Agest. Shock spreads through the guards. Inside the manor, Jester settles on a sofa, while Soren sitting before him. He warns that false news about his father will cost him his head. Fear flashes across his face. Soren calms himself and admits recent strain has eroded his patience. Jester introduces himself and explains that Kali saved his life, creating a debt he must repay. Kali currently recovers from serious wounds in a frontier village. Jester summarizes the events, and Soren's fists tremble with rage as he mutters that Jacob has betrayed them all. Jester asks about Lady Branda, but Soren reveals no message has arrived. Jester accepts that he has at least repaid a portion of what he owed. Soren orders his men to retrieve his father safely and offers Jester rest. Inside, Soren wrestles with frustration because upcoming elections trap him in Agostina. Duty binds him in place. He summons an army and addresses them with firm resolve, reminding them that Kali is a kingdom hero and also his father. Helping him return serves both honor and family. Meanwhile, a physician finishes bandaging Kali and studies him with disbelief. In all his years, he has never witnessed someone heal this fast. Kali responds casually and mentions this rate feels slow for him, though the doctor's skill deserves credit. The physician tests his arm and reveals he once served as an imperial military doctor. Recognition strikes Kali that he must have learned under old John. Even 2 decades after John's death, his influence still aids him. Before Kali leaves, the doctor warns him sharply about his left arm. A deep fracture runs through the bone, and one wrong motion could break it completely. Kali assumes Jester has reached Agostina by now. He sold Jan's jewelry to fund his journey and hired Tantio, a tribesman, as a guide. Tantio warns that too much time has passed, and tracking Jacob and Branda will require heavy funding. Kali tosses him a full bag of money without hesitation. Later, at the slave market, Kali waits. Tantio approaches respectfully and asks if he plans to buy a slave. Kali refuses and mentions he expects certain men to appear. 3 tribesmen arrive with a cart. Kali recognizes them immediately and drives his fist into one man's face, knocking him down. The others shout in anger. Kali steps forward with cold fury and reminds them they captured him weeks ago and sold him. One man mocks him as an old fool attempting revenge. Another threatens to sell him again. Kali demands to know where they delivered him, but they laugh and compare him to a dog that only learns through beatings. Their attack ends instantly. All 3 collapse under Kali's blows. Kali stands over them and agrees that men like them only pay attention when pain forces respect. He holds out a map and orders them to point out where they took him. One complains he cannot remember. Our dude answers with another punch and promises more until memory returns. Rage fuels him as he continues beating them. Tantio watches and notes how Kali's calm surface hides a frightening temper. When Kali finishes, he hands Tantio money and asks if it covers expenses, then orders him to prepare food and water. Before leaving, Kali hands a key to the nearby slaves and grants them freedom. They freeze, then rush toward the wounded slavers to deliver their own justice. Kali urges Tantio to leave. That night, Kali notices Tantio smoking. He asks if it is tobacco, surprised at how long it has been. Tantio explains that only shamans and warriors smoked it in his tribe, but after leaving, he smokes whenever he chooses. Kali asks why he left. Tantio explains he foresaw his tribe's extinction under settlers and walked away early. Kali requests one, and Tantio passes it over with a light joke about charging later. Kali holds it while memories rise. Morning comes, and Tantio studies the landscape, asking if this matches the place where Kali was held. Kali remembers the camel skeleton in silence, then confirms. Tantio checks the map and mentions an oasis nearby, though guides avoid this route because sandstorms reshape the land. Jacob had no guide, so he must have pushed ahead blindly. If he survived, he likely reached Selbom. The name Selbom jolts Kali. He remembers someone who lives there. They travel to Selbom, where Vagan, who now becomes the mayor, bursts into tears upon seeing him. He greets him emotionally. Kali admits surprise that Vagan became mayor. He once expected him to continue his father's trading work. Vagan explains he wanted to build something on his own, though he received help from his uncle. Kali gives a short explanation of how he ended up near the town, and Vagan's features twist in fury. He demands to know who dared touch Kali's daughter. Kali explains the criminals passed through Selbom, and that his companion already follows the trail, though extra help will be valuable. Vagan promises full support without hesitation. Kali taps his shoulder in thanks and promises proper payment later. Tantio asks if Vagan knows him personally, hinting Kali must be more than an ordinary man. Vagan responds that this guess barely scratches the truth. He explains that Tantio likely knows nothing of his legendary reputation. Vagan lists Kali's feats, defying a tyrant, defeating an ogre, battling a lion barehanded, and countless achievements. Callie dismisses them and claims he merely has strong athletic ability, yet even that strength failed to protect his daughter. Concern grows on Vegan's face as he studies Callie's exhaustion. Vegan urges him to rest and promises the search will continue. Callie thanks him but refuses to slow down because too much time has vanished. Once they find Branda's trail, they will move instantly, and every person involved will be crushed into dust by his own hand. Meanwhile, Jacob rests in his room and finally lets his body loosen after everything he endured. Every subordinate who followed him died on the road, yet he alone returned alive. However, he has their money now. He plans to rest first and slip away afterward, a simple plan he feels he deserves. Next moment, a sharp knock interrupts the quiet. He lifts his sword with his bandaged arm and approaches the door carefully. The voice outside introduces itself as the landlord and insists an urgent issue concerns the rent. Jacob keeps an alert posture and reminds the visitor the rent has already been handled, but the voice presses for immediate attention. He prepares to open the door, yet the moment his hand reaches the handle, the center of the door bursts inward. Light pours through the splintered hole, and before he can react, an enormous hand forms through the breach. Shock locks his body. The hand forces the door wide open from inside, and a familiar voice enters the room along with its owner. Callie stands in the doorway, alive and unshaken. Jacob freezes as confusion and dread collide. Survival becomes his only thought. Callie reads it instantly and warns him against darting toward the window. The mayor and a full armed force surround the entire building. Escape no longer exists. Their confrontation ends here. Even so, fear pushes Jacob to run. Callie steps forward and drives a fist straight into Jacob's ribs, hurling him to the floor. Callie in a threatening way clarifies that he's not a dead man. He then demands Branda's whereabouts. A crushing intensity radiates from him, leaving Jacob with no option. With trembling hands, Jacob points toward a stuffed money bag. His voice shakes as he explains that his daughter was sold for that exact amount. Callie's eyes widen for a heartbeat before rage consumes him. His fist slams into Jacob again. He lashes out repeatedly while demanding whether Jacob destroyed lives for nothing more than coins. He roars that if money had been the true motive, he would have handed Jacob far more, hundreds or thousands of guilders. Jacob crumbles under the blows and finally releases the truth. He wanted to exceed Soren. They grew up with equal talent, yet Soren always remained ahead while Jacob stayed second. Callie freezes mid-strike, stunned by the petty reason. An inferiority complex pushed Jacob into unforgivable actions. Callie draws his sword and remarks on how pathetic the motive sounds. He grips Jacob's throat and informs him he chose the worst person to provoke. Jacob tries to force out a challenge, questioning whether Callie believes himself untouchable. Callie seizes him by the hair and corrects him. The untouchable one was his daughter. Countless enemies once aimed for his life and still received one final chance from him. This time there is no room for mercy. Next moment, a violent crash bursts through the room, freezing everyone outside. A mirror on the wall shatters under the blow. Jacob's final words spill out as desperate assurances that he will reveal everything. Then silence settles. Callie steps out of the room with a heavy presence lingering around him. A soldier glances inside and shocks at what remains. Callie turns to Tantio and asks for a cigarette. He hands it over with shaking fingers. Our dude grips it tightly while guilt and resolve collide. He crossed a line no human should cross, yet for his daughter he would cross worse without hesitation. He passes the gathered information to Tantio. Branda is still alive. The kidnappers left recently, and the mastermind works as a mayoral candidate in Delphia. Like Soren, he holds Branda to sabotage the election. Tantio connects the clues. If a guide assists them, they will follow a predictable route. They will never expect someone chasing them along that same path. Callie orders immediate departure and instructs Vegan to gather mercenaries. After some days, the kidnapper army begins to move. Carriages fill with supplies, and the convoy prepares for pursuit. Inside one of the carriages, Branda pieces together the truth from muffled conversations. The kidnappers aimed for her brother's downfall, not hers. Rope burns sting her wrists. They plan to hold her harmless until the election ends, using her as a tool. A man steps in, hands her a piece of bread, and instructs her to eat. She accepts, knowing she needs the strength. He leaves and tells the others she shows stubborn resilience, just like her father. Another man responds bitterly, claiming the great Callie died pathetically in the desert. The first man agrees and describes him as nothing but empty legend. A third man adds that boxing, no matter how skilled the fighter, remains only a slave sport. Two others turn grim expressions toward him and question what he just implied. The Empire-born soldier falters, unsure why they react so intensely, and anxiety fills his voice. His foreign origin shows through his ignorance. One companion reminds him the Empire caused the kingdom's current turmoil and rewrites the nation while projecting reform. The Imperial-born man defends his homeland and reminds them the Empire ended their civil war, yet receives no thanks. Another man grabs his collar and drags him aside, unable to stand Imperials posing as soldiers. The accused pushes back and promises to show him what a real fighter looks like. Before the conflict escalates, a warning shout spreads that enemies approach. Callie charges toward them on his camel and announces he has located the kidnappers. His soldiers ask for direction. Callie lifts his weapon and gives a clear command to save her and wipe out the rest. The army surges forward. Tantio presses himself behind a rock, regretting the contract he signed. He only wanted to escort the girl and return home, yet now he stands in the middle of a battlefield. A heavy dread he felt earlier finally makes sense. Clashes erupt around him as Callie carves through enemy ranks, calling out his daughter's name with each strike. Inside the carriage, Branda hears that voice. Tears reach her eyes instantly. She wonders whether the voice is real, then cries out for him with her remaining strength. Callie hears her voice instantly and charges toward the carriage. He runs forward with speed, internally telling her to wait for her father. The carriage shoots forward at full speed, forcing Callie to sprint after it with fierce resolve. He refuses to let it escape, not after reaching this point. Behind the cave, Tantio keeps himself hidden, clinging to one urgent hope that Callie reaches his daughter soon so they can all leave this cursed place. Recognition hits him hard, and a wave of alarm runs through him. Something dangerous approaches from a direction no one expects, and Callie needs that warning immediately. However, at that moment, a shadowed figure appears behind him. Callie drives his horse forward while chasing the fleeing carriage, his commands cutting through the air as he orders them to halt. One rider looks back and panic grips him as recognition forms. They understand that Callie has survived. His partner mutters the unfolding problem, knowing Callie will reach them soon if nothing changes. The rider makes a quick decision. He urges his partner to release the cargo tied to the roof. The straps loosen, and suitcases rain down across the dirt path in scattered bursts. Freed from the heavy load, the carriage gains speed. One suitcase smashes into Callie's horse, sending both him and the horse crashing to the ground in a violent tangle. The riders feel sudden relief as they watch Callie fall, but it dies instantly. Callie rises and charges forward on foot, his body moving with speed far beyond natural limits. His sprint closes the gap with shocking ease. One rider stares in disbelief, unable to understand how a man can chase a moving carriage like this. Callie pushes harder, thinking he only needs a little more reach. His hand stretches toward the carriage as the gap thins to almost nothing. Just before his fingers touch the door, an arrow slices through the air and buries itself deep in his arm. The impact throws him backward, sending him rolling across the ground. His eyes lock on the carriage as it speeds away, carrying his daughter farther with every heartbeat. Callie turns his head and finds the archer. One Eye sits on horseback, with grim satisfaction. He declares that he has chased him all the way here and confirms the shot as his own. Barbarian warriors pour across the battlefield, crushing Callie's army with a sudden ambush. Soldiers shout frantic orders to retreat and regroup as chaos spreads. Callie senses the shift instantly. One Eye addresses him as Khan Kusajad while tossing his bow aside. He dismounts and steps forward with steady purpose, intent on taking Callie's head and restoring the honor his tribe lost. Callie forces himself upright, barely holding his balance. He questions whether One Eye still clings to that Khan Kusajad obsession, and whether this wandering brute understands what he has caused. One Eye stands firm with absolute conviction. He refuses to accept the existence of the man who killed their Khan. Only one of them leaves this ground alive. Callie responds with equal finality, admitting not even a trace of intention to let One Eye live. He threatens he will die today with his fist. One Eye raises his fist and charges. Callie meets him head-on, tired of the nonsense. Their bodies crash as they trade fierce strikes. Callie lifts his fist to attack, but One Eye catches the incoming blow. Instead of blocking, One Eye grips Callie's shoulder and tries to pull him off balance. Callie twists his body with the captured arm, bending at an angle no ordinary fighter would expect, creating space for his knee to drive upward into One Eye's face. The impact staggers One Eye, and his thoughts race. Callie twists his entire body to follow the motion of his trapped arm, forming an opening where none should exist. Callie does not lose the moment. He strikes One Eye again and points out the barbarian's fatal mistake. Throwing away his weapon for some sense of honor is pure foolishness. His fist slams into One Eye's neck, pulling a sharp cry from him. Another strike lands across One Eye's face, splitting his lip and spilling blood. Realization hits One Eye through the iron taste in his mouth. He has misjudged everything. Challenging the monster who defeated their Khan with bare hands becomes a mistake drenched in regret. He should never have abandoned his weapon. Pride has no place here. Callie surpasses him completely in close combat, which means victory is impossible without the blade. One Eye moves toward the weapon lying on the ground. Callie's awareness sharpens despite the pain, and he delivers a warning that the moment One Eye reaches for that weapon becomes the moment of his death. One Eye grabs his blade anyway, desperate to understand what Callie plans. If he were in Callie's place, he would rush forward before the opponent even touched the weapon. Callie straightens himself while studying the scene. One Eye runs through possibilities. If he can react to Callie's draw, then no matter where the attack comes from, victory belongs to him. Just as he prepares to strike, an arrow pierces straight into his forehead. The shaft stands firm between his eyes, and confusion fogs his dying thoughts. Understanding clicks in the last flicker of his life. From earlier, the arrow he fired at Callie memorized the exact place it fell. While One Eye focused only on the fight, Callie never lost track of that fallen arrow. One eye collapses backward, falling far from where he stood. Callie watches him drop while voicing the simple truth that now One Eye dies. His camel bolts away in panic. One Eye's final thoughts drown in regret. With only a little more time, he believes he could have reached his goal. Callie remains alone on the battlefield before dropping to his knees as strength abandons him. His body trembles from wounds and exhaustion. He cries out for his daughter, his voice raw with despair. A sudden shout cuts through the chaos. Tantio rides toward him at full gallop and extends his hand while urging Callie to grab hold. Callie struggles to understand Tantio's choice as they ride together on the same horse. The man is only a guide, yet he throws himself into danger for someone who hired him. Tantio gives the simplest reason he can, that Callie cannot finish paying the full fee if death claims him, so keeping him alive protects the contract more than any sentiment. He adds that the mercenaries either died when the barbarians attacked or abandoned everything to save themselves. He barely escaped because survival became the only goal for anyone left breathing. Those barbarians wear the marks of the highest warrior caste, which forces him to wonder how someone like Callie became tangled with people who live by brutal traditions. Tantio reminds Callie that his own son manages a frontier village near Agastana. Reaching that place would give them shelter and medical help. Callie refuses immediately. He pushes for the chase even though his injuries grow worse with every breath. Tantio counters that Callie's body will collapse soon, and he himself cannot ride much farther, either signaling to his injury. Callie checks the man's back and notices the blood seeping from a wound. Anger and helplessness rise within him as he curses the situation trapping them both. Far away, Soren receives a letter demanding he withdraw from the mayoral election if he wants Branda returned alive. Thoughts that have haunted him for years return in a rush. The losses, the sacrifices, the countless people who fought for Agastina's future. Now the enemy wants Branda's life as payment. The weight threatens to break him, but a subordinate interrupts with news that shakes him completely that his father has arrived. Outside, Callie's roar echoes across the area as he wrestles against the people restraining him. He demands freedom so he can rescue his daughter, but the doctor warns that stepping outside guarantees death. Soren approaches and takes in the sight of his father. Later, Callie drinks, forcing himself to swallow another mouthful. Soren admits everything as he never imagined Jacob would turn against them after working together for 5 long years. Our dude drains his drink and confesses he ended Jacob's life with his own hands. But dwelling on the past cannot save Branda. He needs to know if Soren has discovered the kidnappers' identities. Soren explains that all 5 candidates remain suspects except himself. The letter ordering his withdrawal confirms that someone among them aims to control the election through fear. Callie asks whether Soren can abandon the campaign. Soren hesitates, then admits he carries ambitions he refuses to bury so easily. Callie's expression hardens. He questions whether these ambitions weigh more than his own sister. Soren's restraint snaps as he vows that if Branda does not return safely once the election ends, he will personally hunt down every person responsible. Dark fury gathers around Callie as he warns him not to confuse vengeance with duty. Branda's life should rise above every other concern. She has always given everything for both of them. Soren argues back that his dream does not belong to him alone. Many who believed in him have died for this cause. If he retreats because of fear, he betrays their trust. Callie studies him closely and asks whether he truly means this path. Soren turns the reasoning toward his father. He reminds him that entering the tournament years ago broke a promise made to Azalea. That choice almost left Soren and Branda without a father. Yet time has shown him that his father carried responsibilities he could not escape, no matter the cost. Now he understands his father's determination. The realization hits Callie hard. He remembers Azalea's feelings back then. He shifts the topic and asks about leads on the kidnappers. Soren admits they investigated everywhere, but nothing surfaced. He cannot mobilize soldiers into the candidates' homes without stirring public outrage or accusations of using military power to manipulate the election. Callie cuts through the hesitation. He announces he will find Branda himself. Soren tries to stop him, warning that acting without evidence will escalate everything. Callie interrupts, asking whether Soren just admitted the culprit hides among the candidates. Understanding flashes through Soren's eyes as he realizes what Callie intends. Callie confirms he will question every candidate one by one until the truth appears. Soren insists this method breaks laws and moral lines, but Callie brushes past those concerns. His actions may damage his reputation, but fixing that reputation falls under his own responsibility. Callie will act as needed, and Soren must handle the fallout. He accepts the arrangement, but frustration coils inside him. He never wanted to fight his father. He only wanted to prove he can stand on his own. That night, Callie approaches Tantio, who rests while tending to his wounds. Callie informs him that they leave immediately. Tantio gestures toward his bloody injuries as proof that such timing is impossible. Callie responds by offering a large bonus beyond their contract. Tantio rises instantly, energized by the promise, but still questions whether Callie should resolve things with his son instead of rushing into danger. Callie admits confronting Soren emotionally would be easier. But like Branda, Soren remains a child he refuses to resent for choosing a hard path. Tantio suggests he share these feelings directly, but Callie turns away, admitting such honesty embarrasses him. Behind the wall, Soren listens to every word. His expression shifts into quiet reflection. Later, Callie and Tantio ride out into the night. Callie explains they must resolve everything before the election ends. Tantio asks whether Callie has a plan for reaching multiple villages within 5 days. Callie reveals Soren provided detailed information about each candidate, so he intends to confront them in order and extract the truth through whatever method works. They decide to start with the Empire-born candidates, because Kingdom-born candidates may know about our dude's past. Then, the suspect list narrows from 5 to 3, Halkan Dorogius, Nordic Georgia, and Marcus Aurelius. They locate a residence and launch a grappling hook onto the roof, climbing up with practiced ease. Memories from Callie's younger days return. Decades later, the same instincts guide him now. Callie drops down the other side while guards yawn at their posts. They sense something but react too slowly. Callie slips through the shadows, reaches Halkan's room, and finds the candidate asleep in heavy slumber. He orders Halkan to rise. Halkan shifts lazily, insisting the sun has not appeared. Callie responds by throwing cold water into his face, forcing him into shock. Halkan opens his mouth to shout, but Callie covers it, pressing a sword against his lips. He warns that any attempt to call for help guarantees death. Even if he screams, the guards lie unconscious and tied outside. Callie gives the rules. Halkan will answer everything asked. He demands his daughter location. Halkan stares in confusion, unsure which girl he means. Callie grabs his little finger and tightens his grip. The bone bends, and Halkan's cry bursts from his throat. Callie clamps his hand over the mouth to silence him. Halkan trembles with pain and fear. Callie reminds him this is not an answer. He repeats the question with full clarity. Callie accepts he crossed a line he never should have. The poor man clearly played no part in Branda's kidnapping. If the man faked his panic, the acting was too good. Then shifts to what matters more. His guide wants to know whether Callie ensured the candidate will stay silent. He reminds him he already threatened to skin Dorogius alive if the man leaked a single word. Now only 4 candidates remain. Tantio calculates the time they will waste traveling between the 2 Empire-born ones. He accepts that delay but also knows none of them will receive warnings in time. Tantio grows more uneasy as he watches the mission drift from a simple escort job into something brutal enough to erase any thought of payment. His wound burns, making him realize death could reach him any time. He asks how they plan to reach Delphia. Callie remembers that Soren campaigns there and asks for the reason. Tantio lays out the danger. Whoever hired the kidnappers must already know Callie survived the desert. If Callie walks into Delphia and hires mercenaries openly, messengers will notify their employer instantly. Callie cannot block every messenger. Nobles avoid mercenary guards during elections, so the guilty candidate will panic the moment he hears Callie has begun recruiting. The one who hires mercenaries first exposes himself, because he needs replacements for the soldiers he already lost. Callie weighs the logic but sees the risks. The deadline pressed hard. Not to mention, desert storms might slow them, slavers might appear, and Tantio's injury might force him to abandon the mission. Traveling without a guide guarantees death. Thinking about all this, Callie accepts the plan. The next day, Callie enters a mercenary agency and people recognize him. They link him to Soren's campaign. Just as Tantio predicted, his appearance travels across Delphia within hours. Fame irritates him, but he needs exactly this attention. He approaches a worker and announces he wants mercenaries, refusing to explain why and caring only about their skill with weapon. The information races through the city faster than he expected. Father of a mayoral candidate has started recruiting fighters. Messengers run through every district, and by noon Callie gathers more men than he imagined. He instructs them to return tomorrow and finally rests, but blood drips from his nose. After endless fights and harsh travel, even he feels the weight of exhaustion pulling him toward sleep. A man approaches at that moment. The stranger appears delighted, calling it fortune to meet him in Delphia. Callie makes it clear he intends to leave if there is no purpose. The man laughs and introduces himself as Nordic Georgia, one of the mayoral candidates. Callie freezes in a heartbeat. 2 guards stand behind Nordic, revealing he came prepared. Our dude observes him keenly. Nordic looks around his mid-30s, empire-born and wealthy from arena business. Callie wonders why a rival candidate would approach him so casually. Nordic reaches out for a handshake, claiming he has admired Callie since youth and cannot ignore a legend standing in front of him. Callie accepts while keeping his expression calm. Nordic comments on the hardness of Callie's calluses, imagining the force behind them. Callie grows more irritated. Nordic suggests dinner before Callie leaves the city, insisting he would host longer if not for the campaign. Callie studies every movement. The smile feels crafted, the admiration too polished. He senses a mask worn by someone who knows how to manipulate nobles and crowds. Dragging him somewhere isolated tempts him, but answers demand patience, not reckless violence. Later, at Nodic's annex, Callie joins him for dinner. He notices the decor immediately that the kingdom-style luxury contradicts typical empire taste. Nordic raises the topic of mercenaries and asks why Callie hired them publicly. Callie deflects with ease. Hinting age forces him to handle certain matters quietly. Nodik offers help and claims political rivalry with Soren does not change personal loyalty toward Callie. Callie dismisses these gestures internally. They fit the same noble pattern: obsession with appearance and empty courtesy. Staying here any longer wastes time. His hand slides toward the blade in his pocket as he weighs the idea of ending this charade. Before he chooses, Tantio enters abruptly. Our dude quickly introduces him as his attendant. Tantio whispers urgent news that Marcus Aurelius has moved fast and hired mercenaries at an abnormal speed. Callie stands and excuses himself. Nodik lets him leave without resistance. Once they ride out, Tantio explains everything. Aurelius, once an engineering officer surrounded by retired Imperial soldiers, still reached for mercenaries despite his strong force. The move fits the pattern perfectly. Callie agrees the signs all point toward him. That night, they reach Aurelius's village under cover of darkness. Guards patrol the walls, but Callie ambushes two at once, knocking them unconscious. He notes the cross-pattern watch placement. No blind spots except the one he created. Inside the mansion, silence hangs heavy. He approaches slowly and notices the details Soren mentioned. The beard, the scar. But something feels wrong. A faint warmth rises from the air and then he sees blood. Aurelius lies dead with a fresh stab wound at his neck. The heat still rising from his body means the killer left only minutes ago. Just then he spots a letter beside the corpse. The message comes from Nodik, Georgia, warning Aurelius about the attack on Doroges and urging him to hire more soldiers. A cold realization hits him. Nodik's earlier visit was not admiration, it was confirmation. He checked whether Callie had already found the real culprit, but Nodik could not have outrun them. He must have received updates the moment Callie left Agustina. Someone inside Agustina has fed him information from the start. This entire mission has been a trap prepared long before Callie even entered the desert. Fear pushes through Callie as he heads for the window. When he looks outside, flames engulf the entire area. Flames spread rapidly across the village walls, and Callie instantly understands that the fire rose from the inside. Someone among town's own people must have started it, turning the entire area into a trap set long before he arrived. Tantio appears through the smoke, pushing their exhausted camels toward him. Tantio gestures urgently for Callie to look behind. When Callie glances back, he expects Aurelius's soldiers, but the sight tells him otherwise. Aurelius would never waste men chasing him across open sand. The riders belong to Nodik, which means the ambush forms only one part of a much larger plan. One archer takes position and releases an arrow that buries itself in Callie's camel. The animal collapses instantly. Tantio races up and grabs Callie by the head, pulling him onto his own camel before the enemy closes in. They push forward, yet Tantio knows his camel already neared its limit from the last long march. At this pace, both will be caught. Callie recognizes a harsh truth that only one survives if one rides alone. He forms a decision without hesitation and instructs Tantio to deliver the truth to Soren that the kidnapper is Nodik. Now Branda's and his own safety depends entirely on that warning reaching its target. Tantio reacts with confusion, but Callie no longer gives him time. He throws himself off the camel deliberately. The fall draws the attention of the pursuing soldiers. Half urge each other to continue after the rider, while the rest swarm toward the man on the ground. One soldier charges ahead on his camel, but Callie steps forward and strikes the animal's neck with a single hit, dropping both camel and rider in the sand. Another soldier rushes in, only to receive a devastating kick to the throat. Callie moves through them with brutal speed, knocking down camel after camel, while riders fall beside their mounts. One by one he is facing each mercenary. The remaining warriors abandon their camels and rush in on foot. They spread out, attempting to overwhelm him from every angle. Callie answers their attempts with heavy blows that break through their defenses, dropping them one after another. A sudden strike from behind hits him with a stick-like weapon, but Callie pivots and sends the attacker flying. Another soldier tries reaching him from the blind side, yet Callie reacts instantly and takes him down. One soldier manages to throw a trap that tightens around Callie. Once the bindings catch him, all remaining men descend at once, striking him repeatedly until he can no longer break free. They finally overpower him and tie him securely. Time blurs as Callie lies bound, half-conscious. A familiar voice eventually cuts through the haze. The man steps forward and scolds the soldiers for rough handling, noting that Callie barely holds on to consciousness. Callie's mind clears enough to match the voice to the face. His instinct had warned him earlier during their first encounter, and now the truth stands before him. Nodik Georgia reveals himself openly. Callie's thoughts connect the pieces. He had suspected Nodik from the start because the man carried a deliberately crafted charm that never felt genuine. He demands to know where Branda is now. He knows that if Nodik intended to kill him immediately, arrows would have done the job earlier. They kept him alive because they needed him alive. Nodik assures him she remains safe for now, and that she has not been touched. The word yet hits Callie like a blade. His aura rises sharply, and he vows that Nodik will die the moment anyone harms her. Nodik shows no concern and merely notes that his objective already moved forward long before this capture. Callie asks when Nodik planted his spies, and Nodik explains that he inserted them during the earliest stages of city planning, placing them inside every candidate's circle. This network gave him complete awareness of every movement Callie made. He knew Callie would head west, that he would confront every other candidate, and that his attacks would eventually create a perfect excuse to frame him for Aurelius's murder to break Soren's campaign. Callie identifies the tactic as pure deception. Nodok admits that Soren never posed a real obstacle. Even without Callie's interference, Soren lacked the strength to win the election. Framing crimes on Callie simply helped tighten the plan. The true target had always been Callie himself. He even claims to kill his children after the end of election, which left him terrified. Callie pushes for clarity, unable to understand why Nodok targeted him specifically. Nodok answers with events buried nearly 20 years in the past. He fled the kingdom because someone destroyed his entire family, forcing him to endure humiliation during his escape. The Empire offered no comfort either, since militarism dominated the land and intelligence earned him nothing. He moved west to finally let his true abilities shine, but Soren's presence became a constant irritation. Soren wiped out savage tribes threatening the western border and gained a hero's reputation. Everywhere Nodok looked, he saw the son of his enemy receiving admiration that should have belonged to others. Every memory of that glory fed old hatred. Everything shifted when Nodok discovered that he himself was traveling west, bringing his daughter along. That moment produced the perfect plan. One strike that could erase the father and both children. When Jacob left Callie in the desert, Nodok nearly lost his mind, fearing the plan would die, but fate restored the path exactly as he needed. Callie demands to know the reason Nodok considers him his enemy. Nodok responds by revealing the truth. His entire life carried the weight of a cursed name, despised everywhere as the descendant of a traitor family. He reveals his name as Nodok Rudefalling. Callie states clearly that the old man died because of his own choices. Nodok dismisses the old man completely. The true issue is Callie's involvement. Callie stood beside Ealdrin and helped crush the Rudefalling family, and those actions ruined every part of Nodok's life. Nodok steps closer and declares that he will not allow him to stand in his way again. Callie addresses him directly and gives him one final path. If Nodok releases him and Branda now, he will let him live. Nodok answers with hysterical laughter, finding amusement in a bound prisoner offering mercy. He commands his men to drag Callie into the basement and keep him alive with enough water and food. As they pull him away, Callie's thoughts settle. Nodok's choice has already sealed his fate. The moment he breaks free, Nodok's life ends. Callie stands in Nodok's annex underground arena after 2 days. He reflects that 5 days have passed since Callie's capture. One day disappears with Doroji's mercenaries, another with Aurelius, and 3 more inside Nodok's underground arena beneath the annex. Tomorrow, the mayoral election decides Delphia's future. In the arena, Callie ends the match instantly. His opponent charges with an open stance, but Callie lands a single overwhelming blow that drops the man unconscious. From above, Nodok condemns the strike as a foul and orders the body dragged out. Callie shows no interest in entertaining him. Besides, there is no reason to follow rules created for Nodok's pleasure. His anger sharpens, realizing that Nodok clearly plans to treat him like entertainment until the election ends, but he intends to resist at every chance. Nodok snaps his fingers, entertained rather than threatened. He wonders how long Callie's confidence will survive what comes next. When the next figure steps into the arena, Callie freezes, Tantio enters, and the shock hits him immediately. They face each other with heavy understanding while his guide apologizes to him. Nodok rests a hand on Tantio's shoulder, using him as an example while explaining his view of power. Real strength, in his mind, comes from planning and intelligence, and everything happening now proves how thoroughly he arranged events. Callie studies Tantio and notices the crucial detail that he holds no injuries. Nothing indicates force. That single observation pushes him to the truth. Tantio came here willingly. The betrayal must have occurred shortly after Callie first reached Agostina. Nodok confirms it without hesitation. His agents have been planted for a long time. They tracked Callie's movements from the moment he entered Agostina, even before he ever met Soren. Then the strike lands hardest. Tantio accepted money and future comfort in exchange for cooperation. The empty apology he offers carries no loyalty. Callie absorbs the impact. Soren has no way of knowing where he is. Callie cannot send any warning before the election. Yet something about Tantio's involvement still feels wrong, as if a missing piece hides behind the facade. Nodok interrupts by changing the rules of entertainment. If Callie refuses boxing, they will test him differently. A gladiator in full armor enters with sword and shield. Callie instantly recognizes the shift. This is a death match, not a sport. He understands that nets would trap him, but swords and shields create openings. That gives him a chance. The gladiator charges. Callie ducks under the swing and judges the sword's range. Fighting from afar means death. Closing in becomes his only strategy. He rushes forward and lands a heavy punch, but the armor absorbs it, knocking Callie backward. His opponent advances to kill. Callie reacts fast and he grabs his ankle, yanks hard. Callie uses the knight's leg to pull himself close and shifts behind him. Nodok watches, fascinated by Callie's deliberate choice to enter close range. The knight tries to defend, but our boy locks his arms around him in a crushing hold. This fighter expected a boxer, not someone capable of armored grappling. Callie applies hand-to-hand techniques built for this type of opponent. He strikes the neck, then the head. He follows with a rapid chain of blows, each aimed at weak points the armor cannot fully shield. The final hit shakes the gladiator violently. The gladiator collapses, bleeding beneath the helmet. His tremors fade and he goes still. Callie stands breathing hard, but victorious. Nodic applauds, impressed and amused. He ends the entertainment and orders the guards to let Callie rest. Tomorrow, after the election, the games will continue without hurry. As Callie is escorted out, Tantio looks back once more. Callie meets his eyes, sensing something unsaid. Election day arrives. Callie sits inside his underground jail when Tantio appears again. Callie confronts him as a traitor. Tantio answers without shame. He abandoned his family and tribe long ago to gain citizenship. Betraying an employer means nothing compared to that. His path changed long before this moment. Callie never expected this kind of selfishness from him, but Tantio pushes back. He recalls every moment he almost died because of Callie's missions. Selling information to Nodic felt easy compared to following Callie into danger again. Callie curses him. Tantio ends the argument by tossing cigarettes toward him, suggesting he use them before dying. The gesture cuts deeper than any insult. Callie lifts the lighter Tantio dropped, but hurls it into Tantio's face. Tantio absorbs the impact and insists the cigarettes reflect the last bit of their bond. He leaves and seals the door. Callie watches the door. The interaction feels off. Nobody stands behind it. Tantio would not come here simply to hand over cigarettes. During their week of travel, Tantio never acted like a man ruled purely by greed. The sudden shift still makes no sense. He tears open a cigarette, and a hidden note drops out telling not to act first, but to wait for the proper time. Relief cuts through him knowing that betrayal was staged as he expected this. Meanwhile, Tantio walks with Nodic's soldiers, outwardly composed while nerves pulse beneath the surface. 3 days before the election, Tantio informs Soren everything. Soren curses Nodic for twisting every person around him like tools. Soren studies him sharply and shifts his attention toward tied men nearby, who are the planted spies Nodic hid among the mayoral candidates. Their presence threatens everything. His frustration becomes visible as he confronts the two agents directly. He already understood that Nodic placed spies with every candidate, even attempting to pull Tantio into the same network. The entire trap would have snapped shut if Tantio had not revealed the scheme in time. Tantio still carries heavy guilt for leaving Callie trapped underground, but Soren shows unexpected courage by announcing that he will deal with the spies himself. He assigns Tantio a far more dangerous task, returns to Nodic as a double agent and creates a double agent operation to free Callie. Tantio accepts the mission, even while the risk presses heavily on him. In the present, Tantio walks away from Callie's cell with 2 guards escorting him. Regret tightens in his chest. He knows he should have stepped back from this operation the previous night when retreat was still possible. The guard trailing behind him mocks him as a barbarian who betrays anyone for convenience. Another guard compares him to a dog with no loyalty. Their words sting, but Tantio forces his mind to stay sharp. He needs to separate the guards and he needs a clean chance. He spins around suddenly and shouts that Callie broke out. Both guards freeze, then rush toward the cell in panic. In the instant their focus shifts, Tantio flicks poison darts into their necks. Each dart carries concentrated scorpion venom. One guard still attempts to strike him, stumbling forward while cursing him, but the venom closes both their throats before they can breathe. Within seconds, they collapse. Relief cuts through Tantio when he sees the venom working. Meanwhile, Branda sits bound inside a dark room. She murmurs prayers for her father's safety. The door suddenly slams inward, and the guard posted outside falls dead. Tantio steps through the doorway and checks whether she truly is Branda. She studies him with instinctive suspicion. Tantio explains that Callie entrusted him with her rescue. Her caution remains firm, and she questions whether trusting him would be a mistake. Tantio understands her concern, but urgency pushes him forward. His hands tremble from pain and exhaustion. Branda notices the state of his injury and insists he needs treatment. Tantio insists they cannot waste a second, but he loosens her bindings and pulls her up, guiding her forward as he explains the timeline. The clock now approaches 5:40. Vote counting should have finished by this stage. Nodic is not expected to return until nightfall, giving them a narrow window. Ideally, they rescue Callie and escape together. If that fails, at least Branda must leave alive. When Tantio signals at night, Soren will bring soldiers to extract them. Branda reacts with disbelief when she hears Soren's name. She argues that he should be handling the election. Tantio then delivers the truth that Soren will lose anyway. His expression shows no doubt. Branda tries to question him further, but Tantio instantly covers her mouth. Through the window, Nodic appears outside, leading an entire battalion of soldiers. Shock races through Tantio. The count should not finish until evening. Nodic's arrival with so many soldiers shocks him. A guard reports to Nodic that more than half the votes went to him even before the official count ended. Soren forfeited the election entirely, giving Nodic a landslide victory. Tantio realizes their plan has collapsed. With soldiers surrounding the building, escape becomes nearly impossible. Branda grabs his hand and refuses defeat. They are not captured yet, and she wants to know where her father is. Tantio, still shaken, presses his hand to his wound and answers that Callie remains locked in the basement. Before he can add more, a soldier spots them and demands identification. Tantio freezes, but Branda steps forward and strikes the soldier directly in the chest. Another blow sends him collapsing unconscious. She notes that he carried no weapon. Tantio stands stunned, realizing how much she resembles Callie. Noise erupts from downstairs. More soldiers are coming. Tantio curses under his breath. Pain clouds his mind, and he decides they must change the plan immediately. Reaching Callie now is impossible. They must hold out until Soren arrives with reinforcements. They sprint down a corridor, slide into a study, and slam the door. They shove every piece of furniture they can find against it. The pounding begins immediately. Each blow shakes the barricade. Tantio studies the room and notes the shelves of documents and rare books. The soldiers might hesitate to destroy such materials, which buys them precious seconds. A voice outside orders them to surrender. The soldiers start breaking the door with hammers. A window shatters as an arrow shoots through the frame. Tantio realizes the house is surrounded. His mind sinks further. This double-agent plan truly was reckless from the start. Branda watches him struggle and questions why someone who clearly understood the danger still volunteered for it. Tantio's voice trembles as he admits he kept wanting to walk away. Every step made the risk worse, and he nearly abandoned the mission entirely. But Callie changed the equation. Callie never treated him as inferior, even though he came from barbarian native tribe and carried a reputation others looked down on. A memory surfaces. During their escape, when the camel collapsed from exhaustion, only one rider could continue. Callie stepped down without hesitation and stayed behind to block the soldiers, giving Tantio a chance to flee. That moment rooted itself deep inside Tantio's conscience. He understood that he owed a debt too heavy to run away from. He draws his blade slowly, admitting that living with that debt would feel worse than dying in this hallway. Branda counters by insisting that her father is no noble hero. She describes him eating secretly at night, gaining weight, ignoring injuries, and shouting for his late wife when he drinks. Her smile softens every flaw she lists. Tantio recalls each small memory of Callie with new clarity. More blows strike the door. Nodic himself approaches, arriving right outside the study. Nodic condemns Tantio as filth and treats this moment as proof that barbarians never deserve trust. Nodic recognizes betrayal immediately, treating it with cold amusement. From inside the study, Tantio answers betrayal runs in his blood. No one should be shocked if he switches sides again. Nodic calls him a fool for believing Soren can challenge him with soldiers. His private force doubles anything Soren could muster, and he holds the advantage of defending his own ground. People observing the fight will see Soren as a desperate loser, while Nodic appears as the rightful mayor protecting his property. Tantio shocks at the claim of doubled numbers, but Branda spots the lie instantly. She explains Nodic inflates his strength to pressure them into surrender. He avoids destroying the study and its valuable books, giving them leverage to stall. She urges him to adjust their defense strategy. Tantio shouts through the barricade, offering to bring her out if Nodic guarantees his survival. Nodic pretends generosity, claiming today is his mayoral victory, and he wishes no bloodshed. He secretly plans to tear Tantio apart the moment he emerges. Branda questions whether Tantio will betray them, cursing him. He keeps the mask of self-interest, insisting survival comes first. Nodic orders a chair and waits, confident the barricade cannot hold indefinitely. A voice warns from inside that any approach risks the hostage's life. Time stretches and Nodic grows impatient and commands his men to destroy the door. One soldier hesitates at Tantio's involvement. Nodic curses them for letting fugitives humiliate them and orders the door smashed and both prisoners dragged out. The barricade shatters and soldiers rush in. The first kick lands on Tantio's chest, forcing blood from his mouth. More strikes rise to continue the assault. Nodic approaches Branda, striking her across the face, knocking her down. Tantio trembles on the floor, crawling toward her. Nodic drives another vicious kick into his ribs, calling him a worthless barbarian. Branda shouts back, declaring Nodic the true trash, believing heaven will punish him. Nodic laughs, mocking her faith. He questions whether Soren qualifies as good. No one in Delphia carries more blood than Soren. The barbarian tribes call him Soren the Butcher. Augustina rose from corpses left behind by his campaigns. Branda freezes, shocked while Nodic explains he already suffered heaven's punishment 20 years ago at her father's hands. He then orders his soldiers to drag the two captives toward the arena. Blood drips from Tantio as they haul him away. Time passes and Soren nears Nodic's compound with his troops. No signal arrived from inside. He prays Tantio succeeded in protecting Branda. He reminds his men that their sacrifices were immense, casting aside family and sister to fight for the election. Spies penetrated every candidate. Nodic stole the mayoral seat without legitimate challenge. Soren vows to reclaim honor and position, leading his troops at the front. Inside the compound, a soldier reports Soren's approach. Nodic commands capture if possible, execution if necessary, raising his voice so Branda hears. Her righteous brother marches toward doom, giving Nodic the chance to wipe out the entire family. Tantio and Branda remain battered and bruised. Nodic checks if Tantio is dead. He still breathes. Nodic plans to keep him alive as a training target. A soldier approaches Branda with ill intent. She drives her knee into his groin, collapsing him. She stands exhausted but defiant. Nodic orders another soldier forward. The guard beside him flinches, disturbed by the slow breaking of the woman. Nodic declares he will watch her drain all strength before presenting her ruined state to her father and burying the family beneath the desert sands. Another soldier approaches. Branda attacks despite shaking limbs. Pain shoots through her arms. Bones begin to crack. Nodic orders yet another attacker. The man reaches for her, underestimating her resilience. Her body nears the limit. A heavy blow snaps her head to the side. She screams, pleading for help, calling for her father as tears stream down her face. Below in the underground cell, Callie senses disaster. Too much time has passed. The rescue must have failed. Worry accomplishes nothing. He must act now, even without full information. Alone in the darkness, Callie reflects on a life stretching beyond 70 years. A question dominates. What happens when he dies? His second life gave glimpses of the afterlife. Now he has reached his goal, sharpening the certainty that this must be his final existence. Death may come tomorrow, but responsibilities stand now. His daughter remains trapped. The basement door blocks him. Escaping by strength seems impossible, yet our dude built his life on overcoming the impossible. This is one more challenge. He clenches his jaw, raises his fist, and steels himself to break every limit imposed by others, no matter how absolute. A thunderous crash shakes the study. Nodic's head snaps toward the hallway, concerned as he wonders how often these disruptions will erupt. He suspects Soren's unit again, and feels the need for caution even with the advantage on his side. He orders one guard to check the corridor and turns toward another. He is irritated that Branda's torture has paused without reason. Before anyone can react, another violent blast erupts. The door bursts inward and two guards tumble across the floor, one choking on blood, the other barely standing. The remaining soldiers whirl toward the entrance, panic creeping across their faces as they struggle to understand who has broken through. Callie steps inside and drops the battered soldier he dragged with him. Everyone freezes that he has escaped. Some guards whisper disbelief, insisting such a thing is impossible. They spot chains still locked around his ankles, scraping behind him. He has torn through a stone wall with nothing but brute strength. Through the chaos, his gaze lands on his daughter lying motionless on the ground, a guard standing over her. Fury floods through him. He warns everyone that they have 10 seconds to flee before he starts killing. A guard charges in a moment of misguided bravery. Our hero catches the man's weapon with his bare hand, grips his throat, and knocks him out with no effort, and the count begins. The moment the time limit ends, he declares that whoever remains has willingly chosen death. Guards scramble with rising terror. Another lunges with a spear, but Callie deflects it and lifts the attacker by the neck, his screams filling the room. Others beg him to stop, horrified at the sight of their own comrades being crushed. Nodic finally snaps and orders all soldiers to strike at once. His archer captain hesitates, aware that arrows will hit allies in such tight combat. Nodic grabs the captain's shirt, repeating the command with no care for casualties. Even the captain freezes, stunned that 20 armed men cannot restrain Callie, who's in bad condition. An arrow eventually fires and tears into his arm. Several guards yell for the archers to stop, but the captain reminds them that Nodic's orders outweigh everything. Nodic's fear builds with every second. His lack of battlefield experience becomes painfully clear. Any competent leader would retreat and rely on archers, but Nodic fixates on keeping the prisoner surrounded, blind to everything except his own panic. Branda's eyes flutter open. She sees her father fighting an entire army alone. Tears spill down her cheeks as she begs him to stop, her voice trembling with fear. A command suddenly rings out, ordering Callie to halt. He turns and spots soldiers restraining Branda while Nodic presses a weapon to her throat. The trap becomes instantly clear. He warns Nodic that stopping now kills both him and his daughter, and only Nodic stepping back can change that. He gives him two choices: release Branda and die quickly, or harm her and suffer a slow, brutal end. Nodic challenges the threat and hovers his blade near Branda's hand as if ready to sever a finger. Rage explodes from the prisoner, and Nodic's eyes widen with satisfaction. He has found the leverage. He orders his soldiers to drag the him forward. Enjoying his brief moment of control, he brags that no one has troubled him more. He then commands the execution to proceed. Branda screams, but the soldiers hesitate instead of carrying out the order. Nodic snaps at them, calls them useless, and forces one man to pick up a sword. He turns toward the our dude, demanding last words. Callie answers with certainty that he never surrenders. He directs the message to his daughter, telling her mother had always been right about him. He gathers his strength and rips his arms outward. The guards holding him slam into the floor, leaving everyone petrified. He continues, thinking Nodic's greatest failure: soldiers are humans, not tools, and no man follows a leader willing to discard them. After that, he charges straight toward Nodic. Terror finally overtakes Nodic. He orders his soldier to kill Branda immediately. Callie halts in agony, caught between revenge and the reason he came here in the first place. At that exact moment, Tantio materializes behind the guard restraining Branda. He calmly assures his lord to proceed. Before anyone reacts, he drives both thumbs into the guard's eyes. The man collapses, and Branda seizes the chance to stab a blade into his chest. Nodic's scream dies on his lips as Callie reaches him. Before he can run, our boy grabs him from behind and slams him face first into the floor. His hand clamps around Nodic's arm, and pressure builds until the man lets out a strangled cry. He issues a single final command that nobody moves. The entire room freezes as he declares the hostage situation has reversed. Branda is no longer in danger. Nodic is now the one whose life hangs by a thread in the grip of Callie. Nodic twists on the floor in pain, confused about how everything turned against him when he believed he had full control. His guards panic and try to move in, but Callie warns them again not to step forward. To make his point clear, he pushes Nodic's face harder into the ground. Nodic freezes and begs his soldiers to stay still. Callie shares his belief that every action, good or bad, returns to the one who made it. Nodic tries to regain confidence by thinking about the siege outside. His defenses still stand, his soldiers still surround the building, and he is sure Callie cannot break out. As mayor of Delphia, Nodic is certain that as long as he lives, he can fix everything later. Callie tells Branda to help Tantio and head toward the upper levels. As they move, he watches the guards behind them and notices they do not care that he could break Nodic's neck at any moment. Nodic takes advantage of this and calls out to his men, ordering them to avenge him if he dies. Callie does not expect this sudden shift. Nodic then raises the reward that whoever takes Callie's head will receive half of Nodic's wealth, and the rest will be shared among the soldiers. The offer fills every guard with greed. Callie asks if Nodic is seriously making deals now. Nodic corrects him. This is not a deal, it is a final message. If Callie kills him, both Callie and Branda will die. If Callie lets him go, Nodic promises to kill only Callie and let Branda live. He also promises that no wound or struggle will stop him from hunting Callie down. His smile shows he means every word. A loud noise cuts through the tension. Nodic believes this means the siege outside has ended and that his reinforcements are close. He points out that his thin body cannot shield all of Callie from incoming attacks. Callie must choose quickly. Branda cries, begging her father not to accept Nodic's offer, certain they can still escape together. Callie sees the sword in her hands and understands how heavy this experience is for her. Even if she had no choice, taking a life leaves a wound inside. He never wanted this for her. His own condition grows worse. His arms and legs feel numb, his muscles stiffen, and his body weakens fast. He once believed dying in battle would be an acceptable end, but now the fear returns. He wants to live, but he wants to meet his future grandchildren. He wants to explore everything Azalea still holds. Even if the desire is desperate, it is real. But fate seems ready to end his life here. The walls around them begin to crack. Nodic's face brightens with triumph as he prepares to welcome his reinforcements. The walls suddenly break apart, but before Nodic's troops can fully enter, an arrow strikes the soldier closest to Nodic. The man falls dead. Nodic freezes in shock. The incoming force is not his army, it is Soren's. Soren leads the charge, and Branda stares at the scene in disbelief. Bodies of Nodic's soldiers already cover the ground as Soren's troops clash with them. Arrows rain down again, and Nodic's men scream in panic as they retreat. Nodic watches his army fall apart and cannot understand how this is happening. Soren steps forward and explains with calm certainty that Nodic made 3 fatal mistakes. He trusted numbers too much, he touched Soren's family, and he awakened his anger. Nodic shouts that none of this makes sense because Soren brought too few soldiers, but Soren only walks closer. He remembers how people claimed his earlier mission, building Ajustena, was impossible. For someone from Ajest, the word impossible means nothing. He points his weapon toward Nodic, and the mayor's fear becomes complete. Next moment, Callie twists Nodic's neck with one sharp motion. Nodic's body drops lifeless to the floor. Soren runs to Callie, calling out to him. Callie understands that if Soren reached this place, he must have already taken control outside. He lifts his hand weakly toward his son and tries to apologize. Soren holds his father's face and thanks him for saving Branda. With that, Callie's strength leaves him completely. He loses consciousness as Soren shouts for someone to bring a doctor at once. This is how Nodic only lives a day after being mayor, and Delphia collapses into chaos. The investigation exposes how he kidnapped and threatened Soren's family, yet the public focuses only on the fact that Soren attacked a legally elected mayor. No sympathy rises for him, and the election commission removes his right to compete in the next race. Several days later, Callie wakes and absorbs the heavy cost of his rescue. Bandages cover his left hand, and only 3 fingers remain. The doctors removed the other 2 after a shattered bone tore through his skin and risked fatal infection. The damage in his legs runs even deeper. He smashed stone walls with his fists and knees during the escape, and even after healing, walking becomes impossible without permanent leg braces. He stands by the window and watches the clear sky as if nothing heavy rests on him. Branda enters with her own wounds still visible and notices how thin he has become. He responds with dry humor, easing her worry for a moment, but her tears fall when she repeats the doctor's words that his survival was very unreal. She finally admits that she never truly believed he would reach her in time. Callie tells her that any father who refuses to protect his child has already failed. His boxing life ends forever, yet the loss leaves no emptiness. The warmth of his daughter's smile makes 2 missing fingers feel like nothing at all. A month passes. Jester visits, acknowledging Callie's steady effort. Callie had sent him to the Imperial border to free the satellite prisoners once captured by native forces. This mission settles an old promise Callie made long ago. Jester can hardly grasp that Callie kept that promise while facing so much else. The Imperial army mobilizes enormous forces and succeeds in rescuing the prisoners. Many who once shared Callie's captivity have already died, but others survive thanks to this operation. Jester remains stunned that Callie holds enough influence to move an entire Imperial force. Callie mentions that he simply prepared large amounts of money and handed them to the right people. Jester pushes for details, but Callie sees nothing that needs further explanation. Rumors reach Jester everywhere he travels, claiming Callie killed a mayoral candidate to help Soren win, and rumors claiming the kidnapping was nothing but a staged performance. Jester remembers the stubborn father he once met in prison, the man who rebuilt his entire body in a short time only to save his daughter. That man fought with everything he had to break free. Now he cannot even fight again, yet people still spread nonsense about staged crimes. Callie shows no interest in defending himself. In his mind, his reputation has always been a tool, useful only when needed. This crisis no longer belongs to him. It belongs to his son's generation, and they must resolve it. Jester leaves with the odd thought that some legends are not exaggerated, they are understated. Meanwhile, Tantio struggles with his soft, tasteless meals. His internal injuries allow him nothing else. Death nearly reaches him several times because his body lacks Callie's resilience. Even basic movement took a week to return. But his efforts earn him honored guest treatment in Augustina. As he rests in bed, he accepts that things could be worse. Callie visits and checks his progress. Tantio complains about the pain in his stomach and points out how Callie still walks despite his destroyed knee. Callie clarifies that he cannot truly use his knee or arms anymore. Tantio notes how strangely positive he remains. Callie asks if any cigars remain. Tantio hands one over and reminds him that the debt will be collected someday. Callie tastes the cigar and comments that it triggers old memories. Tantio asks what feels familiar. Callie reflects that he never once expected Tantio to betray Nodic during that desperate moment. Tantio explains that logic would have pushed him to take the payment and leave. If Callie had refused to sacrifice the camel earlier, Tantio admits he would have deserted them without hesitation. He doubts Callie ever believed he would help Soren in such a crisis. Callie answers that Tantio never felt like a terrible person, even with his love of money. Tantio thinks about how a person can know the correct action yet take another simply because something inside pushes them. That imbalance, he believes, makes a human truly human. A year passes before Callie's recovery ends and he settles permanently in a guest. Tantio follows him there. Winter strikes and Tantio shivers constantly, confused about why he chose this place. Another year gives him the answer. He grows close to Branda and slow friendship turns into love. When Tantio requests permission to date Branda, Callie refuses without hesitation. He beats Tantio with precise control, painful enough to make a point, never enough to kill, while Branda screams for him to stop. Yet the marriage happens. The event draws massive attention, similar to when Azalea once married Callie despite his low rank. Nothing can shake Branda's resolve, and no one dares interfere. Years pass and Branda becomes a mother. Callie leans over the child with love, pretending he cannot understand how the baby turned so cute. Tantio stands frozen, still unable to believe this gentle version of his father-in-law exists. In Delphia, native attacks grow harsher. The new mayor dies of violence. The city demands strong leadership, and Soren, known as its strongest fighter, wins overwhelming support and becomes mayor. Back in a jest, Branda's child runs to Callie with bright laughter and calls him Grandpa. The child plays at his feet, and Callie spends the final stretch of his life surrounded by peace that he once thought impossible. 12 years have passed since he first reached a jest. One quiet day, Callie lies down to sleep and simply never wakes. No one knows his true age, but they estimate around 60, a long, full life by any measure. His funeral draws countless respected figures, but the moment freezes everyone when Emperor Philippos VII arrives along with Iskandar and the imperial Hedyroi. They offer deep condolences before placing a single flower on the casket. No one dares ask how Callie earned such honor. The emperor leaves in silence, and the mystery remains his forever. Callie drifts in complete darkness until a voice cuts through the void, asking whether he left behind any will. His eyes open at once. A light bulb snaps on above him, and a figure forms inside the empty space. Recognition strikes him. The face belongs to someone he once knew long ago. It's John, who comments on the strange lighting and shifts the scene with a flick of his fingers. The void disappears, and both of them sit before a warm fireplace. Callie struggles to understand this meeting. He explains that he remains biologically real but exists here as someone who already understood the idea of multiple souls. Our dude becomes excited as he notices that John looks far younger than before. He demonstrates that this realm ignores physical rules and instantly returns to his older form. He explains that anything can appear possible here because the entire space exists as an illusion, untied to normal limits. Callie grows impatient and demands clarity about their situation, alive or dead. John offers no firm answer. They might be dead, or this might be a dream forming inside a dying mind. Reality shifts too easily here to grasp it cleanly. Callie rejects the idea that he imagined any of this because he lacks the imagination for something this complex. John laughs and adds that belief here depends entirely on personal will, because willpower decides how branching realities unfold. Callie pushes away the abstract explanations and asks why he remains, instead of crossing the distant river that suddenly becomes visible. As Callie watches, his own body becomes younger again. John seems pleased that he can now see the river too. He explains that the river marks the end and anyone who crosses it disappears forever with no return. Callie notices John lingering by the river, clearly waiting for someone to go with him. John makes it clear he is no longer the same man Callie once knew. He remains John Bradley Clark from Earth, half of his soul already having crossed years ago. Together, their fates resemble two halves of a single whole, mirroring Callie's own strange existence. The space around them ripples violently. From inside Callie, another presence slides out, a fading shadow, weak but recognizable. John explains this is the original Callie, the true owner of the body. During the crossing of worlds, John's powerful consciousness had absorbed the original Callie by force. Callie himself had once done the same with his current body. Even so, the original owners never fully disappeared. They lingered quietly, guiding both men subtly, keeping memory and identity intact. A sharp memory surfaces that years ago, when Snoren had insisted Callie carried a guardian angel beyond normal fate. At that moment, he had only wished for strength. Now it becomes clear that the real Callie had reached toward him then, striving to grow stronger through him. John confirms the truth. The same unseen force had saved him during his lowest moment. He urges Callie to release the trapped soul before it begins to break apart. Callie seizes the ethereal thread connecting him to the fading soul and severs it, whispering a quiet farewell. John warns that emptiness will follow, but adaptation will come. The original Callie drifts toward the river, and the life Callie has lived as the merged being begins to feel distant. Still, he understands one fact. Every experience of that life truly belongs to him, regardless of which soul guided it. Other souls appear, drifting like shadows. Some scream, refusing death. Callie recognizes them as others caught in the same liminal space. John confirms they are headed to the river to dissolve and rest. Only he and Callie hold enough will to return to life. John recalls witnessing countless souls over the years, figures who had lived multiple lifetimes, leaving behind legendary legacies, even ascending to godlike status. Yet the river erases all of them in time. As they approach the riverbank, John moves forward with calm finality. He has completed everything he ever desired. Callie follows, feeling the weight of his own journey. They are ready to cross. The water surprises Callie with warmth, not cold. Peace flows through him, settling deep in his consciousness. Serenity starts to anchor him until a desperate, raw voice echoes from afar, someone begging for power, someone collapsing under helplessness. The cry grips Callie instantly. He moves away from the river, telling John to continue alone. His path back to the living is clear. He cannot rest yet. He races toward the voice, determined to guide whoever called for help. Far away in South Korea, inside a recycling and incineration plant, three men argue with panic. They stand near an active industrial furnace containing a body. One doubts the act will solve anything. Another pleads to surrender before disaster strikes. The ringleader grabs his companions, reminding them that the fire is already lit. No return is possible. The victim's failure to pay caused this. All three share the guilt. A sudden metallic noise echoes from the furnace. The door swings open. Flames illuminate a figure stepping out, alive. Surviving fire once proved survival is possible again. The men freeze in horror. Before they can react, the burned figure charges, striking the ringleader across the room. He warns that anyone attempting to kill him will meet the same fate. In reality, this boy's soul cries for strength, this voice that pulled him back from the river. Park Kang-tae, who now exists as Callie, rises fully once more. He faces the three men, ready for another battle.